This dude is our main character, yo. He's a hardcore gamer, grinding 25 hours a day in this super realistic 2 game. But before he could finish his 20th gig for the day, he got a one-way ticket to the cultivation world. But before he kicked the bucket, he accidentally maxed out his super-duper handsome stats. Just like that old G who became the sect leader over there. He's got a face that makes the whole cultivation world go wild. The ladies are just head over heels, totally smitten. Seeing that being as handsome as the admin wasn't enough, the author gave him these powers. He can master any technique just by touching it. He gets cultivation points just for showing off. No need for a sword. He can still unleash crazy sword aura with just an empty scabbard. And, holy moly, let's not waste any time. Let's get started. Outside, the rain's coming down hard, lightning and thunder booming. On the balcony of an old apartment, some clothes are swaying in the wind. On the hallway, 2 basins are collecting rainwater. Inside the house, the clatter of a keyboard keeps ringing out. Our main character, with his platinum blonde hair, nimble fingers flying across the keyboard, is focused on gaming. Frowning slightly, he speaks into the microphone. The opportunity is here, go. This boss's skill has a very long window of invulnerability. If we don't kill it now, we're dead when it unleashes its second skill. In the game, a level 102 boss is close to running out of health, but its power is still terrifying, forcing players to team up and wait for a chance to strike. Lu Chen, the main character's in-game avatar, gets into position. The main character clicks to cast Anti. Lu Chen points his sword straight to the sky, creating a super powerful blue light that tears through the night, catching everyone's attention. Thwack! The knight's sword in the game pierces through the boss's body. Roar! The monster boss screams in the game. System notification. Bull-headed man LV-12 has been defeated. The game chat explodes. Zhao Ming shouts, WTF Lu Chen, Hua Sui Zhao Qiang, need Lu Chen to clear the level. Zhao Hong, Lu Chen is #1 under heaven. Alright, 2 more rounds and this gig is done. The main character takes off his headphones, leans back in his chair, and casually grabs a soda. The main character's little sister walks out of her room. Don't play anymore. You haven't slept in 3 days straight. Your body can't take it if you keep staying up all night. The main character turns to look at her. It's fine. Don't be so pessimistic. I need to finish this gig quickly so we can get enough tuition for next semester. School's starting soon. The little girl worries, her eyes looking sadly at him. But the main character gently raises his right hand and beckons, come here, kiddo. The little girl obediently walks over and sits down. The main character pats his sister's head. I know my limits. Go read your book. Once we've saved up enough money, I won't use gaming as a job anymore, okay? The main character's little sister obediently goes to the sofa to lie down and read. The main character puts his headphones back on and keeps playing. He is Lu Jun, a professional gamer, or more accurately, a professional power leveler. He takes gigs from internet cafes, helping people level up, farm equipment, gather resources. As long as you pay, he'll do anything. Because the main character's parents died early, there weren't any savings. And he'd been weak since he was a kid, and he didn't have any other skills. Even though this job is tiring, it can at least support him and his little sister. He still has 1 gig on hand. Once he builds this account and completes a relatively difficult newbie quest, he can sell it for a good price. With that said, the main character moves his slender fingers across the mouse. Creating an account and building a character, he says eagerly. Since it's an account for sale anyway, let's max out the beauty stats. While happily setting up the equipment for the character, Lu Jun's face darkens. His hand trembles uncontrollably. That's weird. My fingers have no strength, and my body won't move. Lu Jun's body stiffens, and he can't move, causing him to panic. Thump. The main character lost all his strength, his head slamming hard onto the keyboard. No way, Lu Jun is back at it again. In a daze, he heard his little sister desperately calling him awake. Bro, don't scare me like that. In a celestial realm, there were 2 sages, 1 white and 1 black, playing Go. Have you thought this through? Are you sure you want to place this stone? Clack! The slender fingers of the immortal dressed in black placed a black goldstone onto the board, saying, no regrets after placing it. Lu Jun sprawled on the ground, slowly opening his eyes. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. Where is this? He sat up, looked at the clothes he was wearing, and was dumbfounded. These aren't my clothes. To get a better look, Lu Jun approached a nearby river, peering down at the crystal-clear water. Lu Jun's reflection appeared on the water's surface. He reached out and touched his face. This face is ridiculously handsome. Wait a sec. The memories before he transmigrated flashed through the main character's mind. He remembered how eager he was to pimp out the character, his words echoing, Since I'm selling the account anyway, might as well max out the appearance. Max it out. Max it out. Isn't this the Heavenly Dao side account that I just created? WTF. The main character's eyes welled up. He screamed out, "Holy SHT. I transmigrated into the game. What's going on? I must be dreaming." Lu Xun raised his hand and pinched his cheek hard. "Dreaming. Wake up. I don't have time to sleep. I still have a little sister to take care of." It's not a dream. This pain is real. The main character looked straight up at the sky, angrily shouting, "I just made a side account, and I transmigrated. Is this account cursed?" Just as he was feeling helpless, whoosh! A beautiful figure flashed before him. Li Lei. Eyes meeting Lu Xun's, 4 eyes locked, a spark ignited. The girl stared intently at the main character. And then she landed on a branch, across from the main character. Lu Xun looked at her, sweating buckets. "You can fly. This game has a Xiangxia setting. I definitely need to stay alive." Surely she wouldn't attack a normal person, right? Li Lei tilted her head, casting her sparkling eyes towards our main character. "Indeed, a cauldron. The ultimate cauldron." "Indeed, a cauldron. The ultimate cauldron." Li couldn't hide her excitement when she saw Lu Xun. The main character's cheeks flushed red when he met her gaze. He frowned. "A cauldron." Then he covered his mouth and chuckled shyly. "There's such a good thing." Then he imagined beautiful, scantily clad girls surrounding him. "Some things you people don't know how to cherish. Throwing them away after using them, but they're actually very important. Wait, this is Heavenly Dabo." Although the process of being a cauldron is very enjoyable, there's a low limit. Like people advancing to level 999, but I can only advance to level 233, and ultimately I can only become a stepping stone on their path to advancement. No way, how can I become a stepping stone for others just because it's enjoyable? Moreover, cultivating this kind of demonic art will make a lot of people want to kill me. Moreover, face slapping is the essence of humanity. Doing something depraved, Li Lei looked at him blankly, not understanding what he was gesturing about. As for him, he covered his mouth, his face showing a sly smile. With dark thoughts, "Next time will do." Li covered her mouth, thinking to herself, although his expression changed several times in a few seconds, he's still beautiful after all. Dual cultivating demonic art with him will not only not be a loss, but also a profit. Suddenly, Li's expression changed. She frowned, her eyes turning sharp. She remembered the day her parents were murdered. My parents. Because of a stroke of luck, they obtained a celestial sword technique and cultivated the martial art, but because of it, they were targeted and exterminated. I bear a sea of blood and deep hatred. The urgent matter is to increase my strength to avenge my parents. Dual cultivating demonic art and this heavy debt of Qingxia Yijian is my only support right now. Since I have to dual cultivate anyway, finding a handsome person is not a loss. Never mind, I'll just tie him up first and then, think about it, the people chasing me are almost here. With that, Li jumped down. Lu Xun raised both hands, hugging his body in panic. Don't come over here. Crap, she wants to use her powers. I'm just a level 1 trash clone right now, got nothing but this face going for me. Li comes from a rich family, doesn't know the first thing about kidnapping. Standing in front of the male lead, she stammers awkwardly, "Why can you follow me?" Lu Chen gives her a super confused look, then closes his eyes and replies, "No way." Li covers her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Inside, she's going wild. Even his pained expression is gorgeous. Too much. Good impression +1, favorability +1, and it keeps going up. Li can't hold it in anymore. She jumps up and down like an excited puppy. Lu Xun looks at the rapidly increasing favorability with confusion. What's going on? That even raises favorability. He puts a hand on his hip and another to his forehead. I remember busting my butt trying to earn some favorability from NPCs. Guess it's all about the looks, huh? The male lead looks up to the sky, defeated. I just don't get it. Li is totally captivated by Lu Xun's beauty, her eyes sparkling as she stares at him. Oh, that jawline, the perfect profile. Whoosh! A flash of light grazes Li's face. Her eyes turn sharp, filled with killing intent. Those guys caught up. Li darts behind Lu Xun. He's busy, lost in thought, stroking his chin. If I've been farming her favorability, maybe I can reason with her. If I can just get to the nearest city, I can join a proper sect. Lost in his thoughts, Li suddenly throws her arms around Lu Xun from behind. Swoop! Carrying him off like a little fish. Inside, Lu Xun is about to cry, "Damn it, I ran into a She-Hulk." Just after they leave, a group of masked people arrive, wielding sharp blades and looking fierce. Her body scent is here. I don't smell it. She must have just left. Kill her. The Yixian sword and that cultivation technique are ours. Yeah, kill her. Meanwhile, Li is flying back and forth in one spot. Lu Xun looks at her uncomfortably. What's she doing? Didn't we pass this place like 3 times already? Could it be that this She-Hulk is lost? Li Li's face is getting more and more strained, dotted with sweat. Lu Xun starts to speak. You won. Before he can finish, Li Li speeds up coldly, creating a huge gust of wind that blows straight into Lu Xun's mouth, silencing him as he turns his head away. Alright, no chance to talk then. He glances at Li Li's back. This crappy system shows that the Yixian sword is only Huang Wu level, too low. Other information cannot be checked. Lu Xun eyes Li Li suspiciously. Huang Wu is already a treasure to commoners in Tianchen. A girl like her carrying this thing, getting lost and running so fast. Unless, at this thought, Lu Xun's face stiffens, then crumbles. Oh crap, this girl's being hunted, isn't she? In the Tianchen continent, weapons and equipment are divided into mortal iron, magic tools, spiritual tools, immortal tools, and divine tools based on their level. To make it easier to remember, people divide them based on the color of the equipment into white Wu, Huang Wu, blue Wu, purple Wu, orange Wu, and so on. Yi is Huang Wu, which is to say, a magical tool at the beginning of the game. This Huang Wu is a treasure that many people in Jianghu seek. Back with the two, Li Li is still hauling Lu Xun around, he says helplessly, looking depressed. We're lost. Li Li reaches behind her and grabs the hilt of her sword. She pulls it out and shouts angrily, how could I be lost? The male lead freezes, his eyes wide as he looks at the sword. Oh, SHT, now you see it. Li, what are you gonna do? Hurting an innocent hottie won't magically make us find the right path. You know, I want to kill you, I want to ask it for directions. Li Li throws the sword into the air, it spins around and around above their heads. Thud. The sword falls down, pointing in a direction, knowing, look, got it, the sword tip points, and we go that way, right? Before he could even finish, Li Li was already dragging him in the opposite direction. Lu Xun's face darkened. So we're going with the direction the hilt is pointing. Hey, that's not how the game is played. Fing bubbles. Whatever. Doesn't matter which way she goes. The important thing is getting into the city. After flying for a bit, Li Li stopped. This road, meanwhile, Lu Xun's face was pressed against Li Li's chest, and he blushed, thinking to himself, just think of it as riding on the back of a beautiful mount. The sun was slowly setting behind the mountains, and the birds were finding their way back to their nests. Huff, huff, huff. Li Li was exhausted. She landed next to a rock, propping herself up on it and panting. Then she lifted the male lead into the air. You, get down. Lu Xun. With his delicate features, the sunset shining on his face, an extreme beauty, so beautiful. Li Li's cheeks flushed red as she admired his beauty. Then slowly, carefully, cautiously, she lowered the male lead onto the rock. The two sat on the rock to rest, and Li Li spoke up. Let's rest for a bit. The male lead turned to ask her, aren't we running anymore? Li Li closed her eyes and slowly replied, we'll talk about it after we rest, Phew. We've temporarily lost them. Just who is he? He clearly doesn't have any true Q, yet he isn't panicking at all. I've been running with him this whole time, and he isn't scared at all. So strange. I am Lu Xun. May I ask how I should address you, miss? If you're running away, I should at least know where the she-devil came from, right? My surname is Li. Li. Li Li quickly turned her face away. She was clearly planning to make up a name to trick him. She had even thought of the name Niu Dazhuang, so why did she still say her real name? Li Li completely doesn't see this name in Lu Chen's main storyline. Could it be a nameless small character? I hope she won't get killed by enemies or righteous cultivators later. Still so young and already going around kidnapping furnace cauldrons, and if kidnapping furnace cauldrons wasn't enough, she's carrying a big golden sword on her shoulder. Gathering all sorts of dying elements in one go is not easy. Grumble, 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 grumble. The male-led stomach growled, attracting Li Li's attention and scaring away the butterfly on her hand. The atmosphere became quiet, and Lu Xun embarrassedly looked at Li Li. He hated sudden silence the most. Li Li reached into her chest and pulled something out. Lu Xun panicked. What is she planning to do? Li Li's eyes were sparkling, and she was well behaved, holding a carefully wrapped pastry out to Lu Xun. I brought this from home. I only have this. Do you want to eat it? The male lead stared blankly at the pastry. The girl lowered her head shyly to the ground. It was only at this moment that Lu Xun understood her intentions. So, she wasn't really a she-devil after all. He reached out and took the pastry, and they looked at each other. Li Li's face became more and more flushed, and Lu Xun broke the silence. He broke the pastry in half and said, there's only one piece, right? Let's share it. The male lead smiled and handed half of the pastry to Li Li. In Li Li's eyes, he was radiating a charming aura that she couldn't take her eyes off of. All she could say was that he was too beautiful. It's that woman's scent, I smell it again. Where Why can't I smell it? She must be nearby. Find her quickly and kill her. Kill her. Hey, hey, wipe out the whole family, and the treasures and divine techniques will all be ours. The voices of the pursuers attracted the attention of the two people, Lu Jun. They stopped eating the pastry, their eyes looking towards the direction of the voices. Li Li quickly covered Lu Xun's mouth, causing him to choke before he could react. Anak, huh? Pastry, don't talk. Li Li pushed Lu Xun hard, and they both fell to the ground with a thud. Li Li was on top, and Lu Xun was underneath. While the Miss Lai was blushing shyly, our male lead, who was busy swallowing the pastry in his mouth, innocently asked, Miss Lai, do you have any water? On the surface he seemed calm, but Lu Xun's heart was red with joy at this moment. If a 22nd century rogue heard this question, they would probably retort with, Where is everyone? Li Li sat up and pulled out her gourd bottle, thinking to herself, This is my drinking water. He wouldn't put his mouth on this gourd, right? She imagined Lu Xun dashingly snatching the gourd, taking a swig, and then gently handing it back to her. Just thinking about it made her face flush as red as a tomato. That would practically be like an indirect, but reality was a buzzkill. Lu Xun grabbed the gourd, held it up high, and started chugging, glug glug glug, leaving Li Li standing there frozen, her hand holding water trembling slightly. Why am I feeling a little disappointed? The group of assassins who were after her gathered together. It's definitely this way. The scent is so strong, how can you always smell it? I don't get what you guys are going on about. She's definitely here. Find her, kill her, snatch the treasure. Li Li put a finger to her lips, signaling the male lead to shut up. Lu Xun was tense, watching carefully. Crap, if we get found out, my first resurrection is probably going to be used here, and I will also be considered her man. Just as he was watching, a gust of dark wind swept past where they were hiding. Lu Xun turned his head. Yep. His body stiffened like a freaking statue. This stuff isn't just poisonous, it's got ghosts too. One of the female assassins pointed towards the bushes. That woman's scent is coming from over there. I swear it is. Hearing this, her teammates moved closer to the bushes, where the male lead was hiding. Li Li's body trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with tears, her hands clenched tightly. Well, if I die, I die, but I'll take one of them with me. Father, mother. Li Li is coming to find you. Lu Xun saw Li Li's pitiful appearance, and remained silent. He reached out and covered her mouth, then put a finger to his lips, signaling, Hold your breath, don't breathe. You give me half a pancake, and I'll pay you back with my life. As a professional level-grinding gamer from Tianchen, if I don't have 100 clones, then I have at least 80, and I couldn't be more familiar with this dark wind. A gust of dark wind was gathering behind the group of assassins. They stopped moving. What a weird smell. Did you smell it again? Who cares what it is? If it dares to come, destroy it. The gust of dark wind was growing bigger, and began to take shape. Hoo. A cute little ghost appeared in front of the group of assassins, with the words, I'm a ghost on its forehead. The group of people looked dazed. The hell is that? Should we destroy it? No need. Receiving the answer, they grabbed the weapons in their hands and charged forward to fight. Who cares what it is? Kill! The little ghost's innocent eyes sparkled, shouting. Its face looked very harmless. Swish! A sharp object like a sword pierced through the crowd of assassins, spraying blood everywhere. Lu Xun covered Li Li's mouth, causing her to suffocate and feel dizzy. The little ghost retracted its tongue. This guy really is still the same as before. The nickname Newbie Slaughterer is well deserved. After killing the group of assassins who were after Li Li, the little ghost left. Lu Xun removed his hand from Li Li's mouth, and she gasped for breath. Whew, what was that thing? Lu Xun grinned. Hey, it's a good thing. As long as you find the right method, even a 3-year-old child can kill it. Li Li stood beside him, her whole body trembling. Lu Xun stood up suddenly. Li Li shouted in panic. What are you doing? That thing hasn't gone far yet. The little ghost smelled a human scent, and stopped, while Lu Xun stood there full of confidence. In the eyes of a professional level grinder like me, it's just a mobile express bag. The little ghost turned around, its eyes shining brightly, licking its lips. Hoo! Li Li panicked. We're screwed. It's found us. Hoo. The little ghost rushed quickly towards the bushes. Li Li didn't dare to look, turned around, and covered her face, crying, It's coming! Lu Xun turned his head to look at Li Li, raising his deep, warm voice. Get out of the way, and remember to hold your breath. Lu Xun jumped into the air, moving towards the little ghost. He continued. Then watch me show you what I can do. Lu Xun rushed toward the level 12 monster, leaving Li Li standing in the bushes feeling bewildered. Could it be that he would rather die than be her cauldron? Lily mustered all her courage and shouted loudly, "I'm not forcing you to be my cauldron. Run away quickly. That's a demon."
Lu Xun was full of confidence, turned his head and comforted Li Li. "Don't be so scared. It's not a demon. It's a ghost."
Lu Xun was so busy teasing Li Lai that he didn't realize that the ghost was already right in front of him. Lai Lai was standing below, her face ashen, mouth agape. THTH. This is a demon. Demon. Ah. Lily was so scared she fell on her butt, foaming at the mouth, and passed out. Is it really that bad? No more games. I'm showing my hand. Lu Xun raised his foot and kicked at the demon. Chi concealment, you're a huge newbie gift. Lu Xun kept muttering and laughing to himself, leaving the little demon completely bewildered.
The protagonist raised 2 index fingers, grinning mischievously. Hey, if I haven't killed 1,000, I've killed 998 of ya.
He poked his 2 index fingers into the little demon's eyes. The little demon cried out in pain. Ding. System notification. Killed a mountain demon. Gained 66 experience points. The little mountain demon slowly vanished before Lu Xun's eyes. He landed on the ground next to the unconscious Li Lai, staring intently at the system screen. Sure enough, killing monsters gives experience. Checking character interface. Lu Xun. Level 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Agility 1. Martial arts are more than just a clone. 666 points is enough to level up, probably even a few levels, but I don't have any techniques. Leveling up would be useless. Gotta find a sect and some techniques quick. Lu Xun knelt down on one knee beside Lily, looking at her body. Even though she's young, she's got curves in all the right places. The protagonist reached out and poked Lily's cheek. Wake up, it's okay now. Looking at Lilai's lips, what am I thinking? Do I really want to make a move on a young, innocent girl? A real man should bravely be a skirt chaser. A black lace mature woman, cold, fragrant, that's the real ideal. In the protagonist's mind, a vision appeared of a mature woman in a skimpy leopard print leather outfit, backless, so hot he had a nosebleed, and drool was dripping. Lai slowly opened her eyes, seeing the protagonist sitting beside her. Huh, you're okay, Humph. Where's that thing? Lu Xun suavely reached out to the little girl. Lily replied lightly, I took care of it. Lily's eyes lit up. She jumped to her feet, excitedly approaching the protagonist. You took care of it. The protagonist recoiled in surprise. This little girl's favorability is too easy to earn. Our business isn't finished yet. Follow me. Where do you want to go? To pick up loot, of course. Isn't this stuff valuable? Huh? I won't take much. You can have the rest. Lanchin. Li Lan stared blankly at him, not knowing that he could see the value of things. The loot on the ground consisted of a total of 97 taels of silver, an ordinary longsword, a Ni Cheng Fang's outer defensive treasure, and a low-grade short spear. She only heard him tell her to pick up the stuff, her eyes lighting up. Jackpot! She quickly thanked him and flew to the pile of items. Lu Xun stood helplessly against the cold, watching the greedy little girl. Lu Xun held an Eagle Claw manual in his hand, carefully examining it. This Eagle Claw secret manual is actually a common Jianghu finger technique. It's not bad, but why such a weird name? Lai quickly replied. Secret technique manuals are hard to master without a teacher's guidance. You should put it away first. Maybe you can sell it for a good price. Lily replied like that, because she was a lazy little girl who hated reading. When picking up items, she only picked up tools, filling her back. He only picked up 2. The system displays a prompt, asking if he agrees to learn this manual. He pressed confirm. He figured that learning an extra skill was a must. As soon as he confirmed learning, a powerful surge of energy appeared around the protagonist. He closed his eyes and slowly absorbed it, while Lily beside him stared blankly, not understanding anything. The protagonist opened his eyes, his pupils blazing, his gaze becoming sharp. Lu Xun tentatively extended 2 fingers. Channeling his entire internal force, radiating light, his internal strength increased significantly. Lily's favorability towards him also increased a lot. He only glanced at the manual 2 or 3 times, and already learned the form. Could this be the once-in-a-century martial arts talent that her parents mentioned? Lu Xun once again gave Lily a look of worry, his face covered in sweat. The favorability is rising too fast. What if this person's favorability towards me gets too high, and I can't control it? He imagined the scene of Lily throwing away all shame and demanding to dual cultivate with him. Hurry and dual cultivate with me, I like you so much. Thinking of this,
Lu Xun could only shake his head. Can't handle it, can't handle it. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Li Lai, who was trailing behind with a gloomy face. If it really came to that, relying solely on this imperial decree wouldn't be enough to protect herself, but it would make her even more interested.
Li Li saw him staring intently and asked, "Why are you looking at me with that weird expression?" Lu Chen scratched his face awkwardly and stammered, looking away. Nothing. The two of them moved forward, and Li Li broke the silence, asking him, "But why didn't you just ask me? Why am I being chased?" He cautiously replied, "Because you keep trying to turn people into cauldrons." Hearing this, Li Li's blood boiled, her fists clenched, and her teeth gritted. She just wanted to shout, "You're my only cauldron, you know." She was so angry she couldn't speak, so she just yelled at the male lead. Lu Chen, standing beside her, scratched his head in confusion. In Li Li's eyes, Lu Chen was a god-tier beauty, so all anger could be forgiven. She told herself, "Whatever, I won't hold it against him, for the sake of that face." After a while, a small village appeared ahead. The male lead pointed towards the village. "Let's not talk about that for now. Look over there, it's the county town." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen felt a hand grab the back of his collar, and before he could even glance back, Li Li dragged him across the ground. Li Lai grinned happily. "My sense of direction is indeed amazing. This is exactly the Qingmu County I wanted to go to." It was almost evening when Li Li dragged the male lead to the entrance of the city. She looked up at the city gate's name. "Ah, this place." Lu Chen glanced around uncomfortably. He looked at the city gate plaque. "Qingmu County, this noob village is where I'm familiar with. I asked this girl on the road. It's currently the 3997th year of the Tianquan calendar. In the game, it's already the 4000th year of Tianquan, which means that the present me is 3 years earlier than the game time in reality. And this county is where one of my countless alt accounts was born, so I couldn't be more familiar with this place." Li Lai mumbled hesitantly, "Let's find an inn to stay first." She was too embarrassed to say what she was thinking, that she hadn't bathed in a long time, but how could she say that? 10 minutes later, Lu Chen led Li Li to the front of the modestly decorated guest. Welcoming in, he said, "This is the place. This inn is highly rated and cheap. It is a landmark of Qingmu County." Li Li secretly glanced at the male lead, wondering if he cared about what she was thinking. The inn's waiter ran out to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to rest or stay the night?" "Of course we're staying. Give me a premium room." "So would you like 2 rooms or just 1? Lu Chen turned to ask Li Li, "What do you think?" She was super shy, covered her mouth, and turned her head away. Then she tilted her head back and held up an index finger. "Oh, 1 room." Lu Chen grabbed Li Li's wrist and frowned, saying, "2 rooms," making the girl's face as red as molten iron. The waiter headed towards the stairs. "Yes, 2 premium rooms. Please come in." Meanwhile, the male lead angrily turned to scold Li Lai. "Sharing a room will lead to gossip. Delete. Can you not be so thirsty for my body?" Li Lai put on an innocent face and asked, "Why?" Lu Chen flicked her forehead hard. "Can you be a little more upright?" He was lecturing Li Li when a loud voice called out from behind, "Shopkeeper, any rooms available?" Attracting Lu Chen's attention, he turned his head to look towards the door. A woman holding a sword, radiating intense power, walked in. "Shopkeeper, I want a room." While the other customers in the inn gaped in fear at the female knight, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Murong Yan, the guide of a true 985-level great sect in Qingmu County's newbie village. The waiter replied to Murong Yan, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I'll take these 2 guests upstairs first and be right back." Murong Yan walked over to a nearby table and sat down to wait for the waiter. The 2 male leads went upstairs. He didn't forget to glance back at Murong Yan sitting. How interesting. But depending on her to be my master is not enough. Murong Yan also looked towards the 2 main characters and sank into thought. She was attracted by the azure-clad sword behind Li Lai. Her eyes sharpened, staring intently at the azure-robed sword. As soon as Lu Xun got to his room, he flopped down on the bed and fell into a pensive mood. "I actually transmigrated to this world. I bought insurance for accidental death, so my little sister should live a carefree life. But will she be sad?" A scene flashed in his head of his little sister huddled in a corner, burying her face in her hands, crying. His eyes welled up. "You have to be strong. You're all alone in that world now." "I'll be strong too, sis. Thanks for everything." A figure appeared behind Lu Xun at the doorway. None other than Li. She gently poked her head into Lu Xun's room. "I have to go sell these weapons. Wanna come?" The male lead sat up. You afraid I'll run away while you're selling the weapons?" "Relax. I won't run. You can rest assured." He closed his eyes and sighed. "I really have nowhere else to go right now anyway." Li Li slowly approached where he was sitting. You caught on. But it's also my first time going out. I don't really know much about these things. What if the people at the shop try to rip me off? Lai Lai got right up in the male lead's face. You come with me. How about we split the money 50-50? Actually, it's not that I can't go with you, and besides, I don't want your money. I just need you to do one thing for me.
Hearing this, Lily nervously hugged herself and backed away, stammering, "What thing?" Lu Xun slowly stood up.
You. And then he reached out and pulled Lily into his arms. Take off your face veil and let me see. Lai Lai awkwardly pushed him away. Wait, let me fix my hair first. And whoosh, Lily vanished from the room, leaving Lu Xun standing there sighing, I was just kidding. That face veil is so thin. Does it really do a good job of hiding anything? I really don't understand what girls are thinking. A moment later. Knock, knock, I'm coming in. Lu Xun went to open the door for Lily. The two stood facing each other. Lily shyly spoke. You can't regret it, okay?
Seeing the little miss's face, Lu Xun blurted out, Unbelievable! I almost had to serve a 3-year passive jail sentence. Lily tilted her head in confusion. Lu Xun, what does passive jail sentence mean? He scoffed and pointed a finger at her face. You're so young, and you're already trying to find a furnace cauldron. There are still so many opportunities to become stronger in this world. He raised a hand to cover his eyes, but not really, leaving one eye peeking at Lili. This girl's eyes are really big. If you told me she was in middle school in the modern world, I'd believe it.
Lili trembled slightly, feeling wronged. HMPH. I'm not as young as you think. I'm very old. Knock, knock. While they were talking, a knock sounded on the door. Come in. A figure appeared outside Lu Xun's room. Lili reached behind her to grab the azure robe sword. You're really good at lightness. Skill, I didn't notice you at all. If you were my enemy, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle you. The system displayed in front of the male lead, Murongyan, cultivation level unknown, attention. Seems to have no ill intentions. Murongyan, what's she doing here? Lu Xun slowly walked towards the door. Lili looked at him, puzzled. Hey, what are you doing? The male lead opened the door. Do you need something? Murongyan froze. Her eyes lit up. Nothing. And then Murongyan turned to leave. I just went to the wrong place. She glanced back at the male lead, starting to have some doubts about life. That kid who opened the door just now, up close he's kinda, is my steadfast heart devil subduing physique not resolute enough? Lu Xun and Lili turned to look at each other. She's gone. But she probably didn't go to the wrong place, right?
What do you mean? Lu Xun explained. Have you ever seen someone who went to the wrong place knock on the door?
She definitely had another purpose. Earlier, when she was about to leave, that woman gave you a look. Could it be? Lili cut him off, glanced at herself, then hugged herself tightly. As expected, I still can't take off my veil. The male lead helplessly stared at the self-absorbed person in front of him. Star system announcement. Item. Sword garment. Note. This sword is enhanced with low-level illusion magic. As expected, this is still the Xiangxia world I'm familiar with. Tianchen Realm. A world dominated by cultivation practitioners. Logically, the characteristics of the cultivation world, such as killing to plunder treasures and seizing luck, which are totally against my moral code, should be everywhere, right? But in reality, that's not the case. Most cultivators in this world like to do good deeds, help those in need, and are incredibly righteous. Immortals in this world possess immortal energy and will spare no effort for the lives of ordinary people.
Heroes in this world have chivalry and will help those in need whenever they encounter injustice on the road.
This world always makes people feel comfortable.
People below Murongyan's level can't see through this illusion.
It's a magical artifact. Naturally, they won't have the intention to kill and steal treasures. Lili grabbed Lu Xun's wrist. Okay, I don't know what you're thinking. Let's go to the store with me, you promised.
Before Lu Xun could even agree, he was dragged out of the inn by the Li girl. Freely protecting the weak, that's what cultivators in the Tianchen realm are like. But luckily, if Murongyan is here, then one of the 3 most perfect starting scenarios in the Tianchen realm must also be here.
As long as I seize the opportunity, I can create my own world in this place. The sun is setting, and the merchants on the street are quickly packing up their goods. The 2 male leads walked out of the store. Lili shouted happily, Aha! Sold so much money again. Finally, I don't have to starve anymore. You earned so much. Aren't you treating me to a meal? Of course, let's go. Tell me what you want to eat. Don't be shy with me. You can freely choose anything under 2 silver coins. Lu Xun gave her a thumbs up. You're so generous. But seriously, don't you notice anything strange? Anything strange? Don't you think the woman who knocked on our door today was suspicious? Oh right, I was gonna say that but totally forgot. But still, what's so suspicious about her? Lu Xun's chest tightened with Lili's cluelessness. Is being inarticulate something to be proud of? Use your brain. It's dark, and the two of them are eating in a restaurant. Lily slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? That lady is a cultivator? Shh, keep your voice down. Why don't you just grab a loudspeaker and announce it to the whole street? This is a great opportunity. We need to be discreet. Lily's eyes lit up, and she obediently ran over to massage Lu Xun's shoulders.
Right, but how did you know?
He pointed to the garment on the table. Take a look at it. Do you see anything wrong? Lily carefully looked at the garment on the table and then stared at Lu Xun with a look of sudden enlightenment. Is there something wrong? Lu Xun was speechless at this girl's cluelessness, screaming in his head, is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong, nothing major. He helplessly supported his face with his hand, slowly explaining to the girl. It's covered by illusion magic, so in the eyes of people in the martial world, it's just an ordinary weapon. Lili clapped her hands together with a loud bang and exclaimed, I understand. If I can become that lady's disciple, who would dare to bully me in this world, I can finally avenge my parents. Lili looked at the male lead with eyes full of affection. But you're really amazing, noticing such small details. Doesn't matter. The important thing now is whether that cultivator will choose us girls or not. As they were talking, a voice echoed from outside. Don't go out on the ghost festival, the gates of hell are opening, life and death are uncertain. Don't go out on the ghost festival, the gates of hell are opening, life and death are uncertain. Lili and Lu Xun went to the window to peek. They saw a group of people in official attire, swords on their backs, scattering paper money as they shouted, Don't go out on the ghost festival, the gates of hell are opening, life and death are uncertain. Turns out today is the ghost festival. Lu Xun turned around and saw Lili, with a sulky face, standing frozen in place. She was getting teary-eyed. Do you think my parents, will they be able to reincarnate?
Lu Xun looked at the falling leaves outside the window. Good people will always be rewarded.
Thunder and lightning began to rumble outside. Lili lay face down on the table, her body trembling slightly. Good people will be rewarded, really.
Lu Xun watched the crowd running for cover from the rain in the street. Lost in thought, I don't know, but hopefully there will be rewards, right? At least my sister will have enough insurance money to not worry about life until she graduates from college.
Lu Xun.
You see, hearing her name being called, the male lead turned around.
Lili reached out and waved him over. The blue dress on the table emitted a red light, vibrating non-stop. The star system announced, the magic item is vibrating. A struggle between spiritual beings warns of danger. If I'm not wrong, our chance is here.
Lu Xun grabbed Lilia's wrist and pulled her away.
Follow me. There's a good omen outside the window, a big opportunity. What's so pretty? Lu Xun put on a sly face and said to Lili.
At this time of night, it's definitely ghosts and demons.
Lili looked at his excited, sinister expression. Her face turned white as a sheet, frozen in place. Then he pointed out the window. Haven't you seen many ghosts? Look, the ghost creatures in the Tianquan realm aren't very similar to those on Blue Star. They're formed from the resentment of the people, not from a single vengeful spirit.
The Ghost Festival in Tianquan Realm is a competition to kill ghosts.
Lu Xun's eyes lit up, looking at the walking experience points. So many ghosts, what a spectacle. How much experience can I get from this? This guy's experience killing ghosts is so rich that it's almost unsettling.
Let's go down. Lili's whole body was trembling at this point, her head spinning, foaming at the mouth, blurred, but she was still dragged along by Lu Xun like a sandbag.
He looked at her. Why are you so timid? There's a big opportunity today. You're going whether you like it or not.
He hoisted Lili over his shoulder and walked outside. Before leaving, he confirmed, she's really there.
So happy, burp. It's really her. Looks like my guess was right. As long as Mu Rongyan appears, she will definitely appear too.
Great. Lu Xun carried Lili on his shoulder, trotting down the stairs.
This opportunity is one of the best starting points in the Tianquan realm. Can't be missed. Sniffle, sniffle. Lili slowly woke up. Seeing herself on Lu Xun's shoulder, she screamed, Where are you taking me? To find a cultivator, to become your master.
Lili mustered all her strength, clenched her hands tightly, and comforted herself. Find a cultivator to become my master. This is Lili's only chance. No matter what you see, you must perk up. You can't faint again.
Absolutely not. Seeing a female cultivator sitting and looking out the door, Lili exclaimed, She's over there.
Truly worthy of a cultivator, in such a time of rampant ghosts, she can still calmly guard the front gate, protecting the safety of us ordinary people.
Crunch, crunch, what do you want? Turns out she's just munching on sunflower seeds. That is, ha. A loud laugh echoed from the midst of the ghosts, along with a few ghosts being beaten up and flying into the air. Ha, interesting. A female cultivator is playing with the ghosts. Suddenly, she stopped.
Lu Chen's whole body was glowing bling bling. Beside him, Lili was whining and crying. Damn it, Mu Rongyan was munching on sunflower seeds, watching the drama unfold.
That girl was gushing over the male lead's dashing good looks. How could someone be born so perfect? Too busy admiring the hottie, the female warrior didn't notice a demon creeping up behind her. The demon frowned, its eyes glinting sharply as it lowered its voice, freezing the female warrior in place. "You!" the girl screamed, startling the demons and making them sweat bullets. She angrily spun around and yelled in the face of the demon behind her, "How dare you!" Then she whipped out her magic weapon. This old lady will chop you all to pieces. Die, all of you." The girl frantically slaughtered the demons, while unbeknownst to everyone, Lu Chen was shedding silent tears. So much experience and not a single point for me. Sniff, so many monsters, she's slicing them all up with one blow. Even a level 30 couldn't do what that lolly is doing. She's gotta be at least level 40. Hey, you've been standing there watching for ages. The little loli, brimming with energy, strode up to Lu Chen, pointing her finger at his chest. "Don't think I didn't notice you." The air suddenly went silent. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, unwilling to admit defeat as she approached Lu Chen. She opened her eyes and said arrogantly, "Mortal, this deity lacks a beautiful mount under her seat. Are you willing?" So-called demons refers to creatures that have awakened their intelligence. They're like the stories written in myths. After accidentally being awakened, they absorb the essence of the sun and moon, cultivating to become human, increasing their cultivation. But the essence of the sun and moon isn't so easy to absorb, so normally they have to wake up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs, and work harder than oxen. After 100 years, their path of cultivation becomes even more difficult. The years passing grow ever longer, taking decades or even centuries to achieve a little bit of progress. Enduring such long years, they constantly strengthen themselves, constantly perfect themselves, making themselves more and more outstanding, ultimately becoming the mounts of the immortals. After hearing Mao Nanbei's story, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. A mount? Me as someone's mount? That's a rare sight. That's not right. After all, some mounts cost hundreds of coins, some cost thousands, and some cost tens of thousands. But don't get the wrong idea, it's these kind of mounts. This deity is Mao Nanbei. To become this deity's mount is your honor for life. Mao Nanbei, a world-class great demon who appeared in the mid-game stage, her cat ear image is deeply rooted in the hearts of people, pursued by countless fools in the game, begging to be abused by her. Even though countless people want to become her mount, I'm not planning on writing the kind of brain-dead power fantasy where he starts off becoming Miao Niang's mount. Mu Rongyan stepped forward in front of Mao Nanbei, kneeling and saluting. "Little ancestral Shishu, isn't what you're doing a bit against the rules?" Li Li popped out from behind Lu Chen, indignant. "Little ancestral Shishu is so small." Mao Nanbei slowly sat down on Mu Rongyan's shoulder, scoffing. "What's according to the rules, or not according to the rules, aren't rules made to be broken. Little ancestral Shishu, saying this outside is fine, but don't let the law enforcement elder hear it. Me, I'm his Shishu. Am I supposed to be more afraid of him? Besides, these words weren't said by me, they were said by second senior sister. Let him go find second senior sister if he has the guts." Hey, what's your decision? Be my beautiful mount, and you won't lack anything, whether it's cultivation techniques, magic treasures, or even spirit pills and elixirs. Li Li lowered her face. I kept sneaking glances at Lu Xun, worried he'd actually agree to be her mount. Seriously, that smile is truly enough to topple kingdoms. But when Lu Xun flashes it, it usually means he's plotting something. Uh-oh. All three women were captivated by Lu Xun's beauty. "How can someone be so gorgeous?" Lu Xun replied gently. "You're strong." Mao Nanbei tilted her head to the sky, proudly replying, "Of course. I came here to eliminate a recently emerged ghost king. You saw those 100 vengeful spirits earlier, right? I wiped them out with a single strike. Hair flip. Then your sect must be amazing." "It is, obviously. Thanks for noticing. I'd like to visit your sect before deciding." "Is that all right?" Outwardly calm, Lu Xun was internally ecstatic, endlessly agreeing. "Yes, of course. As long as I can get them to my sect, this perfect beginning is as good as done." Mao Nanbei frowned. Why so many questions? I don't like people questioning me." Lu Xun put on a pitiful, innocent green tea face, full of hopeful expectation, causing Mao Nanbei to blush and freeze. "Of course you can." Lu Xun nudged Li Li's arm. "My part's done, it's your turn. Hurry up and start acting pitiful. They just took you as a disciple." Li Li's brain short-circuited, stammering, Ugh. Why does everything fall to me? Good thing I often bargained with buyers when selling accounts online. Otherwise, I'd be screwed. This young lady has a tragic past, truly moving heaven and earth, bringing tears to those who hear it. Her parents, blah blah, she wants revenge, blah blah blah. After talking for a while, Lu Xun pretended to be teary-eyed, sobbing uncontrollably. Truly a sight that tugs at the heartstrings, a story that brings tears to the eyes, blah blah blah.
Mao Beinan and Mu Rongyan frowned, watching Lu Xun's performance. So that's how it is, this little girl is truly pitiful. Li Li next to him watched him sobbing and thought to herself, so I'm actually this pitiful. Lu Xun looked at her, speechless, and thought furiously to himself,
please, be serious, I'm begging for you here. Stop crying. Only one final step remained. Forcing her head down to acknowledge them as masters, Lu Xun reached behind Li Li's head, intending to push her down, but Li Li's body stiffened, unmoving. He looked down. Before his arm was a voice. The shoulder bones are breaking. He didn't dare to look up. Great. I'm going to die of embarrassment today. Li Li clasped her hands in front of her chest, bowing her head in salute.
This immortal master has added a superior sight to my cheap Yi sword, and this immortal master has exterminated the vengeful spirits, acting on behalf of heaven. I believe they are both part of the righteous immortal sects.
Li Li, her eyes becoming determined,
Li Li begs to enter the immortal sect.
Lu Xun gave Li Li a thumbs up. Not bad, she's learned to steal my lines now. Wait, hold on, did Li Li just say these two are from a righteous immortal sect? He froze stiffly. Mao Nanbei held his stomach, laughing. Ha ha. Li Li was stunned. What? Mao Nanbei pointed at herself, loudly announcing, your lady comes from a demonic sect. Li Li clutched her head in panic. Demonic sect. She quickly regained her composure, pondering, a demonic sect sounds dangerous, but this chubby big sister helped me silently. Doesn't seem like the demonic sects that I know of.
She turned to look at the male Li.
What should I do in this situation? Lu Xun subtly nodded in indication.
He's nodding.
I get it. At this point, what choices do I even have? Li Li nodded, signaling the main character, and then knelt down.
Kowtowing to Mao Nanbei and Mu Rongyan, Li Li is willing to join your sect. Mao Nanbei was caught off guard, stunned.
TCH. Just don't come crying later. And no regrets either. Check her cultivation aptitude. Mu Rongyan reached out to Li Li, please stand up. Okay, Li Li, relax your mind. Don't think about anything. I'll check your cultivation aptitude. Yes. Li Li obediently closed her eyes for Mu Rongyan to check her aptitude.
Circles started appearing on Li Li's forehead. Mao Nanbei playfully counted each circle. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Mao Nanbei was shocked.
8 circles already. She smiled contentedly. Only one less than me. Truly a perfect uncut jade. Lu Xun, standing beside her, stroked his chin thoughtfully.
So this little girl is trying to say that half a sentence is the 8 circles. Doesn't that mean the foundation is 8? The talent is truly not bad.
Li Li's face was full of hope. So does that mean I passed? Mu Rongyan gently gave a like. That's right, and you passed very easily. You need to try your best on the future cultivation path. Yes. This little girl has a foundation of 8. I wonder what this guy will be. Don't be nervous. Mu Rongyan placed her hand on Lu Xun's forehead, who confidently replied, how could I be nervous? Light radiated from the circles. All 3 of them showed clear anticipation. They saw it, but their smiles gradually faded when they only saw one cultivation circle appear. Only one circle.
Lu Xun was so angry he almost spat blood.
God damn it, almost forgot. When I added attribute points, 100% of the points went to looks. Damn it. Foundation of 1. The 3 women clearly showed their contempt, looking at Lu Xun, whose face was ashen as he sat on the ground, and said mockingly, turns out he is just a pretty boy.
The next morning the whole group of Lu Xun set off to Mao Nanbei's sect. Mu Rongyan walked ahead, saying to the back, after buying some supplies, we'll set off back to the sect.
Li Li shyly tugged at Lu Xun's sleeve. I will definitely cultivate hard. Lu Xun looked gently at the little girl in front of him. Yeah, that's great.
Then Lu Xun went to the front. Li Li looked at him from behind. Now going to the demonic sect. I don't know what it will be like in the sect. What if it's a place where the big fish eats the small fish? Someone with poor foundation like you will definitely be bullied, but I will definitely try to cultivate. Until Li Li hasn't gone up to me for a long time.
Lu Xun turned around.
Hurry up. Li Li ran up happily. Coming, then protect you. Countless sects in the Tianchen continent.
Among them, the righteous path takes the 4 great sects as the head, respectively, Wanjian Shan, 10,000 Sword Mountain, Yijian Shan, 1 Sword Mountain, Qing Xianzong, Luo Tianzong. The names of the 4 great sects are no problem when read separately. But, if combined in pairs, the first 2 names don't match very well. The last 2 names look very gay. Wanjianzong believes that Wanjian Giyi, 10,000 swords returned to 1, is the essence, learning a bunch of sword techniques, relying on 10,000 kinds of sword techniques to comprehend the sword Dao. The One Sword sect believes that one sword breaks 10,000 techniques is the essence of swordsmanship, dedicating their entire lives to mastering a single sword, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. But in reality, the 10,000 Swords sect and the One Sword sect actually originated from the same sect, the Swords sect.
However, due to differing cultivation philosophies, the members split and formed separate branches. It's like a messy divorce, but with swords.
As for the Azure Heaven sect and the Lofty Heaven sect, these two sects simply had founders who liked the character Heaven in their names. Actually, there isn't a single darn bit of relation between them. Basically, a cosmic coincidence. Finally, let's talk about the demonic cultivation path, led by the three great demonic sects. These include the Spring-Autumn Forest, the Boundless Restraint Mountain, and a demonic sect that's more straightforward than a punch to the face. They're just called the demonic sect, plain and simple. Back to our main group. Murongyan was carrying Mao Nanbei on one shoulder and a massive bag of supplies on the other. She told everyone, "Alright, we've bought all the supplies, let's head back to the sect now." Meanwhile, the demonic sect disciples are out there recruiting new members, the usual evil stuff.
Li Li awkwardly pointed at the huge bag of supplies.
"Such a big bag! How are we going to carry it all?"
Murongyan gently replied.
"Like this." The ring on her finger lit up, kinda like a Christmas tree.
She waved her finger, and the entire bag of stuff on her shoulder disappeared into the ring. Li Li stood beside her, mouth agape in admiration. So magical, Trisk Trisk, she's never even seen a backpack, the poor kid.
Wait, no. We should call it a storage ring now. It's not a backpack anymore. Just recharge it with spirit stones and it gets bigger. Microtransactions in cultivation world, lol. Alright, let's set off now. Riding a sword, such a big body. What will his flying sword look like? It must be huge too. Riding a sword is like an immortal. Really, let's go.
Murongyan tossed a green sword into the air, took a running start, and jumped. She stood on the sword and soared into the sky.
Holy crap, Lu Xun stood below, sweating buckets, while Li Li looked at Murongyan in admiration. Is that how it is? Mao Nanbei took out a shard of ice and snow. Let's go up too. As soon as he finished speaking, a large crane appeared before the three of them. Li Li and my mount. The two of you can ride with me, shall we go? Li Li and Mao Nanbei gracefully hopped onto the crane immortal, while Lu Xun ran off to find a ladder to climb on.
He struggled to climb onto the crane immortal, his face contorted, his whole body trembling. Wait for me." The crane immortal took flight, and Li Li asked,
"It won't, drop us, will it?"
"You can't judge cultivators by ordinary standards." Murongyan's flying sword is named Hong Mao. Imbuing her wish for good things, Mao Nanbei grabbed. "This is the entry-level cultivation technique of my demonic sect. You can learn it, but you can't. Before you become my mount, you have nothing to do with my demonic sect, so no peeking."
Lu Xun sadly lowered his head. "Okay, alright." He put on a pitiful act, looking at Mao Nanbei with puppy dog eyes. "Although I can't learn it, can I at least touch a celestial cultivation technique?" The male lead's whole body exuded an irresistible charm, making Mao Nanbei unable to refuse. "You're so hopeless, go ahead and touch it."
Lu Xun reached out and placed his hand on the cultivation manual, covering his mouth with a sly grin. Hey. Although her name is Mao Nanbei, she is kinda dense. Perfect for my plans.
The system appeared. Learn the foundation establishment art. Once confirmed, the cultivation technique cannot be changed. Free. Who could refuse? You have learned the foundation establishment art. Current progress. Tier 0. Unfortunately, I still can't add experience points yet, because I need to achieve a perfect start. And choosing any other cultivation technique is impossible. The feeling is so good.
Mao Nanbei turned to Lu Xun and said, "If you agree to become my mount, I can let you touch something with an even better feeling. No need for now."
Mao Nanbei crossed his arms and turned his face away in a huff.
"Becoming my mount means you'll have the opportunity to go to the supreme holy land of my demonic sect, the Scripture Pavilion. On ordinary days, even inner sect disciples and elders can't casually enter.
Even in the demonic sect I can still learn, why not? That's right, the place I want to go is this Scripture Pavilion.
The Great Heaven continent has 3 types of starts that are almost impossible to achieve, and entering the Scripture Pavilion of the demonic sect is the top one among them. Entering is just the beginning. The real difficulty is becoming a disciple of the master of the Scripture Pavilion.
Millions of players tried it in the past, but only one got accepted as a disciple, and that dude straight up died from staying up too late. I was so jealous when I read the news, but who knew I'd end up the same way? If you want to be a disciple of our demonic sect, there are some rules you gotta know. Don't go acting all reckless, and remember, absolutely do not copy Junior Grand Uncle.
Mao Nanbei. What's with the anger? I just keep forgetting the sect rules and breaking them. Is that a problem? Li Li saw Mao Nanbei's attitude and sighed. How righteous our third sect rule is, blah 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 blah.
The demonic sect really does have rules, and these rules all come from that one. The master of Junior Tri's sect. The sect rules are just like that. Next I want to talk about some important stuff. The demonic sect is mainly divided into 3 areas: the outer sect area, the inner sect master's chamber, and junior tries sect at the back of the mountain. Mao Nanbei pointed at Li Lai. You're an outer sect disciple. Mu Rongyan is an inner sect disciple, and I'm just a direct disciple of junior tries sect, sir. Even my mount is like a grand uncle ancestor to the inner sect disciples. Lu Xun gritted his teeth uncomfortably. He's obviously saying that to me. So obvious. Lilac cautiously asked from the side, Sir, do we have to go to school in our demonic sect?
Hey, he's called sir because he likes being called sir, not because he's a teaching sir. Normal outer sect disciples aren't qualified to hear him lecture. Only awesome people like me, blah blah blah. Lu Xun frowned in disgust, listening to Mao Nanbei praising himself non-stop.
This cat demon is beyond saving. But speaking of the sir, no one in the Tianchen world knows how strong he is. Just the epitome of loneliness after being invincible for so long.
Someone once said, if the sir isn't the ultimate big boss, then they'll lick their own ding-dong and eat upside down. Eat, poop, then eat again. That's how high the sir's status is.
Mu Rongyan announced, Junior Grand Uncle has arrived at the sect. Li Li poked his head out to look down. Where? I can't see him.
Mao Nanbei summoned a purple ice shard and replied to Li Lai, Of course you can't see him.
Wait until you see the ice shard in Mao Nanbei's hand fly forward. It flies to the middle of the lake and stops, creating ripples on the water. Mao Nanbei continued, You'd be dead meat. Li Li froze in shock, unable to say a word.
Mu Rongyan said to Mao Nanbei, Please have Junior Grand Uncle lead them in. My sect token can only let me through.
I know. Mao Nanbei took out a cat paw-shaped token from his waist, held it up, glanced at Lu Xun, and casually reminded him, This grand formation was set up by my master, that is, the sir. With that, Mao Nanbei raised the token into the air, and the formation began to react. Why haven't you made a move yet? Do you even want to be my mount or not? Let me think about it some more. Too much resistance isn't good. It feels like every woman in this world is lusting after my body. I need to quickly become a disciple of the sir, or I'll become a dried corpse sooner or later. Being forced to be a human cauldron, and also being asked to be a mount, even an iron waist couldn't handle that. Li Li opened his eyes wide, looking at the scenery. This is the real demonic sect. Lu Xun observed the scene. I still couldn't believe it the first time I came to the demonic sect. Overwhelming demonic energy, always talking about mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but nope. Mao Nanbei instructed. The sect rules of the demonic sect aren't important, but you must remember one sentence. To roam the world with a clear conscience. Those words were taught by my teacher. Teacher is truly profound. Is this the core tenet of the devil sect? I don't get it. Lai Lai turns to look at the main character. Hey, Lu Fiexun, check out that mountain. It looks super weird. Lu Xun glances at the mountain Li Li is talking about. This mountain's just floating in the air, and there's this huge box stuck into the top of it. Totally bizarre. Everyone else's scenic mountains are all sword-shaped, but this thing, doesn't it look like a sword sheath? Mu Rongyan, like she's reading Lu Xun's mind, chimes in. Looks like a sword sheath, huh? This mountain's got a seriously unusual background.
Li Li excitedly says to Mu Rongyan, Senior, tell me about it. Lu Xun chimes in too. Just how special is it?
This mountain has a huge background. Meaning, its background is not small. It has a background that is not small, meaning it has a huge background.
Hearing Mu Rongyan speak, Mao Nanbei can't contain his anger. He jumps up and smacks Mu Rongyan's head hard, saying, You hog all the nonsense, don't you?
The last time I heard such convoluted words was the last time I gave Mu Rongyan a bump on the head. Mao Nanbei turns back to the crane and says calmly, I don't know the origin of this mountain, but you new disciples of the sect shouldn't listen to her make up nonsense.
Li Li glances at Mu Rongyan with fear.
Senior looks honest, but does she make up stories? She smiled awkwardly. The immortal crane slowly lands, revealing a crowd of people standing below, respectfully welcoming little Marshal Grand Uncle back to the sect. The immortal crane lands, Mao Nanbei and Li Li jump lightly from the crane's back, but our main character slowly climbs down the ladder, making everyone around him embarrassed for him. Before Lu Xun even finishes climbing down, Mao Nanbei takes back the immortal crane, causing him to fall to the ground, exclaiming, Ow! Mao Nanbei turns to look at the disciples, and shouts,
Elder Chuai Shui is here. Just say that I brought back a pretty good seed.
Yes. While Lu Xun and the others are waiting, a person rushes over, shouting, Little Marshal Grand Uncle, the one who came is Devil Sect Elder Chui Shui.
She runs up to Mao Nanbei enthusiastically. Where is the pretty good seed you were talking about?
As soon as she sees the main character's face, Elder Chui Shui freezes, Lu Xun's handsomeness and willpower come into play. His hair sways gently in the wind, his whole body shines like a naked celestial.
Qiu Shui runs up to him, asking, "Did little Marshal Grand Uncle bring back a person?" Ignored, Mao Nanbei angrily stands between the two of them, while Lu Xun awkwardly stands still.
Mao Nanbei uses his power to fly up and block Qiu Shui, preventing her from getting closer. The main character says sarcastically, "What do you want to do to my mount?" Qiu Shui looks a little surprised. "A human mount?" Qiu Shui covers her mouth, glances at Mao Nanbei, and giggles to herself. Little Marshal Granduncle's got some real taste.
Mu Rongyan pushes Li Li forward.
"Elder, our good seed is right here. She's got a whole 8 rings." 8 rings. Qiu Shui rushes over, grabs Li Li's wrist, and shoves her face close to Li Li's. "Sweetheart, sorry for being so forward. My name is Qiu Shui. You can come to me for anything in the Devil Sect, big or small. You can even become my disciple if you want." Hello? Suddenly, a bright light appears, causing Qiu Shui to stop her conversation, cover her eyes, and Lu Xun's whole body is emitting a blinding golden light.
Qiu Shui points at him. "Little Marshal Grand Uncle, may I be so bold as to ask? That one, what's his level of comprehension?"
Mao Nanbei coldly raises one finger. Everyone around is in an uproar, shocked. 10 rings? How is that possible? Apart from the ancient powerful beings, no one has ever heard of anyone with 10 rings. Just how stunningly talented is he? What kind of natural gift is this? Could he be an immortal? Descended to earth? Mao Nanbei corrects. It's 1 ring. Lu Xun can only scratch his head and smile shyly. Hey. The Devil Sect disciples turn away, mocking as they leave. "Oh, that's okay then. Ha ha, what beautiful weather we're having today. Yeah, like hell. My underwear should be dry by now. Let's go, good brother. I'll help you put away your stuff too." Qiu Shui's face freezes. What a waste of such a good face.
Lu Xun ran to Mao Nanbei's side. "If I pass the outer sect assessment of the Devil Sect, can I also join the sect?" "Of course. What's up, you'd rather be an outer sect disciple than be my mount?"
"It's not that, I'm just asking."
"Also, one more question. What if I want to become the Immortal Master's disciple?" Hearing Lu Xun's words, everyone around him looked at him with ridicule. What a pretty boy. His comprehension is only at this level, seriously. Can't he just pee in a puddle and look at himself? Is he kidding me? Mao Nanbei spoke up. "Shut up," then smirked. "No wonder he's my mount. Look at him, ambitious and full of spirit."
Immortal Master accepts disciples as he pleases, each time with a different reason. When he took in Qiu Shui, it was because he liked cats and wanted to take in a demon cat as a disciple. This time, the reason is very simple. "You sure you want to know?" Lu Xun revealed a determined look. "Definitely. I meticulously researched the beg for mastership tactics of that good-for-nothing kid for 3 whole days. As long as I meet the conditions, I definitely won't fail."
There are 3 conditions to becoming the Immortal Master's disciple. 1. You must be immortal, with no cultivation. 2. You must be under 30 years old.
Lu Xun grinned. "Looks like I meet all of them." Mao Nanbei raised 3 fingers. "Keep going. Don't rush. There's still a 3rd condition. 3. Jump down from here, fall to the bottom, and then don't die." The disciples of the Devil Sect gaped. "Don't die? It's 108,000 miles. Even someone with cultivation would die jumping from here. Without using magic or magical artifacts, even a chief elder would die? No doubt this is Sword Smile Cliff." Lu Xun didn't flinch, lightly flashing a confident smile.
System notification. Activated special hidden quest. Join the Back Mountain Little Book Seller. Accept or decline. As expected. Just like I thought. Sure enough, becoming the Immortal Master's disciple isn't that easy.
Lu Xun said nothing, casually turning his back and walking away. Mao Nanbei and Li Li were a little surprised. "Lu Xun, what are you doing? Don't get any crazy ideas. Being my mount is practically joining the Immortal Master's sect anyway."
"Your seniority will at least be on par with Qiu Shui."
Qiu Shui stood beside him, completely bewildered, not knowing what to say. Lu Xun turned back and raised 2 fingers in a farewell gesture to everyone. Lu Xun darted to the edge of the cliff. Everyone panicked. "Don't! Stop him!"
"You stop right there." Everyone rushed toward Lu Xun, led by Mao Nanbei.
Suddenly, a strange energy appeared, causing everyone to freeze in place, unable to move. "What's going on? My body's so heavy,
In contrast to everyone else, Lu Xun gracefully danced,
got into position, and jumped off the cliff. Mao Nanbei, Li Li, and the others helplessly sat on the ground, watching him jump off the cliff. Li Li cried loudly. Why? Mao Nanbei looked sad. "He'd rather die than be my mount," Mu Rongyan, sitting beside him, sighed.
"Hey, something's not right. Just now, when that kid jumped off the cliff, an invisible force held me back." "What was that?"
Mao Nanbei ordered the Devil Sect disciples,
Go down and check it out. Yes, sir, Mao Nanbei.
Alive, I want to see the person. Dead, I want to see the corpse. Can't let my mount be exposed in the wilderness. And that power, what exactly was it?
Qiwan Shui exclaimed in surprise.
The Peak Lords, even the sect leader are here. That damn kid caused quite a stir.
But Mao Nanbei walked to where Lu Xun had been standing.
The old geezer went traveling. He's not in Back Mountain anymore. You can jump all you want. It's useless. What a waste of such a nice skin. Dying for nothing. Junior Martial Uncle. Shen Yan. You're getting stopped by your cronies again. Baldy Shen Yan, the demon sect leader, walked out. Shen Yan has that bald head because cultivating fire attribute techniques left him without a single hair on his body. He panted, clinging to his follower, Junior Martial Uncle. That guy just jumped off Guidance Peak. You guys were probably drawn here by that invisible force that appeared when he jumped. Right? Shen Yan nodded vigorously. Right. Even with my 8th realm cultivation, I can't figure it out. Just what is that power?
Mao Nanbei looked at Lu Xun's body on the ground, lost in thought. No way, I just grabbed some random guy as a mount, and he turns out to be some mysterious figure. Am I in trouble again?
HMPH. This kid's not dead yet. Lu Xun's pulse is still going. He grinned. I'm still alive. The system showed his life value at 1/100th, and revival chances at 2/3. Mao Nanbei was stunned, turned to Shen Yan, and pointed at Lu Xun. This kid's still alive. Then he must have fulfilled what the old geezer said. But the old geezer's not here. We can't decide for him, right? But if the old geezer takes him in, then this pile of meat is your martial uncle. Second senior sister probably knows about this. Shouldn't she say something? Someone's sending a message. Through the air, Mao Nanbei heard. The old geezer said yes. The system displayed in front of Lu Xun. Special hidden quest. Joining Back Mountain's Little Shrew's Den has been completed. Demon Sect Forbidden Ground, Back Mountain. Li Lai climbed the stairs, pondering. Lu Xun's condition should be a little better today than yesterday. She stopped, smiling, looking forward to seeing him. Today, Li Li walked to a lake. In front of her, a girl in black robes sat on a rock by the lake. As expected, she's here again. Lai Lai bowed respectfully with her hands clasped. Greetings, Grand Martial Ancestor. Then she happily skipped away. That's the old geezer's second disciple, Mao Martial Ancestor's second senior sister. So weird. When I came, she was sitting. When I left, she was still sitting. Mao Martial Ancestor said she doesn't like being disturbed. I wonder if there's ever a time when she's not sitting there. Li Li walked for a while and reached the back courtyard door. She opened the door and saw Mao Nanbei sprawled on a chair, sunbathing and sleeping. Greetings, little Shu. Greetings, Martial Ancestor. Hearing Li Li's voice, Mao Nanbei vaguely opened his eyes, stretching. Meow. Yes, Martial Ancestor. Little Martial Ancestor hates being called little. He gets fiercely argumentative. Li Li imagined Mao Nanbei dramatically pointing and arguing. Where am I, little? Li Li walked to the bed where the male lead was lying. Lu Xun, I'm here again. She took a handkerchief and wiped his face. The Shen sect leader's spirit medicine is really magical. You're recovering so quickly, I wonder when you'll wake up. But once you recover, I won't be able to come to Back Mountain anymore. I might not even see you once a year then. Li Li's eyes welled up with tears. You're the only person I know in this world. But now, you're a legend in the sect. Everyone's spreading stories about you, like how our little Grandmaster uncle is super handsome, how he must have some great destiny, how he fearlessly jumped off a cliff for the Great Dao without batting an eye, and how we should all be so brave. Stuff like that, you know? Li Li gently fed Lu Xun the medicine. Rather than never seeing you, I'd rather see you lively and happy outside. Mao Nanbei slowly stretched, waking up like a lazy cat, her eyes still half closed. She saw the person in front of her and asked, puzzled, Why are you here? The demon sect leader, Shen Yan, bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle. I came to see how your injuries are recovering. Mao Nanbei, lying on her side on the chair, replied to Shen Yan. All healed, Martial Uncle. I'll stay here for a while, Martial Uncle. You can go rest for a bit. Hearing Shen Yan's words, Mao Nanbei zoomed off. Then this place is all yours, bye. In a blink, Mao Nanbei was gone, leaving Shen Yan standing there blankly, watching the falling leaves. HMPH. Such a childish temperament. Next, no one will be able to stop me. Inside the backyard, Lu Xun, completely bandaged, lay unconscious on the bed. But he still exuded an irresistible charm, with his full lips, sharp features, and captivating beauty. Li Li blushed, admiring the male lead's beauty. I wonder what those beautiful lips taste like. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled Li Li. Flustered and embarrassed, she looked towards the door. Who is it? Shen Yan stood outside the door and replied, Oh, to sect leader, why are you here? Shen Yan leisurely walked in. I came to check on little Martial Uncle. On the outside, he looked calm and friendly, but inside, Shen Yan was fuming. Damn it! To save you back then, I had to use up all the precious elixirs I'd been hoarding for years. That was the legendary flesh-restoring divine pill. Shen Yan's heart ached, and he clutched his chest, weeping. Such a treasure, I wouldn't even give it to my own disciples.
Since I've already used such a good treasure, I'll have to get it back today. What do you mean? Shen Yan gave a sinister smile, radiating an aura of darkness, as he slowly approached Lu Xun. Hey. Li Li, walking back and forth, was worried about Lu Xun. She took a step and glanced back at him. What does this stingy sect leader want to do to Lu Xun? Could it be because Lu Xun used his immortal elixir, so he wants to do something to him? Shen Yan placed his hand on Lu Xun's shoulder
and called out, Li Lai. Hearing the demon sect leader call her name, Li Lai froze and turned her head sluggishly. See, sect leader. You're not going to force me to do something wicked, are you?
Shen Yan smiled gently, looking towards
Li. Your talent isn't bad. If you can have a famous master in the path of immortality, your future will be limitless.
Li perked up. Hey, sect leader. Shen Yan took out a pitifully small jade bead and handed it to Li.
This is a flame star crystal. Your constitution is quite suitable for cultivating fire-based techniques. Carrying it with you will be beneficial. Li looked at the flame star crystal in her hand, her expression a little worried. Why are you suddenly giving me a starstone? I'm leaving now. Shen Yan brushed past Li.
I'll be going. Shen Yan trembled as he walked, anxiously hoping.
Why haven't you called me back yet? Why haven't you asked me? Hurry up and ask me why I, the great sect leader, would give you such a precious item.
Shen Yan smiled contentedly.
Finally asked,
because this seed is stingy with my treasures.
I'm out here. Turns out the sect leader isn't as scary as I thought.
Leaving the backyard, Shen Yan jumped up and down gleefully, laughing loudly. Ha. After this, when she enters the inner sect to choose a master, she'll definitely pick me. Because Shen Yan is famous for being the stingiest, top-tier master. Being so stingy has led to my disciples having almost no cultivation resources. It's been decades. For decades, this old geezer hasn't been noticed by a disciple with exceptional talent.
I absolutely can't miss this chance. Shen Yan happily skipped back towards the inner sect, completely unaware that it was his own stinginess that led to him not having any disciples. A moment earlier, Mao Nanbei happily ran off. Finally, I've got some sucker to watch the house for me. Awesome, second senior sister, here I come.
Mao Nanbei transformed back into his original form as a cat and ran to find his second senior sister.
Meow. Mao Nanbei zoomed like a rocket to where second senior sister was sitting by the lake. Meow. Mao Nanbei pounced towards his second senior sister, but before he could even touch her, she grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him into the room for some petting. Bliss, second senior sister Jiyu Xiaomin, petted and cuddled Mao Nanbei in her arms. So comfy, kitty senior sister. So many fun things happened on this trip down the mountain. Meow. The most interesting thing is that little junior brother was originally my mount. Kitty Jiyu Xiaomin remained expressionless and bonked Mao Nanbei on the head, giving her some serious brain damage. Meow. I just thought he was handsome, and I craved his body. It's not like I wanted to do anything heinous.
Mao Nanbei was furious at those words, constantly getting hit on the head, and she screamed, meow. Bumps swelled up all over Mao Nanbei's head. She covered her head in anger. Meow, I'm not talking to you anymore. HMPH. Kitty Mao Nanbei got angry and pretended to leave to attract Jiyu Xiaomin's attention. But she didn't care and stayed still. Seeing that this move wasn't working, Mao Nanbei then jumped to second senior sister, rubbed her head against her, and acted coy. Meow. You're not angry at me anymore, senior sister. So many interesting things happened on this trip to the mountain, let me tell you. Meow. As it got dark, Mao Nanbei lay sprawled on the chair, guarding the backyard door. Inside, Li was still immersed in Lu Xun's beauty. As expected, he's always so handsome. Lu Xun frowned, sweated, and slowly opened his eyes. Lai quickly stood up. I'll go pour you some water right away. Mao Nanbei, who appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the teapot, stuck it in the male lead's mouth. Drink. As much as you want. Lu Xun was forced to utter meaningless sounds in despair. Li's face darkened. So, senior grand uncle was just asleep. Lu Xun took the teapot out of his mouth and sat up. How long have I been asleep? Lu Xun frowned, his eyes narrowed in thought. I thought I could be revived as before, but unexpectedly, the uniform only saved a drop of blood for me. Lu Xun felt very uncomfortable and roared in his heart. That girl is indeed poisonous. Mao Nanbei patted Lu Xun on the shoulder. You recovered quickly. It's a pity to waste this foundation if he doesn't become a mount. Li spoke up from the side. You only slept for 3 or 4 days.
with such a serious injury, Lu Xun opened his mouth. Then why did I recover so quickly? The blood bar is full, and it feels like I've gained a few stat points, Li Li replied. It was the sect leader. The sect leader gave you spiritual pills. The sect leader was also very gentle. Lu Xun jumped out of bed. So that's it, I have to thank him when I get the chance. After lying motionless in bed for a few days, Lu Xun jumped out of bed and started jumping madly around the room. Shocking. Li Li, don't jump around, what if you break the cast? Mao Nanbei sat cross-legged on the bed, resting her chin on her hand and said, But I have a question. Lu Xun stopped abruptly, his whole body stiff.
Mao Nanbei and Li Li approached Lu Xun, causing him to be suppressed. Sitting on the ground, sweating profusely, Mao Nanbei spoke up and asked, Why can a mortal without cultivation like you jump down and not die?
Lu Xun stood up handsomely, whispering. The two little girls were staring with their mouths open. This face is so convincing, you can't help but believe him.
Mao Nanbei shook her head, trying to stay alert.
Hold on, don't you dare try to fool me with that secret stuff. Lu Xun glanced back. Of course it's because I have a family heirloom. Isn't having a system with built-in respawn chances considered a family heirloom? Trisk, it really is so awesome. Must be from a prestigious clan. Lu Xun sighed. Guess I got away with it for now. But, speaking of which, the Devil Sect actually has a masterless treasure hidden away. It's a glowing great cannon. Once my level is higher, I'll go pick it up. That thing is the real deal.
Seeing Lu Xun staring into space and smiling, Mao Nanbei stepped forward and waved her hand in front of him. Hey, wake up, what are you thinking about? Did you forget something?
The male lead woke up. What thing? Mao Nanbei stood with her hands on her hips, proudly. You haven't called me senior sister yet. Li Li stood beside her, covering her mouth and giggling at Mao Nanbei's cuteness. Lu Xun pointed at Li Li. What are you laughing at? Did you forget something too?
Li Li looked at him blankly. What thing? Lu Xun crossed his arms, tilting his face up to the sky. Hurry up and call me Grand Little Uncle Master. Li Li was angry but helpless. She had no choice but to salute Lu Xun.
Little Grand Uncle Master. Lu Xun was so smug his nose almost grew longer. He turned and bowed quickly to Mao Nanbei. Greetings, senior sister.
Mao Nanbei angrily pointed at Lu Xun's face. You're being perfunctory with me. Do you believe I'll bite you? Lu Xun moved his face close to Mao Nanbei's, his whole body exuding a deadly charm. Really, senior sister, causing her to blush and be speechless. Then she quickly left.
HMPH, get dressed, follow me. Second senior sister wants to see you. As expected, being handsome means you can do whatever you want, Lu Xun muttered.
Second senior sister was sitting by the lake, cultivating. Mao Nanbei led Lu Xun to Jiyu Xiaoman. Mao Nanbei waved her hand and called out, Second senior sister, I brought little junior brother.
Lu Xun cupped his fist in salute. Lu Xun greets, second senior sister. When I was leveling up my account before, I heard that the Devil Sect's fairy second senior sister, Jiyu Xiaoman's face has never been seen by anyone. They only knew she had a stutter. As for why those people knew, I don't know. Jiyu Xiaoman didn't say a word, throwing a book towards Lu Xun with a thwack. He reached out to catch the book.
Because his showing off was a little too much, Lu Xun's legs trembled. He regained his posture, opened the book second senior sister gave him, and his eyes lit up. The gluttony art, why is it thicker than normal? It's actually an annotated version. For newbies, it's a treasure among treasures.
Lu Xun put on a disgusted look. But it's useless to me.
Lu Xun bowed. Thank you for second senior sister's welcome gift. Then he quickly turned to look at Mao Nanbei, grinning. Second senior sister gave me one. Will my little senior sister give me one?
Mao Nanbei's face darkened. This kid's eyes are really weird. Lu Xun's eyes lit up. Looking at little Shiji made Mao Nanbei sweat as she tried to avoid eye contact. Lu Xun's eyes clearly said, Second Shiji gave a gift, are you gonna stiff me or what?
Mao Nanbei frowned, looking at Lu Xun with distaste. Ugh, how can this kid's eyes hold so much info? It's really bugging this cat. Mao Nanbei took out a ring, handing it to Lu Xun. Here, consider it your meet and greet gift. Lu Xun quickly snatched the ring, turned and left. Many thanks, Shiji. Mao Nanbei just stood there, dumbfounded.
Ding. System notification. Received a spatial ring. Wanna equip it. After equipping, backpack space plus 30. Hey, don't you look down on your Shiji? I thought it through. You wouldn't even be able to use something better right now. Lu Xun tilted his head towards Mao Nanbei, the moonlight hitting his face, making him even more beautiful, and gently replied,
Fourth Shiji gave it, so of course it's worth a fortune. How would I dare to dislike it?
Mao Nanbei's cheeks flushed red. You like it? That's good. Li Li walked over from a distance, also blushing shyly at the main character's beauty. Jiyu Xiaoman raised her hand, signaling her Shimei. Mao Nanbei understood and waved her hand. Go on, second Shiji told you to go back first. It seems like second Shiji doesn't like to talk. Even I know too little about her. On the way leaving, fireflies filled the road. A pair of small hands gently reached out.
Lily quickly closed her hands. Letting the fireflies into her hands, she happily watched the fireflies shine in her palms. Lu Xun walked over from a distance and saw it,
inadvertently asking, "Why are you so happy?"
"Because you're awake." Lily released the fireflies from her hands, her eyes sparkling as she watched the fireflies fly away. Lu Xun was secretly pleased.
"This girl is really happy for me." He raised his hand and beckoned. "Lily, come closer to me." Lily obediently approached Lu Xun. "What do you want to do?" Lu Xun flicked his finger bop at Lily's forehead, then happily ran away. Lily stood there holding her forehead. "Why did you flick me?" Lu Xun laughed loudly. "Little Shishuzu wants to flick, so he flicks. Why do you need a reason?"
Lu Xun ran to Mao Nanbei. She gave him a cold stare, making him dumbfounded.
Then a loud scream rang out. Quadruple A. Mao Nanbei flicked her finger lightly, sending Lu Xun flying and sticking to the wall.
"So, Shiji flicking you once is no problem, right?" Lu Xun covered his face and came out. Ouch. A big lump swelled up on his forehead, super embarrassing.
Lily covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha. Arriving at the entrance of the backyard,
Mao Nanbei went ahead, while Lu Xun followed behind, acting like a goofball to tease everyone.
Suddenly, Lily's face changed. "Wait, I was allowed into the Sutra Depository to take care of Lu Xun, but now that Lu Xun has recovered, what am I even doing here anymore? Am I going to be kicked out right away?" Fourth Shiji. Second Shiji gave me this Fuchi art scroll. I can lend it to Lilai? No. Second Shiji gave it to you. It's yours. You can decide. Lilai heard Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei's conversation. She was extremely surprised. Wait, does this mean Lu Xun and I are going to be alone together now? Just as she was standing there stunned, a hand landed on Lily's shoulder. Hee. Lu Xun patted Lily's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "She's coming to the room with me." This made her ears turn completely red, and Lily shyly turned away. "Stay away, Is there something you need?" "Here, take this." Lu Xun held out the Fuchi art manual to Lily, offering it to her. "This has annotations on it. It will be of great benefit to your cultivation." Lily quickly waved her hands, hastily refusing. "Aren't you going to keep it and read it? Such a valuable thing. What a brave act."
"You've taken care of me these past few days. Besides, I've already memorized it."
"You've memorized it already. Since when?" "Just now. I got it from second senior sister." Lily held the book in her hands, stammering. Really, I don't believe it," Lu Xun confidently replied. "You can flip to any page and test me to see if I remember it." "Okay." Lily opened the book and was preparing to ask when the male lead raised his hand. "Wait." Lily tilted her head up, eyes wide. "What's wrong?" Lu Xun replied. "I want to increase the difficulty. Don't ask me the exact words. Ask me second senior sister's annotations." "Okay. Annotation number 3, page 2. Lu Xun turned, confidently answering. "This step cannot be too hasty. One must proceed step by step." Annotation number 7, page 15. "Use acupoints to guide the aura. Do not resist excessively." Hiya. As he spoke, Lu Xun struck a martial arts pose. Annotation number 1, page 37. "Swallowing spiritual qi cannot be greedy. One must remember this." You really remember everything? Is that even possible? As long as there's a sample book, the system will automatically scan the entire content.
This skill, it's truly heaven-defying.
Lily's affection for Lu Xun increased by several points. He's so amazing, and he's thinking of me like this. And the key thing is, he's so handsome.
Lu Xun sat on the ground, pointed to the bed, and said to Lily, "You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep here."
"All right." Lily sat on the bed, embarrassed, and said, "Actually, this bed can fit 2 people." "I know, but I need to cultivate now." Outside the room, Mao Nanbei's ears were perked up, pressed against the door, listening to their conversation. Mao Nanbei stood outside. Seeing that there wasn't the commotion he expected, he began to doubt his existence.
"Don't they say humans are in heat all year round? Or is there something wrong with this little junior brother's head?"
On this side, Lily lay on the bed, a book in her hands, while her eyes kept glancing at Lu Xun cultivating. "He's so amazing, and he's so diligent." Lily perked up, determined. "I can't be lazy either." A moment later, snoring sounds filled the room. Lily lay slumped over the book, snoring loudly, drool flowing uncontrollably. Lu Xun was still focused on cultivating. Although he could directly level up through the system, he had long wanted to try what real cultivation would be like. After all, in novels, cultivation is an extremely pleasurable thing, and the expansion into countless types of dual cultivation is precisely to increase the pleasure manifold. Come on, let me experience the pleasure of cultivation. As the thought ended, A green light emanated from Lu Xun's entire body, engulfing him. But life is not like a dream. Lu Xun's face contorted, and he opened his mouth to curse FCK. It hurts so much. Didn't they say cultivation is very pleasurable? What the hell is going on? Blood flowed from his eyes and mouth. This feeling was like countless needles being stabbed all over his body. This is bad. I'm about to not make it. He's cultivating, huh? But cultivation ain't as easy as it looks. This pain alone is more than he can handle.
Mao Nanbei is trying his best to focus, ears perked, listening for any movement inside.
The male leads cultivating, and Lu Xun's second senior sister can feel his aura too. The first time cultivating is super important, you know. But seriously, if cultivation's supposed to be all rainbows and unicorns, why is it so damn hard? It's 'cause it ain't easy that cultivating's tough, right? So, I gotta keep at it. Ain't no way I'm letting it hurt me to death.
The next morning, the sun's already peeked over the mountain, lighting up the whole backyard.
Whoa. Lily stretches and yawns as she wakes up,
rubs her eyes, and turns to see Lu Xun still sitting on the floor, blood coming out of every orifice, plus those dark circles. Lai can't help but be impressed. Dude's hardcore, he's been cultivating all night. That stuff hurts like hell. Favorability points up. Lu Xun glances at Li Lai. I'm bleeding from every hole, and she's getting the feels. Mao Nanbei's been lurking outside all night, his eyes all baggy. This kid's actually holding up. Second senior sister Ji-Yu Xiaomin smirks. This one's got a decent temperament. Lu Xun's body's aching like crazy, and he needs Lai to help him stand. He's shaking a bit, Lai asks, worried. You okay? She'll find out soon enough, once she starts cultivating for real. Lu Xun's got tears streaming down his face, whining. That hurt like a mother. Saying it made my scalp tingle is an understatement. It felt like 100 nurse ratchets were taking turns poking me with needles. Li Lai's worried, but she answers honestly, I'm not scared. Lu Xun's confused. Why? Lily grabs the doorframe and says slowly, 'Cause nothing in this world can hurt more than losing both your parents. Hearing Lai's story, the male lead zones out. He gets where she's coming from. Sorry about that. Lily looks back at him. It's okay. I'm gonna live my best life now, and I'm gonna cultivate like crazy. Little Grandaunt Marshall uncle. I can't come here anymore. I gotta go cultivate at the outer sect. Oh, right, Ji-Yu Xing Lai. Gotta go before Lu Xun steals my spotlight. Li Lai's out of here. She looks down, avoiding the male lead's eyes, her own eyes filled with melancholic thoughts. Who knows when they'll meet again after this farewell? Lu Xun reaches out and pinches her cheek. Can't help but tease her. What's with you, acting like it's the end of the world, ya goof? You can't come here, but I can go visit you. You're my only friend in this world. As he says that, Lu Xun's body oozes charm, captivating Li beyond rescue. Her cheeks are flushed red, so handsome it's criminal. Favorability points are skyrocketing again, making the male lead's face go pale. Back off. These favorability points are coming at the worst time. She's ruining this warm, touching moment. A while later, Lu Xun sees Li Lai off from the backyard. After walking a bit, Li Lai turns back and tells him, take care of yourself. Lu Xun stands there, smiling as he watches her leave. I'm definitely gonna take good care of myself. The cheats finally turned on after all. Once Li Lai's out of sight, he goes back into the backyard. Right, if I'm lucky when the players descend, maybe I'll run into my sister while playing Heaven's Fall. Maybe, just maybe. Gotta level up ASAP though. Even if I can't go back, I ain't letting anyone bully my sister here. He summons the system right away. System, yo. The system pops up. Lu Xun, level 0, experience 686 1/1000ths. Level up, yes or no. And it gives him two options. Yes or no. Lu Xun rests his chin, thinking, TCH, before cultivating today, my experience was 666. Cultivating all night only got me 20 points. This is the charm of 1-star comprehension, alright? Ain't got no choice now. I'll figure out how to get more comprehension later. Lu Xun reaches out and chooses. Yes, the system activates, leveling him up from 0 to level 1. Grumble, rumble. Lu Xun's stomach roared. He rubbed his belly and said, seriously, no more breakthroughs for now, gotta grab some grub first. Just as he was about to cook, a voice came from behind. Congratulations, little Shishu, on embarking on the path of cultivation. The Devil Sect leader, Shen Yan, approached Lu Xun and performed a disciple's greeting. To have such a talented disciple accepted by a mortal master, it is truly a blessing for our Devil Sect. Lu Xun also returned the greeting. Greetings, sect leader. At this moment, the male lead was quite flustered. Why is he here? Is he here to collect payment for that medicinal pill? That bald-headed dude was the famous Ironhead Gong in my previous life's game, not a single strand of hair to be found. Shen Yan smiled. Seeing little Shishu recover so quickly puts my mind at ease. Immortal Master accepting a disciple is a major event. Tomorrow I'll be holding a grand ceremony for little Shishu. I wonder if little Shishu will be able to attend. Ceremony. Ding. The system displayed. Sect reputation quest triggered. Accept quest. Quest reward. 10,000 experience points. Special attribute points.
So that's how it is. A grand ceremony is a godsend opportunity. Then I'll accept this quest. Does little Shishu have any concerns? No concerns at all. I will definitely attend this ceremony. Very well, then please grace us with your presence tomorrow, little Shishu. With that, Shenyan turned and left. 10,000 experience points and special attribute points. More importantly, I get to show off in front of all the Devil Sect disciples. Who wouldn't accept this?
Grumble. Rumble. Lu Xun's stomach rumbled again and again, interrupting his thoughts and leaving him speechless. System confirmed. Quest accepted successfully. Current quest progress. Boost reputation.
The male lead happily jumped up. Time to find some food.
What did you say? Mao Nanbei, burning with anger, shouted at Lu Xun's face.
You want this senior sister to catch fish for you, brat? Do you even understand your position and status?
Meow.
The male lead feigned a pitiful look and whined. Senior sister, I won't lie, my palate has been too bland these past few days, so I want to change it up with some delicious dishes. After all, before coming up the mountain, I was a direct disciple of a chef at a 5-star Supreme restaurant.
Hearing the words chef, Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up.
A chef at a 5-star Supreme restaurant. If you don't make it delicious, I'll eat you, meow. Mao Nanbei dashed off to catch fish as quick as lightning, leaving the male lead standing there.
He stared into the void, blankly recalling the scene of him making grilled skewers at a roadside stall called 5-star Supreme Restaurant, Qinghao Barbecue.
I didn't really lie, meow.
Mao Nanbei came flying back to Lu Xun's location,
holding a chicken in her left hand, a fish in her right, and even gnawing on a fish in her mouth, all to bring back for our MC to cook.
Seeing Mao Nanbei return, Lu Xun's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open. So fast, Mao Nanbei tossed her spoils in front of the MC, proudly declaring, Meow, who do you think your senior sister is? She struck a pose, waving her hand dismissively. This, me, is truly a kind senior sister.
Lu Xun looked at second senior sister with admiration. The little devil inside him chuckled. Indeed, the best hunting cat. This is third senior brother's kitchen. His food is terrible, and he always makes me taste test it.
Mao Nanbei turned and pointed at the little junior brother, warning, if you also cook badly, you'll have to eat it all yourself. Don't call me, Lu Xun smiled. No problem. Lu Xun got straight to work.
His hands moved swiftly with the knife and fish, and he chopped the vegetables with impressive skill,
creating uniformly sized pieces. After prepping the ingredients, Lu Xun lit the fire and started cooking the fish. As skilled as a professional chef, Mao Nanbei, keeping watch outside, couldn't resist being drawn in by the delicious aroma, her eyes shining brightly.
It smells so good. Quick as a shot, she dashed toward the kitchen. It smells amazing. Mao Nanbei pushed the door open, startling Lu Xun, who was cleaning up, causing him to turn around. Fourth senior sister. What's wrong? Mao Nanbei pounced toward the food container.
This senior sister can't wait any longer. Give me a bite.
Oh, but I was planning to take some to second senior sister too.
Mao Nanbei froze mid-action, her body suspended in the air before she plopped to the ground with a thud.
Ah, right. She reached out and grabbed the food container. I think so too. We must share with second senior sister. Second senior sister Shuzhai Ji Yu Xiaoman was still meditating by the lake in the bamboo forest when a fragrant scent drifted towards her, stirring her senses. It smells wonderful. Mao Nanbei carried the food container from afar, running towards her.
Second senior sister, Lu Xun, tried hard to keep up behind her. Mao Nanbei slammed the food container down on the stone slab where Ji Yu Xiaoman was sitting.
Quick, try our little junior brother's cooking. They opened the container and peered inside. 2 fish and a chicken, how should we divide it? Like this? Mao Nanbei used her cat scratch fever technique to quickly portion the food, then presented a tray to Ji Yu Xiaoman.
Second senior sister, this is for you. Lu Xun stood beside them, a little worried, wondering if a celestial being like second senior sister even needed to eat. Ji Yu Xiaoman swiftly snatched the tray from Mao Nanbei's hand and began devouring the food.
Lu Xun, standing nearby, was a little disappointed that she was already eating. He moved closer to sit beside his fourth senior sister.
Mao Nanbei held a fish, beaming with joy. I was dying for this. Ah. Mao Nanbei opened her mouth wide, ready to swallow the fish whole, when Lu Xun reached out and stopped her.
Leave some for me. The flavors of the mortal realm soothe the mundane heart.
Lu Xun stood up to fight over the fish with Mao Nanbei.
Hey, give it here. And so began the chaotic battle for the fish. while Jiyu Zhaoman sat calmly eating her portion. After a while, both were full, one lying on the ground, the other leaning against a rock, sighing, "I can't eat anymore." Lu Xun looked at Mao Nanbei's bulging belly and said helplessly, "It's all gone. If we eat more, we'll have to eat the plate."
Burp. A burp from second senior sister made the fourth junior sister and little junior brother stare at her in astonishment. But she remained aloof, keeping her eyes closed, causing her junior brother and sister to scrutinize her.
Oh snap, a while later, the two of them dipped. Lu Xun asked, "Fourth Shiji, when did Shiji say Xian Sheng's coming back? How would I know? Then why the heck did Xian Sheng even go down the mountain? Was it something important? A brawl with another demonic sect? Or is he gonna go mess with the righteous sects? Why bother doing all that useless stuff?"
He went down the mountain to have some fun, obviously. Lu Xun blanked out, jaw-dropping. Fun. Mao Nanbei just glanced at him like he was an idiot before walking off.
Or what, buried on the mountain all day, you gotta get some air. If it weren't for you, I'd have bolted down the mountain long ago. This ain't right.
Shouldn't a demonic sect boss like that be causing chaos and recruiting honeys to serve as her henchmen?
He really went down the mountain to chill. Ding! System notification. The game forum for Heavenly Dust World Online is now open. Did I jump the gun too soon? There ain't no threads yet. Already got over 3,000 people in here though. It's only been a minute. The forum's open now, but it's still probably 3 years until the intersect trials. Ain't no need to rush this much, is there?
Could it be that the flow of time in Heavenly Dust World and Blue Star World isn't the same? I get it now. If players are definitely going to descend, then I gotta put on a show at tomorrow's grand ceremony. After all, foolish players will enthusiastically chase after people who look impressive and stuff.
Heh, this essence refining art is pretty darn magical. One use every night takes 20 years off your life. But thankfully, you get experience points, or else it'd be a huge ripoff. Right now, his experience points have risen to 6,500. While he was cultivating, Mao Nanbei kicked his room door open. Get up now!" She stormed in.
"Little Xiaodi, let's go, quick!" Mao Nanbei grabbed Lu Xun's hand excitedly and dragged him away. Lu Xun, still half asleep, asked blankly, "Mao Nanbei, why so hyped today? Today's your introductory ceremony. It's lively, really crowded, and super fun. That's what you wanted to say, right?"
"That's not important. Let's go, Lu Xun pointed at the clothes lying on the table. "I'm in, but I gotta change into the sect leader's robe first," Mao Nanbei scoffed. "You're right. Now you're Xian Sheng's disciple, the demonic sect's little martial ancestral uncle. Gotta change into the demonic sect's clothes."
Mao Nanbei stood, with her arms crossed, eyes closed. "In the room," Lu Xun said shamelessly. "All right, I'm starting to change. I promise I absolutely won't peek."
Lu Xun grabbed Mao Nanbei by the scruff of the neck and kicked her out of the room. "Get out." He slowly closed the door. "Wait for me outside," Mao Nanbei angrily pointed at the male lead's face. "What's with that look in your eyes? You think I'd really peep at your body or something?" Slam. Lu Xun slammed the door shut, leaving Mao Nanbei fuming outside. "Although I can't see little Shidi changing, what would little Shidi look like in demonic sect robes? With his handsome face, I'm afraid." Creak, creak. The door was pushed open a crack by a foot stomping on it. Lu Xun, with a golden hat and wearing demonic robes, only accentuated his proud beauty. He walked magnificently out of the room.
Mao Nanbei saw him and stuttered speechlessly. Lu Xun, what's wrong?"
"Shiji."
Mao Nanbei ran away, covering her face in embarrassment. She ran while chanting, this is bad, I have to control myself. I want to make him my mount so bad, I want him so much. No, he's your little Shidi. Even if I disobey Xian Sheng, I still want him as Lu Xun didn't understand anything. He stood there with a dumb look, not knowing that excessive beauty would cause trouble for others, and naively blamed others. What's wrong with her? Got rabies. Oh, but this demonic sect robe seems to be a magical artifact. System scan. A piece of outer robe, made of precious materials, but without any attributes whatsoever. Emperor-grade fashion, no attributes. Fashion that doesn't add stats. All these noob players love buying this kind of stuff, then successfully transforming from regular noobs into hot noobs. While Lu Xun was busy thinking, Mao Nanbei, all tattered and torn, suddenly appeared. Lu Xun jumped back, startled. Senior sister, what happened to you? It's nothing, this mistress is fine. Just had a little tussle with some stray cats, and I won. The main character furrowed his brow. Suspicious. Tussle, which in reality was Mao Nanbei scratching herself up to calm down, but to save face, she turned away and blamed it on a fight. Whatever. Your grand ceremony is about to start, don't be late. Fourth senior sister. Isn't your representative supposed to give a lecture on stage?
Of course they are. What did you say?
Mao Nanbei's face was full of murderous intent as she ran a hand across her throat. Don't mess with me, or I'll chop your head off.
One can almost imagine the expressions of the demonic sect disciples eating their melon seeds.
But for ceremonies like these, we young masters still gotta maintain our status and image. With that, Mao Nanbei pulled open her robes and reached in for something. Lu Xun, who was behind her, saw her actions and panicked. Don't do anything weird. Mao Nanbei summoned the Crane Immortal. They both climbed onto the Crane Immortal and flew to the venue for the ceremony. Mao Nanbei continued. The whole status and image thing is because young masters need a mount to maintain their status and image. Every high-level cultivator needs their own mount.
Look down there. Those are our demonic sect disciples. Down below, the demonic sect disciples buzzed. Is that really our little granduncle master? With such a majestic appearance, is that really a real person? He's a living immortal. A real living immortal. He's so handsome my legs are about to give way. Not just your legs. If I had the little granduncle master's looks, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a wife. One look at the little granduncle master, and I'm ruined for life.
Lu Xun, standing high above, had no idea what all the commotion was about and was a little worried. What's going on down there? Why is it so noisy? Ding! The system displayed. Fame points are increasing, mainly from the female disciples. Warning, the favorability of females in the area is increasing too rapidly, which could lead to danger. What the hell is that? Half a sentence at the end.
Mao Nanbei turned to Lu Xun and said, It's time for you to lecture all the demonic sect disciples. Alright, Mao Nanbei kicked Lu Xun hard, grinning wickedly. Alright, go on down yourself.
Before the main character could prepare himself, he was kicked down, causing him to contort in all sorts of weird shapes and scream as he fell.
Mao Nanbei stood on her mount, folded her arms, and grinned. This height is just so this mistress can test how your training's been going lately. If you can't land on your feet, you'll be even more embarrassed than I used to be. The demonic sect disciples saw Lu Xun falling freely and became even more excited. Look, the little granduncle master is descending. I heard the little granduncle master hasn't even cultivated yet. Can he handle that height? This isn't good. Absolutely don't let his face hit the ground, little granduncle master. Lu Xun frowned and gritted his teeth, looking back at Mao Nanbei. Damn it, that girl is a total bitch. She wants to embarrass me. Not that easy. Even though I only have the first stage of the true Qi art, I'm a top-tier existence in the pro-gamer world. A god-level expert. I'm like a hacker, undefeated as long as I'm around. Boom! Lu Xun landed, creating a huge explosion that forced the demonic sect disciples to scatter. They gaped, staring in shock at the spot where he landed. Lu Xun landed gracefully, using one hand to brace himself. This level of body control was as easy as drinking water to him. The main character circulated his energy to the ground, using the momentum to stand up.
The demonic sect disciples, both male and female, surrounded him, full of admiration. So handsome, so cool.
Ding! The system announced. Fame points are increasing rapidly. Warning, the favorability of males is increasing faster than the favorability of females. Be careful of your body.
Reading the notification, Lu Xun was shocked. His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes widened, and his head was full of question marks.
The demonic sect master, who was standing nearby, cleared his throat. Cough, cough. The disciples of the devil sect turned around to look at him and immediately kneeled down, paying their respects to Lu Xun. Greetings, junior granduncle. Lu Xun glanced around at the disciples. Where is she? Li Lai, being pushed all the way to the back by the female disciples, tried to raise her hand high to attract his attention. He saw her too, pinpointing her location. Then a smirk crept onto the corner of his lips. The devil sect girls couldn't stop screaming, "Awa!" Lai Lai, standing in the crowd, he smiled. He noticed me, didn't he? He noticed me, didn't he? An elder walked up to Lu Xun and saluted. Greetings, junior uncle.
Lu Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier it was the disciples, now it's the Great Peak Lords and the sect leader. My seniority is way too high. Mao Nanbei, riding her mount, flew past him, not forgetting to stick her tongue out and tease him. Neener, neener, neener. Lu Xun was also furious, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing as she's my personal good cat, I won't bother with her.
The devil sect leader, Shen Yan, stepped forward. Please instruct us, junior granduncle. Lu Xun switched into performance mode. Instruct you? I'm not here to instruct you. I'm here to... Ding! System. Is there a level up, yes or no? His main purpose for coming here was to show off, so he didn't hesitate to press yes. The system immediately activated the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 in front of the devil sect disciples. He broke through. Junior granduncle has advanced to the second level. The second level of the Qi ingestion art is the hardest to break through. Mao Nanbei landed, retracted her mount into the palm of her hand, and stood watching Lu Xun break through.
The second level of the Qi ingestion art is even harder than the first, because it requires enlightenment. The first level of the Qi ingestion art is guiding Qi into the body. The second level requires comprehending one's own Qi. To see that requires not only outstanding talent, but also a mind as still as water.
Junior Granduncle isn't afraid to stand in front of everyone, even to achieve enlightenment. So that's it. Junior Granduncle is actually teaching us. The Devil's Sect disciples screamed even louder. The path is long and arduous. One must cultivate their heart. This is the principle that Junior Granduncle wants to teach us. The disciples seriously paid their respects. We respectfully follow Junior Granduncle's teachings. Lu Xun, after leveling up, saw the disciples paying their respects, and his face went blank, saying, "I was just showing off a little. What teachings did I give?" System notification. Reputation points 1375-2000. The main character jumped in shock. WTF. Shen Yan stood there, falling into deep thought. In just 2 days, Junior Granduncle has broken through to the second level of the Qi ingestion art. So just how big of a Qi sea did he see? Some people with limited vision might only see the size of a water vat, while some people with far-reaching vision might see a babbling brook. But the Qi sea, seen by a genius of unparalleled talent, will definitely be extraordinary. The Qi sea I initially saw was as wide as a long river. So what did he see? Lu Xun frowned, trying to remember. Speaking of the Qi ingestion art, it seems like breaking through to the second level means you can see your Qi sea, but why can't I see anything at all? Could it be because I'm the child of destiny, so it's completely different from what's recorded? That's right, it must be like that. I wonder how Junior Uncle Ancestor saw his Qi sea. With his temperament, I bet he saw a mighty river. I feel the same way. It's a pity Junior Granduncle didn't reveal it. It seems like people know what's inside him now. What inside are you talking about? The normal inside. Everyone, what do you think Junior Granduncle saw in his Qi sea? Gong Yu, the Thunder Peak Lord and Enforcement Elder, spoke up first. Junior Granduncle doesn't want to say, maybe because he didn't see much. Yu Weiwan, the Peak Lord of Moonwater Cloud Peak, chimed in. Senior brother Gong Yu, you can't assume that. Junior Uncle is the immortal teacher's disciple, and his state of mind is extraordinary. I wouldn't be surprised if he saw ponds, streams, or even rivers. Sima Chuan, the Peak Lord of Evergreen Peak, added, based on my intuition, I agree with Senior Brother Gong Yu's thinking. Yue Hishan, the Peak Lord of Herbal Elixir Peak, known for mediating, stepped forward. In that case, how about we place a bet? He. The Peak Lord of Herbal Elixir Peak's words immediately met with icy glares from the other Peak Lords. He recoiled, defending himself. I was just suggesting. If you all don't like it, we won't bet. The elders immediately changed their tune and started pulling out their money pouches. That's great. Let's bet. I'm definitely winning today. The righteous and upright Thunder Peak Elder stepped forward. Peak Lords, Article 13 of the sect rules clearly states that initiating such behavior is forbidden. Violators will be fined 5 million spirit stones. The others chimed in. Don't be so rigid. Take it. They each presented a pouch containing 5 million spirit stones to the Thunder Elder. Senior Brother Gong Yu, don't be a spoilsport. Initiating is forbidden, not completely prohibiting it. I'm just paying the 5 million spirit stones as a fine. It's just a small amount, just for fun. The helpless Elder Gong Yu hugged the pile of money in his arms, watching the other elders discussing their bets. He put the pile of spirit stone pouches on the ground. Just a small amount, just for fun. Doing it once in a while isn't forbidden either. With that, he tossed his own pouch of spirit stones into the pile of others. Then, he quickly ran over to the fore. I'm betting too. Lu Xun stood nearby, observing the elders. Why do these guys have such weird looks in their eyes? It feels uncomfortable to be stared at. Mao Nanbei summoned her crane immortal, sat on it, and approached Lu Xun. She called out, Get on, let's head back. Mao Nanbei's cheeks were flushed, and she kept giggling at Lu Xun, making him a little hesitant. Why does fourth senior sister's gaze feel so strange too? He jumped onto the crane immortal and started questioning. Mao Nanbei, fourth senior sister. You've been staring at me the whole way, what's wrong? Then, I'll just say it straight. Kitten, exactly how much Qi did you see? Lu Xun froze. Oh. He was speechless, and then he recalled, falling into his subconscious. Actually, in that moment of advancement, those 3 moments, I only saw an endless, pitch-black void. I didn't see a single bit of Qi. He turned to look at Mao Nanbei, replying, This isn't convenient to explain. Mao Nanbei yelled threateningly. What's inconvenient about it? I'm your senior sister. Lu Xun turned his face away and said nothing. Even if his face is thick, and he likes to act like the chosen son of heaven, he still needs face saving. He put on a pitiful expression, looking at Mao Nanbei, seeming wronged, his eyes welling up with tears, unable to speak, telling others that I didn't see a single bit of Qi. This is connected to aptitude. Only those close to me know. My reputation for this lifetime will be ruined."
Seeing his teary eyes, Mao Nanbei felt a little soft-hearted. She turned a blind eye.
Then, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Looks like junior brother isn't that gifted after all.
But to make up for it,
you have to grill a few more fish for this senior sister tonight. That's not a problem, it doesn't matter how much you see.
Anyway, you're already one of us from Maiden Peak.
Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll chop their head off.
Lu Xun let out a heavy sigh.
Sing, why does this suddenly feel like my reality? Extremely miserable. No parents, no backing, not fond of forming cliques.
Back then, showing off my skills everywhere was just to get noticed, like practicing an alternative account.
Without a game guild or a studio like mine, how could I get noticed and find orders without showing off a little? How many people really like showing off like that? Thinking this, he slowly sat down on the crane's back and lay down, closing his eyes in thought. But to attract attention, I have to make myself feel a bit like I exist. And there's still my younger sister.
But is there a possibility, just a possibility, that my sea of qi is actually black? The next morning, Mao Nanbei, full and satisfied, transformed into her original form, lying in second senior sister's arms, being petted, love it meow, and Lu Xun was sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast.
Second senior sister said to Mao Nanbei, "Little junior brother saw very little sea qi."
Mao Nanbei closed her eyes and sighed.
Meow. Ji Yu Xiaoman didn't say anything, turning to look at the little junior brother sitting at the table.
Suddenly, Mao Nanbei jumped out of second senior sister's arms, leaping onto Lu Chen's head.
He angrily grumbled, "Fourth senior sister, what are you doing? I'm still eating. Your fur is getting into my bowl."
Mao Nanbei sat down on his head, licking her sweet paws,
and said, "Little junior brother, I have something important to tell you. Don't move."
Lu Xun, who was in the middle of picking up food with his chopsticks, didn't dare to move, glancing at Mao Nanbei.
Mao Nanbei waved her paw. "Little junior brother, even if the qi you see is very, very little, don't be discouraged. Fourth senior sister will protect you. If anyone bullies you in the future, this old lady will chop off their heads." Meow. Lu Xun was silent for a moment, then his eyes welled up with emotion as he looked at Mao Nanbei.
Fourth senior sister.
He picked up half of his fish and offered it to her.
"Do you want to eat it?"
Mao Nanbei quickly snatched the fish, stuffing it into her mouth.
"Of course I'll eat it, meow."
She sat on Lu Xun's head, munching noisily, the fish sauce dripping onto the main character's forehead. He yelled, "Ouch!"
Second senior sister, Ji Yu Xiaoman, sat quietly, listening to their conversation, but didn't say a word. She tilted her head, looking at Lu Xun sitting there, thinking to herself,
"I want to help him."
The night was late, and the moon was at its peak.
Just as everyone was falling asleep, a voice rang out, shattering the silence. "You, don't come here." Lu Xun was having a nightmare, his body trembling slightly, mumbling, "You, who are you, who are you?" He sat up abruptly, cursing angrily.
"Damn it," Lu Xun gasped for air.
Phew. A dream within a dream.
Someone was chasing me, but I couldn't see their face clearly. Who was that shadow? So strange.
Whatever. Don't think too much about it. Maybe it's just too much pressure. System, display my fame points.
1827-2000.
Just over 100 more fame points, and the mission is complete. That's what I should be concerned about. Sleep. Lu Xun lay down, pulled the blanket over himself, and quickly fell asleep.
Silence returned to the room.
The shadow that was chasing Lu Xun earlier reappeared in front of him in the dream.
He jumped in fright.
What the heck? Again. That blue shadow is pointing its sword and charging at me. Damn it. Even in my dreams there's a sequel.
Seeing the tip of the sword getting closer and closer, the main character stood motionless, cursing, "Damn it!" In real life, he pinched his cheeks hard to wake up.
Phew. What the hell was that? A dream loop. I'm being haunted. Today, I, Lu Xun, refuse to believe it. Tonight, I'm determined to have a good night's sleep. With that, he lay down on his pillow, pulled up the blanket, and fell asleep.
Snore.
He met the assassin shadow in his dream again.
He pinched his cheeks to wake himself up,
and he was still being haunted. Seriously. His eyes sharpened. Today, I refuse to believe it. HMPH. Less than a second later, he was snoring away. The female assassin shadow appeared once again in front of him.
Lu Xun was helpless.
This is gonna kill me. The assassin maid is attacking again, and our main character is running away like his butt's on fire. Wait a sec. This can't just be a coincidence? There's no way I'd keep having the same dream over and over. So that leaves only one possibility. Lu Xun turns around to face his opponent, waving his hand. System scan.
System display. Sword Intent Entanglement, triggering Jiyu Xiaoman's Sword Intent special training task, except
Lu Xun regains his confidence, grinning slyly. So that's it. So that's what's going on. Another good deed from second senior sister. Lu Xun can't let that go to waste. Except explosive initiation. Second senior sister's shadow pulls out a sword and rushes forward, stabbing the main character's body. This whole night, Lu Xun gets killed in all kinds of ways. Oog PFFT. One move goes straight through the chest. Arg thumps. Another move pierces the gut. Erg cough. One move stabs him from behind. After being killed 63 times by the assassin ghost the entire night, Lu Xun wakes up from the nightmare. He raises his hand to his forehead and sighs. Phew, his eyes light up, and he sits straight up. Already morning. How many more times can I die? Crunch, crunch, crunch. The chewing sounds of Mao Nanbei attract his attention. Mao Nanbei holds out the seed in his hand toward him, calmly asking, "How many more times do you want?" Lu Xun turns his face away. No need. Being killed all night, even though it's exciting, is still a little tiring. While he wasn't paying attention, Mao Nanbei pounces over and shoves food into Lu Xun's mouth. Fourth senior sister yanks Lu Xun's bangs upwards, covering his mouth. "Eat it! You have to eat! And you have to eat 2 of them. After seeing that Lu Xun has swallowed, she jumps off of him, dusting off her hands. "These apples are good for you, but you can only eat 2 a day. Don't be greedy, Lu Xun." With a dark face, sits on the bed, struggling to swallow the 2 apples stuck in his throat, replying with difficulty, "Ugh." A moment later, he rests his chin on his hand, pondering. "These aren't normal apples. They taste cool and refreshing in my mouth. And swallowing them gives me a kind of invigorating feeling. Definitely worth being her lab rat." Mao Nanbei interrupts the main character's thoughts. "I counted yesterday, you were killed 36 times in total. Was second senior sister's sword intent easy to handle?" Lu Xun's face scrunches up. "How did you know?" Mao Nanbei approaches Lu Xun, pointing her thumb at herself, replying smugly, "No big deal. Your fourth senior sister doesn't know if you need me to take you to beg second senior sister to take back her sword intent. He. But that wasn't Mao Nanbei's true intention. The truth is, second senior sister doesn't listen to me at all. But that doesn't matter. All I want is to see my pitiful little junior brother beg me." He. Lu Xun raises his hand and clears his throat. "Actually, I have a difficult problem I want to confirm. With fourth senior sister, Mao Nanbei is secretly delighted. It's coming. Quickly beg me pathetically." Cough, cough. "Will second senior sister's sword intent fade away with time?" Mao Nanbei pouts, crossing her arms in front of her chest. "Of course not. A little disappointed inside. Things aren't going the way she thought." Lu Xun happily turns his head away. "Then that's just too great." Mao Nanbei puts her hands together, her head filled with question marks. He was tormented all night. Has he become addicted? Does he like this kind of thing? Lu Xun intently looks at the system notification of the sword talent reward +1. "So it seems I can persevere for 30 days. Thanks to second senior sister's sword intent, Lu Xun will definitely get his sword talent." Lu Xun throws off the blanket, getting out of bed. "Let's go, fourth senior sister. I'll make you some food." Mentioning food, Mao Nanbei's eyes light up, agreeing without hesitation. "Okay." Stepping to the door, Lu Xun suddenly stops. What day is it today?" "Why, it's the visiting day for cultivators' relatives. Today, disciples with family are all going down the mountain. So that's it. For disciples without family, the demon sect is home. We should celebrate a little too." That's right, these are just the cultivators of the mortal world. They just have a slightly longer lifespan and some superpowers. But the smoke and fire of humanity is absolutely indispensable. That's also why so many people were willing to indulge in this illusory world full of the taste of human sentiment in the first place. Lu Xun chuckled awkwardly. At least compared to the cold reality, this virtual world is a kind of tenderness. Outside, people were bustling about buying things, greeting each other warmly. "Today is the Immortal Sect's visitation day. My son is coming home for the new year. My daughter doesn't even want to come back. They say she's been accepted into the inner sect. Hey, my daughter has already been accepted as a disciple by an elder." As the saying goes, faster than you can blink, Zhang San straight up ripped Li Si's underwear off. A white-haired gentleman was sitting in a tea house, drinking tea and telling stories. The flash of his long, pale legs was too much, and you could tell he was about to hit the climax of his tale. The gentleman stopped his story, picked up his teacup. The customers in the tea house clamored, "Gentlemen, please continue. Cutting it off like that is just cruel. It's a disgrace to us scholars." The gentleman stood up and waved a gong, saying to everyone, "If you want to know what happens next to Zhang San and Li Si, tune in next time." Clang, clang.
Those with money, put it in the jar. Those without money, borrow some to put in. Like anyone's gonna give you money when we haven't even heard the good part.
The angry patron stood up and left. If it's tune in next time, then we'll pay next time. Let's go. Let's go, sisters. We'll come back tomorrow. The gentleman remained silent, gracefully drinking his tea. His young disciple turned and reminded him, Master, we didn't get any money again today. You really need to fix your cliffhanger zang habit.
The storytelling gentleman stood up and walked towards the door. He said storytelling is just a hobby. Whether there's money or not doesn't matter. The disciple followed, puzzled. Then are we going back to the mountain?
The gentleman glanced at his disciple. What's there to do back at the mountain? The disciple replied. Are we going to check on our junior brother?
The gentleman continued walking, stopping next to a mirror stall on the side of the road.
The gentleman leaned closer to the mirrors, answering the disciple's question. Is it necessary? Would he be better off if I went? Isn't it just 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth? The young disciple crossed his arms, looking annoyed. You're always preening yourself, and you're dissing people's appearances. Is it because sect leader Shen Yan is short and annoying that he got stuck with being the sect leader?
The gentleman left the disciple and went to the elders playing chess.
Sai, your move is so bad. The elders glared at him angrily and stood up, cursing. A true gentleman doesn't comment if he doesn't know how to play, huh? Seeing that the elders were furious and about to hit him, he took off running. Even so, the gentleman didn't forget to mock, definitely a terrible chess player. Fast as the wind, he brushed past his disciple, leaving him dazed and then sighing. If master hasn't had enough fun yet, then have all the fun you want before going back to the mountain. Couldn't keep up. That chess was seriously bad. The disciple ran after him, replying, No. A moment later, the disciple caught up with the gentleman, saying to him, Then let's keep going. There seems to be a gambling house up ahead. Want to play a little? Wait, master. The disciple didn't understand. Why did you set those rules for accepting disciples in the first place?
The storytelling gentleman, who was none other than the Little Book Chambers gentleman currently traveling down the mountain, casually replied to the disciple, That day, standing on the reception peak, a sudden inspiration struck, and I just blurted it out. This expression clearly shows he's making up nonsense again. Those 3 conditions must have a deeper meaning.
Looks like when we get back to the mountain, I'll have to carefully study our junior brother to see how he fulfills those 3 conditions.
The young man with the Little Book Chambers gentleman
is the 3rd senior brother of Little Book Chamber, a senior brother full of desire to learn.
Back at the demonic sect, Mao Nanbei and Lu Jun were heading towards the bamboo bed. The male lead opened his mouth. 4th senior sister. Why? Why did 2nd senior sister suddenly leave sword intent for me? Mao Nanbei, still with food on her lips, explained to her junior brother. Maybe she saw how little you had when you entered the 2nd level of the solid chi technique, and decided to train you more.
So how much of 2nd senior sister's power was used in that sword intent? Mao Nanbei covered her mouth and laughed. How much? You'll find out later. Lu Xin frowned, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek, looking at her senior sister in confusion. Could it be that she didn't? Not inviting the 2 of them, they talked as they walked.
Before long, they arrived at 2nd senior sister's place. Mao Nanbei waved to her senior sister. 2nd sis, I'm here to bring you food again.
Lu Xun bowed. Thank you, 2nd senior sister, for your guidance. It's like 2nd senior sister has never actually said a word to me. Let's try it out today. Lu Xun continued to bow. Thank you, 2nd senior sister, for your guidance. Ji Yu Zhao Man nodded. Heard it. Heard it. The male lead brought over a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Ji Yu Zhao Man. Well, please try it, senior sister. I made a special thick sauce noodle dish today. Ji Yu Zhao Man held the hot bowl of noodles in her hands, its aroma filling the air. She couldn't help but exclaim, Smells amazing. Then she slurped the noodles into her mouth. After eating, her eyes lit up. Delicious, so delicious. Lu Xun, observing from behind, suddenly felt that 2nd senior sister was strangely adorable. Sword intent radiated from Ji Yu Zhao Man, even reaching the male lead, who was surprised. Sword intent? After a moment of observation, his eyes lit up as if he had an idea. 2nd senior sister's hairpin, is that a sword? Initially, the Heavenly World Online game only went up to level 60. Back then, no player had ever seen 2nd senior sister make a move. So the question is, just how strong is 2nd senior sister?
Just a hairpin used as a sword made me lose sleep all night, wetting the bedsheets dozens of times. Thinking of this, Lu Jun lowered his head in a little shame.
I wonder what 2nd senior sister looks like in reality, when she takes off her hairpin and her hair flows freely. Huff, huff, huff. 4th senior sister, can you slow down? I can barely keep up. Lu Xun stopped to catch his breath. Huff, huff. Can't do it, can't do it. Mao Nanbei cheerfully turned her head to tease him, asking if he already couldn't handle it. Aren't you human men always saying that you can never admit you can't do something? You've only been going for a little while, and you can't walk anymore.
Lu Xun blushed.
Does she even know what she's saying? Mao Nanbei made a face, sticking out her tongue and saying, "Liar, liar, go to bed earlier." With that, Mao Nanbei ran off at rocket speed.
Clang! Mao Nanbei bumped into a figure standing in front of her. She exclaimed, "Ouch!" Shen Yan nodded.
"Greetings to the two martial uncles."
Mao Nanbei angrily pointed at Shen Yan's face. "You little stumpy head, are you blind? Next time you block my path, I'll bite you, meow." Shen Yan sweated profusely, not daring to say a word. Mao Nanbei also silently held one side of her face, glancing behind her. Then she walked away, but didn't forget to turn back and warn Shen Yan. "Annoying. Whatever, next time I'll bite you." Shen Yan stood there silently, watching Mao Nanbei. After a while, Lu Xun finally dragged himself up to where Shen Yan was. He gasped for breath and said, "Sect leader, do you have something you need me for?"
Shen Yan replied, "How did little martial uncle know that I came looking for you?
Surely you wouldn't be looking for fourth senior sister, wanting to invite her to go fishing, would you?
Or maybe go dig for bird nests? Seems a bit beneath the sect leader's dignity, doesn't it?" "Haha, you really understand your senior sister. I did indeed come to find you. I wonder if martial uncle knows. Just how big was the sea of qi you saw? Just tell me, and all this is yours." Lu Xun waved his hand. "Nah, can't do that." Shen Yan awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, fair enough, some private stuff is too personal to share easily. I'm here for something else actually, haha." Our main character frowns. "Dude, the word awkward is practically tattooed on your face. The elders are organizing a trial for the outer sect disciples, and we were wondering if junior martial uncle would be interested in joining." Lu Xun put his hands behind his back, glancing at the sect leader. "With my super weak skills, I can join a trial."
Shen Yan scratched his head. "Yeah, the trial this time is pretty simple. It's all about painting. Most of the outer sect disciples are participating."
Ding! The system pops up right in front of our main character, announcing,
"Quest activated. Participate in the sect's painting trial. Last for 50 minutes. Quest reward, 1,000 to 5,000 experience points." Our main character is stunned. 5,000 experience points. His eyes lit up with surprise. 5,000 experience points, just for holding a brush and painting for 50 minutes.
"No way. Going back to the mortal realm and almost dying only gave me 20 experience points, and now just holding a brush gets me at least 1,000. Is this for real?"
"Sect leader, is it really just painting?"
Shen Yan rubbed his hands together. "Oh, it's just painting with brushes. You'll be using the brush from Xiansheng's brush, no wonder. Regular people probably can't even lift the brush. But at least it's not dangerous. I'll accept it first. I'll see how it goes then." Lu Xun calmly agreed. "Alright, I'll participate in this trial." Shen Yan stepped forward. Great, then please follow me, martial uncle." "But I just walked a long way, and my legs are still wobbly." And then Lu Xun brushed past Shen Yan, causing him to lose his balance and faceplant.
"So this is what flying feels like. Too bad it's just a one-day flight ticket." Shen Yan cast a spell to make Lu Xun fly in the air. While he rode his sword behind him, Lu Xun was secretly happy.
"Lei Li, I'm coming to visit you." Lu Xun flew past the mountain. A hammer. "No matter how many times I look at it, this mountain still looks like a sword sheath."
Shen Yan turned to look at him.
"Is junior martial uncle thinking about the shape of Jieyin Peak?" Shen Yan opened his mouth. "Then do you know who shaped the mountain like this?" Lu Xun frowned. "Could it be someone made it? That's amazing, the top of the mountain has been ground away."
Of course, just after one sword strike, the entire Jieyin Peak turned into its current appearance. It was a sword from Xiansheng.
Why not the almighty Jima sect, Xiansheng's eldest disciple, who is also my Shizun? So the demon sect has only had 2 demon sect leaders. Shen Yan got angry, pointing at the main character. "Kid, you're missing the point."
Shen Yan regained his composure, clearing his throat. "Ahem, the point is that my Shizun's sword strike is invincible. Forget Myriad Sword Mountain and One Sword Mountain. As long as my Shizun is still around, they can never become the #1 sword."
"Huh. Are you saying that my senior brother is the #1 sword in the world? So where is he now?" "Shizun is indeed the #1 sword in the world, but is currently in closed-door cultivation."
Closed-door cultivation.
I seem to have heard this concept before when playing games in my previous life, right?
Shizun is seeking a breakthrough, and if he doesn't break through, he won't come out for the rest of his life. The worst thing is that those trash from Myriad Sword Mountain and One Sword Mountain keep trying to scout whether Shizun is still alive or not. They value the false reputation of the #1 sword so much. And you said that the senior brother is the first sect leader of the demon sect, so what is Xiansheng?
What is Xiansheng then?
To be precise, Xiansheng is a rogue cultivator.
Even now he has no sect or faction. He is not a member of our demon sect. Then I understand. I told you. How come the demon sect doesn't act like a demon sect at all? Shen Yan helplessly looked at the clueless guy in front of him. I've been telling him all this time. But is little Shishu even listening? Little Shishu must have too low cultivation and mediocre comprehension. He can't understand at all just how heaven-defying is Shizun, really. If that's the case, I must shoulder this responsibility. Forget about explaining it to him. I won't allow anyone to not know how awesome my Shifu is. Little Shishu, look. Back then, my Shizun cleaved a mountain with one sword. Half a strand of the sword intent still remains to this day, with traces left on the mountaintop. Many sword cultivators even sneak over to admire it, trying to discern the truth. Shen Yan patted Lu Xun's shoulder. It's true, they're over there checking it out. That spot is so low and flat, like someone chopped it off horizontally. Little Shishu has such a keen eye. I was the one who chopped off that mountain. These sword cultivators wanting to steal from us is one thing, but why are they standing so high up? Lu Xun grinned sinisterly. This way of acting finally has a bit of the demon sect's style. No one's gonna ride on my head, get down here, all of you. If those sword cultivators want to observe, they're probably not just looking at the spectacle, but also trying to comprehend the sword intent. I wonder if I can give it a try. Lu Xun said to the demon sect leader, Can I take a look at the half strand of sword intent that senior apprentice brother left behind? That's fine. Whenever I encounter doubts in my cultivation, I also come here to contemplate. Even so, I'll only let little Shishu look once, just once. Little Shishu, don't be greedy. What happens if you look too much? When I observe the sword intent will also observe you, and if the sword intent glances at you, you will surely die. Lu Xun rested his chin on his hand. Puzzled, if it glances at me, I'll definitely die. But I have revival money, so I can't die even if I die. If I happen to comprehend something, that would be a huge opportunity. Shen Yan asked again, Does little Shishu still want to look? The main character replied confidently, Of course. Even if I might die, I want to look. Shen Yan cast a spell on Lu Xun's forehead. I will risk my life to protect little Shishu. Lu Xun was taken to a gloomy place with 10,000-foot-high cliffs. He was confused. This place isn't like before. There's a glimmer of light. Is that half strand of sword intent in this place? A dazzling sword flash streaked across, tearing through the night. Lu Xun widened his eyes to observe. This? Holy crap, it's sentient. Holy crap, it's looking at me. Lu Xun broke out in a cold sweat, rooted to the spot, his whole body unable to move. Whoosh! The sword intent flashed right in front of him again. Vroom! Then the sword intent tore through the night clouds and shot up into the sky. Lu Xun stood there with a blank face. The sword intent ran away. Suddenly from behind, the main character felt a hand reach out, heading straight for him. Shen Yan reached through the barrier and pulled him back to the mortal realm. Shen Yan was drenched in sweat, panting. Whew, did little Shishu gain anything? HMPH. Lu Xun was absent-minded, saying nothing. Ding. The system appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a great opportunity. Receiving sword talent 1 point. Lu Xun LV2. Willpower maxed. Sword talent 1. The main character held out his hands, and a brilliant golden light entered his forehead. He was a little puzzled by the system's scoring. Looking at the sword intent got me a special attribute point. Shen Yan, who was standing nearby, was dazzled by the light, and hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself. Little Shishu actually comprehended the sword path. He widened his eyes. Could it be that little Shishu is a sword genius? A natural sword embryo from the legends? Lu Xun was still in the process of absorbing the sword energy. He closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, and the light just kept getting brighter and brighter. Shen Yan exclaimed in shock. This is the whole body emitting a radiant aura. His forehead shone brightly, illuminating the area like the morning sun. The disciples of the demonic sect gathered, weapons in hand, ready and focused, intently observing the strange phenomenon. Damn, the sword is vibrating. Heavenly omen. Has something big happened to our demonic sect? Li Li was full of worry. That direction seems to be from the back mountain, where Lu Xun is. Suddenly, a loud laugh from Shen Yan rang out. Haha, congratulations to little Shishu on comprehending sword intent. The entire sect's disciples cheered joyfully. Little Shishu, little Shishu, little Shishu. Lili's eyes sparkled as she looked towards him. Lu Xun opened his eyes. The system displayed his stats. Lu Xun, LV2. Willpower max. Sword aptitude, 1. Note. Condensed sword intent. Lu Xun was intently reading when a slender hand reached out and touched his shoulder. It was the hand of Shui Yun Peak Lord, Luo Wanque. Who knows when she had appeared behind him? Congratulations, little Shishu, on condensing sword intent, startling Lu Xun. Shen Yan bowed respectfully. When we were at Little Shishu's level, none of the disciples from the 10,000 Swords Mountain or One Sword Mountain could condense sword intent. Little Shishu is the first person to ever do it. Ha ha ha. Watching the elders and disciples of the demonic sect happily laughing, Lu Xun wasn't happy at all, sporting a very awkward expression. It's just one more skill, is it worth this bunch being so happy? Ding. The reputation mission is complete. Reputation points 2,333 2,000ths. Completed. Seeing the words mission completed, Lu Xun immediately laughed loudly, joining in with everyone's laughter. Ha ha ha. So, comprehending sword intent can increase reputation points. It really is worth celebrating. Lu Xun, the gamer, didn't understand what sword intent really meant to cultivators. After all, he was just a BG leveling up based on experience points. Ding. Host has completed the mission, received 10,000 experience points, and 1 special attribute point that can be allocated. Lu Xun reached out and touched the system screen. 10,000 experience points are enough for me to level up to LV5. But the most valuable thing is still this special attribute point. The special attribute point can be freely allocated. I'll add it to sword aptitude. Are these people going to be so happy they go crazy?
Shen Yan edged closer to the main character. Little Shishu, I wonder if you want to go back to the back mountain to cultivate in seclusion now, in case this outer sect trial isn't up to par.
Nah. Before Shen Yan could finish, Lu Xun interrupted. It's okay, sect leader, I still want to go and take a look. Are you kidding me? It's just a little bit of serendipity. How can it stop me from completing the mission?
Shen Yan closed his eyes and nodded. All right, try it then. Little Shishu is naturally intelligent. What if you get another lucky encounter?
Little Shishu. This is the location for testing the outer sect disciples of the demonic sect.
They bowed their heads in unison. Greetings, Grand Little Ancestral Shishu, sect leader, all masters and elders. Lu Xun waved his hand with a flourish. Spare the formalities for the disciples. I've come with everyone to participate in the examination. No need for so much ceremony.
The demonic sect disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration and emotion. Grand Little Ancestral Shishu is truly approachable and friendly, both handsome and close to the people. He's a perfect man, a male disciple with hearts in his eyes, biting a pink handkerchief. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love. The 2 fellow disciples next to him looked at him with disdain.
Sect leader Shen Yan turned to look at the elders. Everyone, the trial is about to begin. Shouldn't old folks like us move back a bit?
Sect leader, is it okay to leave now, or should we find a place to sit down and drink tea? Right. It seems like it's been a long time since we all had tea together, hasn't it?
Gong Yu elder looked at Shen Yan suspiciously.
The last time they had tea was just yesterday. The sect leader froze, unable to say anything.
Yao Lai Peak Lord glanced at Gong Yu elder.
Why is this guy so blunt? Shen Yan smiled awkwardly. Could it be that Elder Gong Yu doesn't want to see the results of Little Shishu's examination? Gong Yu elder lifted his chin, putting on a serious expression. Of course I do.
He changed his attitude 360 degrees, clapping and laughing, wanting to watch, leaving the sect leader and the elders next to him feeling helpless.
Elder Yu Hishan put his arm around Elder Gong Yu's shoulder, cheerfully saying, Then it's settled. Let's go, let's have some tea together. As Lu Xun watched the sect leader and the elders leave, someone called his name. Lu Xun. It's me, Lili.
Struggling to squeeze forward and waving to catch Lu Xun's attention amidst a crowd of female disciples swooning over his looks, her cheeks flushed. It's little Grand Uncle Master, he's still so handsome.
Lu Xun tilted his head, glanced down, and a slight smile graced his lips.
He reached out his hand towards Li Lai, gesturing for her to come over, which stunned her, while the group of female disciples were too captivated by his beauty to snap out of it.
Li Li tried to push through the crowd surrounding him. Excuse me, just squeezing through here.
Li Li stepped up to Lu Xun, standing before a sea of admiring eyes focused on the 2 of them.
Li Li stood facing the male lead, stammering. Long time no see. Lu Xun chuckled at her cuteness, teasing. You wanted to use me as a human furnace before. Are you finally feeling ashamed now? He slowly walked towards her. Do you still have those thoughts?
HMPH.
Lu Xun patted Lili's head, making her heart skip a beat, and she lowered her head shyly. This disciple wouldn't dare, but the words desire were practically written all over Lili's face, leaving Lu Xun helpless. You say you wouldn't dare, but the word lust is plastered all over your face. Does your horny little head crave my body that much? From afar, the demon sect elder, Xiwan Shui, approached the male lead, introducing herself. I am the elder in charge of this trial. Li Lai embarrassedly covered her face and turned away. Elder Xiwan Shui approached Lili, poking her pouty, chubby cheeks, and glanced at Lu Xun, saying, Little Grand Uncle Master, do you want to go first? Or do you want to watch everyone else first? Lu Xun clasped his hands behind his back with a proud air, replying, I'll go first. Consider it a warm-up for everyone, and to avoid me making everyone nervous by just standing there watching, the disciples below cheered non-stop. Wow! Little Granduncle Master is so considerate. That's right. Little Granduncle Master is so thoughtful, always worrying about us.
System, prestige points plus 2333, Lu Xun thought to himself. Please everyone, try your best to become my die-hard fans. My prestige points depend on you guys.
Elder Chiwai Shui approached the competition table. In that case, please begin the examination, Granduncle Master.
Lu Xun walked over to the drawing table. The system displayed a large, low-level talisman paper. Lu Xun stood there for a moment, observing the talisman paper. Nothing special. Then the focus of this examination must be on the brush.
Elder Chiwai Shui began to explain the rules. This brush was bought by the scholar from the town below to write words and draw pictures. The content of your examination today is to pick up this brush and write or draw on this large talisman paper.
You can draw anything. The person who uses the brush for the longest time will receive a jade green pill. That jade green pill is a treasure that can sustain your cultivation for several dozen days.
The disciples once again buzzed with excitement. Just drawing. I can draw until the heavens and earth collapse. HMPH. Drawing is my specialty. I was even drawing on the bed yesterday. Junior brother, you peed the bed, didn't you?
Li Li stood nearby, cheering. Lu Xun, do your best later. He nodded.
Then, little Granduncle Master, the official examination begins. System examining properties. A low-quality writing brush, accompanied by scholars used inkstone LV20 note, possesses spiritual essence. Lu Xun frowned. A writing brush with LV20, and it has spiritual essence. Just how powerful is my never-before-seen master? Whatever, I'll just try it out first. It can't be as impossible to lift as Thor's hammer, right? Lu Xun held the brush in his hand. Surprisingly light. This trial isn't difficult at all.
He dipped the brush into the inkstone. The brush suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making the male lead's face darken, his whole body trembling as he tried to hold it. The heck, it got heavy.
He gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his face. My legendary hand built over years can't handle a freaking brush like you. He tried his best, using all his strength, focusing on lifting the brush up. Come on, there. Lu Chen looked at the brush in his hand triumphantly. Even though it's super heavy, I'm currently a 2 of the demonic sect, and I absolutely cannot lose face in front of everyone. This little tool, writing and drawing, can't be that hard, right?
The disciples below cheered him on. Add oil, add oil. Little Granduncle Master is so awesome. Even though his hand is shaking like crazy, his expression is totally normal.
Is this unwavering Dao heart? Little Granduncle Master is truly living up to the meaning of persistence?
Sect leader Shen Yan stood on the balcony, holding a cup of tea and observing, Little Granduncle's temperament is quite good.
The other elders also gathered around to discuss. As expected, the person the immortal chose is no ordinary person. I wonder how long Little Granduncle can persevere. On Lu Chen's side, he was still focused on the challenge. So that's how it is. This brush is testing my control over spiritual energy. His hand trembled as he held the brush. Just need to release the spiritual energy smoothly, and boom!
The tip of the brush touched the paper.
Then he stood motionless. And those below didn't understand what he was planning to do. What's going on? Why isn't Little Granduncle Master moving? Is he thinking?
Lu Chen used all his strength to keep the brush touching the paper, his whole body still not moving. Could it be that he's thinking about what to write to shock the heavens, move the gods, and make ghosts cry?
But in reality, he really wanted to move the brush. But the brush in his hand wouldn't budge. His face contorted as he tried to move the brush in his hand. The male lead clenched his teeth. So, I need to use spiritual energy to control it again. Fine, I'll play with you to the end. Lu Chen channeled his spiritual energy, beginning to wave the brush on the paper. Nothing happened. Elder Chuan Shui waved his hand, signaling the disciples to be quiet, and said to them, Have you all seen it clearly? The trial officially starts from the moment the brush touches the paper. This brush has spirituality. You can't control it with just brute force. Lu Chen frowned. Can't rely on strength alone. Could it be that this time I shouldn't use spiritual energy to forcibly control it, but to guide it? To guide it. Move, move, you little darling.
The brush slowly moved. Lu Chen secretly rejoiced. It moved. Sure enough, you can't force it. You have to be gentle.
I get it now. This trial is actually to test the demonic sect disciples' ability to control spiritual energy. Testing not strength but the finesse and precision. If that's the case, then it's easy. The elders and sect leader leisurely drank their tea. It seems that Little Granduncle Master is even more intelligent than we thought, grasping it so quickly. But this isn't simple. What needs to be tested is the meticulousness and smoothness in controlling spiritual energy. Without experience in releasing spiritual energy, he won't be able to persevere for long.
Lu Chen's face was already covered in sweat.
This is really strange. I've never used spiritual energy normally, so why can I control it more and more smoothly?
He remembered the scene of being stabbed 36 times before, the dream training of second senior sister.
I can't let second senior sister's training be in vain.
Elder Chiwai Shui, standing beside him and observing, was also a little worried. Actually, this trial not only tests the ability to control spiritual energy, but is also a huge test of mental strength. Moreover, according to the current rate of consumption, little Granduncle Master's spiritual energy will probably run out quickly.
Ding! System notification. Completed the first part of the current trial task. Progress 20%. Received a reward of 1,000 experience points. Please complete the initial stage. Feels so tired. Almost out of strength. The male lead's hand holding the brush began to falter. Whew. He raised his left hand to wipe the sweat off his face. Elder Luo Wan Chiwai spoke up. Junior Uncle Ancestor has done very well. It's a pity his cultivation is still shallow, and his spiritual power is almost completely depleted. He must be at his limit. TCH. For a gamer, there's no such thing as only doing half a quest, Lu Xun smirked confidently, his whole body radiating a dazzling golden light. The sect leader and elders were astonished, their jaws dropping. Elder Chiwai Shui blurted out, "He broke through?" The disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Xun leveled up from LV2 to LV3. Swish, it's so boring to just draw squiggly lines all the time. How about I try drawing a straight line? The thought flashed through his mind, and Lu Xun immediately began drawing a straight line on the paper. Doesn't seem that hard after all. The elders' eyes widened, their mouths unable to close. Look, everyone, Junior Uncle Ancestor drew a straight line. How is this possible? Is he really a chosen one of heaven? After drawing the straight line, Lu Xun sighed in relief. So that's how you control it. In that case, let's see, where exactly is my limit?
Swish, swish. Just like that, experimenting turned into exploring his limits, frantically writing and drawing on the paper. Half an hour later, Lu Xun was still drawing swish, swish on the paper, with full vigor. Junior Uncle has persisted for half an hour already. What kind of monster is he? The disciples below were dripping with sweat. The most terrifying thing is that he's broken through twice. Lu Xun stopped drawing. That should be enough. The system's exam only required drawing for 25 minutes, and he'd drawn for 60. Scrawled on the paper were scribbled lines, and the words, "Get a load of this."
Lu Xun put down his brush and swaggered off the stage. My exam is over. Invite the other disciples to come up. The disciples' eyes were wide, looking at him with admiration. Wow, Junior Uncle is so cool. Junior Uncle is truly a peerless genius. I want to be like Junior Uncle. After passing the disciples, his face darkened, swaying as if he was about to fall. Crap, this isn't good. I can't keep up the act anymore. I'm gonna die. This experiment has really used up all my fake strength. Lu Xun staggered. Something's not right. Why are Junior Uncle Ancestor's steps so floaty? It's like he's lost all his strength. The protagonist clutched his head, swaying. If I fall now, my path to becoming the demon sect's idol will end here. A man may be weak, but he can't show it. Elder Chiwai Shui watched the protagonist's back. It seems that even with Junior Uncle's extraordinary talent, persisting in drawing for half an hour will deplete all his strength. Lili worried. Is he gonna fall? Even if he falls, please don't let that face hit the ground. Lu Xun panicked, fumbling through his sleeves. Gotta think of something. Are there any props that can solve this problem? My path to becoming a demon sect idol has only just begun. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah, this is the hawthorn fruit fourth senior sister gave me. Lu Xun quickly stuffed the apple into his mouth. It's cool and refreshing in my mouth, refreshing my mind. And it even has the effect of restoring strength. Could it be that she knew in advance that I would lose my strength? Lu Xun's energy quickly recovered. The protagonist thought of the scene of Mao Nanbei's silly smile. Hey. He immediately changed his attitude. I'm too hard on her. With her limited brain cells, she wouldn't think of such things. I'm almost recovered. I should turn back and give them a strong man's appearance. Lu Xun half turned around and said to everyone imposingly, Everyone, try your best to examine. This training will be of great benefit to you.
So Junior Uncle wasn't losing strength at all, Elder Chiwai Shui exclaimed in shock. Junior Uncle is all right again. Lili's eyes sparkled, overjoyed. That's great. His face didn't hit the ground. Lu Xun frowned.
Why does Lilei's expression not look like everyone else's? What nonsense is this girl thinking again? Elder Chiwai Shui stood on the arena. Ahem. In that case, the test will continue. Next up, Lilai.
Hearing her name, she stood still in a daze. The disciples below cheered and encouraged. Junior uncle is working so hard we can't fall behind either, Li Li. Go for it. No matter what, we have to draw until we run out of strength today.
Li Li raised her head, said nothing, and looked at the paper talisman in front of her. Lu Xun stood below, maintaining his idol persona, supporting the little girl standing on the stage. Just do your best. Li Li firmly held the brush in her hand. I've made up my mind. I want to be the woman who manages everything that belongs to Lu Xun. The male lead next to her helplessly watched the innocent girl in front of him. What's she doing? Just drawing with a brush, and she has to mark her territory with such a scary, possessive desire. Up here, Li Li is trying her best to control the brush in her hand, her whole body trembling slightly, her face covered in sweat. But she still doesn't give up, cheering herself on. Li Li, come on, you can definitely do it. After a while, Li Li weakly stopped. Elder Chuan Shui announced. Li Li drew for over a quarter of an hour. Li Li secretly rejoiced. Great, Lu Xun is completely mine. She drew a heart around Lu Xun's part, and added the words, "You're all dead meat." The men below exclaimed, "No wonder she's the girl with 8 circles from earlier. She was just joking around, but she's going all out. Awesome. Next, if I don't use all my strength, people will look down on me. My junior brother won't lose to anyone. This senior brother doesn't want to be looked down on either. The 3rd place is definitely mine. With little Marshal Granduncle and Li Li ahead, no one dares to dream of the 2nd place." Great. Ending her thoughts, Li Li limply fell backward. Elder Chiwai Shui used her magic to catch Li Li. This little girl went too hard. All the spiritual energy in her body is completely depleted. Lu Xun, standing below, waved his hand to attract Elder Chiwai Shui's attention. I'm not free to care about her right now, so it's best to leave her to little Marshal Uncle to take care of. Elder Chiu Shui brought Li Li to Lu Xun's side. He reached out and supported her, then gave her an apple from 4th Marshal's sister that she had given him earlier. Alright, eat all of this, and you'll recover, you'll get your strength back soon. Li Li, with hazy eyes, lying in the male lead's arms. So sweet. Li Li, sucking on the male lead's finger, softly moaned. Ugh! Lu Xun blushed, frowned, and scolded. Stop touching my hand. Even the sect leader and the elders turned on their gossip mode. WTF, what's going on here? It's getting hotter and hotter. After observing the disciples competing for a while, the elders couldn't be happy, and said disappointedly, "What's going on now?" The disciples below are so hot they can't breathe, lying sprawled on the ground. A simple outer sect disciple test has become so bloody, little Marshal Uncle has completely changed the exam. Elder Chiwai Shui slowly stepped down from the arena. The results of this test are in. The 1st place is Li Li. She was very surprised by the result, not believing her ears. It's me! Little Marshal Granduncle stood beside her, smiling, his face showing obvious pride. He turned to look at Li Li. Of course it's you. I'm your little Marshal Granduncle. How could I snatch the prize from you, juniors? This is little Marshal Granduncle's vision? So broad, such a broad vision. I want to learn from little Marshal Granduncle too. Ding. Prestige points plus 230. Lu Xun happily struck a pose. My position as the demonic sect idol is becoming more and more secure. Please try your best to increase my prestige points. And Li Li happily received the spirit stones. Still not believing that she had won, I actually became number 1 just like that. Elder Chuai Shui standing beside her applauded. Lu Xun leaned closer to Li Li. Not bad performance. Li Li was about to explode, stammering in response, Thank you, sect leader. Shen Yan hugged a pile of spirit stones in his hand, smiling triumphantly. Everyone, I told you Li Li could win. Do you all believe me now? Shen Yan chuckled to himself. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Looking at the other elders, their eyes shining like diamonds as they looked at Li Li, causing the sect leader to stare at him in shock. Eyes like bullets, gnashing his teeth as he looked at the group. Not good. These guys have their eyes on my disciple. They're looking at her. Compared to those good resources, good teaching attitude, and cultivation methods that aren't easy to backfire, burned out brains, and aren't stingy, I really don't have an advantage. I have to find a way to distract their attention, and also make them feel a sense of crisis, like a storm is coming. I've got it. Shen Yan looked dangerous, and calmly said, Everyone, this matter should have been discussed after the teacher returned to the mountain, but perhaps the teacher won't be back in a short time, so let's discuss it first. Elder Gong Yu spoke up. What matter? What matter is so serious? Shen Yan turned around. When Junior Uncle jumped off the cliff, you all felt that invisible pressure, right? The elders agreed. Indeed, moreover, with our strength, we still couldn't figure out who it was. It seems the sect leader doesn't care about it. So aren't you all worried? What if he shows up again and becomes an obstacle to our demonic sect? That's right, what if he has malicious intent? That wouldn't be good. We need to figure out a way to deal with it. We can't let others look down on our demonic sect.
Shen Yan secretly rejoiced. They all fell for it. That power most likely came from the sect leader during his closed-door cultivation. He then said, "Let's discuss this carefully." On Nanjang's side, Li Lai and Lu Xun were happily celebrating. Haha, sect leader saw that little girl and decided, she's my disciple, no one better try to snatch her. It was late at night, and Lu Xun sat on the bed checking his system, which displayed on the screen, Lu Xun LV4 can level up, 12,150 out of 3,000 experience points. Mine is now 12,250. After completing some tasks and leveling up a bit, I didn't expect to still have this many points.
Lu Xun stretched. Haha, gotta save him up, gotta level up my skills later. As soon as Lu Xun lay down, blue butterflies appeared,
flew to his side, and swoosh, brought him into a dream. Second senior sister Jiyu Zhaoman's sword energy appeared before Lu Xun.
He slowly opened his eyes, saw the sword energy, and was a little scared. Man, another night of hard work. In the morning, Lu Xun was aching all over and dragged himself to the door. Mao Nanbei leisurely lay on a rocking chair in the courtyard, eating an apple.
Seeing him struggling to get out, teased, "Little junior brother, why do you look like you just spent 7 days straight in a brothel?" Lu Xun dragged himself to fourth senior sister's table, holding his head and groaning.
"That's nothing, I can handle more." Lu Xun grabbed an apple and stuffed it in his mouth.
Fourth senior sister stood beside him and said, "Right. Did you comprehend sword intent? How does it feel?" Nanjang mumbled in response.
"Yeah, but there's no feeling, just a bit noisy, and everything else is still the same, like upgrading with a bunch of flashy effects. The only feeling is it's a bit blinding." Hearing Lu Xun's answer, fourth senior sister was surprised. The what now? Not clear.
"Basically, the feeling is very quick, only a few seconds." Mao Nanbei gave him a look of disdain. "You're too quick then."
"That's right, you've comprehended sword intent, but you don't even have a sword." Lu Xun frowned, went silent, then bowed. "Thank you, fourth senior sister, for the sword." Mao Nanbei was so stunned that her fur bristled. Then she lay back down on the rocking chair, turning her back to Lu Xun.
Showing that she doesn't want to be bothered with him right now, expressing a certain idiom, Lu Xun didn't know what to say, and silently looked at her. Ding! The system popped up.
Huh. Why is the system giving an important reminder? Internal testing players are about to log in for internal testing. Lu Xun frowned and smirked. So soon, the tool people are almost here.
Suddenly, fourth senior sister reverted to her original form, jumped on Lu Xun's head. "What are you smirking at? We need to quickly bring second senior sister her meal. I want red bean porridge, meow."
Lu Xun helplessly walked into the kitchen, not forgetting to complain, "Are we delivering food to second senior sister, or are you just wanting to eat?"
A moment later, everyone was full. Mao Nanbei and Lu Xun leaned back against a rock to rest. "Burp, burp, the pumpkin porridge was so good, meow."
Lu Xun was a little worried. The noob players are about to come, but I'm only LV4 right now, such a low level. Even I feel like I'm a nobody. I need to level up quickly. Lu Xun said nothing, decisively stood up, and bowed.
Second senior sister, "I'll bring you lunch again. Although cultivation is tough, I can't be lazy," second senior sister replied.
"Yeah, I know, Lu Xun happily, alright. Seems like second senior sister's attitude towards me has changed a little bit. Oh right, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Is there anything you two senior sisters want to eat?"
Fourth senior sister quickly stood up. "You mentioning this just wakes me right up."
Lu Xun smiled gently with his eyes closed. "That's a lot of dishes, but it's okay, holidays are for everyone to eat a lot." Rustle, the sound of bamboo leaves hitting each other gently falling. Lu Xun walked slowly. Little did he know that from this moment on, he was no longer alone in this world.
Mao Nanbei jumped up excitedly, showing off to second senior sister, "Tomorrow, little junior brother will make a lot of delicious food. Great." Second senior sister remained silent, focused on her cultivation.
Mao Nanbei turned into a cat, jumped onto Jiyu Zhaoman's shoulder, and rubbed against her.
"Right, senior sister, yesterday little junior brother Ming Wu grasped sword intent, but he doesn't even have a sword yet.
Should I think of a way to get him one?" Jiyu Zhaoman opened her eyes and glanced at fourth junior sister, bonk.
Second senior sister bonked Mao Nanbei on the head, raising a big bump. Second senior sister, Jiyu Zhaoman warned, Don't mess around, pass on your sword nurturing technique to him." Mao Nanbei painfully hugged his shoulder. Jiyu Zhaoman cried.
Mao Nanbei looked at second senior sister with glittering eyes. "Second senior sister? Are you sure? He's already been emptied out? If this sword nurturing technique sucks him dry in one go? After all, this thing was created by big senior brother." Jiyu Zhaoman looked at fourth junior sister with determination. Listen to me, whoosh." Lu Xun returned to his room, sat down to practice, and circulated the real chi technique. Bang! Lu Xun's room door burst open. A shadow rushed towards him like lightning. He shouted, "Hoo! Thump!" The main character's face was slammed hard onto the bed.
Mao Nanbei sat on Lu Xun's body, pressing his face down to cast a spell, hurriedly telling him without explaining. "Close your eyes, concentrate," Lu Xun uncomfortably shouted. Fourth senior sister Mao Nanbei didn't care about him, closed her eyes and chanted.
The main character winced. This is essence, learning skills, sword nurturing technique, skill level, orange grade, demon sect big senior brother, heaven's #1 sword, created the sword nurturing technique, which was then modified by Miao Nanbei into the saber nurturing technique, now restored to its true form. This sword nurturing technique's level is actually orange grade, the highest level skill book. Even my past life self couldn't have gotten such a top-tier treasure. Lu Xun's eyes became sharp. What's there to hesitate about? Learn. The system displays 12,150. Trail 100 can upgrade. Successfully learn sword nurturing technique. Current progress. Sword nurturing technique level 0. The screen displays sword nurturing technique level 0. Experience points 251 can upgrade. Lu Xun was shocked. Level 0. His hand hesitating slightly before pressing. The main character grimaced at the system. Damn. 10,000 experience points for just level 0. 10,000 NOOO points to level up. Isn't this just forced buying and selling? Upgrade whether I want to or not. After thinking it through, he pressed the accept button. Whoosh! A powerful sword aura surrounded Lu Xun's entire body, causing Mao Nanbei to retreat as well. She looked at the main character in surprise. Little junior brother is comprehending so quickly.
Lu Xun was still focused on comprehending the sword aura. It's only been a few breaths, and he's already learned the sword nurturing technique. Is little junior brother's comprehension really only one cycle?
But the sword nurturing technique needs a sword to nurture. A sword that can be nurtured can unleash boundless power, but the problem now is that little junior brother doesn't have a sword at all. Lu Xun grimaced, trying to endure the pain of the sword aura. Damn it, what the heck? Why is this sword nurturing technique even more painful than cultivating pain? It's so damn painful. Lu Xun doesn't have a sword, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy at once. But the spiritual energy has nowhere to go. Right now, Lu Xun is enduring hellish pain, a suffering akin to having all the blood vessels in his body drained, only to be filled with molten lava afterward. Suddenly, Lu Xun's subconscious is transported to another dimension. A heart appears before him. Where am I? That's my sword heart. Spiritual energy is gathering there. My heart is transforming. Holy crap, my heart's glowing. Suddenly, Lu Xun pauses. Why is there a needle in my sword heart? Or is it a sword? Lu Xun opens his eyes and sees Mao Nanbei's face right up in his. He's so startled, he yells. Holy moly. Mao Nanbei slowly crawls onto him. Little junior brother, do you feel anything wrong with your body? The male lead gives an awkward smile. Fourth senior sister, do you think I've become more handsome? Fourth senior sister looks at him helplessly, then quickly jumps off him. Looks like you're okay, you're really lucky. You must have failed messing around with your cultivation just now, right? It's good enough that you didn't suffer a backlash. Fourth senior sister turns to look at him. Let me tell you, the sword nourishment art is a top-tier technique. You have to comprehend it slowly. Cultivating without a clear understanding will only cause you to bleed from all 7 orifices, go berserk, and explode into pieces. Lu Xun smiles awkwardly, scratching his face. This process is too cliché, isn't it? Don't underestimate it. You don't even have a natal treasure, so even if you cultivate, you won't get any results. Natal treasure, Lu Xun is dumbfounded when Mao Nanbei grabs his wrist and drags him away. Let's go. I'll go ask second senior sister to check you out. If you die, I won't have any good food anymore. The two of them drag each other to the bamboo forest. Second senior sister checks Lu Xun. A sword hidden in the heart. It shouldn't be like this. How can you treat a human body as a sword for nurturing? Mao Nanbei eavesdrops on the side. What's wrong? Did little junior brother really get side effects? Second senior sister calmly replies, no, it's not that. She opens her eyes, her face serious as she says, little junior brother is a natural-born sword embryo. The other two are shocked. A natural-born sword embryo? What's a natural-born sword embryo? Mao Nanbei pats the little junior brother's shoulder. The Sword Mountain, founded by the ancestral master, was a natural-born sword embryo. And our senior brother is also suspected to be a natural-born sword embryo. As long as you're a natural-born sword embryo, you're guaranteed to have great achievements in this life. That powerful, like me. Lu Xun stares at the sky. A natural-born sword embryo? What the heck? My sword talent is only 1 point. A natural-born sword embryo should have at least 10 points. Looks like, although I'm not a natural-born sword embryo, I can be sure of one thing, I'm a bug. Second senior sister looks at Mao Nanbei. You You go find Peak Lord Sima to get one sword over here.
Fourth senior sister looks at second senior sister in confusion.
What are you getting a sword for? Can the little junior brother try it out? Then Mao Nanbei hurries away.
Lu Xun looks at fourth senior sister's departing figure and smiles slightly.
Want to get a treasure for me, huh? You definitely have to give me a few words of advice.
So the male lead jumps off the rock
and says to Mao Nanbei, fourth senior sister, get me one with a high grade. The higher the better. The higher the better. Mao Nanbei, who's speeding like the wind, hears the male lead's instructions, helplessly stops, and glares at him. This little junior brother is really cunning. He knows how to take advantage of every opportunity.
The words happiness are clearly written on Lu Xun's forehead. This little junior granduncle of the demonic sect finally has his own sword, huh?
A moment later, Mao Nanbei returns with 2 swords on her shoulders. She joyfully announces, the swords are here. Lu Xun jumps up when he sees her return. Fourth senior sister Mao Nanbei reaches behind her to grab the sword hilt. Then she yeeted both swords towards Lu Xun, little junior brother. Sword attack. The male lead was stunned. Why is there wind with these 2 swords? Ha. I wonder if little junior brother can handle these 2 swords of mine. Lu Xun imagined the scene of 2 swords piercing straight through him, logging him off the game, and angrily glared at Mao Nanbei. Fourth senior sister is teasing me again. If I try to take them head on, I'm afraid I'll get stabbed to death. But if I can't even handle this, where will my handsome face hide?
Whoosh! Lu Xun circulated his inner energy. His sword aura appeared, causing the leaves to tremble, while the 2 swords kept zooming over. Second senior sister reached out and initiated a martial arts technique.
Stop fooling around. Second senior sister intervened, causing the 2 swords to freeze in midair, and then plunged them into the ground. Mao Nanbei started sweating, stammering an explanation to second senior sister.
I just wanted to test little junior brother's skills. As a senior sister, I must cherish my junior brother. Mao Nanbei felt wronged. With teary eyes looking at second senior sister, I understand. Lu Xun looked at his senior sister with emotion. Second senior sister is so kind, I'm so touched. Let's try it out. Second senior sister glanced at her 2 junior siblings, and Lu Xun spoke up.
Okay. The system displayed the information of the 2 swords. Ba Zi Dihong, gold rank, superior grade magic weapon. Hei Qi, gold rank, mid-grade magic weapon. Lu Xun frowned, looking at the 2 swords in front of him. One looked very ordinary, one looked flirtatiously strange, but the quality of the strange one was higher. The male lead walked towards the mid-grade sword, reaching out to it. Let's start with the weaker one first. He held the sword in his hand, seemingly without any problem. Suddenly, the sword in Lu Xun's hand emitted an extremely dazzling light and flew back to its original spot. Lu Xun stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. Fourth senior sister was also extremely surprised. Why is it like that? Second senior sister also didn't know what happened. What's going on? Is the little sword in my heart resisting me from touching another sword? Let's try again. This time, Lu Xun tentatively reached out to grab the hilt of the sword again. Immediately the sword resisted his hand to the extreme. Sure enough, he couldn't hold it firmly. Lu Xun reached out and touched his heart. Could it be that you're jealous? Second senior sister walked over to him. Lu Xun, second senior sister, Ji Yu Xiaoman, reached out towards her hairpin. Are you going to hold my sword? Ji Yu Xiaoman's hairpin transformed into a sword with immense power that even the system couldn't trace its stats. Lu Xun hesitated a bit. The system can't even trace second senior sister's sword's level. Can I even hold it firmly? Lu Xun reached out and tightly gripped second senior sister's sword's hilt. The sword aura of both of them emanated, spreading throughout the area. BOM! Lu Xun was blown away by the backlash. Flying into the sky, he yelled, crap, BOM! He fell hard to the ground. Lu Xun struggled to sit up. It seems that the little sword in my heart is still immovable. Second senior sister's sword. Lu Xun looked at his hand, annoyed. What the heck, does this mean I can't hold a sword anymore in the future? Hold up. What if I try using my feet? Second sis hurriedly retracted her sword. Fourth sis snapped at Lu Xun. Is this really the time to be messing around? A naturally perfect sword embryo body, yet he can't wield a sword. Mao Nanbei sized him up, scrutinizing the main character. Lu Xun, dejected, lowered his head. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. How awful. It seems his Dapio heart is about to crumble. Fourth sis patted the main character's shoulder, comforting him. Little junior brother, it's okay. Everything will be alright once the master returns. He'll definitely have a way. Master is omnipotent. Back when I was just a kitten, he could make me transform. Other than disliking guys who are too handsome, Master is gentle with everyone. Halfway through her sentence, Mao Nanbei paused, glanced at Lu Xun, and fell silent. Lu Xun looked at her, confused.
Mao Nanbei snapped back to reality, covered her burning cheeks, and turned away. Crap, little junior brother is too handsome. Meanwhile, Lu Xun sat there, still clueless.
The main character slowly stood up. Second sis said to him, "Try sparring, maybe it'll help."
The other two quickly perked up. Looking at Jiyu Zhaoman, second sis wanted to see how the little sword in his heart would react in a fight. Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up. "Then let me fight."
Lu Xun glanced at Mao Nanbei. What does fourth sis want to do?
Second sis closed her eyes and sighed. Sword. Outer sect sword disciple. Fourth sis sadly agreed. Fine. Mao Nanbei dashed off like a whirlwind. And in less than 10 minutes, she was back like a gust of wind, hauling someone along. The outer sect sword disciple is here. Li Li, who Mao Nanbei had dragged over to the main character, cheerfully greeted him. Lu Xun, little grand ancestor.
Lu Xun grinned. You came at just the right time. Do me a favor. Mao Nanbei let Li Li down, and she blankly stared at Lu Xun, asking, "What favor? Draw your sword, then stab me with all your might." Li Li stepped forward, touching his forehead. Lu Xun, are you okay?
Lu Xun seriously grabbed Li Lin's wrist and pulled it down. I'm fine, I'm serious, try stabbing me. Li Lin backed away, agreeing.
Alright, she took out her wedding dress sword, and said to the main character, I'm going to use my full strength, Lu Xun, be careful. The main character boldly replied, Okay, just stab me with all you've got. Nice. Li Li raised her sword and charged. Yaa. She stabbed the sword towards him with all her strength. Thud. A barrier emanated from the main character's body, preventing Li Li from getting closer and failing the stab. Is there some sort of barrier blocking me? Li Li stabbed again with more force. Li Li was attacked by Lu Xun's barrier and sent flying backwards. Mao Nanbei quickly flew over to catch her. Be careful. The main character put his hand on his chest. Interesting. This little sword of mine can resist all swords that come into contact with me. Doesn't that mean that the swordless domain is activated at all times? Lu Xun flipped his hair and stretched out his hand. Swordless domain, activate.
The other three stared at Lu Xun's antics. Puzzled, Mao Nanbei grumbled. Why isn't this kid even a little bit worried? What's the point of having a natural sword embryo if you can't even use a sword? Lu Xun crossed his arms, frowning as he looked up at the sky.
Makes sense. I can't use a sword anyway. What's the use of having a powerful sword heart? Create a swordless domain, where all beings are equal, then resort to fisticuffs. He thought seriously. But sword cultivators gotta look cool with a sword, right? Going empty-handed is kinda lame, doesn't fit my idol status in the demon sect. Lu Xun looked at his hands again. Is there a way to be both cool and not need a sword? Like, the Six Meridian Divine Sword.
Lu Xun pinched his index and middle fingers together like a sword, tapping his hands together.
Suddenly, a small flame appeared at his fingertips. This is sword key. Lu Xun's eyes lit up, staring at the flame on his fingertip. Li Li, second senior sister, and fourth senior sister crowded around him. It really is, sword key. Mao Nanbei grimaced, TCH. And he doesn't even have a sword. Wow, so talented. Hearing second senior sister mention sword key, Lu Xun was super curious. But what is sword key? Mao Nanbei put on a disdainful look. But what's the point of such short sword kile? If it's short and small, it must be weak as heck, not as powerful as a magic sword, all long and hard. Mao Nanbei openly mocked him, staring at Lu Xun. He frowned in anger, glaring at her. The most infuriating thing for a man is hearing someone say he's short, small, and weak. Today, I must. Second senior sister conjured a ball. Not necessarily, let's test it out. Finishing her words, Jiyu Zhaoman used her inner force to make rocks and branches on the ground fly into the air. Seeing this, Li Li gaped in fear. Second senior ancestor wants to hit junior senior ancestor with those things, she cried inwardly. His pretty face is gonna get damaged. Take these stones on my command. Jiyu Zhaoman launched her attack on the male lead. Fourth senior sister also began to perform sword techniques. If that kid can't block it, I must make sure he doesn't get hurt. Whoosh, whoosh. The stones were as fast as bullets, shooting straight towards Lu Xun. He smirked. Hey. I've changed the handling of the body. To the smallest detail, Lu Xun flew into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The flying stones were shattered to pieces by his attacks, falling to the ground. After finishing, he landed safely, smiling brightly at the sword Kui, burning on his fingertip. Looks like I might be short now, but I'm strong. The sword Q isn't bad, it's... Alright, junior senior ancestor is so skilled. Lu Xun's megapixel energy was depleted, and his body couldn't stand firm, losing balance and falling forward. Why do I feel like my body is going? BOM. He fell face first onto the ground. In front of everyone, second senior sister spoke up. Sword Qi consumes too much energy, his cultivation is too low, he can't handle it.
The sun went down, and darkness enveloped everything. Thump, thump, Lu Xun's head hit the ground. Thud. Heavy footsteps climbed the stairs. Huff, huff. Mao Nanbei struggled to drag Lu Xun's body back to the backyard. Lu Xun's first young master head was bumped, swelling up into a big lump.
Mao Nanbei put him on the bed, carefully tucking him in, but still not forgetting to complain. If I wasn't afraid you'd catch a cold because you're so weak, I wouldn't have wasted my energy carrying you back like this, you brat.
Actually, you don't need to push yourself so hard. You think your senior brothers and sisters are all dead, or what?
Lu Xun lay on the bed, deeply touched, with tears welling up in his eyes, silently thanking, "Fourth senior sister, I am truly grateful." Mao Nanbei continued to say to him, "If anyone dares to bully you, this old lady will chop their head off with one slash." Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Xun's room door opened. Mao Nanbei's eyes became sharp, glancing at the door.
She hurriedly ran out.
Zhao He, a black cat, appeared in the backyard.
Mao Nanbei called out Zhao He, then quickly ran out, but before she could touch Zhao He, it disappeared in a hurry.
Mao Nanbei teared up. She knelt on the cold ground, sadly reaching out toward Zhao He's vanishing shadow, full of regret. So it was an illusion. She looked up at the starry sky. Ah, time flies so fast. It's Mid-Autumn Festival already. Another day for family reunions. But where is my family? Mao Nanbei stood sadly in the courtyard, looking at the bright moon.
The next day, Lu Xun woke up, yawning widely as he walked out the door. Yawn. Fourth senior sister, good morning. Looks like I can't use that sword Q often. I'll get drained dry, Mao Nanbei replied faintly.
Good morning, Lu Xun wondered.
Being serious doesn't feel right. At times like these, shouldn't she be whining about food? Plus, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today.
Lu Xun gently sat down next to fourth senior sister, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" Mao Nanbei shuffled her feet, hesitating to answer. Junior brother, do you know why I appeared in Wei City back then?" Lu Xun turned to ask. "Was it to kill the 100 ghosts?" The cat demon's eyes lit up. "Then do you know why I had to kill those monsters?" Lu Xun shook his head. "I don't know about that. It's not because our cultivations are different, and definitely not for experience points. Only I get experience points."
The cat demon spoke after a moment.
"To take revenge." Lu Xun was puzzled. "Revenge," the cat demon explained. "Originally, I was a cat demon in the forest outside Wei City. When I first took human form, I was picked up and taken home by the teacher. I lived right in the Nightcap Mountain, outside Wei City. I had relatives and friends there from before I became a demon. But my home was destroyed. It was a mountain ghost that advanced into a ghost king. It destroyed everything I had. I killed it, avenging everyone. After its body was torn into countless pieces, it completed the 100 ghosts. I met you guys while hunting down the 100 ghosts." Lu Xun's face turned somber. "So that's how it is. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Looks like she's missing home. When my little sister was bullied at school, she looked just like her."
He decisively grabbed the cat demon's hand.
"Fourth senior sister, come with me." Fourth senior sister didn't understand what was going on, but followed anyway. Lu Xun grabbed a bowl. "Wait for me here. I'll help you find the joy of returning to the old days. My family is poor. When my sister was unhappy, I'd make this for her too. It's a pity we don't have white sugar, but rock sugar will do." Fourth senior sister didn't understand. Find the joy of returning. Is he stupid? But Lu Xun was busy making the dish. A moment later, fourth senior sister, "Help me use your spiritual power to freeze it." Fourth senior sister, although still unclear on what was happening, followed his instructions. "Like this," Lu Xun said. "That's right. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. Try it, open it up." It was a flan. Fourth senior sister touched the wobbly flan with a spoon, something I've never seen before. Then she took a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. "It's so delicious. Do you want some?" Lu Xun smiled. "Fourth senior sister, you eat it. I'll make it for you whenever you want." Fourth senior sister snatched the flan. "Then I won't be polite," Lu Xun wondered. "I wonder what fourth senior sister's head feels like when you touch it. Let's try." But fourth senior sister is so fierce, she'll definitely go crazy, right?
Fourth senior sister realized his intention and immediately hopped over to let Lu Xun touch her ear.
This surprised Lu Xun immensely, she said. "Thank you, junior brother." Lu Xun patted her head. "No need to thank me. We're family now." Seeing this, fourth senior sister rejoiced. "Does that mean there's another serving?" Elsewhere, one guy asks his sect leader, "Little Shishu has been at our demonic sect for so long. Should we let him go to the forbidden ground that all demonic sect disciples must go to for training? No path to the peak." Bathed in purple moonlight, the sect leader turns his head in agreement. He should go for a trip. After all, that place is the starting point for everyone in our demonic sect, and also the end. where all living beings fall.
Turns out they went to see fourth Shiji, the cat demon, who was already waiting there, still scooping up flan. Sect leader Shen Yan arrived, bowing respectfully. Shen Yan, along with my fellow disciples, wish all Shishu a happy mid-autumn festival. Fourth Shiji kept shoveling food into her mouth, not even glancing at them twice.
Happy, happy, you all be happy too. Lu Xun appeared, holding another flan. Sect leader and elders are here. Shen Yan smiled brightly. Greetings, little Shishu. All is well, little Shishu. Lu Xun's face clearly showed displeasure, seeing that their hands were empty, not bringing anything. Coming to wish your mom a happy mid-autumn empty-handed? How could he let them off without fleecing them? He laughed, holding out the flan. Everyone, try the dessert I made. They huddled together, curiously looking at the flan. What is this? Looks a bit like tofu, but it seems more transparent than tofu. Did little Shishu refine it? Little Shishu says it's dessert, but this thing clearly doesn't look like dessert. Everyone took a spoon, scooped up a bite of the flan and put it in their mouths. Instantly, everyone felt the sweetness and deliciousness. What is this feeling? This is so delicious. I've lived for 200 or 300 years. To be able to eat something like this while I'm still alive, this life hasn't been wasted. They hurriedly spoke up, exchanging words. Little Shishu, can you tell us what heavenly treasures were used to make this? As long as little Shishu reveals 1 or 2 ingredients, we are willing to use spirit stones as a thank you gift. Lu Xun had indeed tricked them into biting the hook, but the capital must be used well to turn it into maximum profit. His face showed an innocent expression. Ha ha, everyone wants the recipe. Of course, we are all people of the demonic sect, why bother being so clear and fair? But everything needs to see the sincerity. If the sincerity is too small, I offer this out. You all would feel that you have no face, right? Shen Yan hesitated. So, little Shishu's meaning is, Lu Xun smiled, I will give the recipe to the most sincere person, and in the future you can freely operate and sell this thing. The huge profit hidden in this. No need for me to say more, right? They thought. If this thing spreads widely throughout the heavens, it will definitely be as expensive as fresh ginseng. When that time comes, wouldn't we have as many cultivation resources as we want in the sect? Cultivating however many disciples would not be a problem. One of them raised his hand to bid. I'll pay 1,000 spirit stones. I must get this recipe. The person next to him also competed. 1,500. That person raised his hand again. 1,550. Lu Xun gleefully watched the show begin. Playing dirty now. The female elder behind gently offered a price. Such a sweet thing. I must have it. I'll pay 2,000 spirit stones. Shen Yan gritted his teeth. Just a dessert recipe. Why pay up to 2,000? She's really crazy. 2,000 spirit stones is enough to buy a magic weapon. Lu Xun, the man who was temporarily turned upside down by the crazy woman, thought, 2,000 spirit stones can probably be exchanged for several thousand experience points, right? The way to make this ordinary dessert, search the net and you'll get a ton, you want however much you want. 2,000 spirit stones once. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? But everyone was silent. 2,000 spirit stones twice. Still no one protested. Shen Yan calculated, letting out a tisk, HMPH. Fools. A bunch of idiots. What's the use of ordinary tongue pleasures? Spirit stones are the best. But he glanced again. Seeing his disciple swallowing hard as he watched fourth sister eat, he fell silent for a moment. Seeing her eyes light up even more, he started to waver. Just as Lu Xun was about to announce the final bid, 2,000 spirit stones once, he yelled, Wait, I'll pay 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000. The fellow disciples were all shocked. Am I hearing things? Is our penny-pinching sect leader finally lost his mind today? He normally wouldn't even use spirit stones when he's sick, and would drag himself down the mountain with a few copper coins to find some quack doctor, but today he's willing to pay 3,000 spirit stones. Since when did Shen Yan become such a sweet tooth? Lu Xun finalized the price. 3,000 spirit stones once, ha, twice, SOLD, he lamented. It's just 3,000 spirit stones, so what? I'll just eat 2 meals a day from now on, so what's a little money if it's for my disciple? Lu Xun grabbed a large bag, a cunning look on his face. Congratulations to sect leader Shen for acquiring the pudding recipe. He reluctantly took it out. Let's go, Lu Xun laughed loudly. From now on, the future of this secret dessert belongs to the sect leader. Seeing the paper with the dessert secret recipe in his hand, the other senior and junior brothers approached. Shen Yan turned his head and looked. What do you guys want? They smiled slyly. Sect leader, we've been fellow disciples for many years. Why not share the recipe for this secret dessert a little? We'll pay for it. Here's 500 spirit stones from me. The sect leader calculated. This is indeed a good way. At least I won't lose too much, but if I hand this over, if these guys figure it out before me and end up wooing Li Lai, wouldn't I lose my beloved disciple? Good thing I'm smart, or I would have fallen into their trap. He waved his hand. How can something sold by little martial uncle be shared? Don't talk nonsense. The people around were puzzled.
Is he really the notoriously stingy Shen Shixiong? I thought he'd be stingy even after death. Behind them, Li Li was happily enjoying the delicious cake. Shen Yan called out, "Little martial uncle, besides wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, I have another important matter to discuss." At this time, Lu Jun was collecting spirit stones. He turned his head. "An important matter."
Shen Yan smiled. "We hope that little martial uncle can enter Kangshan once. It's a place where the heroic spirits of our demon sect gather, and it's also where countless demon sect disciples have received the approval of magical treasures." Another guy smiled. "We've placed bets on what grade of magical treasure little martial uncle can obtain in the end." But before he could finish his sentence, the person next to him covered his mouth. Lu Jun didn't care. "Got it. It's a place for ownerless magical treasures to find their owners. I can go anytime. Well, not today. Tonight, I want to have dinner with my family." He patted Li Li and Shiji's heads. The Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. Lanterns were hung everywhere, and the streets were bustling with people. Lu Xin was having a great time eating with the ladies. Fourth sister asked, "Are you ready to go to Kang Mountain? It's a place of no return, you know." Lu Xin asked seriously. "No return? What does that mean?" Fourth sister explained. "After death, the spiritual power of cultivators doesn't disappear. Instead, it gathers where they died. The demonic sect disciples who go into Kang Mountain, they see you with the eyes of future generations, so they won't be affected. But if you refuse their magical artifacts, and then come back to pick them up after everything's done, they'll feel insulted." Lu Xin realized. So it's like the demonic sect's treasure trove. "Once you go in, you can't come back, or you'll get chopped to bits," fourth sister replied while munching on fish. "More or less," second sister stammered. So you have to think carefully," Lu Xin reassured her. "Don't worry, second sister. I've thought it through," fourth sister advised. "Aren't you also greedy for a top-tier magic sword? Like great senior brother's sword aura? I advise you to drop that idea. You already have a Zhao sword in your heart holding you back." Lu Xin pondered. "I'll play it by ear." Lai Lai chomped on a chicken leg. "Play by chicken. This is mine." Second sister handed over a piece of stone. "Take this with you." Lu Xin looked puzzled. Even the system couldn't analyze what it was. "This is something the system can't recognize again," second sister explained. It's what great senior brother left for the junior brothers and sisters." Fourth sister also held out a piece. "I have one too. There are 5 pieces in total, with one last piece remaining." Lu Xin held the thing up to the light. "What's this for?" Second sister put food in her mouth. "You'll know once you go, at Kang Mountain." The next day, Lu Xin and Shen Yan appeared here. Shen Yan said, "This is Kang Mountain. No one can fly above the mountain, not even the immortal master. Everyone must walk up from here. After all, our deceased friends and family are buried on this mountain." Lu Xin observed the surroundings. "I understand." A wooden house. Someone pushed the door open and walked out. It was an old man with a white beard and hair. Shen Yan explained, "That's the mountain guardian, and also the person who's been following the immortal master the longest." The old man asked. "You've arrived," Lu Xin said sternly. "What an elder, with the bearing of an immortal. I can't say he has nothing to do with the demonic sect, but I can say his style is completely different." Shen Yan and Lu Xin respectfully said, "Senior, we've arrived. This is the new disciple the immortal master took in." The old man was stunned. Lu Xin realized. "Why does he look like he's known me for a long time?" The old man also bowed, but only greeted Lu Xin. The system announced, "You have received corn. Increased effectiveness. Luck increased by 1. Luck is now 2. Lu Xin thought. "In my past life, I farmed for at least 4 years, and not a single one of my accounts ever got this kind of corn. Everyone's luck is fixed at 1, but mine is now 2. Isn't this old guy the koi carp, asking for luck in the legends? Koi carp transformed into a human. It feels a little wrong, and now it's even more wrong. Stop it in your head." He imagined fourth sister eating the old man. After that, he officially entered Kang Mountain. Shen Yan saw this and revealed a sly smile. Mission accomplished. Now it's time to place bets. Then, he flew away, disappearing from the scene. The people of the demonic sect were betting lively. Bets on, bets on. This time, let's see what grade of magical artifact little Shishu can bring out from the hidden mountain. Lu Jun stood alone before the ascending stairs. Both sides of the staircase reeked with swords. This is the hidden mountain, truly hiding countless magical artifacts. The sword aura must be near the summit. The person chooses the magical artifact, and the magical artifact also chooses the person. Wonder which magical artifact will choose me.
He took a step forward.
All the swords on both sides of the stairs lit up, as if covered in green flames. He wondered. All the sword-type weapons are resonating. They all want to be taken away by me. Humph, you lot. Turns out it's not choosing us, but craving the sword intent within me. You yellow-grade magical swords are too low level. My sword intent can't associate with your kind. Elsewhere in the demonic sect, Shen Yan and his fellow disciples were calculating. A born sword embryo, all the magical swords are calling out to him, but little Shishu has a detached temperament, not even glancing at them. He won't even look at spirit-grade swords. What on earth will little Shishu choose? Lu Xun glanced behind him. It's not that I don't want to choose you, it's just that this guy isn't letting me touch any of you. This guy is the glowing sword intent in his chest. Seems like something is different up ahead. This feeling is the area for immortal-grade magical artifacts. A magical artifact of this level is a sect-protecting treasure in any sect.
Shen Yan and the others looked through the observation mirror. Little Shishu Lu Xun is about to reach the place for our fellow disciples' magical artifacts. Sing, the path of cultivation is arduous, even Shizun is probably in closed-door cultivation. If Shizun initially took in 12 disciples in total, now there are only a few of us left.
Shen Yan sighed softly. Lu Xun was startled. The system notified him it's first sight. That's the equipment I liked the most back then. Why is first sight appearing in this place? Back then, I was able to command wind and rain with its help, chopping whoever I wanted, looking totally badass while wearing it. I wonder if it will have any reaction to me now. His eyes flickered. But first sight didn't have the slightest reaction. He got angry. Damn it, why won't you recognize me anymore, first sight? Better not to have met at all. But I discovered first sight in an unknown secret realm, so that means a demonic sect disciple was recognized by it and then died in the secret realm. If I can remind that person to avoid that secret realm, maybe he won't die. The fog is too thick. Wow. Huh. These are all 4th grade immortal artifacts. How strange. There are even dice.
Suddenly, one of them was startled when he saw the purple lights emitting from around Lu Xun.
It's been so long since I've seen it. He recalled a girl who once made a condition. 11th Shixiang, I'll bet with you, as long as your dice roll is higher than mine, I'll marry you. Yue Hishan rejoiced. Shimei, are you serious?
Shimei held out the dice. With Shizun and Shixiang as witnesses, heaven and earth as my judge.
The others cheered. All right.
Yue Hishan shook the dice in his hand. Heavenly Dao, please bless me with a 6.
Shen Yan shouted. 11th junior brother, go for it, roll a 6. But when the dice stopped, it was only a 2. The junior sister snatched the dice. My turn. Yue senior brother, I know you've liked me for many years.
If I roll a 1, then fate is hard to defy, and I'll marry you.
But the dice landed on a 6. Yue Hishan and everyone else were stunned. It was a 6. But the junior sister used magic to turn the dice into a 1. Yue Hishan was shocked. Junior sister, you're so damn shameless. 11th senior brother, if I can't roll a 1, then I'll conquer fate. Everyone cheered. There's a result, there's a result. 17th wins. Junior brother you wins. Woo hoo hoo, ah ha ha, get married, get together, get together. Let's get married tonight. 17th and Yue Hishan held hands, overjoyed. That day, it was raining cats and dogs.
But in Yue Hishan's heart, he always remembered that day as sunny and bright. Lu Xun thought, don't any of you have any intentions towards me?
Suddenly, a purple stone nudged his hand. Everyone exclaimed. It's senior sister's Dingfeng bow from our demonic sect. It's immortal equipment second only to senior master's Jian Qijin. If junior uncle can wield it, then the re-establishment of senior sister's glory is beyond doubt.
Lu Xun was still busy analyzing. This broken sword is probably stronger than the others, but why does only it recognize me as the world's protagonist? I just wonder if he puts his hand on the sword's heart, will this guy accept it? Screw whether it lives or dies, I'll find out only after trying. I must take it.
Lu Xun reached out towards the treasured sword. Come on. The sword trembled slightly, followed by an ethereal blue light that spread throughout the surrounding cave. Lu Xun had turned into a place covered with snow. The white sword was stuck on the snow. Lu Xun realized it was a sword aura illusion, as expected of a purple-grade immortal equipment.
Shen Yan smiled thoughtfully. Senior sister's Dingfeng Bo relied on this sword alone to brave the storm and slay the evil Jiaolong, becoming famous in one battle. Back then, senior sister was a peerless genius. Even the evil Jiaolong that stirred up the waters and harmed the common people was killed. And that evil Jiaolong was something even the Qingtian sect's elders couldn't do anything about.
If senior sister were still alive, it wouldn't be my turn to be the sect master. It's a pity that heaven is jealous of talent. Junior uncle, if you could recreate senior sister's talent from back then, how wonderful would that be? Lu Xun looked at the blizzard before him. So this illusion is to stop me. You clearly trembled with joy just now. You fickle thing. Today, I will definitely make you behave. But when he grabbed the sword aura, Lu Xun's chest shone brightly, bursting and sending him flying away. Damn it, you should have told me earlier if you didn't want me to hold it. The senior brothers and sisters were confused. I thought junior uncle could hold Dingfeng Bo, but probably not. I clearly saw it choosing junior uncle. What exactly happened? Lu Xun accepted defeat? Whatever. If I can't hold it, then fine. But today I'll definitely get a magical artifact that belongs to me. Jianqi Jin, at the end of the mountain, you're the only one left. The demon sect's founders' lost swords, sword Qi, actually separated the body and the sheath. The sheath was lying still on the stone, while the body was floating in the air. Lu Xun found it weird. That's not right. Earlier, the wind-fixing palm also reacted to me, but this sword alone hasn't moved at all. Moreover, something's really strange here. Shouldn't a sword be kept in its sheath? Why is it split into two halves like a divorced couple? Also, what second senior sister gave me seems to have some connection with this thing. That's right, it's reacting to this stone fragment. While it's hesitating, I gotta seize the chance to grab it. But the heart sword in my chest is flashing a warning. Again, screw it. Even if I die today, I'm gonna get my hands on something. One touch, and I'll probably be sent flying 100 feet. Son of a... Finally, I crashed down. Bam! Lu Xun trembled. HP depleted. Wheeze wheeze. Almost died for real. No wonder he's my big senior brother. But it wasn't a complete loss either. Target achieved. Crap. The senior's protective Q broke, and all I got was the sword body. It's the senior's Q that saved me from dying. Senior. The old man with the white beard and hair reappeared before him. Lu Xun asked, Senior, what's wrong? The old man nodded slightly and touched the sword sheath with his staff. Damn, this sword sheath has a spirit too, a sentient scabbard. First time I've ever heard of that. The old man continued to gesture. Lu Xun realized he meant the sword sheath had been his for a long time. The old man shook his head. Lu Xun continued to correct himself. Did you forge this sword? The old man nodded confidently. Lu Xun's eyes lit up. Are you a grandmaster of weapon forging? The old man waved his hand, then patted Lu Xun on the shoulder with a knowing smile. Lu Xun thought to himself, why does his gaze feel like he wants to pass it on to me? Shen Yan appeared. Congratulations, little martial uncle. On obtaining a magic weapon, Lu Xun was startled. You were still lying on the ground, head raised up. Shen Yan and his fellow disciples surrounded him. Master's sword sheath is also a top-grade magic weapon. In the future, little martial uncle can use it. Lu Xun forced a smile. Of course. But before that, could someone please help me up? Scene changed tonight, Trisk. This is truly a good thing. A mid-grade violet level item that I wouldn't even dare to dream of when I played with my main account back in the day. Sword sheath. Violet level, mid-grade, special skill, sealing sword, seals the sword force, stores accumulated power, a guaranteed kill with every sword strike. The more you accumulate, the stronger the power. The best weapon on my main account back then was just a normal mid-tier blue grade. When I was level 60, it was just enough to unleash its full power, you know. But this thing, even just the scabbard, is a mid-tier purple grade. Even if I'm level 60, I can't bring out its true potential? No way. Plus, the biggest thing is, it's got two special skills. Wind Sword, their sealing spell is kinda similar to my swordless domain, and the longer you charge up the draw, the stronger the attack gets. Just thinking about it is scary, HMPH. Charge up the sword draw. But what the heck? I don't even have a sword, so what's the point of this weird skill? No sword to charge. Does sword key count? Sword key is considered part of sword power, right? Let's see if it works. Looks like it does something. Others draw swords. I draw sword qui. Suck it up, suck it up. Suck as much as you want. A moment later, who would have thought I'd be drained dry by a scabbard one day? Only 6 days until the game opens to players. Gotta prep a bit. Time to head down the mountain. What if, just what if, I run into my little sis? Even just a glimpse from afar would be great. She plays this game too, you know? But she's only online for an hour a day. She doesn't get sucked in. She's just playing for an hour because of me, that's all. Will I get to see her? Lu Xun's eyelids were heavy. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, but unexpectedly fell into a dreamscape. When his feet touched the ground, he realized, ugh, crap, I'm dreaming again. Second senior sister's sword qui shadow chasing me. Sis is still here. Second senior sister's blue shadow was holding a small sword, aiming right at Lu Xun. He was startled by the sudden attack. Maybe I can face second senior sister's shadow head on for a bit now, huh? Unexpectedly, the beam shot from Lu Xun's hand was surprisingly long, like really long. In my dream, it's even longer than outside. This thing's length is almost up to my hips. He was dumbfounded as second senior sister touched the sword right in front of his forehead. Finally woke up scared and sweating. Phew, progress. This time, I only died a dozen times. A knock came at the door. Lu Xun, up this early? Shen Yan said while Lu Xun was still yawning away. Little Shishu, today is the day for little Shishu to descend the mountain for training. I've also arranged for a disciple to accompany Shishu.
Lu Xun still wasn't fully awake. Got it. Who are you sending with me? So the day I agreed to go down the mountain with them really is today, a disciple to follow. It's probably Li Lai, no need to guess. But Shen Yan said,
I will have Murong Yan accompany little Shishu. Lu Xun wondered, why not choose Li Lai, who I'm already close to?
Shen Yan replied, Li Li went down the mountain to train a while ago. Lu Xun was suspicious.
When did she go down the mountain? Shen Yan was also defeated. I don't know about this, he cried silently in his heart. The disciple I had my eye on suddenly went down the mountain to train, and I only just found out. Is there any master like this?
Lu Xun scratched his head, ending the conversation here. So there's nothing else, right? I'll be going soon. Where's Murong Yan waiting for me?
Shen Yan picked up a small pill. Before little martial uncle goes down the mountain, please let the fate bead recognize its owner first. Just a drop of blood will make it recognize you. Lu Xun dropped a few drops of blood on it. What's this thing even for? It doesn't seem like there was this kind of item in the game in my past life.
Shen Yan explained with a straight face. If little martial uncle dies outside, this thing will turn black, to let us know. Lu Xun froze.
Just to know if I'm dead. You guys go through so much trouble, no wonder I've never seen this thing before. Who would even want this crap?
Shen Yan made an excuse to quickly leave. Murong Yan is waiting for martial uncle at receiving guidance peak. I'll take my leave first, Lu Xun frowned. You're being too perfunctory about this, aren't you? Not giving me any protective gear.
If he doesn't give me any, then my senior sisters will give me some, right?
He went to see second senior sister and fourth senior sister to say goodbye. Second senior sister, fourth senior sister. Lu Xun came to say goodbye. Who knows when we'll meet again after this separation.
Fourth senior sister was shocked. Huh. Doesn't that mean no one will cook dinner tonight?
Second senior sister smacked fourth senior sister on the head, then reminded Lu Xun, come home early. Seeing that no one said anything more, Lu Xun awkwardly took his leave.
Yeah, I know. Then, second senior sister, fourth senior sister, now all. Fourth senior sister pulled Lu Xun aside. If you can win, then fight. If you can't win, then run. Don't feel embarrassed. Got it. Ha, too much. When you run back, tell fourth senior sister I'll help you. Annoyed, Lu Xun waved his hand and left. Yeah, with a happily smiling face.
Murong Yan bowed.
I've been waiting for little martial granduncle for a long time. There are many girls around who admire Lu Xun's beauty, Lu Xun observed.
Did you lose weight? Murong Yan chuckled. Little martial granduncle is so observant. I originally weighed over 130 jin, 65 kilograms. Now I only weigh 100 jin, 50 kilogram. My strength has increased, and the excess fat has also disappeared.
Lu Xun said. Then congratulations to you. Should we go now? What kind of magical artifact are we riding? Murong Yan held out a tiny sword. Of course, we're riding my flying sword. Lu Xun didn't understand what was happening. With a swoosh, he and Murong Yan were standing feet on the tiny sword, looking unbelievably sketchy. Murong Yan seemed to be used to this, but Lu Xun was completely awkward. Is this really okay? A light flashed across the sky. Lu Xun was alert. What's going on? Why is the sky getting dark?
But when he looked at Murong Yan, there was no reaction. Lu Xun doubted himself. What's going on? Can't he see it?
This scene was only perceived by Lu Xun. That's half a strand of senior brother's sword energy. Why did it appear in this place? Seeing the huge light rushing towards him, Lu Xun panicked. This isn't good, Murong Yan. Move. The light pierced straight into his chest.
But when that scene passed, Murong Yan looked blankly at Lu Xun's pale face. Little martial granduncle, what do you call?
Lu Xun, catching his breath. Phew, damn it, this is a big deal. The grand senior brother's sword Q clone from earlier actually slipped into my sword sheath inside the storage ring, scared the crap out me, thought it was going to chop me up. System notification. You have received 1% of Yanli's sword chi, Lu Xun thought to himself. Even 1% of this sword ki is kind of fascinating.
Wait a sec. Could it be the reason the senior sisters didn't give me any protective magic items is because they already knew this sword Q would be following me around?
If that's the case, then 1% of this sword Q is probably way stronger than I thought, Murong Yan asked. Little granduncle master, we're out of the demon sex territory. Where do we go next? Lu Xun pondered. That girl went down the mountain too, and there's a good chance she's headed to Bao Shu. Gotta find her first, cause she's got both freakish strength and spiritual power. But if someone plays a dirty trick on her, if it gets to that point, her life is gonna be ruined. To Lili's old house. Let's go now, right now, Murong Yan, deafened by his yelling, said, Ugh, okay, let's go, no need to shout so loud. Lili mentioned her old house was in Yongxian County.
Lu Xun clung to Murong Yan's robe. Yongyan. I think I passed through there once. Seemed like there were a ton of wild black ape monsters there. Murong Yan wondered.
Wild black ape monsters? What's that? Aren't those just black-furred monkeys? Lu Xun corrected himself. Oh right, that's just what I call 'em. Yonggayan County, 3 miles outside the county. Inside Joyful Guest House, a dark, shady voice emerged. Hey, more tasty meat is coming, shopkeeper. Receive the goods. The meat shop owner was reporting to the boss, who was holding a big bag of money in his hands. Must have just robbed someone, boss. This meat is truly not bad. Our timing is perfect. Just then, Lu Xun pushed open the door and walked in. Shopkeeper, food, the boss ordered. Go, entertain them. The shop owner bowed his head with a sinister smile. Yes. He approached Lu Xun's table. What would you two like to order? Lu Xun started ordering. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, noticing something. The shopkeeper kept pressing. Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? Lu Xun said casually. Whatever, the shopkeeper replied. Yes, Mu Rongyan noticed Lu Xun's strange attitude. Little Grand Uncle Master, what's wrong? Lu Xun muttered. Don't drink it, there's definitely poison in the tea. This place is a black market. Mu Rongyan immediately dumped the tea on the floor. Black smoke rose up. It really was poisonous. Little Grand Uncle, how did you know this place was a black market? Lu Xun swirled the teacup in his hand. As soon as I came in, I noticed a strange smell in this place. Mu Rongyan sniffed. I think there's a smell for real. Lu Xun froze. I'm just messing with you. It was just psychological suggestion, making you feel like there was a stink. Actually, the main reason is because the shopkeeper has a red name. This is my first time seeing someone with a red name, and the game settings say only people who have killed someone have red names. This guy ain't a good person. System Notification Branch Mission 1/3. Rescue the unarmed mother and daughter. Mission rewards: 50,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points. Lu Xun mused. Branch mission, first time seeing one of these, and it's a 3-stage mission too. The first stage of the mission is to find the unarmed mother and daughter. Even though I know they're unarmed, I'm betting they're definitely tied up. Mu Rongyan, seeing Lu Xun's eyes darting around, asked, Are you looking for the source of that strange smell? Lu Xun smiled. Yes and no. I'm looking for people who have been captured and tied up, Mu Rongyan asked. You've been captured and tied up? They even tie people up. Lu Xun wrinkled his nose and pointed behind him. No doubt, probably right behind the kitchen. They're probably sharpening their knives to make stew out of us. Mu Rongyan looked like she was about to hurl. Grand Uncle Master. Stop it. Mu Rongyan stood up, fuming. I'm gonna go to the backyard and investigate. Can't let them run wild. Lu Xun quickly stopped her. Hold your horses. We gotta use special methods to deal with this kind of dirt. It's bad news if you barge in like a bull in a china shop. Mu Rongyan immediately sat back down obediently. So, Grand Uncle Master, what do we do? Lu Xun stood up and demonstrated. Watch closely, hey waiter. The waiter rubbed his hands together, beaming. Honored guest, what can I do for you? Lu Xun stated bluntly. Go tell your manager to release the mother and daughter they captured in the back. Then tell him to tie himself up and bring himself to our table. He thought he was all that, but after hearing that, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. Customer? Are you kidding me? We don't like jokes like that. Mu Rongyan gritted her teeth. Let me handle it, Lu Xun ordered. Sit down. It's been too long since I beat up bad guys. My hands are itching. Here, all of you, come at me. Don't think you're getting away with any of those experience points. Lu Xun beat them to a pulp, and they all yelled, Hero, spare us! Mu Rongyan sat still, silently watching the beatdown. Even though they're the bad guys, she couldn't help but feel that her Grand Uncle Master was even more ruthless than them. Lu Xun quickly finished everyone off. After it was done, he dusted off his hands. Bunch of weaklings, speak. Where are the mother and daughter you're holding? They were beaten black and blue and had to spill the beans. They're in the back kitchen. But before he could finish, a painful scream was heard. Ah! An arrow pierced his head, killing him instantly. The manager's voice rang out. Too talkative. How can I let trash like you ruin my grand plan? Kill them. Don't get my tables dirty. I still need to run a business. The bandits behind him obeyed. Yes, second leader. Mu Rongyan offered. Grand Uncle Master, should I make a move this time? But looking at their heads, each one had red names. Lu Xun stopped her. No need, these guys have all killed people before. The owner yelled loudly. Kill! Charge! Lu Xun said coldly. They don't deserve to live any longer. A burst of light from him swept away the bandits. Only then did they realize something was wrong. He's a cultivator. This guy has magic treasures and can make our swords fly. Lu Xun took out a magic item from his storage ring. A package of swords appeared beside the owner. He fumbled with the bow in his hand. You overestimate yourself, kid. You'll die here and become a delicious meal for my brothers. But faster than sand. Lu Xun had knocked them all down. He stood tall behind the owner. "Where are the mother and daughter?" He conjured up a magic circle again. "Tell me, and I'll give you a whole corpse." The owner gritted his teeth. "This kid's a tough one. You want to know where they are? Then try and pry it out of me yourself." HMPH. "You think I'm running scared? This is a strategy." Die. He decisively shot an arrow at Lu Xun. Lu Xun didn't even bother dodging, and with a wave of his hand the arrows fell scattered on the ground. "Is that all you've got? Don't regret this." Then he flew up to chase after the owner, who pulled something else out of his pocket. Seeing Lu Xun appear in front of him, he swung a chop, but that chop was blocked by the light surrounding him. Unable to touch Lu Xun at all. "What's going on here? You're a cultivator," Lu Xun sneered. "It's too late to realize that now." He took the sword from his storage ring once more. The fatty, terrified with tears welling up, kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Immortal Master, spare me. This humble one was forced into this. It's really because the magistrate of Yongdomayan oppresses the people too much, making them live in misery, that I was forced to resort to this desperate measure." Lu Xun frowned, skeptical of his words, HMPH, and he started weaving a story to convince Lu Xun. "Immortal Master? You don't know, Yongsablaiyan County used to be a peaceful and prosperous place where the people were happy. But 3 years ago, a new official was transferred to Yongginyan County. That magistrate built houses, enslaved the commoners, and oppressed the villagers, leaving the fields deserted. Husbands and wives were separated. Mothers and children couldn't see each other. He even forced many people to their deaths. Everyone was driven to the edge, and had no choice but to gather on the mountain and become bandits." Mu Rongyan felt sympathetic towards his story. "The world is supposed to be peaceful now, but most officials aren't good people. Many of our demon sect disciples are forced to the mountains because of this." But Lu Xun remained highly vigilant. "Is that really the truth? Then why did you have to capture and tie up those 2 innocent women and children?" The headman heard this. His face brightened, and he hurriedly led the way for Lu Xun to where the mother and child were tied. "He's definitely plotting something. Please follow me, Immortal Master. I'll tell you the details. I'll take you to see them in the detention area now." The mother was struggling to coax the child. "Be good, baby. Your father will definitely save us." The headman pointed at them. "Look at that woman. She's not afraid of us at all. It's obvious she's been oppressing us for years. These 2 are family members of that magistrate." The system popped up again. Branch quest 1/3. Find the helpless mother and child completed. Quest rewards. Increase 50,000 experience points, plus 100 personal fame points. Lu Xun still didn't believe it. System, is the truth really as this fatty says? The system issued a new quest. Branch quest 2/3. Dispel the fog and find the truth. Quest rewards. 60,000 experience points, 100 personal fame points. Lu Xun realized the quest had changed. The second stage of the quest, dispel the fog and find the truth, probably meant this guy was lying. What's true isn't false, and what's false can't become true. "Alright, take me to see her first." On the surface the fatty obeyed, but inside he was as anxious as if he was on fire. If they meet, the act will most likely be exposed. The boss should be on his way back now. Just stall for a bit, and there should be a chance. Lu Xun interrupted his thoughts. "What are you thinking about over there? Hurry up," he stammered. "Yes." The woman hugged her child tightly and cursed. "You bandits really have some nerve. I've given you all my gold and silver. What else do you want?" The headman's face turned green. "Vixen, shut your mouth. You and your husband oppress the people. You deserve this. Today the heavens sent an immortal master to punish you. Just wait for your death." And thought, "I can only shut her up for now." The woman looked up at Lu Xun. "Not bad looking, but he's with this gang of robbers. What a waste of good looks." Lu Xun smirked inwardly. "Maximum charm, it really works everywhere." The fatty urged, "Immortal Master, let's go. Otherwise this ignorant woman will say more foul words. Let's go, let's go. If we look any longer, we'll be exposed." Lu Xun didn't listen, but sat down next to the woman. "I'll just ask one question. Answer correctly and I'll let you go." The woman saw a glimmer of hope. "Is that true? Then you have to release my child too," Lu Xun said sternly. "Of course it's true. I heard the 5 grains yielded a bumper harvest. May I ask which 5 grains?" The woman replied bluntly. The 5 grains naturally refer to sesame, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and beans. Who doesn't know that? Lu Xun stood up and said, "Very good, Mu Rongyan." Mu Rongyan awaited orders. "Got it. Grab that fatty. This lady ain't some sheltered princess. She knows her grains. She cares about the common folk's survival for sure. Mu Rongyan, you heard the order. Move it." That made Fatty's face go dark. He shoved open the door and bolted. Big bro, save me, big bro, they're here." The big boss still had no clue what was going on. Who ain't afraid of dying to dare cause trouble on my turf, HMPH? With that pretty face. I'll give you a good time tonight, Mu Rongyan asked. Little Granduncle Master, should we grab that manager dude too? Lu Exun just gave the order. Lock it down. No need to grab him now, what good is he? The priority now is finishing the mission and racking up that sweet XP, starting phase 3. Don't be scared, I'm here to save you two. The woman backed away. Why should I trust you? Lu Xun replied. Right now you've got no choice but to trust me? What the heck is going on? Tell me the truth, pronto. The woman had to agree. Yeah, you're right, we can only trust you now. I'm the wife of the Yong'an County Magistrate, and this is my daughter. We heard about the flooding in the villages last time. My husband was swamped. Couldn't break away, so I wanted to help him out. I packed up money and supplies to help the victims, but halfway here, these bandits jumped us and robbed us blind. Now we're in this mess. That manager and the big boss were already cooking up something. The manager said Li Fu's daughter's got a magical sword, and she's chopped down a bunch of our brothers. She'll definitely come back for revenge. The big boss figured we'd have an easier time using the official channels to catch her than doing it ourselves, the woman continued. Turns out, they wanted to nab me all along, to trade me for some girl named Li Li to my husband. That poor Lib girl, I know her story. Bandits killed her parents, burned her house down, and now these bandits are after her too. I don't want my husband looking for her to trade for us. I just hope these bandits get wiped out so the people don't have to worry about them. Even if it costs my daughter and me our lives. Mu Rongyan piped up about Li Li, but Lu Xun chuckled. You guys don't have to die. I'm here, so nobody's gonna get hurt. The woman looked worried. These bandits are pretty tough. My guards, even the top-notch ones, lost to them. Young hero, don't worry about us, just get out of here. If you can, please send my daughter back to her father. I'll be eternally grateful. System announcement. Branch Quest 2/3. Clear the fog. Find the truth completed. Quest reward. 60,000 experience points, plus 100 personal reputation points. Lu Xun stood up, full of confidence. I said nobody's getting hurt, and I mean it. System display. Quick Quest 3/3. Help the mother and daughter return home safely. Quest reward. 70,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points, 1 random attribute aptitude point. A random attribute aptitude point. That's a huge reward. I'll be back in a jiffy. If it unlocks sword talent, I'll be golden. The woman suddenly asked. Are you all cultivators? What righteous sect do you come from? Mu Rongyan replied. We're from a demonic sect. But the woman was completely baffled. Lu Xun went out alone to face the bandits. Heh, you even got bows and arrows. For bandits, you guys are pretty diligent in your training. The big boss pointed his sword and challenged. Cut the crap. That woman in the house is mine. Even if you're a cultivator, you ain't taking her today. Lu Xun shook his head in exasperation. You're after her because of that family heirloom sword that girl named Li Mai's got, right? I'll give you a treasure, no need for all this hassle. The big boss smirked. So, you're a smart one. Hand over your treasure, and maybe I'll spare your life. Lu Xun conjured a sword sheath. This is good stuff, take it. The big boss rode closer. Let me take a look. He swung his sword with malicious intent. Since you're giving it to me, I don't need this hand of yours anymore. But Lu Xun simply turned, and the boss's sword ricocheted off course. Then came sword heart protection, doing its job. TCH. If you're so set on dying, then become experience points for me. The big boss fearfully turned his horse around. Archers. Shoot him now. The henchmen all raised their bows, and a rain of arrows appeared before their eyes. The circle on Lu Xun's chest expanded to protect him. He used his spirit shell technique, and those mountain bandits were blown away with blood and screams, like they were goners in the blink of an eye. Lu Xun scoffed. By the time I reached enlightenment, you guys weren't even born yet. The woman carrying her child came out, supported by Mu Rongyan. Immortal Master, thank you for saving our lives. Thank you, Immortal Master. Lu Xun helped her up. Madam, please rise. Now, I'll take you both home, so that Lord Magistrate won't worry. Thinking, just need to get them home, and the 3-part quest will be perfectly complete. The woman was touched. We're troubling you, Immortal Master, she marveled inwardly. This demonic sect Immortal Master isn't just beautiful, she's like something out of a painting. Around Yong'an County, Lu Xun walked and observed. I remember there's a fierce monster zone around Yong'an County, and it gives experience points too. Cracking sounds rang out, and they were surrounded by a dark black aura. Lu Xun sensed danger approaching. No way, am I really that unlucky? This is bad. It's the Black Fur Goblin, the woman cried out in fear. Immortal Master, is something wrong? The ghastly, howling Black Fur Goblins appeared before them. Mu Rongyan sensed the danger. This wasn't easy to deal with. Little Grand Uncle Master, These black fur goblins are at the second level, they're not easy opponents, he ordered. Mu Rongyan, protect them. Leave this to me. She obeyed. Understood. Rest assured, little Grand Uncle Master.
Lu Xun wasn't worried at all, but rather excited.
Experience points. It's all experience points.
A beam of light appeared, and Lu Xun took out the sword sheath.
You brainless, muscle-bound idiots. I've killed countless of you in my past life. If you're so eager to offer yourselves up, then I'll gladly accept. The black fur goblins sensed trouble and whispered amongst themselves, This guy's tough. Shush, let's grab the easy target. The second goblin said, Good idea.
They charged towards Munya Rongyan and the others. Lu Xun scoffed.
You guys know how to change targets? Do you think I don't know how to chase you down? Go. Spirit Shell unleashed. In the blink of an eye they were all wiped out.
The system displayed successfully killed 3 black fur goblins. Quest rewards: 2,222 experience points, 2,222 experience points, 2,222 experience points. Lu Xun coaxed the child in his arms. Don't be scared, little one. Uncle has chased the monsters away.
At Yonghalian County, in the magistrate's residence, Lord Zhang was profusely thanking Lu Xun. Thank you, immortal master, for your righteous assistance. Please accept a bow from this humble official. Lu Xun hurriedly helped him up. Lord Zhang, please rise. It was just a small matter, nothing worth mentioning.
Lu Xun's gaze turned to the little girl next to Lord and Lady Zhang.
This little girl is really cute. System. Ding.
System announcement. Branch quest 3/3. Safely escort the mother and child home has been completed. Quest rewards: 10,000 experience points, 100 personal fame points, 1 random aptitude point. Lu Xun was pleased. A random aptitude point. If it's the way-opening sword skill, it'll explode to the heavens. The system began selecting the aptitude point. Here it comes. Spear mastery level didn't increase. Is level 1 spear mastery too unusual? Don't tell me I'm gonna turn into a long-term bad luck charm again. Better luck next time.
Wait a minute, this spear mastery isn't what I think it is it? Seems like no man can refuse a fine spear mastery. Lord Zhang interrupted Lu Xun's thoughts. To think such banditry and murder would occur within the area under my administration, I am ashamed. As the parent official of Yongjuan County, Lu Xun patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Lord Zhang doesn't need to blame yourself, just keep working hard. Right, I'll take my leave now. I also gotta head to the Li Manor and wait for Li Li to arrive. The entire Zhang family sees you off with utmost respect.
Immortal Master Mu Rongyan stared intently at the map. If Shimei Li Li's address is correct, then the house in front should be hers.
Lu Xun nodded. Yep, this is the place. The Li Manor was destroyed by those bastards.
Stepping inside the dilapidated, long-abandoned house, Lu Xun felt a pang of sympathy.
Turns out, it was such a warm family. Scenes of Li Li as a child, playing tag with her father,
practicing swordplay with her mother flashed before his eyes.
But now, Mu Rongyan was trembling with anger. So Shimei Li Li has been through so much, those people deserve to die. I must avenge Shimei Li Li. Lu Xun reassured. Don't get worked up. 'Cause I also really want to smash those bastards' heads. But some things only have meaning when you do them yourself. But Shimei Li Li's cultivation, Lu Xun said, they're just a bunch of bandits who can't withstand a single blow. You need to find Li Li.
She can do it, Mu Rongyan cried sadly.
Wah, little Shishuzu, Shimei Li Li is having such a hard time. Lu Xun's eyes filled with emotion. Don't worry, let's just wait for her here.
The next day, the two of them just sat and waited in front of the door. Mu Rongyan was suspicious. Little Shishuzu, is it possible that Li Shimei is really lost?
Lu Xun was speechless. That's hard to say. Wouldn't that silly girl be like last time, turning the sword hilt to find her way? At this moment, Lu Xun saw a familiar figure approaching. It was Li Li. Oh, never have I ever missed that face so much. On that night of crying the most bitter tears did she become an adult. The little brat has grown up. Isn't it after the night I tried hard not to cry to seek revenge? It's been so long. Can Xiao Yu accept the fact that she is dead yet? Li Li trembled as she held a bag in her hand. Yeah. Mu Rongyan hugged her tightly. Li Shimei, you've happily made Shiji worried. Lu Xun stood outside watching them. Alright, actually, I also want a hug. But I'm afraid that girl won't be able to control herself and do that thing. That 3-year young prisoner. Lu Xun and Li Li came to her parents' grave. Father? Mother? Your daughter has finally avenged you? Your daughter is doing very well now. Rest in peace.
Lu Xun also respectfully clasped his hands. Bamu. Rest assured, Xiao Li Zi is very strong. I will protect her from now on.
Looking at Li Li's moved face made Lu Xun even more worried. It would be better if the two of them could give her a dream to not crave my body anymore. Do you want to repair the Li Manor? But Linli shook her head. No, this place holds too many memories. I don't dare to face it anymore. Lu Xun patted her head. Then let's go. Leave this place to time. On the way to Tong County, the system issued a mission again. Internal testing has started, lasting for 20 days. Map function unlocked. NPC mode function unlocked. Detailed NPC mode functions. 1. Issue quests to players. 2. The merchant shop can buy or sell goods to players. 3. Impart skills. 4. Adjust favorability. 5. Apprentice system. The rest are waiting to be unlocked. Didn't expect the Tianchen continent to be so big, and there are so many newbie villages. With only 1,000 testers, how many will be allocated to Dong County? Really want to grab a player and unlock more poses. On the way, while busy thinking about how to cause trouble in Dong County, many earth-shattering events have already occurred. An hour ago, everyone was running around like crazy. It's over, the game is bugged, it's over, the game is bugged, it's over, the game is bugged, save me, I don't want to die. A wisp of smoke appeared, and a bunch of people with green bars over their heads showed up, making a ruckus. Holy crap, I'm hooked. This plot is gonna make me cry, Guanji happily said. This feeling is indescribable. Surely Hao Yi couldn't help but praise, damn, the realism of this game is off the charts, Mo Guanji chuckled. I suspect you're watching 18+, Mo Guanji pointed back. Surely Hao Yi, you're a brave brother, Mo Guanji laughed. You flatter me. That guy over there is even more awesome, handling 100 things a day. Li Wanji turned around with a friendly smile. Surely Hao Yi's eyes lit up. Just one word, epic. Tianchen's rules state that names must be normal. Names like I'll get you pregnant just by looking at you, or killing me is justified are not allowed. But it doesn't affect the creativity of the players. Oh, looks like something's up. Reaching the newbie village means there's a quest to do. Mo Guanji looked up at the quest. Please follow the map to your designated newbie village, Dong County. Surely Hao Yi invited. Want to team up and go together, bro? Oh yeah, I'm from the Knights Guild. How about you? Mo Guanji waved his hand. I'm just a casual player, no guild, you guys go ahead. I still want to wander around and enjoy the scenery. Surely Hao Yi waved goodbye. Oh well, see ya later then. Mo Guanji smiled brightly. Wow, even the spider webs are this detailed and realistic. This game is unbeatable. There was a rustling sound. Behind him, Li Shan the assassin and Chen Yuntian, the wandering swordsman, were dueling with swords. Mo Guanji secretly observed, looks like I've stumbled upon something big. Could this be a great opportunity? Li Shan the assassin interrogated. Chen Yuntian, someone paid 200 taels of silver for your dog life. Don't struggle. My sword is very fast. Chen Yuntian saw Mo Guanji looking at him from behind the bushes, and he came up with a brilliant plan. If I can't beat him, I'll drag someone down with me and buy some time to escape. Mo Guanji saw Chen Yuntian reaching out towards him and shouted loudly. Ah! He was grabbed by the collar and thrown towards Li Shan. The tip of the sword followed the momentum and pointed straight at Mo Guanji's chest. Damn it, is this where my HP runs out? Just then, a foot stepped on the sword, preventing Mo Guanji from being stabbed. It was Lu Xin. The light around the core of his sword radiated out, blasting Li Shan away. Mo Guanji also got a mouthful of dirt, and his eyes lit up. Freaking awesome, Lu Xin said. This seat will only count to 3. Li Shan and Chen Yuntian ran away as fast as their legs could carry them. Great Immortal, spare us. We'll get lost. Right now, Lu Xin recognized Mo Guanji. Mo Guanji. What a coincidence, Mo Guanji. This name has echoed throughout Tianchen realm twice. The first time was when he entered Little Book Lodge and became a disciple of the immortal teacher. The second time was when he suddenly died. Holy crap, I'm walking someone else's path. And then I meet the original owner like this. Mo Guanji stared at Lu Xin without blinking. This guy, whether it's his looks or his vibe, is totally flawless, like ridiculously handsome. If he posted a pic online, I bet he'd blow up, his popularity would skyrocket. So dreamy, Lu Xun could practically read his mind just by looking at his face. Yep, that max level charm ain't just for show, it slays everyone, guys and girls alike. Mao Nanbei was stunned seeing the purple-named NPC. This is a purple-named NPC, holy crap, I'm totally frozen. In Heavenly Dust, the color of a name shows how high-ranking an NPC is, from low to high, gray, yellow, blue, purple. Rainbow name is legendary, typical. Seeing Mao Nanbei spinning like a top, Lu Xun thought, fate's a gamble. This kid looks kinda dim, isn't he walking straight into a death flag? Should I change my plans and save him? Quest incoming. Will there be a quest for player Mao Nanbei? Nope. Lu Xun smirked. I can give quests directly. Wait. The system interface turned purple. If it's purple, it's way easier. This NPC has some players' bad habits. Likes acting all mysterious and high and mighty. Are you willing to work for this immortal? Mao Nanbei cheered. It's a real quest. Meeting a purple NPC right off the bat, I can brag about this forever.
I will.
Li inside the carriage fumed. Why is he stealing my lines?
Bro, look at me, not him,
Lu Xun chuckled. Promising name. This one's got a short lifespan. Can't just give the quest to him. The express isn't even enough for me. Just use some of that starting loot. The system popped up. Set quest requirements and rewards. Rewards options: 1. Item. 2. Experience. 3. Gold. Mao Nanbei panicked. A purple named NPC's quest has got to be super hard, right? With my current level, what if I can't finish it?
The system showed the quest from the purple named NPC.
Find a companion and bring him here. Quest reward: 1 tael of silver. Accept quest. Yes. Yes. Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up. It wasn't what he expected. But I bet this is just an appetizer. The real prize is coming. He instantly clicked. Yes, the system confirmed. Mao Nanbei accepted the quest. Lu Xun instructed, go now, I'll wait here. Early game, even tiny yellow-named NPCs get swarmed.
Now, if a purple name like me went into town, players would be sucking up to me non-stop, Mao Nanbei declared confidently.
I promise to complete the quest perfectly, Lu Xun thought to himself. Go on. My active tools. At the entrance to Dong County, everyone was buzzing and complaining. Seriously, unbelievable. What the hell is a Calamity native? Damn it, what's this travel permit crap? Mao Nanbei, curious, went over and tapped someone on the shoulder. Hey bro, what's going on? The guy griped. The guards are blocking players from entering, calling us Calamity natives. With shady backgrounds. They can't tell the difference. Calamity natives. The magistrate even issued an order. No travel permit, no entry. So freaking annoying. If I wasn't too low level, I'd fly in and blow that magistrate to kingdom come, Mao Nanbei mumbled. This game is so realistic.
Bro, getting angry won't solve anything. We need to find someone to help.
I'll trick him into finishing the quest first, then ask that purple named NPC for help later, the guy asked as he walked. Bro, you got a plan. He waved his hand. Follow me. Mao Nanbei led his buddy to Lu Xun, completing the quest and finding a way into town at the same time. That.
After he reported everything, Lu Xun said expressionlessly, so you just need to get a travel permit? Didn't expect that. Interesting. Mao Nanbei nodded.
Yes, we need a document with an official seal to prove our identity. Please, Immortal, see clearly. We're good people, not some Calamity natives. Please help us.
They were all starstruck when they saw Lu Xun, the purple-named NPC.
It was like a dream come true.
Li reminded her little granduncle.
These people might not be trustworthy, Lu Xun reassured. It's all right, I know what I'm doing. I believe you. Leave this to me. Go back to Yangtze County first. I have people there. It's just a document to prove your identity, right? If I can get rid of them, it will be useful for me.
Sure enough, those two were seeing stars. Favorability +1. So handsome, the system announced. Branch quest. Help players solve their identity problem. Quest reward, 1,000 experience, 100 personal reputation points. Lu Xun was pleased. Gotta love a system that gets it. At the magistrate's office, Lu Xun told Li,
stay in the carriage and rest. We'll be right back. Li obediently listened. Okay. Even though I don't know why he won't let me go, it makes me so happy that he cares. Lu Xun held the stack of documents in his hand. Thank you for your time, Lord Zhang. This thigh is so thick. Gotta latch on tight. Old man Zhang chimes in happily. It's an honor to assist you, Immortal Master. No need to be so polite. Lu Chen remembered that cute little girl from earlier. Since they've helped me out, might as well return the favor and build some good karma. Old man Zhang. I see your eldest daughter has quite the talent and aptitude for cultivation. She and I seem to have a connection, so how about sending her to the demonic sect when she comes of age? What do you say? The two goons behind him got stars in their eyes.
Turns out, this guy is a big shot from the demonic sect. I want to go too. Old man Zhang was overjoyed.
Really? My little girl actually has talent for cultivation. In Tianchen, there's a saying that kids shouldn't cultivate. For 2 reasons. 1, so they can stay with their parents and have a happy childhood. 2, it's easier to learn things when they're older.
Lu Chen simply nodded. Cultivators don't lie, ya know. Old man Zhang respectfully thanked him. Immortal Master, who knew my little girl would have such an opportunity? Lu Chen bid farewell. Then it's settled. Old man Zhang's eyes lit up like Christmas trees. Fantastic. The Zhang family will finally have a cultivator. Someone. Get the missus to bring the young miss over here to kowtow to the Immortal Master, the servant obeyed. Yes, sir. Lu Chen waited for the missus and her daughter to arrive.
Madame Zhang pushed her kid forward. Nguer quickly kowtowed to the Immortal Master. Zhang Ngu obediently bent over. Pretty uncle, Zhang Ngu, kowtowed to the man. Unfortunately, her head bumped hard against the floor with a thud, leaving a big red bump on her forehead, but she remained unfazed. while Lu Chen looked super awkward. Ouch, does it hurt? Okay, good girl, get up now. Damn, what a scam. He just scooped her up. Mu Rongyan examined the kid's aptitude. Mu Rongyan obeyed. Yes, little Grandmaster Uncle.
She tapped the girl's forehead, and a green light flashed in the little girl's eyes.
Lu Chen watched as the circles appeared. I knew I had an eye for talent. A natural aptitude of 7. That's considered incredible. Old man Zhang bowed his head in gratitude. Immortal Master, please consider her. We'll definitely send her to the demonic sect to study when she's old enough. He let the little girl go. Just remember that, all right? Well, I'll be off now. Old man Zhang saw him to the door, respectfully sending him off.
Lu Chen tossed the thick stack of documents to Mo Guanji. Here, distribute these to the people who need them when you get there.
Mo Guanji and the guy next to him bowed their heads in thanks. On behalf of my comrades, thank you, Immortal Master. To help someone you don't even know. Now that's foresight. But really, Lu Chen was just doing it for the quest. Quest completed perfectly. Keep up the good work, the system announced. Quest completed, reward received, extra thick silver tails.
Yi thought to himself, raising his hand to get Lu Chen's attention. Immortal Master, look at me, my business skills are also super strong, you know? Lu Chen thought, this guy.
Oh yeah, remembered now, he's the subordinate of that high-level rich kid guild leader from the Knights Guild. Maybe I can use him to build some hype for myself. Minus points right from the start. He must be getting anxious, which means he'll try even harder, and then adjust the affection level. Ce Hao Yi, affection decreased by 1. Ce Hao Yi looked at the screen in a panic. Mysterious purple person, affection towards Ce Hao Yi decreased. What did I do wrong? Why did it decrease? Is it because I'm too ugly? Lu Chen continued to walk. Next, we need to go to Tong County to issue the travel permits, and then head to Qingling City, Mo Guanji replied. Yes, Immortal Master. Ce Hao Yi was bawling his eyes out. The system panel popped up. Ding! Quest activated. Carriage ride to Tong County. Qingling City. Quest reward. Gray Eagle Finger skill. Accept the quest. Ce Hao Yi thought. Learning Eagle Finger doesn't cost experience points, and it's just right for them. It's just that some of the images are a little, I need to stay calm. Yes, click, saving images. Decreased affection doesn't matter, I can make it up later. But I'm interacting with a purple named NPC, he's a guild hero. The guild leader will definitely give me a huge red envelope.
Ugh. Lu Xun opened the carriage curtain, and Li Li was already waiting inside.
The two guys' faces turned red when they saw her stunning beauty. So beautiful, Lu Xun said loudly.
Hurry up and go.
What are you gawking at? You've already been seen. They immediately jumped up to drive the carriage. Yes, we'll leave right away.
Lu Xun shielded Li Li. From now on, dress more conservatively, and wear a veil, got it? With that baby face and those ahem assets, if someone screenshots that and posts it on the forum, those game-addicted incels will go crazy.
Li Li was secretly delighted. You don't want them to see. Lu Xun coughed awkwardly. If that happens, I'll have to memorize all their in-game names and kill them one by one. Too much trouble. Zhuo Haoyi, while driving the carriage, wondered, aren't cultivators supposed to be able to fly and teleport? Why are we still riding in a carriage? Mo Guanji scoffed. Idiot. He's a purple named NPC, so what if he's a little different? Besides, without this, what use are we? Zhuo Haoyi understood. Right, that's true. You really are a lucky player, brother. You even triggered a quest from a purple named NPC. Guanji looked proud. Of course, if this quest only needed one person, there wouldn't be a spot for you, Zhuo Haoyi. Zhuo Haoyi immediately brown-nosed. I owe you one, brother. The system displayed a chat box in the guild channel. Guild leader, praise me. I met a purple named NPC. It's a huge stroke of luck, once in a lifetime. Mai Qinhua was the guild leader. A purple named NPC. Sweet, this is my chance to show off. He sent a message. The Poor Knights Guild. Internal testing players of the Knights Guild encountered a purple named NPC. First, let them be curious. Wait until the topic gets around 1,000 replies. Then I'll update more information, haha. The Poor Knights Guild. Internal testing players of the Knights Guild encountered a purple named NPC. Specific details will be updated later. That face is ridiculously handsome. Hopefully, Zhuo Haoyi can persevere and not screw things up. I'm still the guild leader. I need to follow the correct process for showing off. Jin was also browsing the web. Trisk. These current gamers really know how to play. Too bad I don't have the feature to reply to posts, or I'd add a few comments. Finally. I've been waiting for this. The rich second general didn't disappoint. It's all according to plan. Newest and hottest forum recommendation. The Poor Knights Guild. Internal testing players of the Knights Guild encountered a purple named NPC. Specific details will be updated now.
HOT 9,999 plus Stingy Fairy 18 meters. My 18-year-old shock. I'm not human. The Poor Knights Guild. Internal testing players of the Knights Guild encountered a purple named NPC. Specific details will be updated now. Late-stage cancer. Purple named NPC is 30% aloof and 70% stupid. A boastful purple named NPC appeared in the beginner village, exaggerating my height to 2 meters. If there's a real purple named, I'll have my roommate livestream standing on his head to pee on Jiang Ziya's grave. Hurts more than buy. If there's bean paste porridge, you wouldn't be this drunk. Shapeless, says the bleep. Lu Xun read with increasing amusement. Keep it up. Keep increasing my fame points. System, ding ding. Replies have exceeded 3,000. The topic starter, the Poor Knights Guild, has a new update. Impressive, already over 3,000 comments. Let's see what tricks you're pulling this time. A new photo appeared. Lu Xun self-admiringly said, this angle is pretty good. It restores about 80% of my handsomeness. The girls screamed in the comments. Meow meow mommy asks. Fresh, why are you lying on your stomach doing disco on a grave? I'm dying. Why am I, a male, so excited? Missing tooth rabbit. 1 minute, I want all the information on this person. Hubby. He's my hubby. Get out of here, he's my husband. Hubby, my hubby. Look at me, daddy, I'm ready, daddy, love me. Under this overwhelming onslaught, Lu Xun couldn't handle it. Ugh, you stupid gamers. You're a little too enthusiastic. Has the officially targetable NPC been activated yet? Unlock targetable. If you unlock that, it'll reveal his health bar, and it'll calculate favorability. Lu Xun thought of the frenzy of the other players. Grind away, I'll get your favorability maxed out, Lu Xun pondered. It seems like revealing any stats wouldn't be a good thing. It's better not to unlock it for now. Hey, the Poor Knights Guild's post is already trending. Giving myself a name, naming a purple named NPC, Mrs. Featherpen speaks up, purple named plus a noble aura like a prince. Let's call him Zidian, purple lightning. 30% aloof, 70% stupid. Cold young master and traitor are all trash. Overbearing CEO, you're ugly but I'm blind. Fierce, Zidian. This trash name got 60,000 likes. Sounds like toilet paper. Mrs. Featherpen. Hurry, join our group so we can find a beautiful man to be Zidian's partner. Lu Xun's face flushed. Wait, why is this reply so messed up? Where is this person? I have to go kill them. 800 meters. Every time. Mu Rongyan startled. Who does junior uncle want to kill? 800 meters. Every time, Lili stammered. What's wrong? Lu Xun held his head. Nah, it's cool. I just suddenly remembered the neighbor's dumb dog and couldn't control my emotions. For a sec, Mu Rongyan was sus. Dumb dog. Coo. Lili pondered. Could it be the dog that used to steal food from Lu Xun? Lu Xun just cried a little inside. That's all. You gotta pay a price to succeed, right? At least I'm famous now, ain't I? The carriage stopped. Immortal Masters reached Tong County. Lu Xun ordered. This is Tong City. Prepare to distribute the official documents. The girls turned to look at Lu Xun in the carriage and cheered non-stop, and those two dudes were blushing, thinking they were being praised. Whoa, look at that guy, so handsome. They rushed towards the carriage, trampling all over MC Guanji. Holy crap, Zindian, it's the legendary Zindian, OMG. He's even hotter than in the pics. This face, I wanna lick it. Quick, tell the bros who are offline to log on, ASAP. There's a perk waiting at the city gate. This is all about trying your luck, and now my luck's finally blooming. So damn handsome. Lu Xun saw the wave of goodwill in front of him and couldn't let it go to waste. I've already revealed myself. Might as well show off a bit and experience what it's like to be an idol. He waved his hand. Everyone, please don't gather here. It's no good if someone gets trampled. Spread out, the women screamed. I'm done for. No way, I'm pregnant. Zindian is worried about me. How do I top up for Zindian? I'll top up right now. Mo Guanji yelled. How can they scatter if you say that? The girl next to her kept blabbering. If only I could be stuffed into his pocket, Lu Xun ordered. Issue them the passes. Mo Guanji held the pile of passes and followed the order. They received the passes and cried even louder. Turns out Zindian came to save us. I never thought I'd be blocked outside the newbie village, but now Zindian saved me. I'm gonna cry my eyes out, Mo Guanji reported. Reporting, Immortal Master. The documents have all been issued, Lu Xun said. Alright, we're done, let's go. The women were all flustered. Zindian's leaving. Wait, I haven't seen enough. Wherever Zindian's going, I want to go too. Zidian, where are you going, Zidian? I can't live without you, Zidian. On the way to Qingling City, Lu Xun was sweating bullets. That was scary. They're still chasing. So being an idol is this terrifying, Mu Rongyan suggested. Little Granduncle Master, how about you disguise yourself? No need.
Someone like me naturally has to accept some madness. Like, the madness of fans, hee. Task activated. Help players solve their identity issues. Task completed. Task reward. Plus, 10,000 experience points. 100 personal fame points. Done. The experience points are back in the vault. Experience points are awarded to players for completing tasks. The limit that can be distributed is 2,000 every 24 hours. The calculation method is the current level times 5, minus 2,000 points every day.
If I distribute these experience points to several players, wouldn't I have a few more tool people? It's time to put my leek farming plan into action.
Don't think becoming my leek means you're the only one. My leek farm is pretty damn big, Mo Guanji reported. Immortal Master. We've arrived at Qingling City. Mu Rongyan patted Zhuo Haoyi's shoulder and whispered, "Park the carriage in a hidden, quiet corner by the road," Zhuo Haoyi asked. The Immortal Master has stopped the carriage. What now? Mu Rongyan used a concealment spell. A cloud of mist surrounded the carriage. Zhuo Haoyi couldn't help but get excited. Awesome! This is the wonder of magic. If I wasn't inside, I definitely wouldn't have noticed there was a carriage here, Mu Rongyan reminded. Don't be loud, Jin Sir is sitting inside. Li Li sat next to Lu Xun, circulating his energy.
He could feel the sword intent on Lu Xun's body had changed, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lu Xun was now facing his senior sister in a different space. Today is the last day of the sword intent entanglement task. Holding on will get me a point of sword Dabo aptitude. It's been so long since I've seen second senior sister. Such a pity. The previous 29 days felt unbearable, but now that it's the last day, I feel reluctant to part. Habit is such a scary thing. What's this? Task completed. Received 1 point of sword Dabo aptitude. Li turned around and saw Lu Xun's body shaking. He looked up at the system panel.
Sword Dao aptitude from level 1 to level 2 can be upgraded. It can still be upgraded. Oh right, I still have a special attribute point I haven't used. If I've chosen the Sword Dao, then let's put it all in for the upgrade.
Congratulations, host, for receiving the Sword Intent and upgrading Sword Dao aptitude from level 2 to level 3.
The Sword Intent I've finally formed, my true Sword Intent. Li frowned. Lu Xun, what's wrong with you?
He held out the sword sheath, seeing the string moving.
Yeah, Li and Lu Xun went outside to check. What's going on? Mu Rongyan was already holding up her sword. Little Martial Grand Uncle, this is. Lu Xun caressed the sword sheath. Behave yourself, don't get so excited. It's also happy that I got the sword intent, even making such a ruckus. The power of a middle-grade purple pattern is indeed not to be underestimated, but Qingling City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After this, the sword sheath seems a bit too flashy. I need to quickly enter the city to be safe. Qingling City is the largest city a few newbie villages away, protected by the demonic sect, so no one dares to cause trouble. Gradually, there's no need for city gate restrictions, and the gates are never closed. A mysterious girl stood high above, observing them. Middle-grade immortal artifact. Interesting. Mo Guanji's mission appeared. Mission completed. Received a gray thumbs-up skill reward. Learn it or not. Seeing the two of them giving each other the middle finger, Li wondered. What are those two doing? Lu Xun pouted. Looks like the simple and unadorned customs of the great heavenly Chen are about to be tainted. Someone from the tavern came out to greet them. Esteemed guests. Dining or staying? Mu Rongyan said. Staying. He opened the door. So you're intersect immortal masters. Please, come in quickly. Because Mrs. Third Martial Brother is obsessed with cooking, the demonic sect base he established is either a hotel or a tavern.
The next morning, Lu Xun put down his teacup. Zhuo Haoyi, now that the mission is complete,
you can leave on your own. To start the first step of your training plan, go develop on your own. Zhuo Haoyi was distressed. Xindian is chasing me away. What did I do wrong? He looked at Mo Guanji, only receiving a shake of the head. We don't know either. We don't dare to say.
Zhuo Haoyi was about to cry.
I am Immortal Master, Lu Xun said directly. Your aptitude is poor. Staying by my side is useless. Go train for a while. When you are capable enough, I will summon you myself. I believe your Divine Archer Association president will fatten you up nicely. I'll just wait to enjoy the benefits.
Zhuo Haoyi's eyes lit up, crying his heart out. The Immortal Master means, as long as I'm strong enough, I can follow the Immortal Master, so I'm too weak to even brown nose properly.
Lu Xun praised him. Indeed, you have great comprehension. Zhuo Haoyi slammed the table. Immortal Master, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down.
Zikat Dian is placing his hopes on me, waiting for my king's return, so I'll be qualified to cling to him. Hey brothers.
You stay by the Immortal Master's side, and contribute diligently. I'll take the first step. It's not hard to see that Xindian values this kid more. But this is only temporary. Mo Guanji wished him, see you again, brother. Okay, when you come back, I'll be the Immortal Master's top lackey. No one can compete with me. He suddenly caught Lu Xun's gaze, staring intently at him. I have to keep a close eye on this kid. I can't let his path narrow. He was flustered. I am Immortal Master? Do I also need to go train? No way, I haven't even started sucking up yet. Lu Xun said. Well, sort of, but not really. Let me ask you this. Are you willing to be my sword attendant? I may not have a sword, but I've got a mini-sword in my heart, so serving me is the same as serving a sword. Logical, right? With reasoning and proof, I'm so awesome. Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up. Sword attendant? Isn't that like being Xiandian's disciple? Holy crap, this is the big break I've been waiting for. I'm willing, Li Lai yelled from behind, seething with anger. Damn it, this guy stole my line and he's so loud about it. Mao Nanbei pictured himself surrounded by girls. This is an internal exam. What does it mean to be Xiandian's disciple? It means my future is bright. It means all those female gamers who see Xiandian shouting on the forums will flood my inbox. It means I can have all the beauties I want and solve my being single problem. Did he join the demonic sect? The demonic sect is one of the sects that Tian Chen promotes. Xiandian is awesome. I heard that the demonic sect has a mysterious and powerful young lady. Maybe I can. Hey, will I become Lu Xun's sword attendant? Yes. So Xiandian's name is Lu Xun. Wait till I get out there and brag. All those female gamers will be screaming Xiandian's name to the heavens. Disciple system activated. Chief disciple, none. Direct disciple, none. Closed disciple, none. Inner disciple, none. Outer disciple, Mao Nanbei. Sword attendant, laborer, none. Huh. Isn't the disciple system supposed to activate at level 3? Why did it activate early? Must be the butterfly effect from my beautiful self. If that's the case, I have to make the most of it. But I need to give this guy a shot of preemptive inoculation to prevent him from dragging my name out and ruining my reputation. This time I've come down to the mortal world on a secret mission. They can't be revealed to anyone, you understand? Mao Nanbei replied. I understand, senior. Rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut. Lu Xun said. That's for the best. What kind of man doesn't like someone who keeps their mouth shut? I need to meditate for a few days. You go around and get familiar with the scenery in the city and come back here later? This guy is the real deal child of destiny, so I should send him out to scout around. Maybe he'll have a big harvest. If you encounter any problems, come here and tell the waiter at the inn. Got it? There's a hidden mission in his words. If it's difficult, I must tell him. I'm determined to piggyback on that mission. Mao Nanbei nodded repeatedly. I understand. To alarm Xiandian and have him help me with the mission, it feels like I'm a male pig who's met a golden-fingered daddy. And that golden-fingered daddy is thinking, go, my tool, brave young man. Go and create miracles. Raise his favorability for the first 5 years. Give him some sweet talk. Then the tool will work even harder. Lu Xun's favorability towards you +5. Mao Nanbei was overjoyed. I got the purple-named Big Shot's favorability. He happily turned to leave. Senior, I'm going. Lu Xun was also satisfied that the tool was so obedient. He turned to the two girls. They've got somewhere to go, so let's stroll around this city, but we all have to change into different clothes. To avoid attracting attention, Lu Xun went into the changing room, and just as he was halfway through putting on his shirt, Li Li knocked on the door and came in. Lu Xun, can I come in? She resolutely opened the door. Can I come in? Her face was flushed. Her eyes were dizzy. The opportunity is right in front of me, but it's hard to open my mouth. Lu Xun's attention was drawn to her chest. Is there anything you want to say? Please don't shake so much, okay? Lila's face was serious. Little grand ancestral master. Lu Xun still couldn't take his eyes off that spot. Huh? What is it? Lili was too embarrassed and awkward, and Lu Xun's nose started bleeding. This girl probably can't see my toes, right? She suddenly shouted. Little grand ancestral master, I want to be your sword attendant girl. Lu Xun was stunned. What? Sword attendant girl? What the hell is that? Lili insisted. Please accept me as your sword attendant girl. I absolutely won't let anyone else get ahead of me. Lu Xun can only be mine. Lu Xun was speechless. Girl, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You probably don't want to serve the sword, but to serve the bed is more like it. Lili bowed her head and pleaded. Little grand ancestral master, please grant my wish. Lu Xun smiled. Lu Xun, I am also not Liu Xiahui. Also know that this girl is in love with him, okay, is to see the color of his heart, but she is only 16, is a minor, absolutely not. Sword attendant girl is not needed by you. Lili's face darkened. Am I not good enough? Lu Xun waved his hand. Don't underestimate yourself. You also have a lot to be proud of. For example, that place that bulges out, Lili said shyly. But I swore to get stronger to protect you, and now you won't even give me the chance. Lu Xun patted her head. I always remember that. I was so touched back then. But as a man, logically, I should be the one protecting you. Qingling City is bustling today, with the chirping of birds, the calls of delivery men, and the grumbling of drunken customers. But amidst all the noise, Li Li could only hear her heart pounding like a drum. Oh no, it's that feeling.
Favorability +1+1+1. Lu Xun was speechless. As expected, girls use their boobs instead of brains. They're all easily coaxed. He tried to divert her attention a little.
Lai Lai, let me see if your cultivation has improved recently. Lai Lai pouted. So unromantic. Not the time. Definitely not the time. Suddenly, Lu Xun raised his fist unexpectedly and whacked Li Lai on the head with a thwack.
Showing no mercy. Ow. She staggered backward. Half an hour later, Lu Xun pressed Li Li's head to the ground. Start eating dirt.
Li Lai froze. This guy really meant it when he said he'd check. Please, let me thank you. Lu Xun scoffed. With that level of strength, what could you possibly use to protect me? Li Lai was filled with determination. I'll work hard at cultivation, Li Lai. At worst, I'll have God-defying cultivation in the future, and just force him. Lu Xun looked at her, scared. Why does that look make me feel like she wants to commit a crime? Li Li cracked her shoulder joints.
Thanks for the teachings, little granduncle master. I understand now. Lu Xun was suspicious. Really, I don't believe it. After the charade, the group finally went strolling around the streets. Muatrong Yan wondered,
why are there so many turtles on this street? They keep sniffing me and smelling my scent. Lu Xun was surprised. Why do these turtles all bow their heads when they see me? Mu Rongyan thought. Little granduncle master. It seems like these turtles are showing you respect. Lu Xun was stunned. Turtles are showing me respect, Mu Rongyan explained.
The turtle, along with the dragon, phoenix, and kinlan, is one of the 4 symbols, representing auspiciousness and good fortune. It's a good omen.
Li Li observed. But why are there so many turtles here? It seems like no one else thinks it's a problem.
Lu Xun raised his sword scabbard.
Qingling City is built on the shell of a giant black turtle,
protected by its lingering spiritual energy,
so the people here all believe they are blessed by the black turtle and live in harmony with them, Li Li praised. Amazing. As expected of Lu Xun said, it's nothing. Actually, it's all knowledge from my past life. When I was a gamer, I memorized the brief introductions of some of the major cities. HMPH. Mu Rongyan whispered. Little Grand Uncle Master. Someone is following us, Lu Xun reminded. Don't pay attention, just keep walking. Li Li pretended to be scared, but actually just wanted to cling to Lu Xun.
Could it be those remnants of the mountain bandits? Mu Rongyan also readied her sword. Qingling City is the territory of the demonic sect. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble at will. Who's so daring? Lu Xun adjusted his hat.
Whether it's a donkey or a horse, we'll find out once we catch them and take them for a spin. My sword scabbard made a fuss last night, and now someone is following us today. What a coincidence. Li Li asked. What do you think, little granduncle master? Mu Rongyan listened to everything. We'll do whatever little granduncle master says. He suddenly said loudly, Ugh, this alley is so dark. Seems perfect for doing something naughty. Let's go in, Li Li, and Mu Rongyan's faces froze.
This acting is so cringe, Mu Rongyan asked suspiciously.
Little Grandmaster Uncle, do you really think overacting like this will lure him out? Lu Xun said with certainty. Of course it will. This is the chance he's been praying for. Your fellow simp is here. Why not come out and say hi? A dark shadow flashed past them like lightning, so fast you couldn't even see their figure, Mu Rongyan shouted. Little Grandmaster Uncle, be careful. Seeing that hand about to touch his sword, Lu Xun commanded, Sword Chi.
The person immediately revealed themselves. It was the girl who had been watching them from afar. She praised. As expected of a mid-grade immortal weapon, its power is indeed extraordinary. Mu Rongyan was shocked. Holy crap. A heretical foreign demoness.
Lu Xun didn't show any expression on the outside, but was inwardly judging her from head to toe. From a distance, I only thought her figure was okay, but I didn't expect her to look like this up close. Oh my, she said with interest. As expected of the owner of a mid-grade immortal weapon, your looks are also considered a dragon or phoenix among men. Li Li was angry. The way this person is looking at Lu Xun is so annoying, Lu Xun responded. Thank you for the compliment. Sure enough, After the sword sheath, she shamelessly asked directly, I wonder, would this face of mine be enough for this young master to give up the sword sheath in your hand to me? Lu Xun was straight to the point. Like hell, you're not worthy. She was furious. Do you even know who Shanghua Ji Yu is? Lu Xun stepped closer to her, and the atmosphere suddenly turned pink. Not to diss you, but in front of yours truly you're nothing. Everyone was shocked. She couldn't help but think, how can this person be even more beautiful than me? Handsome, who are you? Lu Xun smiled. You're dumbstruck, aren't you? Daring to compare your looks with someone who has charm level 10. You're just humiliating yourself. Beautiful, wipe your drool, it's about to drip. She pulled herself together. I didn't expect this young master to be so handsome. It's really making me feel restless. Lu Xun ordered. Smart people don't beat around the bush. Scram, don't dirty my eyes. She kept pleading. Young master, don't be so fierce. I just want a weapon that fits my hand. As long as young master gives it to me, I'll do whatever you want. Lu Xun ignored her. Dream on. You can have anything in your dreams. Seriously, there's something about this girl that just feels off. She got angry. You don't know what's good for you. Lu Xun used magic. Are you saying you want to fight if I don't agree? Lily also drew her weapon. Her face was no less angry than Lu Xun's. I also want to beat her up. Daring to covet my things. She immediately unleashed magic. So you're not afraid of death at all. Murongyan realized something was wrong. This person has a 3-realm cultivation. Lu Xun is currently a purple named level B NPC, initial realm. 3 realm translated into game terms is probably around level 31 to 40. Damn it, I'm only level 4. Tian Chen's top level is level 60. In the Tian Chen world, each realm is divided into initial stage, middle stage, peak stage. Those above the 5th realm are considered strong experts, and those from the 8th realm onwards are considered great powers, which are usually very rare. The system couldn't even find her name. This girl has some skill. Lu Xun whispered to Murongyan. Are you confident? She replied. With my 2-realm cultivation, I'm not confident, little Grandmaster Uncle. Lu Xun cried. I miscalculated. It wasn't easy to accumulate experience points. I really don't want to use them all up like this. Moreover, even if I use up all these experience points, it probably won't be enough. It's only safe when you have money in your pocket. That's right. This is the territory of the demonic sect, who dares to act recklessly. Lu Xun regained her initial confidence. You sure you want to throw down? She sneered. What's up? Getting scared now. Lu Xun said. Nah, look around you, teleportation talisman. Murongyan understood, I see. Lu Xun picked up the paper. This is a teleportation talisman from the Devil Sect. I wonder if your skills are enough to fight against some disciples of the Devil Sect. She felt guilty. Are you threatening me? Damn it, I didn't expect them to be from the Devil Sect? Lu Xun waved the paper in her hand. You can try me, she thought to herself. Although I could kill and rob her before the Devil Sect disciples arrive, offending the Devil Sect for a mid-grade immortal artifact is a bit too risky. The person behind her reminded, My lord, we still can't afford to mess with the Devil Sect. We should think this over carefully. Lu Xun threatened. Don't even think about pulling any tricks while I'm calling for backup. This talisman was specially made by the Devil Sect. It can bring people here in a blink of an eye. You're not faster than that. My 3rd senior brother is a bookworm who loves research. Although he's not good at cooking, he has a lot of insights in the field of talismans. Damn you, temptress. Scram. I don't want to lose face in front of those disciples, because my cultivation is not enough. Although I can call for backup, my status is too high, it would be too embarrassing. Luckily, she stomped off in anger. Consider yourself lucky today. You can keep that sword sheath for now. We'll meet again. Lu Xun was overjoyed at her victory. Bye-bye, take care. Murongyan breathed a sigh of relief. Saved, Li Li praised. Little ancestral Shishu is so awesome. Lu Xun still acted cool. It was nothing. This enchantress's identity is so mysterious. I feel like something big is about to happen. Could there be some hidden quest or something? System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully preventing the sword sheath from being snatched away. Rewarded with 1 clue and 10,000 experience points. Clue. This person is related to a foreign race. A hidden quest for real. Wait, foreign races? Isn't that what I played in my previous life? In Eternal Dust? The foreign races were the nightmare of the Eternal Dust continent back then. The players were killing them like crazy. That person is a foreign race. No way, the foreign races haven't appeared yet. Li Li waved her hand in front of him, cutting off his train of thought. Little ancestral Shishu, what's wrong? Lu Xun said. It's nothing. This is really strange. I have to find a chance to figure it out. Murongyan was suspicious. Little ancestral Shishu, that person just now probably has a significant background. Lu Xun reminded. That person's background is unknown. Tell people to keep an eye on her, but don't take any risks. I heard that girls like to go shopping. You guys probably haven't shopped enough. Let's go, let's continue. Don't let those idiots affect your mood. The main thing is that I haven't accidentally met any stupid players and found some high-quality leaks. But Murongyan and Li Li were touched by these words.
Little ancestral Shishu really understands us so well.
After walking for a while, Lu Xun recognized an acquaintance, HMPH, that's Zhao Ran. Li Li asked, "Little ancestral Shishu, what's so special about that girl?" Lu Xun said with a serious face. "She's indeed quite beautiful. No wonder she's almost the main character of the world, although her face is more tender than I imagined. But that face is not bad." But Li Li was sad. He even praised another woman's beauty in front of me.
Mu Rongyan was eating watermelon and watching the drama, feeling like something was wrong with the atmosphere. An unimportant watermelon-eating passerby, Lu Xun, leaves, but approaching her will bring misfortune. "Why did I have to run into this damn pervert? What bad luck!" Xiao Ran comes from the Luo Tian sect, one of the 4 great sects, has heaven-defying cultivation aptitude, and has a beautiful appearance that makes people want to protect her. If you believe this, then you are too naive. Her background as a bandit, under the strict rules of the Luo Tian sect, successfully molded her into a twisted angel with a devil's heart. He recalled her horrifying face in his past life. "I also had no choice. Really, I'm sorry. Saying words of pity but doing extremely cruel things."
After the player crazily chopped her into 18 pieces, she became the first NPC in Tianquan's history who had to be censored upon appearance. But, you think that's the end?
Even more terrifying, this pervert was attacked by a player named Yan Bao, making Tianquan's Yuri ship blossom successfully. Slashing the main operator of this game attracted many players wanting to snipe her, spewing goodwill on the NPC with no turning back. From then on, Tianquan, which was full of colors, only had one color left in their eyes: heartache, brainache.
Why did that pervert come to Qingling City? Oh, I remember. Qingling City seems to have a training ground called Gi Tuishu. She came to train. Li Li wondered. "Little Martial Granduncle, what's wrong?" Lu Xun casually replied. "It's nothing, just saw something dirty." She was full of question marks. "Dirty thing? Is it a demon?" Lu Xun said. "Even more terrifying than a demon. That woman just now is not simple. Stay away from her in the future." Li Li raised her fist. "Why? That woman looks extremely weak, not even half of me." Seeing Li Li punch and break a huge rock in half, Lu Xun realized, forgetting that this girl has monstrous strength. "Anyway, remember what I said," Li Li happily said. "Got it." Mu Rongyan silently gave a thumbs up. As expected, Little Martial Granduncle has a keen eye. That woman looks weak on the outside, but her cultivation is not low at all. Even 3 or 4 like me are not necessarily her match. Lu Xun continued on. "Let's go, I'll stroll around with you guys." Lu Xun met an acquaintance, after walking for a while. "This person, she is Yan Bao." Lu Xun petrified instantly. "This fate is hard to understand. This world is truly magical." "Ha ha." Yan Bao was extremely excited. "Wow. Tianquan is made with conscience. Absolute authenticity. I'm afraid I'm not playing a game, but..." Strolling around in an ancient city, Lu Xun frowned. "The strongest Ben Shao in history, Yan Bao, this face, this figure, is the Feng Tianhua version of Yu Jie, indeed qualified to be the Ben Shao." Mu Zhongyan noticed that Little Martial Granduncle seemed to see something. "What?" Lu Xun reminded. "Don't underestimate this woman." But then again, I didn't expect Yan Bao to participate in the internal beta. So, the ill-fated relationship between those two started here. If that's the case, why not add fuel to the fire? The tool person doesn't need to be specific. Anything that can be used is fine. Attacking this guy is equivalent to becoming the protagonist of the world. Lu Xun pretended to pass by unintentionally. Yan Bao was immediately attracted. Damn it, broad shoulders, thin waist, extremely well proportioned. This figure is too awesome. And the aura all over his body is so cool. Zidian, I've met Zidian. Lu Xun deliberately smiled, taking off his hat to reveal his appearance. I'm gonna die. Zidian is 10,000 times more beautiful than in the pictures. Am I dreaming? She pinched her cheek herself. Ouch! This is not a dream. She saw Zidian put his hat back on. Yan Bao stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Excuse me, please wait a moment. Lu Xun turned his head. You calling for this seat? Hook, line, and sinker. Yan Bao's face flushed crimson. Sis. Senior Immortal. Oh, for fuck's sake. Never thought the old lady would get tongue-tied. Wanna die. Zindian's voice is too good. So alluring. I get it now. Turns out I'm not into boobies, but into beautiful women. That, Senior Immortal. Would you like to take in a disciple? Lu Xun smiled slightly. A good seed for immortality. Her eyes lit up. Does Senior mean? If I become Zidian's disciple, I die of happiness? Lu Xun suddenly turned serious. But this seat is not your fortune. Your destiny is over there. Pointing towards Zhao Ran, Yan Bao's eyes shone even brighter. Seems like a beauty.
Turning around, Lu Xun had already skedaddled. Before Nian Bao could figure out what was going on, she turned back, and he was gone. She was even more in awe, appearing without a trace, disappearing without a shadow, worthy of Xing Dian. So awesome. Xing Dian said, my destiny lies with that beauty. Could this be the player guidance from Heavenly Dust? It must be. I unexpectedly got a tip from Xing Dian. Going out, I have another green NPC, only slightly inferior to Xing Dian. Zhao Ran turned to look at the girl, staring intently at her. Nian Bao circled Zhao Ran, appraising her. Trisk chisk. Really my type. These eyes, these lips, this gaze, completely conquer my heart. Everyone loves men. Saintess Jing. This game is too awesome. Turns out I'm a leech, daring to try to complete Zhao Ran. Crossing her arms, Zhao Ran looked at Nian Bao, puzzled. Miss, are you sick? Nian Bao was obviously delighted. This voice is so gentle, I like it even more. Huh, what did she just say? Zhao Ran said coldly. If you're alright, please stay away from me. Nian Bao stuck to her like glue. Oh, beautiful sister, what's your name? Are you missing a Dao companion? Zhao Ran glared angrily, then used magic to fling Nian Bao away. Talking nonsense. Nian Bao wasn't afraid, but liked it even more. Ayo, being hit by a beautiful sister is still fun. Lu Xun watched from afar. With my divine assist, next, Nian Bao can definitely attack Zhao Ran. The chives have been planted. Next, wait for buy one get one free. Li Li asked. Little Grandmaster Uncle, what bad intentions do you have? Lu Xun feigned innocence. Am I the coolest matchmaker in history? Would I be someone like that? It's just a beauty. Mun Rongyan was shocked. Lu Xun waved his hand. You adults wouldn't understand. Look, in today's performance, does my appearance in front of Nian Bao have a big impact? Heavenly Dust World, if I say it, maybe no one will believe it. Xing Dian, the dream lover of countless female players, suddenly appeared before me like this. It was a sunny autumn day, and I was just marveling at how realistic Tian Chen was. He was like a naked immortal. The author's not bad either, even managed to capture some of my handsomeness. The web forum was exploding with comments. What? You've met Xing Dian already? Ah, my hubby, I want my hubby. Did you screenshot it? Hurry up and post it, I'll buy it for 10,000 each. Is our precious Yan tired from playing games? I bought a Mage Smart for you, remember to pick it up. From the Nick Tay SII 2202, almost forgot, Yan Bao is the chairman of the Yan Ming Guild. Having many pawns can be useful too. Heard this Yan Bao lady speak so casually. Every single sentence of her is within expectation. Yan Bao is flirting with Zhao Ran. I want to buy something. What is it? Her undivided love? Guess where my heart is? On the left. No, it's with you. Just thinking about it makes Lu Xun so happy. Next, I'm afraid Zhao Ran won't be able to digest it. Suddenly, the system confirms, Outer Disciple Mo Guanji, triggered Special Sword Pupil. Level not raised to level 1. Experience benefits Master and Disciple Ha Ling Ha. This kid leveled up, only one day, worthy of being the chosen one. So efficient. I wonder if he can trigger a hidden plot. If he can, then I have to crush this chives before cooking. Get benefits from it. Early in the morning 2 days later, Lu Xun was practicing spells in his room. A tung-tung sound rang out. Lu Xun asked, Who is it? The person outside called out, Lord, it's me, Mo Guanji. Seeing him covered in blood, Lu Xun asked, Why are you in such a mess? Why does this blood smell a bit like chicken blood? Could it be that this guy disguised himself after being resurrected? What did he go through? Mo Guanji sobbed and recounted. Lord, the thing is, 1 day ago, Mo Guanji was going to get radishes when he saw a panicked villager running out. We're all doomed, we're all done for. By them, Mo Guanji became vigilant. Something seems off, brother. What's going on? The man's face turned pale. I saw many people jumping around on the mountain outside Qingling City, like they were possessed, biting anything that moved, even biting people to death. Mo Guanji doubted. Jumping around, biting living things. Could it be zombies? The man became even more terrified. What? Zombies? The system displayed. Activate zombie chi mission. Accept. Yes. Even getting on the street can activate missions. Worthy of me. Don't be afraid, brother. I am a celestial master here. To save you all, I will go to the mountain outside Qingling City. A group of people are eating a corpse. Their faces are all withered. Mo Guanji held up the low iron sword he bought for 10 silver, about to complete the first kill in his life in Tianchen. So exciting. Come on, let the fight become my experience points. He ran towards the zombies like a fly, his face full of confidence, but in a flash, his expression changed. He was being sucked dry of blood by them, sucking and sucking.
Motherfucker, these zombies are too strong. I'm being sucked dry. Returning to reality, he continued.
Lord, this disciple is incompetent. Only able to, luckily, escape, unable to kill those monsters.
But he's acting. This chicken blood is sticky, really uncomfortable. In order to pretend to look like he's been through a near-death experience, I've gone to such lengths. Hope I don't get discovered by Xiandian.
Lu Xun knew his tricks but didn't expose him, only consoled him. Your cultivation is low. This is not your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself.
He was happy. Thank you, Lord, for forgiving me. Xiandian is so good. Such an approachable NPC. Don't even mention being his special sword pupil, even if he wanted me to be his subordinate. Cough, cough.
All in all,
the feeling of having someone above you isn't too refreshing. Xiandian is mighty.
Lu Xun thought. Zombies. Looking at this kid Mo Guanji, there's a hidden mission. Can I swipe this thing? Accept the mission or not?
Zombie Chi can really be swiped. Looks like I'm the true chosen one.
To be honest,
how do you want me, your lordship? To help you, kid. Don't worry. If I have a bite of meat, you'll have a sip of soup. Mo Guanji's eyes lit up and explained his intentions. Please, Lord, send a senior sister to help this disciple fight monsters together, preferably a senior sister who's young-looking with big boobs. I don't dare to expect Xiandian to take action personally. But those two female disciples are also quite powerful. One like that with me can also win. Especially that senior sister is both beautiful and strong, is every man's dream wife. Lu Xun refused right away. This is kind of weird. I'm afraid it's way more complicated than you think. I'm going there myself. The express is practically in my hands. There's no way I'm letting it slip away, you know. Besides, you really think... I don't know what you players are thinking. Why does he remember that his current self is just as obsessed with women? This is my wife. Isn't fantasizing about NPCs as your wife like the basic thing to do? I'm not giving you that chance, buddy.
Plus, when the moment comes, I still got my little Dao sword chi, those sharp sword energies by my side. Mu Rongyan and Li Li can't get hurt, that's my bottom line. Mo Guanji stammered.
You mean? Your Majesty? No way. No way. Xiandian is gonna personally help me finish the quest?
Yep, Lu Xun said.
Just like you think. I'm not just doing it myself. I'm gonna gobble up all the express too. He was flustered. Damn it, this is Xiandian NPC. A legendary figure. Looks like Mo Guanji here has triggered some major quest.
Lu Xun coldly commanded. Lead the way. Mo Guanji led him into the forest.
Xiandian is right here, Lu Xun observed. Starting a hidden quest, besides skill, you need luck. I got skill, and as for luck, I got that too, but I prefer the luck of a tool. Wait, Qingling City? Corpse Aura? Zombies? Isn't this the quest that once shook the server? The 2020 LPL competition area is live streaming the spring competition. Ni vs Zen Shocking Ha. The guild player activated the hidden quest, the Corpse Aura quest, but because of the difficulty of this case, no association can complete it on their own. What to do? Waiting anxiously online, the Corpse Aura quest.
Next, I'm not interested. With the help of the guild, the two families will join forces to complete the hidden mission.
Awesome. Only by two forces joining hands can the hidden quest be completed. But sadly, I wasn't part of it. Otherwise, I would at least have earned half a month's living expenses for my sister. That's the matter of the public test not long ago. At that time, the player level was too low, a force could not complete it on their own.
From the timeline, the big boss in the important mission has not yet appeared. Looks like I have a chance to dive a little deeper. After all, diving deep is better than being late.
We're here, let me see your strength. This is bait. The bait has been thrown. Next, just sit and wait to reel in the fish. Mo Guanji heard rustling in the bushes. It's coming? I have to perform really well this time. It's coming. This time I will definitely not be pounced by a jumping zombie.
It roared very angrily. Mo Guanji frowned, being easily knocked over by it.
Son of a BTCH? FRK? Sure enough, I can't mess around. Xiandian is looking at me. That expression seems very disappointed, but Lu Xun didn't care about Mo Guanji's performance at all. First, let's see how much HP the tool can consume. As long as he doesn't die, every little bit counts. Even if the tool is weak, it can still be used, right? And some people are starting to attack on their own. Xiandian is here. How can I lose face in front of him? Let's go for it. But after a grunt, the zombie's claws are covered in fresh blood. It looked even more excited, as if it had been given energy. Blood? And Mo Guanji noticed that his chest had been scratched open by its claws. Crap! It's my blood. My one sword deals 5 damage. Your blood? One claw takes 20 of my HP. Did you buy this?
Seriously. The feeling of experiencing this game is too real. My chest hurts like it's on fire.
It's coming again, Xiandian. Save me. At the end of the road, face or anything else is no longer important. I called it. Holy Mother of Pearl. He ran the wrong way. Anyone want to volunteer to fight this dude so I can roast your grandpa? He just got clawed in the chest again by a zombie. Lu Xun slapped his forehead. This awareness, these skills? Is this kid playing games with actual skill? This kid is just incredibly lucky, otherwise he seems hopeless. The loud shouts kept ringing. Anyone up? Anyone up? Lu Xun ordered the system to scan.
Beep beep, basic info, title, half zombie, level 3. Specific situation, a dead person affected by zombie energy, only knows how to kill like crazy, not even as good as the lowest level zombie. Is this it? A level 3. Half zombie, it's time to enjoy some mowing. With a smirk, Lu Xun slashed a few times at the zombie. Mo Guanji was astonished. A move in a second. Zidian is too powerful. More and more zombies swarmed over, crazily charging forward. Mo Guanji panicked. Crap, there are so many. We're doomed. If I die in front of Zidian, then use a respawn ticket to come back to life and find him, will he treat me like a half zombie and kill me? It was hard enough to latch onto this big shot. Should I just roll with whatever happens then? Just then, Lu Xun blocked him. You beast, don't even think about hurting people. Mo Guanji felt like he'd grabbed a life-saving straw. Zidian didn't abandon me after all. Lu Xun thought, I've already deliberately rushed in front of you. Aren't you going to film this? Isn't this a little too unreasonable? Nope. Just as expected, Mo Guanji raised his camera to film Zidian. About to show off his skills, I have to record this to post on the forum, so everyone can admire how awesome my Zidian is. He pressed the record button, starting to hear the sounds of recording. Lu Xun's movements were gleeful. Those movements means he's recording. This is my debut on the forum. I will light up the Tianchen forum because of me. The zombies pounced and attacked Lu Xun, all at once. Raise your hand, go. WHOSH. They weren't even fazed by that move. Mo Guanji exclaimed in alarm. Not good, Zidian, they're still alive. Lu Xun wasn't worried. Don't rush. Let the sword energy fly around a bit. Finish them off later. The zombies were wiped out with one move. Mo Guanji got even more excited. Holy crap, so awesome, so cool. Zidian is too awesome. Lu Xun pretended to be casual. I just borrowed a bit of wind. The wind belongs to the heavens. He borrowed it to blow, blowing away all their heads. Mo Guanji was in awe behind him. Wah! So awesome. Zidian is worthy of being Zidian. He's my role model. Lu Xun thought. If I still don't get famous on the forum after this performance, then there's something seriously wrong with the Tianchen forum. Mo Guanji saved the recording from just now, taking advantage of Zidian turning around to quickly save this short video. If it gets posted on the forum, it will definitely be even hotter than the photos of the guild night. Ending recording. Saving. The system displayed. Successfully killed 6 half-zombies, earned 600 experience points. The zombie energy quest has been completed. The reward is 300 experience points. Lu Xun was dissatisfied. Only 900 points. As expected. The rewards are small for low levels. There are half-zombies, so there must be zombies. Maybe going deeper will yield greater gains. Mo Guanji's system notified. Ding! The zombie energy quest has been completed. The reward is 300 experience points. Oh, I get rewards too. Holy crap, did I just run into a main character level NPC in Heavenly Dust? Zidian is awesome, Lu Xun prompted. Keep moving forward, he replied. Huh, got it. If your grace wants to continue, doesn't that mean I can get more experience points? Being able to leech experience off NPC Zidian. Is there any player luckier than me? I'm the chosen one. Lu Xun also thought, this is a luck charm. If he's bringing me luck right now, then I definitely can't let him die. Everyone has ulterior motives. The two came to a fork in the road, and Mo Guanji hesitated. Your Grace, which way should we go? Lu Xun said. It's up to you. There's no need to waste the luck of a fated protagonist. Mo Guanji was startled to see the tassel on the sword sheath moving. Huh? The tassel's moving? Lu Xun asked. You want to go to the right? Mo Guanji said. The tassel is nodding, Lu Xun wondered. Is the left not okay? Mo Guanji gaped. The tassel is shaking its head again. Zidian's sword tassel has a spirit. I didn't get to record this miraculous scene, Wasolia. Lu Xun was also surprised. This is the first time the sword tassel has actively expressed its opinion. Seems like there's something on the right that's attracting it, kinda interesting. If the sword tassel has such a profound meaning, then let's go to the right. Mo Guanji hesitated. If I filmed this for 24 hours straight, would that be a bit perverted? But I really don't want to miss any moment of Zidian. I should probably not. Don't have the guts for that. A moment later, Russell, Mo Guanji saw that it was foggy everywhere. Huh, there's fog, Your Grace. This fog is too thick. Should we continue? Lu Xun became alert. This thick fog is a bit similar to the one on Kang Mountain, but not as high grade. But we can definitely say that there's a problem with this fog. This trip wasn't in vain. The tassel is moving again. Lu Xun realized. You want to go inside? The tassel was extremely anxious. Hurry.
Hurry, Lu Xun asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something up ahead attracting you? The tassel fussed. Go! Go, I can't take it anymore. Mo Guanji's eyes lit up. Xindian's equipment is like artificial intelligence. Will I ever get equipment of this level in my life? The tassel replied, Wrong. It was supposed to be yours. Bet you didn't expect that, huh?
Lu Xun was a little worried. Logically speaking, the sword tassel wouldn't harm me. But the fog is so thick, what exactly is inside? Mo Guanji was worried.
Your Grace? I'm afraid there's danger in the fog. Let me go ahead and scout for you, Lu Xun instructed. You stay here and wait for me. Mo Guanji was embarrassed. But Your Grace, the fog is so thick, there might be danger. If I don't follow, then I won't be able to get any experience points. But, Lu Xun still said decisively, Nonsense. Can some fog really stop me? You stay here, Mo Guanji still tried to persuade. Bang! The Stay Here quest has an important reminder. If you insist on following, your account might be deleted. Damn it. If I disobey Zidian, my account might be deleted. Lu Xun stepped into the fog. Although it wasn't as bad as Kang Mountain, visibility was really low. What's more, the temperature here is much lower than outside. Before a boss appears, let's have the system carefully probed to see if there's any useful information. But the system replied with a question mark. Level's too low, can't even probe it. This thread is trying to lead the way, Lu Chen asked. You want to guide me? Is that a yes? This sword thread's bound to me. It swore the little sword inside me probably won't hurt me. But even if the sword thread acts up, so what? In Tianchen, there ain't a boss I can't handle, as long as it bleeds. Wait, 15 minutes later, why is it shaking? And it's shaking faster and faster. This vibration frequency, celebs in the underworld would call it professional. Hey, where are you taking me? After a while, the sword thread led Lu Chen to a coffin. Lu Chen gasped. You brought me here. To this front. A coffin. Is that your target? Why'd it stop? What's inside the coffin? You're saying I can't go over there. Looks like there's probably a formation or some danger around that coffin. If that's the case, heh, then I'll go myself. Little bat, come on over. You're all grown up. Gotta learn to do things yourself. This sword thread. Why does it give me such a worried feeling?
Whoosh! In one sound, the sword thread was tossed towards the coffin, piercing a hole. Green gas poured out, and the talismans around it were removed.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. It made a hole so easily. The defense isn't that high. But why did the sword thread poke a hole in the coffin? Is it trying to suck out the smoke? Lu Chen shaded his eyes, looking around, and said, This sword thread is absorbing the yin energy in the coffin. He looked at it and asked, Hey, could you not slurp it up like you're drinking milk? But it didn't pay any attention, just kept sucking away. Gulp, gulp. He frowned, wondering, is this some kind of hidden plot point? Just then, the system popped up a notification. Ding! Hidden quest activated. He was secretly thrilled. You might not believe it, but the hidden quest that troubled those two major guilds has actually been triggered. He tapped yes on the screen. After choosing, he thought of that thing. If I remember correctly, the zombie in the coffin is level 29, with insane attack power. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt scared. A bit hesitant. Still at level 4, he hadn't chosen anything when the system asked. Feeling like pressing it would be like Dao Rong facing off against Guan Yu. Finally, he threw caution to the wind and gleefully pressed the select button. Of course I'm accepting it. How can a transmigrator fail? Embracing my fate with open arms, he looked at the information on the system, his eyes shining like stars, and exclaimed, That's right. It really does drop blue gear. He figured that this hidden quest was initially something that could only be triggered temporarily. First, the difficulty was extremely high, and a single guild couldn't complete it alone. Second, the quest reward was extremely valuable. Blue gear? Just thinking about it, a piece of blue gear was incredibly valuable in the early stages of the game, let alone this one. Compared to blue gear, 30,000 experience points were just a bonus. Many people were fighting over these things. This was the trick of the Tianchen quest rewards. If the item was high level, the experience points would be a little less. The coffin had many talismans stuck on it. It was said that this coffin was above a yin vein, and this boss-level zombie relied on absorbing the yin energy of the yin vein to condense yin orbs. Lu Chen stroked his chin, thinking to himself, a zombie boss is a big weapon. Even with a bit of intelligence, it's still way stronger than a level 29 monster, not just 1.5 stars stronger. With my current strength, I'm definitely no match. And who knows how strong Sword Shi's sword intent is? He stared intently at the coffin, emitting green smoke. It'll probably take more than 2 years to fully charge. I guess it's still nurturing yin energy. It basically can't wake up until it dies. Such a big commotion from the sword spirit. Stealing food, it definitely knows. He stood there, arms crossed with a faint smile, thinking, looks like I'll leave this quest for 2 or 3 years. Wait until I get stronger and then complete it. He also knew that getting benefits doesn't mean you should be careless. Don't fight a battle unprepared. He could tell just by looking that there was probably corpse poison around the coffin. He couldn't get close. He drew Sword Smile and ran. He could only wait for it to eat its fill and then sneak away. After it's done, I'll take it back. Perfect. Suddenly, he frowned, looking at Sword Smile, feeling a bit off. Why do I feel like Sword Smile is cheating on Sword Chi behind its back? Lu Chen even imagined a scenario where the two swords were jealous of each other, with Sword Chi asking, "Hey wife, do you miss me?" And Sword Smile would blush shyly, while the coffin shamelessly replied,
"Rest assured, she doesn't miss you at all.
"She's already indulged in my comfort. She can't pull herself away anymore." After thinking about it himself, he waved his hand, trying to reject the filth.
"Get away, my eyes are tainted."
Suddenly, the sky that was clear just a moment ago turned dark, and heavy rain began to fall. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, worriedly thinking, "Why is it raining? I have a bad feeling." He looked back at the coffin. Sword Smile was still sucking non-stop, thinking, Sword Smile's stomach is too big, it seems like it's been sucking for quite a while. Just as he was about to call it back, it suddenly flew straight towards him, back to his side. He held it in his arms, confused. Why did it suddenly fly back? I don't get it. Looking at the coffin, he was speechless, asking it, "You're not about to suck the yin vein dry, are you?" It couldn't speak, but it burped loudly, expressing its full and satisfied state. Then he turned red with anger, starting to scold it. "You're so good, damn it! Sucking it clean, this zombie coffin can't be suppressed anymore." Just at this moment, the coffin changed slightly, and a bolt of lightning struck it directly. Hearing the sound, his face paled, staring blankly. "Crap, can't be, right?" Lu Chen's face went white, slowly turning around to look. It's over. It really can't suppress the coffin anymore. In the distance, Mo Guanji saw the large lightning strike. He was so scared he trembled, tears welling up in his eyes, worriedly thinking something. He was growling. "Too scary. Why hasn't Lu Chen come back yet? Please come back soon. I can't handle this alone." The coffin lid trembled slightly. Lu Chen immediately became vigilant, drawing his sword and taking a defensive stance. He felt the awakening aura was too intense. The Sword Smile in his hand suddenly spoke. "Wrong." Sweat broke out on his forehead. A little nervous, but still calmly replied, "It's okay. Now that things have come to this, let's see how it goes." Unexpectedly, from inside the coffin, two skinny, bony hands with black claws shattered the coffin lid and burst out. A female ghoul, with disheveled hair, looking hideous and filthy, crawled out of the coffin. Seeing it, Lu Chen hugged himself tightly, his face pale, his mouth wide open, screaming silently. "Holy crap, it's so ugly, so fierce!" He put his hand on his chest, reassuring himself. Calm down, calm down. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer you must be." Seeing it, he also realized that initially, to kill this zombie mother, the two guilds had put in all their efforts, taking advantage of the resurrection opportunity to carry out the strategy of numbers, and only after slashing no less than 1,000 times could they kill it. In the game it was like that. The level of a boss monster was higher than the player, M level. If you want to successfully kill a monster, you can only carry out a wheel battle, using the number of resurrections to fight. His eyebrows furrowed, worried. "That's right. But I don't have that many resurrections. I'm screwed. Moreover, my situation is not the same as the players. If this zombie swallows my body, it seems like resurrection coins won't work." The zombie now stomped heavily on the ground, its whole body stretched out, full of power, looking like a monster that had escaped. He covered his ears to block the roar. No wonder it's a boss level. The evil aura is too heavy. Just a growl can form wind pressure. An angry woman is hard to deal with. The zombie's eyes were blood red, baring its teeth and opening its mouth. The veins on its forehead also bulged. Only now did he look closely. Crap, that's a broken denture. Once again he had to reassure himself, holding the sword tightly. Calm down, calm down. The gap between the enemy's strength and mine is too great. There's no escape. Only the sword intent, the sword chi within that little Sword Smile, maybe can retreat safely. So standing in front of this nasty zombie, he's grinning like an idiot, waving at it, looking totally clueless. And even laughing, ha, talk about a brave soul. Actually smiling and facing his fears. But from the zombie's view, he's totally mocking it. It immediately jumps super high, charging straight at him to beat him up. In the dark, rainy sky, it leaps into the air, only to be surrounded by black smoke. At this time, that Mo Guanji guy saw it from afar. He shielded his eyes to get a better look and shouted, damn it, something's flying up there." When he finally saw the zombie's face clearly, his eyes widened in horror, his jaw dropped like a final boss, and he screamed in fear, "Holy crap, a boss-level monster!" He pressed the red button. Turns out he was recording a video. thought he was scared, but he's actually standing there, grinning with glee. Gotta record this scene ASAP, or it'll be gone when it lands. Can't resist the curiosity, no matter what. Getting a clear view of the zombie's face on the screen. His eyes lit up, his face flushed red, clearly excited. OMG. A zombie, a boss-level zombie. As hyped as he was, Lu Chen was just as tired. He looked up at the sky, saw the zombie heading straight for him, and nervously thought, "This ain't good. It's gonna land and tear me to shreds." Gripping the sword tightly, he decided, "It's come to this." Thinking that, Lu Chen flung the sword towards it, shouting, "Then let's fight to the death, Xu Zhao." Golden lights burst forth from the sword in his hand. Coincidentally, Mo Guanji filmed the exact moment the zombie got hit by the sword flashes. He was as happy as if he was watching a live-streamed wuxia movie. Yelling as he watched, "It's Lu Chen's sword chi, so epic. Just one word, Lu Chen is awesome." Lu Chen, now a bit calmer, stood still, observing the situation. "No way, I can't possibly take it down with just this little bit of sword chi." So he raised his sword again. Sword chi. Sword chi proximity, it's your turn, gotta use 2 moves for safety, when you gotta blast, go big or go home. This next sword move was way stronger. The light shone dazzlingly bright, shooting powerfully straight up into the sky. Even through the camera you could see the zombie getting trashed. Unable to resist, the beam of light pierced right through it, vanishing completely. All that was left falling to the ground was its lower half. It landed right in front of Mo Guanji, who just stood there with his mouth hanging open. His eyes wide with shock, he blurted out, "Holy crap! The light from his sword is still there." So huge, so powerful, shooting straight into the sky forever. Mo Guanji was so shocked that all he could think of was a swear word. He jumped up and down, yelling non-stop. This one move even cleared away the dark clouds. "And the sky brightened up again," he happily exclaimed. "One sword flies to heaven, blasting straight through the clouds, then clear skies." He was so thrilled that he knelt down, raising both hands to the sky, crying tears of joy as he shouted, "One move and done, freaking awesome. Lu Chen's boss-level sword chi is seriously terrifying. Lu Chen forever." Lu Chen frowned calmly and said, "Zombie corpses have strong souls, thick blood, high defense, and strong attack power, yet it was pierced like paper." Only then did he notice the lower half of the zombie that had been falling to the ground for a while now. Looking at the charred remains turning to ash, he wondered, this is still only 1% of the sword chi. Just how strong is senior brother Yan Li? After the sword fight, Zhao suddenly nuzzled against his chin, acting cute to comfort him. "I'm okay now." Lu Xun was much calmer now. He held the sword in his arms, glancing at it and replying, "As much as I hate to admit it, I have to say that your husband's sword chi proximity is really strong." Those 2 round blue beads even blushed in embarrassment. After saying that, he started doubting himself. "It seems like I'm force-feeding myself dog food." At this moment, outside Qingsling City, that woman and that Xiaohong guy were there. She told him, "Just now, a strong wave of sword chi came from that direction. Go over there and take a look." He anxiously asked, sweating, "But dear Ren, aren't you afraid of what's there? The zombie aura is overwhelming." But she didn't listen. Her eyes clearly showed interest. With such terrifying sword chi, that thing probably turned to ashes. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "This great one wants to see just how powerful that person is. But that guy still tried to stop her. What if?" Before he could finish, she had already taken off, shouting, "If you're scared, stay here. This great one will go over there myself." He was all teary-eyed, watching me with resentment. "Do you think I dare to stand here alone? Wait for me." On Lu Chen's side, the system popped up a notification that the zombie mission was completed. He shoved the yin pearl into his inventory, thinking to himself, "The hidden mission completion reward is this green stone, the yin pearl from the zombie's corpse." He reached out to take it. Turns out the yin pearl was hidden inside its body. No wonder it almost exploded after Jian Zhao sucked all the yin energy out of it. Does everyone's danshin explode after being drained? Lu Chen wasn't afraid of the dirt. He even sniffed it, his face showing disgust. Even though it came from inside its body, it doesn't have any weird smell. Jian Zhao suddenly wrapped around his wrist. He looked down at it, asking with a bit of surprise, "What do you want now?" It just kept hugging his hand and rubbing against it, forcing him to hold its body. He reminded it, "Don't scratch anymore, it's itchy, just tell me what you want." He then held the green pearl closer to it, asking, "You want to eat it?" Jian Zhao immediately controlled its 2 pearls to nod, but he wouldn't give it right away, and instead he frowned and glanced at it, asking, "Greedy much? Isn't 1 yin vein enough for you?" As soon as he said that, its 2 pearls reached out and rubbed against his face. He was speechless, feeling a bit defeated, sighing, "Swords are wife-obsessed, huh? Are you acting spoiled? Do you even know?" He then lifted the pearl away from it, Are you just being greedy? Or is this beneficial for you? If you're just being greedy, move once. If it's beneficial, move twice.
Its two pearls immediately nodded twice. Understanding its meaning, he looked at the pearl more closely with surprise.
Is that so? Then don't rush, let me see the wonders of this pearl.
The system showed information about it. Yin pearl, low-grade green equipment, with mind-charming properties. Lu Chen read it and thought, this might not even be as good as my face. He assessed his own face. Charm level, a questionable 10 points. He still didn't plan to let it eat it right away, holding the pearl seriously.
If you're just being greedy for this low-grade item, I really won't give it to you, like giving money to a spendthrift.
But even if it's beneficial for you, the properties aren't special enough for you to be luxurious.
Then he brought the pearl closer to the sword.
Should I stuff it in? Jian Xiao blushed red and nodded eagerly, unable to wait any longer. But at this moment, a shout rang out behind Lu Chen, stopping him. Stop! It was that girl from before, she shouted in a panic. Do you know what that treasure is? Turning around, he saw that face. He said with obvious disgust. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. Why is it you again? She saw him, and was also startled, her whole body stiffening. The girl named Zhao Hong beside her worriedly thought to herself, it's the person from that day.
From this angle, the sunlight shone brightly on his face, making him look extremely handsome.
The girl saw his face now, her eyes as bright as stars, her face flushed red, unable to hide her infatuation as she blurted out, how can you be so handsome?
But no matter how handsome, it had to be put aside for now. There was something more important. She pointed directly at the pearl and scolded loudly. No, what I mean is, this yin pearl is a spiritual treasure. Are you using it as a snack for Jian Zhao? He replied calmly. This seat is happy, and that's all that matters.
Seeing that she didn't seem to recognize him, he suspiciously thought to himself,
could it be that she doesn't recognize me without the hat? So heartless. She continued to point at him and question.
Extravagant. You're too extravagant. Such a spiritual treasure should be used for cultivation. Hearing her speak so freely, as if it were her business how others used their things, he frowned unhappily and asked back, are you teaching this seat how to do things? In his heart, he secretly calculated, if she's pretending not to recognize me, it's probably because of this treasure. Might as well probe a bit.
The girl was like a shipper whose order was cancelled, standing with her hands on her hips pointing at his face and asking loudly, are you taking deliveries? This is a low-grade spiritual treasure, it's very valuable.
Seeing her being unreasonable, Lu Chen wanted to provoke her even more, directly stuffing the pearl into Jian Zhao's mouth. He even smiled provocatively. It's just a small, low-grade spiritual treasure. This seat doesn't care about it at all. He knew that. Even though you want to get its attention, I'll feed it right in front of you.
As much as Jian Xiao was happy, she was angry, screaming helplessly.
You're wasting the treasures of heaven.
Suddenly she stopped, pointing at Jian Zhao and asking, wait, this is a mid-grade immortal weapon. Hearing her ask, he had another opportunity to show off, crossing his arms and replying casually,
oh, it's just a treasured item of this seat. I don't really care about it.
After answering her, he also noticed something unusual, frowning as he thought, that's not right. This woman wasn't originally a cold and fierce person. Why is she a bit sweet now? Her eyes even lit up, extremely excited. Wow, so you have a lot of weapons. He looked at her, speechless, and even more unexpectedly, suddenly, a series of positive favorability points popped up from the system, leaving Lu Chen bewildered and wondering.
There's a favorability rating for this too. Even though this demoness has changed her tune, she's still a weapon fanatic.
So he asked, but what does that have to do with me?
Who knew she'd directly ask him, could you sell me one? I'll buy it no matter the price.
Lu Chen's face didn't even twitch. He patiently continued talking to her. Sell you one. Price isn't an issue. She immediately agreed, nodding repeatedly. Yeah, super interested. At this point, he couldn't hold back anymore, and just cut to the chase. You failed to snatch Sword Laugh from this seat that day, so you're changing your strategy now. The demoness paused, looking stunned as she asked, what? When did I? That Xiao Hong guy suddenly came up to her, glancing at Lu Chen while whispering in her ear, ah, milady. This is the person from the demonic sect that we mentioned before.
Now she understood. Turning to complain. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He looked aggrieved. I didn't get the chance. You were making all the decisions from start to finish. I couldn't even get a word in, edgewise.
Lu Chen frowned, staring intently at the two in front of him, thinking, this demoness's reaction is off. I want to see what kind of tricks they're hiding.
He stood there with his arms crossed, looking at them with disgust.
Stop playing dumb with this seat. Who are you really? What do you want? She immediately retorted. I'm being sincere, she thought. I just wanted to see the owner of that powerful sword energy. Thinking of this, she suddenly startled. Wait, sword energy? Could it be? Only now did she realize, pointing at him in shock and shouting,
"So, that sword energy, is it even stronger than you attacking?" He coldly asked back. "Oh, what do you think?" Lu Chen observed her very carefully. He was sure that this demoness and the one from that day were clearly two different people, with different personalities. Could they be twin sisters? Meanwhile, the two in front of her looked at Lu Chen, shocked, speechless. "This, you!" She was also looking at him, thinking,
didn't elder sister say this guy only had early-stage cultivation? How is he this powerful? She also frowned, pursing her lips. He must be hiding his cultivation. How could the owner of a mid-grade immortal artifact be weak? I need to quickly think of a way to escape.
As for that Xiao Hong guy, he was now terrified, thinking worriedly, "Crap, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful he could kill that terrifying thing with a single sword strike. I need to get out of here quickly. Or he might discover the truth."
But before he could run, he heard that girl say, "I've heard elder sister talk about you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful."
Hearing this,
Lu Chen frowned, crossing his arms and asking, "Elder sister? So, the one who was eyeing this seat's sword laugh that day was your elder sister?" The girl looked very sincere as she replied, "We're twin sisters. It was elder sister who offended you that day. I apologize on her behalf. Please be magnanimous and don't be like her." Lu Chen chuckled mockingly. "No wonder you're sisters. You both like to eye other people's stuff. Birds of a feather flock together." However, he still had doubts. But are twins really that identical? Even the clothes are exactly the same.
She was much gentler now, no longer as arrogant as before. The two of them bowed their heads, putting on a repentant act. "We sisters just wanted to find a slightly higher grade weapon. We didn't have any bad intentions." Xiao Hong, standing beside her, also groveled. "We were rude that day. Please forgive us, Immortal Master. We'll leave now and won't bother you anymore." She also wanted to leave immediately. The two of them backed away. Yes, we'll go now." But unexpectedly, Lu Chen made things difficult, not letting them leave. He took out the sword laugh. "Want to leave? I don't agree." He secretly decided in his heart, "I have to find out their identities today. I'll trick her first." These two
were already ready to leave. But hearing him speak, they got a scare and broke out in a cold sweat, nervously asking, "Is there anything else, sir? Are you the most afraid of that Xiao Hong guy now?" He looked at the sword laugh in his hand and smiled lightly, answering, "It's nothing much. This seat just wants to know when you came to the Tianshan continent." Her eyes darted around, looking in another direction, and she reluctantly answered, "My sister and I were born in the Tianshan continent." Lu Chen didn't seem to believe her, asking,
"Is that so?" She suddenly startled and took a step back, stammering, "This young woman wouldn't dare to lie. I don't know why Immortal Master is asking this."
He suddenly moved closer to her, but according to what this seat knows, when the foreign races descend, she understood less and less as she listened, panicking and asking, "What, foreign races?" Seeing her acting all innocent, he crossed his arms, annoyed, and couldn't help but call her out. "Stop pretending with this, daddy. You understand me perfectly." Hit right where it hurts, her eyes widened, thinking in shock. How does he know? This guy knows our secret. He must be a great cultivator. So she did a complete 180 and turned to that Xiao Hong guy, yelling, "Run!" And that dude immediately responded, "Roger that." Then both of them bolted and disappeared in a flash. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to chase, he just chuckled. "Think you can escape?" Then he shouted, "Come forth, Xu Xiao." Instantly, the sword shot out of its sheath like lightning, slashing at her. She spat out blood, making her scream in pain mid-escape. "Ah, I dare not run anymore." That Xiao Chong guy played the hero, standing in front of Lu Chen and yelling, "My lord, let me hold him back, you run." Then he threw a punch straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen wasn't scared at all, his face didn't even change. He dodged to the side, raising the sword high. Then, in one precise strike, he smacked it right on the top of his head, watching him collapse on the ground, knocked out cold. She couldn't run anymore, just stood there worriedly calling out, "Xiao Hong." She angrily screamed, "You bastard! You tore my clothes, and you knocked Xiao Hong unconscious." He was still as calm as could be, even smiling as he replied. This one didn't expect him to be so weak. He was still talking, but she was a little scared, backing away, and accidentally tripping over a rock. She fell flat on her butt, yelling in pain, "Ow! My whole body is covered in cuts, from sword cuts." Under the sunlight, his face turned dark, and he gave her a sinister smile, threatening her, "You're next." She still wasn't that scared, yelling, "What do you even want? If you're not selling, then I'm not buying anymore." But he didn't plan on hitting her right away. Instead, he sat down and started talking softly. "We were having such a nice conversation just now. Why did you guys run? Although, you're much weaker than your older sister."
He was also quite surprised and thought, I didn't expect this demoness's cultivation to be at most the peak of the elementary realm.
Annoyed by the jab, she frowned and replied, "You're just someone who happens to have a mid-grade immortal artifact. If we fought with our bare hands, I could definitely beat you."
Seeing her smack-talking him like that, Lu Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he gloated and provoked. Weapons are part of one's strength, and besides, a bare-handed fight means nothing. You could be lying down faster than I can finish listening.
Enraged and embarrassed, she threw a punch right away. HMPH, watch this. He stood up abruptly, causing her to lose her balance and fall flat on her face, Lu Chen snidely remarked, waving your arms and legs around.
She was shaking with anger now, clenching her teeth, unable to swallow this humiliation, being looked down upon so much.
So she stood up suddenly, not realizing that he was stepping on a corner of her dress, ripping it.
She continued to point her finger at his face, cursing.
Just you wait.
Perhaps because of the quick movement, her 2 snow-white breast pads also fell to the ground, right at his feet.
Both of them blankly and in shock looked down. As soon as he saw those 2 pads, he jumped back in shock, his face turning bright red, shouting, "Ataya!" She spun around. Now the only way to lessen her embarrassment was to run away. But just as she was about to run, he hooked his finger into her shirt and pulled her back,
fiercely shouting, "Don't think you can run after things have come this far." Did he still want her to stay and be embarrassed? So one person ran, one person pulled, and her shirt slipped right off, no breast pads, and the shirt fell, the important parts are all exposed. Being pulled like that,
she even fell face first onto the ground, exposing her bare behind to Lu Chen, with not even a thread of dignity left. It got to the point, when he was being a little too much, Lu Chen's face flushed red, and he handed her the shirt, flustered.
"So I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me?" The girl sat on the ground, her face flushed as she cursed wildly. "You leecher, you've ruined my reputation,
you fiend." She suddenly burst into a cloud of crimson smoke, her head bowed low. I want. You look like she's so mad she's gone dark. Her face turned grim, eyes red, and she shouted furiously, "I want to kill you." Lu Chen, seeing her like this, was a bit stunned. He frowned, wondering. She switched back. Is the third realm persona out? Seems like she doesn't have a twin sister, but more like multiple personalities.
Red smoke billowed from her body, and she glared like a demon, screaming, "Even if you're the sect leader of the Divine Devil sect, today I'll tear you to pieces." Seeing this, he was a bit worried. He knew the aura of the third realm was definitely not something a 4th level little bro like him could mess with. Lu Chen was sweating bullets, quickly thinking of a solution. The sword intent from Senior Brother was already used. Relying only on the sword intent I release, I'm afraid it won't do anything to this woman. He looked down at the robe in his hand, and an idea popped into his head. Now there's only one way. Just as she was going crazy, arms outstretched, charging at him, "You let her die!" He calmly raised the robe, persuasively saying, "It's not good for a woman to run around naked. What if more people see you in a bit? Do you even want to live anymore?" He used the robe to threaten her, forcing her to sober up. She gasped, helplessly crying out, "You, Lu Chen." And she threw the robe up high, choosing to kill me. You should protect your reputation first. After doing that, he ran away like a bat out of hell, leaving her standing there cursing, shameless. She should put on her clothes before doing anything. And so she put on her clothes while pointing and cursing incessantly. "Sooner or later I'll find you and kill you." He was already running away at lightning speed, his face red, laughing gleefully. "Thinking of killing me. Breaking into the Forbidden Zone and killing the little Martial Granduncle in front of everyone. If you can really do that, then you're truly capable." At this moment, on the other side, Mo Guanji was raising his hand to his forehead, looking around, his face very happy. It seems that Lord is back. But before he could even greet him, Lu Chen had already zoomed past him like a gust of wind, and he only heard Lu Chen instruct, "Meet me at the inn." Hearing that, Lu Xun disappeared immediately. Mo Guanji didn't understand anything. He turned to look in confusion, thinking to himself, was that Lord just now? Too fast. Why is he running so fast? He seemed to think of something. His mouth dropped open. His eyes lit up. Could it be? He actually thought of cultivation novels. Killing the boss also needs a core. Lord must want to seize the time to go back and refine the core. He really does have a rare talent. And he clenched his fist, looking in the direction Lu Chen ran, admiring. Even someone as awesome as Lord doesn't slack off in cultivation. Then I should also cling tightly to his thighs, so I won't have to level up so hard in the future. He thought of laziness before even learning how to study. Just then, behind him, the girl from before had also chased after him. She was dressed more neatly, and ran past his face. Mo Guanji looked at her, his face flushed, happily. Beautiful. So beautiful. But before he could even greet the beauty,
She chopped his head off with one strike. Looking at the headless corpse lying on the ground, she said with satisfaction, "I feel much better after killing a human."
She killed Mo Guanji with just 4 fingers. Her strength was very strong, but her hands were faster than her brain. Now that she had killed someone, she regretfully said, "TCH, I acted too fast. Otherwise I could have asked this brat which direction that guy ran."
Now who was she going to ask? She had to give up, not looking anymore, turning around to leave, saying, "Oh well, that guy will definitely gather the demon sect forces when he goes back. My goal isn't this. I don't need to risk a life and death battle with them, let alone the demon lord has countless powerful beings. Not easy to deal with." Thinking of his sly and cheeky smiling face from before, she secretly vowed, "But sooner or later I will catch you." Then she disappeared immediately. As soon as she left, a dazzling golden light emitted from Mo Guanji's corpse, and the system displayed a notification, Deng Qian Resurrection -1.
He resurrected immediately, sitting up, still scared pale. Damn it, I just got beheaded. Why did I die so fast? I didn't even have time to understand why. Remembering the girl who killed him, he wondered,
is that beauty a new boss? Are there still people who can slip through the net under Lord's cleansing?
Just then, the system displayed again. He read it. A bit startled, "Lord sent me a new mission."
He stood there reading for ages, now he's calculating. If the Honored Master knew there was a boss, maybe he wouldn't give me a new quest, right? Could it be that he didn't know that chick just offed him? He's even grinning like an idiot, thinking, got it, even the Honored Master didn't see through that woman. She's my own personal mega opportunity.
Killed and still this obsessed, even reincarnation as a simp wouldn't cure him. Mao Nanbei got all hyped up, sheathed her sword, and bragged to herself, "Can't deny it, that's me." Left hand's got purple lightning, right hand's got the red-clothed old lady.
He felt like he's the man, practically glowing. As long as I keep grinding, even the heavens will scream my name. Then, all of a sudden, he had a brain blast. Wait a sec, I think I had something important to do. He whips out a box. I remember now. Gotta post this on the forum. Let everyone know how awesome the Honored Master is. He's got that smug grin on his face. Everyone's definitely gonna be conquered by the Honored Master. And me, I'm his closest buddy. That's basically, he's already imagining a bunch of hotties fawning over him. Mo Gerge, Buffy. Just the thought of it is making him blush. Countless babes will be mine to dominate. What a sweet dream.
While Mao Nanbei was busy daydreaming, Lu Xun had already made it back to the inn. Inside his room,
he sat cross-legged, cultivating, and the system kept dinging, announcing his level-ups. Once he was done, he opened his eyes.
Killing that female Jiang Shi, bit by bit, got me a total of over 30,000 experience points. Almost half of it's gone in an instant. But when I break through to level L, I can finally fly on a sword. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. Just like that Mao Nanbei dude, he put on a lecherous face and thought, yeah, with my current charm, attracting the love of a bunch of women shouldn't be too hard.
Then he imagined me, an emperor realm, flying on my sword through the sky, and below me women are cheering, "Ooh, my purple lightning of love, purple lightning, I love you." Like a perverted rice bucket. He thought for a moment. He felt disgusted. What's going on? Why are the screams of women in my imagination recently becoming classical? While he was still dreaming, the system informed him that the NPC functions had been upgraded. He read through it, stroking his chin. 4,000 points. I can give players 4,000 experience points every day. If I only trained Mao Nanbei, wouldn't he get a huge advantage?
Thinking of this, he chuckled. But how can I hinder a tool person? Tool people are very useful. With that in mind, he opened the forum to see how that little loudspeaker, Mao Nanbei, was spreading the word. He thought to himself, anyway, he has revival coins. Even if he gets killed by a demoness, he can come back to life. Getting killed is a small matter. Not being a loudspeaker is a big deal.
Lu Xun scrolled through the clickbait posts Mao Nanbei had put up, laughing as he said, "Haha, the Celestial Forum still looks like a statue." He swiped through a video, stroking his chin as he guessed, I have to see what I actually did. After watching the Zombie Queen, the first thing I drew was, at least I'm still beautiful. There were tons of comments on that video. He knew. Looks like I'm hot again. Maybe this will cause another boom in the swordsman profession. After watching this, he glanced at that guy's account, but thought to himself, can this kid resist the temptation? He clicked on his avatar. His personal page already had quite a few fans. He had to exclaim in surprise after looking at it. Already more than 8,000 fans. Lu Xun immediately thought of the one-star conglomerate internal meeting. At that table, sign this contract, and you'll get a huge sum of money. You just need to agree to let us interact with Purple Lightning, sell the first top-secret piece of Purple Lightning's privacy, beautiful women or cash or fine. After thinking about it, he began to brag to himself. See how awesome I am? There are many famous people, and there are famous people like me. Even if they just follow me, they can bring such a huge fan base. Let's see how much longer you can hold out." Outside the hall that was planted on the ground, Mao Nanbei was digging something. His face was covered with dirt, and the system kept notifying him that many girls were sending him private messages, making it difficult for him to work. Finally, he couldn't help but curse loudly. "I can't take it anymore. Just uploaded Purple Lightning's video, and there are too many private messages. If this continues, I'll be annoyed to death." Finally, utterly exhausted, I shakily tapped to turn off all private messages. With my luck, there's gotta be some private messages, but I don't even want to look. I want him to be a loyal puppy right now, eyes sparkling, giving a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "Dedicated to being Xindian's errand boy, willingly." Lu Chen leisurely put on a jacket in his room. Taking advantage of the fact that Gui Li and Mu Rongyan weren't here, it was the perfect time to check out the Qingling City branch of the Demon Training Sex Trial Dungeon. He wondered if Gui Tuishu could be released yet. He opened the door and walked out decisively. If possible, would this count as exploiting a system loophole in a reasonable way, like 100 times over? Lu Chen walked out onto the street, still wearing a hat to cover his face. There were tons of giant turtles walking around outside these days, and they were all facing him, watching him, making him wonder, "I don't get it, why do these giant turtles keep bowing to me every time I see them?" Getting bowed to by them, his face was full of disdain. Could they think I'm their turtle leader, short name? Just thinking about it made him immediately shut down the idea. Could it be called Turtlehead? I don't even dare to think about it. Better to think there's no nickname. He gritted his teeth, scolding himself. Who wants to be the leader of this bunch of turtles? That's way too violent. After a while, he finally arrived at a place, happily thinking as soon as he saw it. Found it. It's a well. The mouth of the well was covered in yellow talismans. This ancient well was where Gui Tuishu's trial of the Azure Dragon City demon sect took place. He approached the well, looked down and felt like it was bottomless. Just like the other trial areas, especially obvious. Just going in once would definitely give tons of experience, treasures that wouldn't come out. Thinking of this, he suddenly stroked his chin and paused to think. But remembering that time at the trial, in a certain swamp, Lu Chen had to turn pale and read the system panel before shouting, "Let's do it, 9,999 coins. Why don't you just rob me? This trial entrance ticket is so expensive, it makes people furious." He looked at the well in front of him, chuckling excitedly and said, "I wonder if an NPC like me gets any discounts." Thinking so, he leaped and twisted, jumping straight into the well, hoping it might open for him for free this once. After that jump, his entire body spread out his arms, falling freely with extreme exhilaration. But unfortunately, his handsome face slammed into a barrier at the mouth of the well. Unable to go down any further, screaming in pain, "Adarg!" He was stuck headfirst on the mouth of the well, but sticking up in the air, trembling in pain. And surprised, he blurted out, A formation? Annoying? A bump already formed, so he had to sit down and study it. A notification appeared on the system, and after reading it, he realized it hadn't been opened yet. "I thought I didn't have special privileges, but now my confidence is restored." Not opened. That means I still have a chance to get special privileges. There's no other way. Gotta jump down and leave. Come back next time. Next time, I definitely won't forget to pick up the face-covering hat from the ground. If that's the case, he put the hat on his head and decided to go back to the inn to eat something first. On the way back, he suddenly ran into two girls. As soon as he saw them, he wondered, are those two little lesbians? The two girls were holding each other's arms happily. The gray-haired girl was smiling coquettishly, while the pink-haired girl said seriously, "I'll say it again. I'm just your master." The other girl's eyes were watery, clasping her hands in prayer. "Beloved master, could you buy your most adorable disciple a candied hawthorn skewer?" Who could bear to refuse that expression? The master had no choice but to helplessly say, "You," wanted to scold but couldn't, and was finally dragged by the girl to the candied hawthorn stall, where she loudly said, flattering, "Dear, obedient master." The vendor saw this and stood up, rubbing his hands, and said with a smile, "Big sis, buy her a skewer." As soon as he finished speaking, the pink-haired master's eyes lit up, emitting murderous intent, instantly furious, and she drew her sword and slashed a few times in a row. As fast as lightning, the entire stall was chopped to pieces by her. The stall owner hurriedly held onto the stall, crying, "My awning, please don't chop it anymore." In the end, the girl finally got her candied hawthorn to eat, while the pink-haired master threatened the vendor, "Next time, look at people's ages before you speak, especially women." Lu Chen hid to the side, observing the whole thing, and felt, Trisk, this little lesbian couple's relationship is developing fast. The girl even held out the candy and happily invited her master, "Eat it." But the pink-haired girl refused right away. No, eat. Before she could finish speaking, a candied hawthorn was shoved straight into her mouth.
They were forced to eat it, so the pink-haired girl was both angry and embarrassed, while the other one blushed with delight and said, "Master, that candied haw is covered in my saliva. Is it tasty?" Her master was provoked to the point of fury, glaring and scolding, "You!" But in the end she gritted her teeth and couldn't bring herself to curse. She didn't curse anymore but kicked the girl flying straight into the sky. The girl was hit but still looked satisfied. "Ah, I've been sent to the sky by Maester again." The other one standing below cursed upwards. "Go die, Lu Xun."
Huang Meng looked up in the direction she flew, thinking to himself, "Wow, this babe is even more open-minded than me."
He involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat,
clicking his tongue in disgust, thinking, "Tisk, tisk, tisk." I can already imagine Xiaoran's feelings. Thinking of the scene of Lu Ran clinging to him and saying urgently, "It seems like the female disciple wants my body, what should I do?" At this moment, in the backyard of the inn, the sound of two people practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "Take this, heya, senior sister, why are you so powerful?"
He entered the courtyard and saw the girl Murong Yan using small needles to fight against Gui Li's large sword, while smugly propping her hands on her hips, saying, "The small has the advantage of the small, you little one always wants to use big things." He happened to hear this sentence as he walked in, and his face turned red. The two of them clasped their hands and bowed.
"Greetings, junior granduncle." But he pretended to be calm and walked past them.
The girl Murong Yan maintained her posture of clasping her hands and bowing, sweating profusely, thinking nervously, "Junior granduncle didn't hear what I just said, did he? Surely not, absolutely not." Lu Xun, arriving at the door, suddenly coughed lightly. "Cough, cough, not bad. Learning from each other is a good thing. Let's stop practicing here and go eat." The two immediately understood, and the girl breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Phew, it seems like he didn't notice. Junior granduncle is also a very simple young man." Just then Gui Li spoke up. "Grandmaster, I'm very curious. Usually, apart from practicing swordsmanship during the day, do you use this small needle at night?" He paused upon hearing this, freezing in place for 5 seconds, and the girl Murong Yan quickly turned around and covered Gui Li's mouth.
The girl Murong Yan hugged Gui Li's face and said, "Master is not that kind of person. Master is a cultivator, able to endure loneliness. Junior sister Gui Li, don't think wildly." The other girl still seemed unconvinced, holding up her large sword seriously and saying, "Senior sister, our current strength is a bit low. We need to cultivate not only during the day but also at night." The girl then turned to look at Lu Xun. "Otherwise, I know I won't be able to catch up with junior granduncle." He heard these words,
embarrassed but still trying to put on airs, and coughed lightly to interrupt the two. The righteousness is not bad, but you also need to pay attention to moderation. In his heart he thought, "Holy shit, luckily I didn't open my mouth just now, otherwise I would have been done for." Then he urged the two, "Come on, let's eat." Murong Yan pulled Gui Li's hand. "Come on, come on."
The other girl pursed her lips, really determined to tell herself. "His strength has increased again, Gui Li. Gui Li, you're still not diligent enough."
The girl's eyes blazed with momentum as she thought, "Then there's no chance to use my strength on him."
The three of them sat down at the table, and the innkeeper ran out and invited them very respectfully. "Please be seated, immortal masters. The food is ready." Looking at the dishes full of the table, the two girls' eyes widened eagerly, and they exclaimed happily, "It smells so good. There's stir-fried peas, my favorite." He also immediately noticed, stir-fried peas, such a practical dish. He also picked up his chopsticks, suddenly feeling like he had returned to his original self not long before Lu Xun, recalling the time when he and his younger sister went to eat. He had picked vegetables into her bowl and urged, "Come on, eat quickly." The girl at that time had rosy cheeks, smiling and saying, "Thank you, brother." He still remembered, this was also the dish his younger sister liked the most. Now just like then, he smiled happily and said, "Eat more." Outside the courtyard, a purple-haired girl was carrying food. She looked very small, carrying a plate full of food, walking and breathing tiredly. "Phew, looks like a waitress at this inn." Seeing her walk in, Murong Yan said with pity, "I really want to share some of the meat on my body with her." Gui Li also said, "The little girl is too thin." As soon as Lu Xun saw the girl, his eyes narrowed. He confirmed in his mind, "It's her. So she's here. I said I asked the demonic sex so many times and couldn't find her." Unexpectedly, as soon as he saw her, the innkeeper pointed and scolded loudly, "Get out!" disturbing the guest's feast. "You can't afford it!" The girl was startled and exclaimed, "Ah," her face sad and fearful as she looked at the innkeeper. Right then he happened to glance over and saw Lu Chen's face, shining with handsomeness. His beauty stunned her, and she thought, So handsome, just too beautiful. She lost focus and dropped the bowl of food she was holding. The shop owner panicked, hastily clasped his hands together, and pleaded, "Immortal Master, please forgive her. She didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive her." Then he turned to scold the still dazed girl. "What are you doing? Kneel down now." Only then did the girl become frightened, trembling as she obeyed, constantly making sounds. Ah, ah. It seemed she couldn't speak.
But before her knees even touched the ground, Lu Chen used his powers to help her up, generously saying, "No need to kneel, it's fine." Then he waved his hand at the owner, telling him, "Leave her here. You can step back." The owner had no choice but to cup his hands and bow his head. Yes, yes, Immortal Master. In his heart, he thought, the Immortal Master is a big shot from the demonic sect. Although he wouldn't bother with a little girl like her, he seems quite concerned about her. Seeing him leave, the girl also tried to reach out her hand, muttering, "Ah, ah." Feeling sorry for her, he once again clasped his hands and bowed his head, begging him, "Immortal Master, this silly girl is mute, incredibly foolish, and extremely timid. If she does anything wrong, please, Immortal Master, please." Lu Chen directly cut him off. "You can rest assured, and go outside. She has immortal destiny within her." Hearing this, the owner was visibly delighted, and quickly took his leave. "Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master." As he walked past the girl, he whispered to her, "The Immortal Master said you have immortal destiny. Cherish it." Before leaving, he reminded her, "Your grandpa is gone, and no one is protecting you anymore. For a long time, this one will only have bones left to pick clean." Terrified at the thought, the girl suddenly remembered her grandfather, silently calling out, "Grandpa, I'm scared." Seeing the owner leave, Lu Chen picked up his chopsticks and grabbed some food, saying, "Come over here for a bit. Have you eaten?" The girl shook her head, muttering, "Ah," to indicate that she hadn't. Seeing this, he gently said, "Then sit down and eat with me." Everyone who heard this was stunned in surprise. Finally, the girl timidly sat down, the system popping up the girl's information revealing that her name was Lin Chan. After reading it, Lu Chen was ecstatic. As expected, it's her, Lin Chan, the chosen one of a future world. Gui Li kindly put food into Lin Chan's bowl. "Little sister, eat some food first. This braised fish is delicious." Mu Rongyan happily chimed in, "Ah, that's right, that's right." The enthusiasm of the two girls didn't ease her tension. She wrung the hem of her clothes with her hands, softly whimpering, "Ah." Then she summoned the courage to pick up her chopsticks and start eating very quietly. Lu Chen looked at her with a pity in his heart. This pitiful appearance. Watching her eat, he couldn't help but think about how careful and tentative she was. Lin Chan reminded him of when he and his younger sister were little, just after their parents had passed. Gui Li suddenly turned to whisper to Mu Rongyan, "Senior sister, why isn't little sister picking up any food?" The other girl frowned slightly, explaining, "There's a sense of distance between ordinary people and cultivators, and she's the smallest among the ordinary ones. Don't even mention picking up food, just sitting here is already torture for her." Hearing this, Gui Li felt a pang of sympathy. "I didn't understand it before, but after my parents were gone, I can understand her." Lu Xun also heard these words. He immediately cleared his throat, "Ahem, ahem," making Lin Chan jump and look up at him. She immediately, obediently put her bowl of rice down on the table. Unexpectedly, he enthusiastically put food into her bowl and urged her, "Here, eat some fish." This scene made her face flush red, and she sat still, not daring to move. Sounding confused. Her face turned pale as she watched him pile food into her bowl like a mountain, and the others chimed in, "Eat more, you're so skinny, don't be picky, eat up, you gotta have a feast today." He heaped so much food into her bowl that the other two girls were gawking. After he finished, he grinned and urged, "Eat up, don't worry about it." In his heart, he felt proud. "As expected of me, Lu Xin." Lin Chan sat there, a bit flustered, staring at the mountain of delicious food in her bowl. Mu Rongyan, while munching away, said, "That's right, eat up quickly." Gui Li cheerfully added, "Dig in, big bites are the best." With that, the two of them ate like ravenous wolves, making Lin Chan feel more at ease. Finally, seeing this, she could pick up her bowl and eat with gusto. After a while, everyone was stuffed, especially Mu Rongyan and Gui Li. Seeing everyone was finished, Lin Chan immediately stood up to clear the dishes. Gui Li hurriedly offered to help. "Oh, let me help." But he grabbed her hand. "Just let her do it. You helping her will just make things worse." Gui Li froze, her face reddening, embarrassed by the hand-holding. Suddenly, the two jade ornaments on his sword hilt floated up. They nudged Lin Chan, making her jump and cry out, "Ah, ah, ah!" Lu Xin frowned and scolded, "Stop messing around." It immediately went limp and dropped to the ground. He looked at it, thinking, It can tell that the true innate sword embryo is Lin Chan, not me. A fake innate sword embryo relying on someone else's brain.
Then he looked back at the girl, convinced. That's right, she's the once-in-a-millennium innate sword embryo. This is why her future achievements will surpass Xiao Ran.
It would be a waste not to take in a talent like this.
As for Lin Chan, she carried the dishes out, bewildered, wondering, does the immortal master have any instructions right now? After eating, he poured himself some tea, and while pouring, he said, Lin Chan, I see you have a destiny with immortals. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? The girl, carrying the dishes, trembled all over, confused and disbelieving. Someone like me has a destiny with immortals. He then asked, your name is Lin Chan, right?
The girl nodded slightly.
Oh. He raised the teacup to his lips. You know, cicadas live long in the ground, but cicadas will eventually become the most brilliant light of summer. His words stunned her for a long time, her eyes widening in surprise. She knew he was interpreting her name. These words were so beautiful she couldn't believe them. Someone like me can be the most brilliant light of summer.
Seeing Lin Chan didn't react, he just said,
you're not shaking your head, so I'll take that as a yes. The girl murmured a soft, uh-huh, as if not objecting.
Lu Xin was quite satisfied, held up the teacup and looked at her. You're my top disciple. These past few days you've been bringing me 3 meals a day. When the time comes, I'll take you back to the devil sect. As for my identity, you'll know later. After he spoke, she slowly carried the tray of dishes away. He looked at her weak figure, a little confused, thinking, did I scare her, stupid?
Lin Chan walked outside, then looked at the bright sunshine, silently recalling his words.
You know, cicadas stay in the ground for too long, but when they sing, they will be the most brilliant light of summer. These words touched her deeply, her cheeks flushing red, moved as she thought, I'm going to have a master. Finally, I'm going to leave this place, and have a place to belong. Lu Xin sat inside, truly feeling Guili's resentful gaze. He started, turned his head, frowning. He sensed a strong resentment, and it even had a bit of a sour taste. Probably because this Guili girl was a bit jealous. She slammed her hands on the table, weakly questioning. This is taking a disciple. I just wanted to be a sword-carrying servant.
As soon as he heard that word, Mu Rongyan activated her clueless mode. She immediately looked over and blurted out, what? A sword-carrying servant? It's perfectly normal that she doesn't understand.
He patted Guili's head, appeasing her. Train diligently, and when you become an inner sect disciple, I'll be there to watch. He said it calmly, but he was sweating bullets. Guili listened, and was swayed, staring at him with wide eyes, asking, really? He waved his hand, looking very trustworthy, saying, don't worry, if I don't show up that day, may lightning strike me 5 times.
He even swore an oath.
Finally, she was relieved, blushing and shouting, okay. Mu Rongyan was still sitting aside, wondering, what's a sword-carrying servant? Looking at this scene, Lu Xin worried. This girl's desire for my body is getting more and more serious if it continues to develop.
I'm scared that one day she'll achieve great success. When people visit, I'm afraid she'll stand before the public and announce, the reason I've achieved what I have today is mainly because I love my grand-uncle master's body. That's what gave me so much motivation. Just thinking about it makes my face turn black. Ugh, I don't even want to imagine it.
Suddenly, the system popped up a new notification. Added a direct disciple. I read it and, selected it.
While reading about the master-disciple relationship, I stroked my chin, thinking, the system has confirmed the master-disciple bond. Lin Chan is officially my disciple now.
So I slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, let's go back to our rooms. I was a bit bored, thinking, in this world there are too many things binding me. The 2 girls looked at me with wide eyes, confused.
Back home, Lu Jun sat on the bed and called out to the system, open the sword nurturing technique. A golden sphere with a palm and a sword inside appeared. I looked at it and thought it was impossible. Leveling up from level 1 to level 2 requires 10,000 experience points, and I only have a little more than 10,000 experience points right now. I tapped on the screen and said, more than 10,000 experience points aren't enough for me to level up from level 8 to level 9. Plus a cultivation method to enhance combat power. Lu Xun shot out sparks from his 2 fingers, and Sang Ying laughed smugly to herself. Although it's short, the damage upgrade is significant. Although it's short, I'm strong. After saying that, I felt like something was off about the sentence, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Remembering the dazzling power that radiated golden light, I thought to myself, the power of the sword, 1/10 of my senior brothers. I'll take the opportunity to accumulate more experience points, and sooner or later, it will become thick, big, and long, and strong. I then flopped onto the bed, using my arm as a pillow, and muttered, That's right, why isn't Mo Guanji's mission completed yet? What's that kid up to? Just then, Mo Guanji, in the forest, encountered a blood-soaked zombie. He pointed his shovel straight at the zombie and yelled, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Mo Guanji's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and charged forward. "I'll fight you to the death!" The zombie grunted and lunged forward as well, the two of them clashing. But before they could even fight, in a second, he was beaten to death on the spot by the zombie, foaming at the mouth. The zombie happily smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. But then, ding! Mo Guanji came back to life. He picked up the shovel again and charged back, jumping high and shouting, "This daddy isn't dead yet, let's keep fighting." It was the zombie who was driven crazy, hitting him over and over without him dying. Infuriated, it turned around and slapped Mo Guanji in the face. This guy died again, thinking, "Do you know how much damage it does to taunt someone with such high killing power?" A golden light appeared again. Ding! Mo Guanji woke up again, holding his shovel, facing the zombie, and yelling, "Come on, come on! Today we must decide who wins." These two were like immortal leeches, impossible to kill, gritting their teeth and headbutting each other while challenging, "If I don't kill you, I can't kill you." After fighting back and forth several times, the zombie ate Mo Guanji's corpse until its stomach was as big as a pregnant woman's, but perhaps it didn't eat clean, so he came back to life again, even with only a skull left. Almost died completely. From the pile of bones that remained, he resurrected again, but this time, the zombie was full and left. Waking up, he was alone, still gloating and saying, "HMPH, it must have run away because it was afraid of me." Then shouting loudly and cursing, "Hey, do you still dare to sit here? You see, if this daddy can't resist, you're finished." He stood up and clenched his fists, shamelessly lying until his nose grew long, still proudly talking to himself, pretending to deceive himself. "As expected of me, not only do I have the good fortune of a beautiful girl, but I also came up with a way to defeat all the monsters." His method was to just die and come back to life, so that the monster would eat its fill of his flesh and leave on its own. Not understanding where his confidence came from, he jumped up and down happily, cheering, "I've named this monster fighting tactic, the Mo-style victory rule," and self-indulgently thought, "I really am worthy of being a disciple of the Holy Palace." If the Holy Palace knew he was fighting zombies like this, they probably wouldn't dare to acknowledge him. At this moment, in the inn, Lin Chan looked sad, wiping the tables and chairs, thinking, "I've been accepted as a disciple by the immortal master. It always feels a bit unreal." She looked down at her hands, feeling wronged and asking herself, "Someone as lowly as me, what is there that's worth the immortal master's attention?" A white-haired man with a comb in his hair walked in. This man was Liu Huangchu. He looked kinda goofy but tried to act all dignified. The moment he stepped inside, he seemed to spot something. His jaw dropped in shock, and he blurted out, "Whoa! So that's who it is." Liu Huangchu couldn't help but yell, "A green NPC." He scanned everyone in the restaurant, feeling like everyone around him was just a gray NPC, not even a yellow one in sight. This green NPC must have a hidden quest. Thinking that, his eyes lit up with excitement. "My big opportunity is here." This guy actually went straight to where Lin Chan was, snatched the rag from her hand, and yelled, "Stop right there." The timid girl was totally lost, panicking. What does he want?" She couldn't say anything, just managed to squeak out, "Ah!" He raised his shiny bald head, using the rag to wipe the spots she was cleaning, all while cheerfully saying, "How could I let you do something like this? Leave this to me. From now on, I'll help you wipe 100, 1,000 of these tables." Just then, the owner and two burly bodyguards came out, glaring at him menacingly. The owner growled, "You're not eating at the market, and you come here to bother our staff. You've got some nerve." He got scared and shrank back, raising both hands to quickly explain, Let me explain." But before he could finish, the bodyguards kicked him, sending him flying out of the restaurant. He screamed in pain, "Ayah, ayah, ayah." He landed right in front of Mo Guanji, who was just arriving, who quickly dodged aside, letting him fall face first onto the ground. He looked on in confusion, thinking, "What's this dude's problem?" Liu Huangchu's butt was swollen from the kick. He laid painfully on the ground, looking pitiful. "The pain feels so real, it hurts like hell. I almost split my butt in two." Mo Guanji ignored him and went straight inside. Little did he know, the old guy was smirking at his back, thinking the kid would definitely get thrown out. Unlocking a green NPC's quest wasn't that easy, but after a while, Mo Guanji still hadn't come out, leaving the old guy dumbfounded, his mind filled with question marks. I've been waiting forever. Why hasn't he been tossed out yet?" He couldn't help but stand up, stroking his beard as he pondered, "That guy's ID is Mo Guanji. Mo Guanji. Why does that name sound familiar?" Even though Mo Quanji's posts are popular, not many people remember his name. Who remembers the name of a mouthpiece?
Inside the restaurant, Mo Quanji also met Lin Chan, and he gaped in shock, freezing in place, thinking, wasn't this mute girl gray just 2 days ago? How is she green now?
But he was too focused on other things to care much, and he ran off. This isn't urgent, I need to go turn in the quest ASAP. Inside Lu Chen's room, sitting on the bed, listening to Mo Quanji standing with his hands clasped, reporting, he replied, I know. Well done. With that, he tapped to complete the quest,
and his experience points instantly increased by 500. He solemnly clasped his hands and asked him, Does your grace have any other quest to assign?
He replied, Not for now, you may leave. Oh right, he just realized now, he informed him. I have just taken in a disciple named Lin Chan. You are my sword-bearing attendant. She will be your martial aunt. Upon hearing this, he gaped in surprise, thinking, Lin Chan is the green NPC from before, as expected of Xiandian, casually taking in a disciple and they turn green. Should I also?
Just as he was thinking that, a golden light immediately whisked him away. He irritably waved his hand and scolded,
Get out of here! Turns out, while he was still contemplating, he couldn't wait and kicked him out. He even thought angrily, You stinky brat! You still haven't left after so long? Are you waiting for me to keep you for a meal? But this is my second meal with my disciple Lin Chan. What are you a tool-like person doing joining in?
Outright looking down on him. It was midday, and the sun was scorching. Lu Jun and the others sat around the dining table, inviting each other to eat. Let's go, you two girls, Lili and Mu Rongyan, he called out clearly. And Lin Chan also responded with an M. The girl looked at the bowl of white rice in her hand, hesitating, thinking, I'll wait for them to finish eating and then I'll pick up the leftovers. She still couldn't believe she was his disciple, and still thought of herself as lowly. Seeing that she didn't dare to eat, he turned and constantly piled food into her bowl, urging, Eat some meat, have some more meat. You can't lack vegetables either, or you'll get constipated. Vegetables are also very nutritious. Eat more, Lin Chan. Seeing this scene, Lin Chan was extremely moved, tears welling up in her eyes. This master is really so good, she thought sadly. Ever since Grandpa passed away, no one has been this good to me. Thinking back, she was bedridden with a high fever. My body has been naturally ice cold since I was a kid. When she was 5, she got really sick. Her face was flushed red with fever, and she thought I was about to die. An old quack doctor told Lin Chan's grandfather, Old Lin, This isn't good, your granddaughter's lost her soul. Hearing this, the old man panicked and asked in fear, Taoist master, what? What should I do? I only have one granddaughter. That old Taoist priest was clearly not a good guy. Seeing how poor they were, he even held out his hand, subtly hinting for money, and said with a smile, Saving her is easy, but it depends on how sincere you are. The old man understood quickly, and hastily rummaged through his pockets. I agree with sincerity. As long as you can save Zhao Chan, I'll do anything. He pulled out a neatly wrapped cloth bag, but he could only take out a few coins. There was nothing of value. He hesitated, and handed it to the old Taoist priest. Is this enough? Not enough. It definitely wasn't enough. And he didn't know what to do. The old Taoist priest looked at what was in his hand. His face darkened, and his eyes widened as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, but I guess I have to take it, he said. For your meager sincerity, I wouldn't have done this for anyone else. Remember this. Retreat 7,000 steps away from the house. Not one step more, not one step less. He also told him to continuously call her name for 7 days while walking, and she would be fine. So just as the old man said, in the freezing cold, with snow covering the sky, the old man walked around the house as instructed, calling out, Channer, Channer! He looked extremely miserable. Grandpa took the first 7,000 steps, his skin cracking, his face frozen, and his throat hoarse. But he didn't give up. His face had injuries from falling, his beard and hair were covered in ice, but he still called out, Channer, Channer, without missing a beat. Finally, all the old man's efforts paid off, and Lin Chan really woke up. He hugged her tightly, joyfully calling out, Zhao Chen, you're awake. It's good that you're awake. He had fallen several times, and his body was covered in injuries. This is all I heard from the neighbors. After waking up, the two of them shed tears of joy and embraced each other tightly. Deep down, she knew that her grandfather was the only one who was good to her in this world, but the old man was like he had exchanged his life for hers. She woke up, and then it was his turn to be bedridden for several months. Before he fell seriously ill, his consciousness was hazy. No matter how much she knelt by the bed and called out, he remained unconscious. So she followed the method of the old pig Taoist from before. She did the same as him, but she was mute. She couldn't call her grandfather's name. She could only continuously make endless sounds. Because she was a useless mute, Her grandfather's soul couldn't hear her go on,
but he still didn't wake up. She was helpless to the extreme. She could only cry without being able to do anything. Now, looking at the full bowl of rice that Lu Xun had given her, she was touched to tears and thought, "Grandpa, I've met someone who treats me well. You don't have to worry anymore."
He sat next to her and looked at her, feeling that this girl was very similar to him in this world, all alone. But from now on, neither he nor she would be like that anymore. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
"Does little Lin Chan know how to write?" She nodded very firmly. Actually, she wasn't very good. When she was young, a teacher who stayed at our house for a while taught her a little.
Seeing her nod, he held out his hand and said,
"It's good that you know how to write. If you want to say something to your master in the future, write it down. If you have a pen and paper, write it on the paper. If you don't, write it on your master's palm." Hearing this, her cheeks flushed red.
She was shy. Her eyes widened in surprise. Her mouth hung open, and her hand trembled as she reached towards his hand.
"Write it," Lu Xun chuckled, gently reassuring her. "Write it. We are master and disciple. In the future, I will still have to rely on you to take care of me in my old age. What's with being so polite?" Lin Chan was stunned for a moment, and finally she wrote the 2 words, "Master," on his hand. Just those 2 words made him smile so widely that his eyes squinted. "Oh!" He even turned to tell Gui Li,
"Sorry to trouble you with this. After eating, take my disciple to buy some new clothes. The money is on me."
Both girls agreed immediately. "Okay, no problem, leave it to me." Hearing this,
Lin Chan hurriedly made continuous sounds, her hands frantically reaching into her pockets, searching for something. Thinking in her heart, "I have money. The boss never owes wages," he said, "that working for the immortal master is guaranteed." Seeing her take out a money bag, he stopped her hand and turned to stop her, saying,
"I said I'm paying. What's wrong? Are you already planning to disobey your master? After only a short time?"
She put the money bag away, not daring to disobey, and only made an sound to agree. Afterwards, the 2 of them stood up, and she clasped her hands, bowing her head in a disciple's greeting. He looked at her and declared the end of it. "From today onwards, you are officially a disciple of my demonic sect."
With that, he told Mu Rongyan, "Hey, why don't you check out this newbie's cultivation aptitude for me, see what she's got?" That girl immediately yelled,
"Got it?" Then she stepped forward, placed 2 fingers on Lin Chen's forehead, and a green light radiated out, letting out a soft, sound,
and circles rippled outwards from there. Everyone surrounding them held their breath, waiting anxiously. Once done, Mu Rongyan's eyes lit up, as she exclaimed in surprise, 99 rings. Gui Li, standing beside her, couldn't help but admire and clap her hands, praising, "Whoa! That's even more than me by a whole ring, Lu Xun. Your eye for talent is seriously top-notch." Lin Chen listened to their chatter, totally lost. She tilted her head, her eyes wide and round, clearly showing her confusion, and let out a soft, wondering in her heart, what's the deal with 9 rings?
After the checkup, he took out a black-covered book and handed it to her. "This is a cultivation manual that your honored master bestows upon you. Your grandmaster has added detailed explanations inside. Study it diligently. It'll be a huge help to you."
At this moment, seeing the familiar-looking book, Gui Li hurriedly patted her own body, checking, and thought in shock, "That book, why does it look so familiar? Where's mine?" Lin Chen received the book, overjoyed. She hugged it to her chest, thinking,
"Thank you, master. If starting cultivation can cure my weird illness, that would be amazing." Ignoring Gui Li and Lu Xun, who were now chasing each other, with the girl yelling, "Didn't you say you were giving it to me?" and him retorting, "You wouldn't even use it. What's the point of keeping it?" Seeing their noisy chase, Lin Chen turned her head to look, her eyes sparkling, feeling incredibly happy, definitely thinking she was super lucky to have met them. Looking at the 2 of them, she thought, "Once I'm cured, I can really take care of master in his old age." Just then, Gui Li started wailing loudly, grabbing onto him and hitting him while scolding, "You clearly said you were giving it to me. Oog." Lu Xun, on the surface, was frowning, pretending to be wronged by the beating, but inside, he was snickering, "Does this girl really think I have no way to deal with her?" So he turned around, suddenly grabbed both her hands, his eyes sparkling, his whole being radiating a captivating handsomeness, and said, "With me right here in front of you, why would you still need such worldly possessions?" The girl, who was just being fierce, instantly froze, completely stunned. She couldn't resist a handsome face at all and couldn't even manage a coherent sentence, just a soft, Seeing that she had fallen for his trap, he leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and seductive, instructing, "Disciple, show her a set of sword techniques. Let's see what her comprehension is like." That was all it took.
Gui Li's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes, her face flushed red, and without thinking she immediately agreed, okay.
She then walked straight towards Lin Chen, all her previous fiery resistance gone.
He chuckled to himself smugly. Trask. So this is the power of charm. But his own face suddenly turned a little red, and a slight flutter arose in his heart as he thought.
Though I gotta say, little Lizi's expression just now was kinda cute. A branch was picked up.
Gui Li held a branch in one hand and placed the other on her hip, standing in front of Lin Chen, instructing, "Little Chen, the sword technique you're about to learn from me is our family's prized skill. Although it can't compare to the cultivation manual your master gave you, it's more than enough for self-defense." The other girl obediently hummed in agreement.
The confident Gui Li exclaimed, "Watch closely." Then, holding the wooden branch, she performed a few basic sword moves that looked surprisingly skillful.
Even Lu Xun had his mouth hanging open as he watched, his eyes wide and sparkling with interest, thinking, "Never would have guessed this girl's swordsmanship was this good. It even feels like something out of a movie."
Finishing up, she turned to ask Little Chen, "Do you need me to show you again?"
Little Chen's eyes were wide, and she couldn't speak, only able to hold the branch and hum softly.
Of course, Gui Li didn't understand, so Lin Chen had to write on the ground.
"Can I try?"
Seeing this, Gui Li continued, "Although this sword technique is ordinary, it's not that simple. Back then, it took me 3 whole days to—"
But before she could finish, Lin Chen had already started doing it. This scene made Gui Li's jaw drop in astonishment.
Lin Chen held the wooden stick and repeated the movements from just now, not missing a single detail even though she had only seen it once.
The other girl was both surprised and embarrassed, not knowing what to say, stammering, this. Seeing this, Mu Rongyan, who was sitting and snacking, also turned her head and said, "Junior Sister Gui, don't stress. 9 rings of comprehension is practically top tier. Picking up something like this is super fast for her. Someone with average talent like me can only look at the speed of a mosquito's cultivation with deep admiration."
Hearing this, Gui Li became much happier, her eyes shining, and she clasped her hands together in disbelief, asking,
"Senior sister, you admire me too," Mu Rongyan casually replied. "Definitely."
After doing those movements, Lin Chen was so tired she was panting heavily.
Huff, huff, huff. Her face flushed red with exhaustion, worriedly wondering, "I wonder if I did it right."
Seeing such an outstanding disciple, Lu Xun stood beside her, grinning from ear to ear, and said loudly, "Learn so fast, such high comprehension. Worthy of being my disciple." Saying that, he even leaned down and patted her head affectionately.
"But you need to eat more to gain some weight. A fuller figure is a warrior's best asset." The 3 girls looked blank, not understanding a fuller figure. Seeing their expressions, he quickly scratched his head and laughed it off.
"It's nothing, just a saying from my hometown. Alright, you 2 take my disciple to buy some clothes. The night market will be closing soon."
And with that, the 3 girls left. In his eyes, Lin Chen was now extremely valuable, a natural sword embryo, with 9 points in aptitude and comprehension, learning sword techniques with just a touch.
"How strong would this disciple of mine become if I focused on nurturing her?"
He chuckled to himself, calculating in his head, "If I can't have the sword master, sooner or later, my disciple will be mine." That night, the full moon shone brightly in the sky. Lu Xun stood by the window looking out. "I have to find a way to get more experience points. Where have all those tool people gone?"
Thinking of them, he stroked his chin, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "How about I give them some quests to do overnight? Let them experience the feeling of playing a game like Overtime. It's true, evil people live carefree lives." He's resting at night while thinking up ways to make others busy. Suddenly, figures appeared outside, and a woman's voice rang out, "We're back." Hearing this, he immediately recognized it and excitedly said, "They're here." Gui Li and Mu Rongyan entered first. Looking at them, he was a little disappointed, pointing and asking, "Where's my disciple?" The 2 girls looked at each other, smiling meaningfully, and then stepped aside to make way. At this moment, Lin Chen walked in, having changed into a stunning outfit, blue and white, looking like an adorable young miss. Lu Xun was very satisfied to see her dressed like this. Not bad, my disciple should be like me. But he was still very narcissistic about his handsomeness. Hearing his praise, the girl blushed, covering her mouth and thinking, "It's my first time seeing someone as beautiful as my master. How can I be as beautiful as master?" Suddenly, he was startled to see the name above her head. She's green now. This made him think, what if the crazy players saw her? So he decided to tell them, "From today onwards, she will stay in the backyard with us. You and Gui Li go find her a room. I'm going out for a bit." The 2 girls enthusiastically pulled Lin Chen away. "Don't be shy.
We're all family now. As for Lu Xun, he decided to go out on the street, hands behind his back, thinking, now that I've taken in a disciple, I probably can't stay in Qingling City for long. I need to quickly go out and find some more tool people. Relying on Mengguanji alone is really just a mosquito, and the meat is so big. The next day, it was already bright. Lu Xun was walking down the crowded street, thinking, even if I say I'm going out to find tool people, there are probably only 1,000 players internally, and they're scattered throughout the Tianchen continent. He carefully observed everyone on the street, plus the mediocre names that he didn't like. The range of choices was really relatively narrow. Remembering the past, he suddenly felt another worry. Besides, when I was a professional player, for various reasons, I made a bunch of enemies. The proportion of high-level players among them is also a large part. Lu Xun could only pray that his luck wouldn't be too bad. He continued walking down the crowded street, hoping to find some useful fate. There were some dorks standing in hidden corners, grinning and saying, there's no one here, is it okay if I take my pants off? Some were lying on the ground like dogs, barking. Some were hanging from tree branches, shouting excitedly, woohoo, look, every tree in this world can actually be climbed. The graphics are on fire, the graphics are on fire. It was obvious that they weren't normal. He was extremely speechless, his face darkening as he thought, there are probably so many players internally, but not a single normal one. Just then, Liu Huangchu, holding a fan, passed by them, and he said with disdain, you idiots. Now in the internal testing, you are not doing any quests. If you wait till the official launch, you will be caught up by the other players. At this moment, Lu Xun happened to see him. He was a little startled, thinking, it's him, I know him. His distinguishing feature was that he could see him walking back and forth on the road, observing everything, he thought. He's good at picking up NPCs and frantically licking until he gets a hidden mission. Just then, that guy, Liu Huangchu, was approaching an old man, his eyes shining like stars as he said, Uncle, what are you carrying? It smells amazing, can I try some? But the old man stepped back, asking him, are you sure it smells amazing? Seeing the old man's reaction, Liu Huangchu's eyes were determined. He glanced sideways, thinking, this gaze clearly wants to be 1,000 miles away from me. Based on my experienced judgment, there must be something good in that barrel, triggering a hidden quest. Thinking that, he moved even closer to the old man, laughing loudly. Uncle, dressed like that, you're definitely an expert. Don't act with me anymore. He radiated confidence from head to toe, stretching his arms out wide. With a twinkle in his eye, he declared with absolute certainty, I'm the destined one you've been waiting for. Let me have a taste. Seeing how persistent he was, the old man had no choice but to put down his wares and chuckled slyly. All right, try it yourself then. He immediately nodded like crazy, face flushed, and pointed at a jar, grinning triumphantly. Heh, here I come. The old man opened the lid, unable to suppress his laughter, and told him, you can try as much of this stuff as you want. That Liu Huangchu guy just froze up completely, puking out bile, unable to utter a single word. Passersby scoffed. Kids these days, this old man just can't understand them. Lu Xun witnessed the whole thing from beginning to end, and couldn't help but look at him with disdain, thinking, this guy is still the same as always. Even though he can trigger hidden quests by licking stuff, he's still a total clown sometimes. I don't dislike him, but he is a high-level member of the Emperor Guild. He remembered a phone call from before. Sorry, we really can't fulfill this order. We're so sorry. Next time, we can give you a 20% discount. How does that sound? At the time, he was furious. Listening to the voice coming from the receiver, he angrily snorted, if you don't have the skills, why try to take on an order? You can't just rely on sweet-talking in the real world. Go home and drink milk. Thinking about it made him angry and helpless. He thought to himself, that vice chairman of the guild really knows how to sweet-talk. He made me hate everyone in the Emperor Guild, but back then I blew up their base. As Bohm thought, a magnanimous person like me, except for beating them up a bit to get revenge, I considered it all water under the bridge. Just as he turned to leave, Liu Huangchu spotted him. He quickly recognized him. It was those eyes shining like stars. He gaped in delight, thinking, a purple NPC, it's Zidian, I'm definitely not mistaken. He hurriedly stood up and chased after him, thinking, turns out my opportunity is here. I can unexpectedly meet Zidian. All I need to do is follow and say hello, and I can discover a hidden quest. He even had a sword ready in his hand, thinking as he ran, I heard that people around Zidian all use swords, so maybe holding this sword can gain some favor from him. Lu Xun quickly realized that he was being followed. He glanced back, thinking, good for you, kid. I wasn't looking for trouble with you, but you actually came after me. From the front, he saw him enter an alley and thought, it looks like Zidian went into a dead end. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, the system displayed a warning in front of him, startling him. Whoa! After reading the information on it, His face went pale and he couldn't understand.
"What is happening?" He cried out in pain and questioned the system. "What did I do to have my goodwill reduced by 50 points?
At that moment, he came right up to him. He backed away in fear and yelled, "Don't come over here, please. Don't." But he didn't say a word and just disappeared, leaving him standing there shaking all over. He was scared but still had to run to look around, wondering in confusion, "Xiandian, where are you?" Lu Huangchu sat slumped on the ground, face pale, gasping for breath, and sighed. "Phew. That was dangerous. It felt like I was about to be killed. Turns out Xiandian hates being followed." At this time, on the other side, Lu Xun was sitting, holding his turtle in his hands and stroking his head, and said to it, "Little turtle, today I slashed a player, so satisfying." Then he put it on the ground, clasped his hands behind his back, and left, not forgetting to say self-indulgently, "But now I am a celebrity in Tianchen, bearing the burden of being an idol. If it were me before." Remembering the day when I was playing the game, my anger soared. I pounded on the keyboard, yelling and screaming, cursing loudly, "Kill, kill, kill! Even smart teammates will kill each other. You are so bad but still drag me along. How about I kill you? Wouldn't that be the end of it?" Thinking back to myself, I felt that I was indeed a little unrestrained. But now I am too romantic. Then smiled lightly. Let's continue to be unrestrained when I get back, so I live with different personalities in each world. The sun is setting. The golden sunset shone down. Among so many people he still couldn't choose one. It was getting dark, and the streets were even more bustling. Red lanterns were lit, and the voices of vendors selling everywhere rang out. "Tanghulu! Tanghulu here! 2 cents a stick! 2 cents a stick here! Wonton noodles here! Wonton noodles here! No money back if it's not delicious! Rouge here! Rouge here! No money back if it's not beautiful! Listen to what they are selling! The market is extremely bustling." Lu Xun stood under a building and looked up. At the window was a beautiful, plump girl standing there. He looked and thought, the night market of the Tianchen world is so prosperous. Everything is available. Even that girl has seen him. Immediately smiled, her eyes crinkling, holding a handkerchief and waving. "Young master downstairs, would you like to sleep with this humble one for a while?" He watched with blushing cheeks, drooling with desire, his lecherous face revealing his true nature as he thought, "There's even more fun than the night market here. This place really has it all, and the merchandise is top-notch. Who wouldn't want a piece of that?" But since he was playing the refined gentleman right now, he had to let it slide. As he continued on, looking at the crowded streets, he thought, even though the Qingling City night market is a blast, the potential players here are few and far between. On the street, he spotted someone named Han Bagui playing with a turtle. The moment he saw him, he was surprised and thought, Han Bagui, what's he doing here? Lu Xun still remembered him clearly. This guy used to be my teammate. Left a bit of an impression. His skills were about on par with mine, but his awareness was far superior. He was naturally a bit slow and dull-witted, but in battle, he was undeniably talented. If it wasn't for his unremarkable appearance and slow thinking, I'd even think he was a slightly different version of me. Seems like I thought pretty highly of him back then. After thinking that, he started to pat himself on the back, thinking, speaking of which, someone with my looks, brains, and combat ability must be a 1 in a million talent. Not to mention, my charm level is currently at 10. Looking at his dumbfounded appearance playing with a turtle, he thought with a bit of pity. After I became a grand refinement player and started living off Tianchen, he supposedly joined some club and became a professional instance dungeon player. He knew that Han Bagui was getting bullied and beaten, but he quickly vanished from the pro scene, never appearing again. Even his battle videos disappeared from the forums. He practically vanished into thin air. He furrowed his brow. A lot of people say going in there can either make or break a person. After all, many talented individuals have disappeared into the long river of history. Looking at Han Bagui now, knowing his current situation, Lu Xun had an idea. If he's got no other options, then I guess I can reluctantly toss him into my little fish pond. So he deliberately walked past him, but Han Bagui didn't even notice him, just stared intently at the turtle in front of him, laughing happily, "Ha-ha," getting completely ignored. He turned pale with anger, sweating profusely, crying silently in his heart, "How can you not even glance at me, a purple NPC? No way, he must not have seen me. That's gotta be it. There can't be a Tianchen player who doesn't know purple electricity tea." So he walked past him again, deliberately coughing, cough, cough. But Han Bagui still didn't pay any attention, still laughing innocently, "Ha-ha." Seeing that, he refused to give up and leaned closer to him, coughing, cough, cough. But he was almost hoarse. Han Bagui still didn't even glance at him. completely treating him like he was invisible. This was a huge blow. Lu Xun's face turned purple with anger, biting his lip tightly, eyes wide with disbelief. Finally, with no other choice, he sat down next to him and shouted into his ear, "Cough, cough, cough, cough." Only then did Han Bagiwi look up at him, scratching his head in confusion and asking, "Are you sick? Don't tell me viruses can be transmitted in the game?" Lu Xun pointed at his own face, asking in surprise, "You don't recognize me?" Han Bagui grinned at him, asking in return, "Are you Wu Yanzu? You're so good looking I probably wouldn't mistake you. You play this game too, haha, what a coincidence." Lu Xun didn't understand what he was saying. He thought to himself, "I'm not exactly happy that you're complimenting me like that. Could it be that this guy doesn't even browse the forums?" Lu Xun was furious, but he still had to shake his head, telling himself, "I'm here to find a tool, not to find a sense of existence. Let's get straight to the point." So he said to Han Bagi seriously, "Do you want to be this seat's sword attendant?" As soon as he asked, a system panel appeared in front of Han Bagi. After reading it, Han Bagi was shocked, his jaw dropping as he exclaimed, "Sword attendant." Seeing that Han Bagi wasn't responding, Lu Xun frowned, guessing, "Great, he's going to take forever to make a choice, isn't he?" Finally, Han Bagiwi selected, "Yes," laughing, "Sword attendant. Sounds interesting." As soon as he selected, a golden light enveloped him, and the system announced, "You have become Lu Xun's sword attendant." Han Bagiwi also received something. Looking at the name, he was confused, wondering, "Essence devouring art." Lu Xun hugged his sword, smirking as he explained to Han Bagiwi, "Cultivate the essence devouring art to level 5, then come find this seat at the demon sect." After speaking, he turned and left without saying another word. As for Han Bagui, he stood there, scratching his head, looking confused, asking, Class transfer quest." Knowing he's a bit slow and not explaining things clearly, yet confidently leaving, he thought, "Indeed, someone as aware, handsome, and intelligent as me is quite rare." Lu Xun went around Guangxing Ridge, but just kept wandering around, and without realizing it, returned to the inn. He saw Lin Chan still sitting and waiting in front of the door. Seeing her, he was surprised, thinking, "It's so late, hasn't she slept yet?" Seeing him return, Lin Chan immediately waved her hand, making a shum. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but chuckle. "So she was waiting for me." Before he could enter, she ran out with a bowl of porridge. Seeing the still hot bowl of vegetable porridge, steaming, he was so touched that his eyes welled up, asking, "Is this for this teacher?" Her face flushed, and she firmly nodded, implying in her heart, "Master is a cultivator. I wonder if he eats this kind of coarse food." He took the bowl, asking her, "Have you eaten yet?" Hearing him ask, her face darkened, stunned. "Indeed, master will politely refuse me. Someone of his status. How could he eat this?" But before she could feel sad, Lu Xun went inside, saying, "Then go scoop another bowl. This teacher doesn't like eating alone." Turns out that's what it was. Lin Chan's face immediately lit up again. Qasim, agreeing, then went to do it right away. The two, master and disciple, each with a bowl, just sat on the doorstep, slurping the porridge. After eating, he looked at her, thinking, "I think I'm a bit full. If I let her eat a little more, she would definitely be happy." So he held out his bowl, giving it to her. "It tastes really good. Help me scoop a little more." She quickly did it. Watch him. Sitting beside him, watching him eat, her eyes sparkling happily, thinking, "It seems like master is enjoying it a lot." After eating, he even burped loudly with satisfaction. So full, Lin Chan couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth, turning her face away, face flushed. "Oh my! Right now it seems like the distance has been shortened a bit," Lu Xun also thought happily. The master-disciple relationship must be close, without distance. After eating, he waited outside for her to wash the dishes. Seeing her come out, he turned back, asking, "All done washing?" She gently nodded her head. Seeing this, he said, "Then I'll be going, it's late, so rest up." Before leaving, he added, "Little Channer, good night." Lin Chan listened with a dazed and puzzled expression, wondering, "Good night. Resting is resting safely at night." The girl quickly bowed deeply, seeing him off, saying in her heart, "Master, good night." In his bedroom, Lu Xun wasn't sleeping but sitting cross-legged, practicing. His experience points had increased significantly, but his body seemed to be in a lot of pain, his face turning purple, sweating profusely, biting his lip, thinking, "What the heck? Cultivating this qi refining art is really painful, but this is my most stable source of experience." He tried to endure the pain, determined to tell himself he couldn't not cultivate. After practicing, the next morning his whole body was still extremely sore,
Sitting up, he supported his back, crying out in pain, "Ah!" Looking no different from old people with joint pain, his whole body even trembled. After all, if you don't work hard for too long, the heavens will take away your talent. He tried to drag himself out, step by step. Reaching the door, he didn't even know if the others were awake yet. Lu Xun's aptitude was one, the heavens basically didn't give him talent.
Didn't expect to bump into Lin Chan coming out just as I stepped out the door, yawning and stretching like she just woke up.
Seeing me, she immediately stood up straight, clearing her throat a bit. "Good morning, Xiao Chenjie." She glanced over and gave a little in reply.
Does she look a bit different from yesterday? Xiao Chenjie's complexion is way better than yesterday, and her spiritual energy feels so stable. So I just had to ask, did you cultivate last night?
She smiled slightly and nodded, feeling, "Plus, I had such a good and long sleep last night. All thanks to Shifu."
Lu Xun, in disbelief, circled around her, checking her out. Awesome. Is this the power of a 9-star foundation? You didn't feel any pain cultivating the qi-gathering art. Such rapid progress in just one night.
Seeing her progress like this, he took a deep breath, trying to look serious and thinking, "Whatever, she's my disciple after all, and I always thought it was normal for students to surpass their teachers. A Shifu has to work hard, can't let the disciple leave me in the dust."
So he patted her head, praising. "Cultivate diligently, and you'll find that everything will become very different." Actually, in his heart, he thought he should give a few more words of encouragement. She just gave another in response. Having said that, he turned to leave, waving his hand to signal she could go. But once inside his room, his heart ached like crazy. Feeling so bitter he almost cried, thinking, damn it, this qi-gathering art really hurts too much.
Time flew by so fast, Hanba Yi and his little turtle had become best buds.
And Lin Chan had already broken through the first level of the qi-gathering art. Lu Xun still hadn't found a new tool person. Ugh. It's just Lu Xun who hasn't found a suitable tool person. He slammed the table in frustration and cursed. These players are really getting worse and worse. But after cursing, he touched his chin with interest, thinking, but the closed beta is almost over anyway. When the open beta comes, I'll be swimming in tool people. Suddenly, on Mo Guanji's side, the system showed a notification. Closed beta has ended, forcing offline. The other guys doing quests got the same thing. Irritated, they cursed. Damn it, everyone was super annoyed, one guy yelled. The closed beta time is over. It's only been a few days. Hanba Yi was also fading away. He put the turtle down, telling it, I'll be back soon, you wait for me here. After saying that, he disappeared completely. The turtle immediately retreated into its shell, becoming a defensive turtle. Lu Xun stood on the street, watching the scene below. Some passers-by cried out in panic, telling each other, who would have thought that unremarkable guy from earlier was actually a cultivator? That move just now was shrinking the earth to an inch. Teleportation, right? The others yelled, yeah. He calmly sat and drank his tea, listening to the voices around him. They want to try and scare me with a sudden disappearance. Too bad, I'm already used to it. This is the demon sect's territory, after all. Hearing them talk, he frowned, realizing, so, the people of the Tian Chen world interpret and attack the players like this? I thought their sudden disappearance would cause some kind of commotion, but the people here are already used to it. Thinking of this, Lu Xun looked at the water cup in his hand, figuring out, right, it seems like during the open beta, the game mentioned the collapse of the Heavenly Dao. This could explain why the number of players suddenly disappeared. The water in the cup steamed, just like in real life. This world is so real, maybe it's become a game. Maybe it really is the responsibility of the Heavenly Dao. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Am I really just trapped in a game? Looking at the crowded streets with people bustling about, without a hint of illusion, he asked himself. Or have I transmigrated to a new world? Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a figure appeared. He asked, who is it? It was Li Lai. She looked a bit different, especially in the front, where her chest was noticeably bigger, and her face was flushed, as she asked, do we have any plans for today? Looking at those two firm mounds, he realized that something was different, so he frowned, staring blankly, unable to look away. Seeing him staring at her like that, she thought triumphantly. As expected, what the sisters in the brothel said was right. Men all like big ones. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted at her. How could I forget? The closed beta has ended, and the trial grounds are open. She was startled when she heard that, blurting out, the closed beta is open. Lily was so happy when she heard that. Her face reddened, her eyes sparkled. She raised her hand to her chin, happily thinking, is he intentionally hinting at something? Could it be that my plan to capture him is about to succeed? Lu Xun was still stroking his chin, thinking, that trial instance, based on my current level, it's going to be tough to clear. Suddenly, while pondering, he He jerked his head towards that girl. What's with the clothes slipping down to half her chest, face all flushed, seductively wriggling and saying, "Actually, I've thought it through for a long time now. Didn't I say I wanted to be your sword-wielding page, Master Lu Xun?" Looking at those full, bouncy assets in front of him, his face turned bright red too, his jaw dropped, sweat poured out, and he stumbled backward, thinking, Crap, is she trying to seduce me or something? Her face flushed, her eyes flirtatiously locked onto him, secretly pleased. He's looking at me, his face is red, I'm so nervous, but as long as we become husband and wife, no one can ever steal him away. So she mentally cheered herself on. You can do it, Geely. This girl is crazy about marrying him. Right now, the distance between them was super close. Suddenly, Lu Xun reached out his hand, getting closer to her chest. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and turned away. It's happening. Today's the day. But unexpectedly, he didn't even bother touching what she wanted him to touch. Instead, he seriously pulled her clothes up, carefully, and even reminded her with a straight face, "Why aren't you wearing your clothes properly? It's not good if other people see." Her head was now filled with a million question marks. So confusing. Can a man really resist that kind of attraction? He's so ordinary. Turning up his nose at meat right next to his mouth. After doing that, he even pinched her cheek affectionately. "I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't want things to be like this without a proper reason. Cultivate diligently, and one day the things that are meant to happen will happen naturally. I don't want to hurt someone as lovely as you." He really knows how to play the game, making her stop her plans without being embarrassed. The girl's eyes sparkled like two bright stars as she heard him, ecstatic. "Lovely like me. He said those words to me. Is this what they call a confession?" But she was fantasizing way too much. She's so easy to fool. Looking at her affection for him rising non-stop, he was speechless. Crap, this girl's affection for me is about to break through the heavens, but why should I hold back? He thought and answered himself. No way. The heavenly Dao is just a game to me. In a game, haha, isn't it normal? It could even be a little motivation to play the game. Looking back at Gui Li, who was happily standing in front of him. Besides, Little Ai is really attractive. Has looks, talent. Any normal man would find it hard to resist that kind of charm. Finally, he realized, I get it. Lu Xun now feels that I've completely treated this as the real world. I'm no longer Lu Xun, the orphan who relied on his little sister, but Lu Xun, the little martial granduncle of the demonic sect. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes. Turns out his subconscious was telling him that he can't go back to the original world anymore. Seeing him space out with tears in his eyes, Gui Li turned to him in surprise and asked, What's wrong? She even thought he suddenly felt a little sad because of her. Nope. Lu Xun suddenly embraced her tightly, one hand on her shoulder, one behind her back, and whispered, Thank you. Thank you for meeting me in the first place, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to live in this world. His words moved her to tears. The two hugged each other like that, Gui Li expressed. Me too. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the hands of villains long ago, let alone avenging my parents. In the golden sunlight, the two stood hugging each other intimately. Gui Li closed the door, looking very satisfied as she left, smiling as she supported her face with her hand, thinking, they have a date to do something together tomorrow. What could it be? The sky today is so beautiful, the sky is blue, and the sun is shining brightly. The girl smiled lightly and raised her hand to the sky. It seems like my relationship with Lu Xun has taken another step forward today. At the demonic sect, Qingling City, the trial is the well, with the talisman pasted around it that he went to the other day. Today he brought Gui Li along. She turned to look at him and asked curiously, Is this the thing you were talking about? He crossed his arms confidently and replied, That's right, jump down. He thought, after the closed beta ends, this trial place will also be officially opened, but maybe it's only limited to me. Real locals like Murong Yan and the others can probably go down any time. Gui Li heard that and suddenly felt a little scared. Stammering, Jump down. Lu Chen put one foot down to the edge of the pit. That's right, I'll jump first. You follow. Don't waste time. Then he decisively jumped straight down. Gui Li, seeing this scene, screamed in panic. Hey! She ran over to look down the well. He just jumped down like that. It looks really deep. She even imagined the scene of them talking intimately. Him telling her that he's the little martial granduncle from the demon sect, and she's a demon sect disciple. Their identities are different. They can't be together, so they can only die together now. After all that self-dramatization, she wondered if that's really what's happening. Thinking that, she seemed very determined. Jump then. For Lu Chen, I can. So she stomped on the well's edge and shouted, Lu Chen, I'm coming. Then she decisively jumped straight into the well that was emitting a strange green light. Gui Li was just free-falling inside the well, her face blushing, tears falling, still smiling in her head, thinking,
Dying with him isn't bad either.
Suddenly, a voice rang out. We've reached the bottom. At this moment she was startled, and opened her eyes. Huh. Lu Chen is holding me in his arms.
She looked around in confusion.
Huh. She saw a vast expanse of land beneath the well, even houses. Shocked, she exclaimed. So there's a world down here, I thought. Lu Chen immediately guessed what she was thinking. You thought we were committing suicide for love? She laughed when she heard that. Ha ha ha. He was gentle for less than a second, then decisively threw her to the ground. Go, aren't you moved at all? She was willing to die with you?
Lu Chen walked ahead and said to her, Let's go, this is the trial grounds of Qingling City. There are many good things hidden behind this stone door. Gui Li struggled to get up and followed, asking, Is there a lot of money? He turned around and told her, Not only that, there's more than, there really is more. You can only hone some combat experience.
A few more people have appeared here. Look at those appearances. That attire. Do we even need to guess?
Seeing him, the people cupped their hands and bowed, shouting, Greetings, little Marshal Granduncle. Seeing how respectful they were to him, Lu Chen smiled lightly and replied, Spare the formalities. This title is indeed useful in the demon sect.
Just then, a burly man appeared behind him. He crossed his arms and said,
Someone's already arrived at the trial grounds just now.
Phew. He is Yue Lao, the demon sect's guardian of the Kuei-Tu Shao trial grounds. He was very tall and burly. Seeing him, he just crossed his arms and bent down to look, asking, You are the disciple the master just took in. Not bad, kid. You're even more handsome than Yan Li. Chusk, chusk.
Lu Chen calmly replied to him, That's right, greetings Yue Lao. He thought to himself, Yue Yao is probably the guardian here. I've never been here or met this guy in my past life.
He gave him a cold smile, saying with deep meaning, Kid, is everything good behind the mountain? He also smiled lightly, his face expressionless. Thank you for your concern, Yue Lao. It's quite good. The 2 senior sisters are very good to me.
Hearing this, the guy suddenly asked,
2 senior sisters? Isn't the master behind the mountain? He shrugged. That's right, the master hasn't returned to the mountain yet. Gili stood behind him, curiously listening to the 2 of them talking.
The other side touched his chin, giving a sly smile, and leaned close to his face. No wonder, no wonder. He also guessed that the meaning of this sentence was that, because the master wasn't behind the mountain, he could live in peace. The more Lu Chen thought, the more he narrowed his eyes, linking everything together. What does this have to do with me being more handsome than the senior marshal brother? It's like touching something secret, but that thing is hidden very deeply. He looked at the 2 of them, spread out his hands and asked, Kid, do you and this lass want to pass the trial? Who goes first? As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Li immediately raised her hand and volunteered loudly, I'll go first. She looked very serious, still thinking, so this is the trial ground of the demonic sect hidden under the well. Lu Jun definitely came too.
This was the first time she actually looked at the names hanging on that board, because he usually doesn't pay attention to any of this stuff. Those are grave markers used for rankings.
Gui Li, being the sweetheart she is, thought, Lu Jun is the little grand ancestor of the demonic sect after all. If his ranking is too low, he might feel a little embarrassed. I'll go ahead first, scout out some intel, and tell him about it. So she went in first, standing before the opening door, determined. Leave it to me to watch, she seriously thought. Paving the way for Lu Jun, seeing her walk in, he kind of figured, this idiot, does she really think she can scout out some experience for me? But actually, I've already memorized all the attack patterns of those dungeon bosses. Being fully prepared makes it way too easy. Once she went in, he crossed his legs and sat down, closed his eyes, placed his hands in front of his chest, super calm. He was thinking, since she went ahead, I'll do some other stuff. Little did he know, as he sat there, those guys were all amazed. Look at that. As expected, of the little grand ancestor, so diligent in his cultivation. Their eyes lit up, admiring him. He doesn't waste a single moment. Truly worthy of our emulation. No wonder he's favored by the immortal master. We need to work harder in the future. But the reality was, Lu Xun was scrolling through the forums, also checking out pictures of hot girls, thinking, not bad, this miniskirt, if it was any shorter, it probably wouldn't pass. Face flushing red, he grinned slyly. Awesome, this is exactly my type. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. After reading it, he cursed in annoyance. Emperor Guild? That damn thing again? Did those dogs discover another hidden quest? Gotta check it out. It was a super long quest, he read, thinking. That magic item, isn't that a gold tier equipment? Lu Jun smirked, his eyes gleaming. 3,000 mountains is just a name for a cluster of mountains, with many small sects within, and the Heavenly Defects sect is one of them. The Emperor Guild can also trigger a hidden quest for equipment. Finishing reading, he clicked on the quest.
Says to find someone based on a mark on the palm. Perfect. If I wear gloves, won't that avoid being tracked?
Calculating it, it was pretty good. Making the gold tier equipment will require 10,000. They want to attract all players inside this test to do it together, ha.
The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. Too bad. The inner test is over. The rate of people not completing this mission has decreased to 0. Seeing the ranting comments, he clenched his fist in anger, grinding his teeth. If you guys announce the hidden quest, then I'll give you some surprises. It's not too much to do that during the inner test, right? His face turned gloomy as he pulled out a golden key. Anyway, this reward for the top grade gold equipment is a key. It will be useful to me.
Thinking of the scene where the guy with the hat blew him away with one strike, he thought deeply. But actually, in my past life, I received this quest. That assault on the son of the heavenly defect sect master was so cruel. That arm was bandaged with blood everywhere. He knew that to avoid being hunted down, he directly cut off his left arm bearing the mark. That guy accepted being crippled in exchange for survival. His loss of his left arm in the heavenly Chen world meant no one could find him anymore. But the players he encountered would receive a system notification, quest target discovered. Lu Xun thought again. If it wasn't for the system hints in this cheating game, maybe he wouldn't have died. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. But now, smiling happily, he looked at the system panel and thought. The current time in this inner test is year 3997. Year 4000 is when the public test officially starts, which also means that for 3 years in this heavenly Chen world, only I have system hints. Feels great being special. 3 years, even a pig would probably figure things out. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of the door. Fluctuating aura. Looks like Guili is coming out. Exactly as he guessed. Whoosh! She appeared, looking exhausted, sweating profusely, panting heavily. Huff, huff! He asked. How was it? She rushed over to him. Huff, huff! It was so hard, but, huff! Seeing her so flustered, unable to speak properly, he calmly reassured her. Recover first, don't rush. She straightened up, patted her chest, and breathed evenly. Finally feeling a little better, she raised her hand and whispered to him. There are 3 chances to fail inside. Then, clenching her fist, she told him,
Come over here for a sec, I figured out some patterns.
She spread her hand out for him to see. There are so many formation changes inside. You know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, so it took me forever to memorize these patterns, I'm secretly telling you.
Seeing her so enthusiastic, he didn't reply, just rubbed her head, thinking, Silly girl. These patterns are useless. The arrangements are different for everyone who enters the trial.
Completely oblivious, she happily smiled. Did you remember everything I said?
Lu Xun leaned close to her, answering bluntly, Nope. Which made her face flush red, both annoyed and embarrassed. Her eyes lit up as she listened to his lecture. Gi Li Gi Tui Shu is where we demonic cultivators come to train. Our goal here is to hone our skills, not chase rankings. He hit the nail right on the head, always does. He then brushed past her and headed towards the door. She sheepishly admitted, I know, I won't do it again. He also instructed her, Wait for me here. On the leaderboard, the name tag shifted. Guili's name was now firmly in second place, just behind old Lu Chen. Look, the rankings on the wooden board have changed, the soldiers exclaimed in astonishment.
The crowd's faces flushed with excitement, cheering and hollering in admiration. First time through and already in the top 100. Next year she might even break into the top 30. Praises poured in. No wonder the little Grandmaster uncle brought her here. The little Grandmaster uncle truly has a discerning eye, Guili, hearing the compliments, blushed, thinking with embarrassed joy. They said I'm someone of the little Grandmaster uncles.
Lu Xun, seeing her smug expression, crossed his arms, his brow furrowed with displeasure. In his mind he grumbled, What are you blushing about? Could you at least listen to what people are saying? Old E, watching him standing before the door, was also pondering. I'm very curious. Him. He crossed his arms and smiled intriguingly. What kind of magic does Yan Li's little junior brother possess? The door opened, and the system appeared before him, announcing, Do you choose to enter the Gili Gi Tui Shou instance? The space inside suddenly began to shake violently. His entire body was enveloped in a sphere of blue water. Surprised, he walked forward, thinking, Impressive. This feeling of being wrapped is what it's like after entering the rift. Where will this enveloping sensation take me?
It brought him to a cliff, surrounded by towering rocky mountains. Looking at the scenery, he wondered, the first trial, a stone forest.
There was also a warning sign, which read, No external objects are allowed inside. I see. That's why Lu Xun left all his weapons outside. He has nothing on him, just this little bit. After completing the formalities, he strode inside. Then, the first trial, here I come. As soon as he entered, hundreds of sharp, keen swords shot towards him. Seeing this scene, he thought, if I remember correctly, the test for the first trial is 81 swords. Without a hint of worry on his face, he smiled slightly, using his gray weapon performing 81 different sword moves, darting back and forth like a shuttle.
To pass, you probably need to block these 81 different sword moves, just like the guide described outside.
Those guys could see everything that was happening inside through a crystal ball. Old E, while watching him intently, stroked his chin, thinking, originally, these 81 sword moves were supposed to come out one by one, but since you're a disciple of the teacher and junior brother of Yan Li, I'll increase the difficulty for you. 81 swords will attack at once. The old coot is sneaky, already setting a trap for him. He grinned wickedly at him. What will you do, little grandmaster uncle of the demonic sect? Lu Xun, looking at the array of swords above his head, thought, isn't this just a coincidence? He smirked disdainfully. I'm the best at playing dirty, so let's both play dirty together. He stomped hard on the ground, preparing his stance. The swords all emitted a brilliant light. Lu Xun's face remained unchanged, still calmly waiting for them to rush towards him, whispering, come on, come at me. A barrage of sword blades rushed forward, and a golden protective circle appeared around him, blocking the swords outside, unable to penetrate. He smiled lightly, manipulating the golden light in front of his chest, deploying the swordless domain. No matter how hard the swords tried, they couldn't touch a single hair on Lu Xun's leg. He laughed mockingly. Is that all you've got? Old Crocodile, standing outside, was startled, wondering in disbelief. How can this kid do that? In truth, Old Crocodile's magical powers couldn't hear the sounds inside. He could only see those swords being blocked by a circle around the guy. Seeing this, his eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, interesting, interesting. Even more interesting than that little brat from the Luotian sect who came a few days ago. He just stood there, letting dozens of swords rush to attack, and even had the nerve to sneer, you guys are really stubborn. Then he stopped and snapped his fingers. Then I'll reward you all. The golden circle around him changed in an instant, now spinning powerfully like a mini tornado, blowing all the swords away. He said triumphantly with a grin. Easy peasy. Just like that, all the swords are on the ground. I didn't even have to lift a finger, and I strolled right through. A system notification popped up, about to teleport to the second trial. He stepped through the blue circle like before. The second trial is here, if I remember correctly. The number is reduced to 36 swords. Though the number of swords decreased, he knew that the sword techniques and quality of these 36 swords would generally increase to a large extent. Just as he knew, the second trial was 36 flying sword sovereigns. He thought, this time it's a small circle, something unusual is happening, there's definitely a problem. He told himself, I have to be careful. Old Crocodile, standing outside, watched him entering the second trial, and chuckled to himself, pleased. This second trial is completely different from the first. After all, just entering the second trial already puts you in the top 20. Lu Chen had been in the second trial for a while now, and still hadn't seen anything. He walked along, wondering, so quiet. Just then, a sword flew out of nowhere, skimming past where he was standing. It was like a sneak attack, but the golden protective circle blocked it. Otherwise, it would have stabbed right through it. Lu Chen's face turned pale as he shouted, damn it, there's a trap. This sword was very powerful. It wasn't bounced back, but trembled, continuing to stab at the golden circle. In just a moment, the protective circle cracked. He angrily yelled, get lost! He struck down hard with 2 fingers, temporarily knocking it away. But he was still a little worried, clenching his teeth and thinking, this lower-grade yellow feather flying sword sovereign can't be underestimated. It can't be easily repelled by the swordless domain. Looks like I have to be a little more careful this time. As soon as he thought that, 3 such swords appeared this time, attacking him. Lu Chen held 2 fingers in front of his chest, glaring at those swords. HMPH, is that all? Wait, he looked at the sword and stroked his chin, calculating. The swordless domain has limitations when dealing with weapons of different grades. I didn't think that I could freely knock away the gray weapon, but the yellow weapon just now couldn't be. If I can take this opportunity to test the limits of the swordless domain, it will be of great help to my future battles. The golden light on his chest grew brighter and brighter. He challenged. Come on, stab, let me test it, Old Crocodile. Seeing this scene, is this kid crazy? The magic that blocks the flying swords is powerful, but it also has corresponding limitations. At the same time, 6 swords rushed over, stabbing straight into the protective circle. He looked at them, thinking, 6 swords. The 7th, unexpectedly, a sword stabbed straight up from the ground. Luckily, it didn't hit his legs. Looking at the long sword stabbing straight up from the ground between his legs, he cursed inwardly in horror. Holy crap, it could have been even more dangerous. Lu Chen was a little surprised. The swordless domain isn't effective. My current limit is lower grade yellow feather armor. I get it. He used 2 fingers to strike that sword, exclaiming excitedly, "Come on, that's it!" continuously striking the sword while shouting, "Your usefulness ends here."
In the sky, dozens of other swords were now rushing towards him. They were becoming more and more numerous. He thought to himself, "Next, I should clear this stage."
Lu Chen's hand was as hard as iron, clanging loudly as it struck against those swords.
Solving everything with just 2 fingers, he struck a proud pose and thought,
as long as I can control 6/10 of this, passing this trial will be a piece of cake. He even had time to strike a cool pose. Even Elder Yi was stunned watching from outside. Seeing Lu Chen so confident, he found it hard to believe. He thought the kid was agile and had a strong sense for swords, but he couldn't figure out how Lu Chen was able to knock those swords away. Now he was truly baffled. Stroking his chin and squinting to get a closer look, he speculated, I think this kid barely knows how to use a sword, so passing the second sword formation trial is really unbelievable.
The thing he put in the magical artifact earlier was just Yan Li's sword sheath.
Thinking of this, he suddenly realized with a start. Wait a minute. A sword sheath?
He stared intently at Lu Chen standing below, a smirk spreading across his face as he thought,
could this kid have secretly brought a sword in with him? His eyes lit up cunningly. A little interesting, huh?
Lu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, having passed the second trial, and continued forward.
He thought as he walked. As long as you grasp the secret to this trial, it doesn't seem too difficult. This is a dead end in the stone forest. Luckily I leveled up my sword nurturing technique. He stepped into the teleportation portal, his face serious. This is the first time I've reached the third trial. I wonder what it will be like. I'm a little curious. Then the teleportation took him inside. Glancing around at the surrounding scenery, he wondered, this is the third trial.
Lu Chen gasped in shock. So this trial is a test, it's that. This trial was like a desert full of sand,
with swords stuck straight up in the sand. He looked and exclaimed in surprise, another sword formation, and it's a 3-layered sword formation. Lu Chen thought. A 3-layered sword formation, if you activate 1 layer, it'll probably activate the whole thing. I can't just probe around recklessly.
Remembering the nameplate hanging outside, he thought, of all the people who passed, only second senior sister did it. The third person, Zhao Ran, probably failed before this sword formation, so this sword formation has something special. But the system displayed a notification.
Chance of clearing, 2/3. So he calculated in his head, I have 3 chances now, maybe it's okay to use 1 to try it out. Having made up his mind, he chose to try it, happily stepping forward. Let's give it a shot. Suddenly, one of the swords stuck in the ground wobbled slightly and shot towards him. Lu Chen's face didn't change as he spoke. Come on, charge at me fair and square, I'm not afraid of you. This sword was packing some serious power. He knew it, but still chuckled and said, Swordless domain. The sword was blocked by his protective circle right above his head, unable to stab down any further. But just a moment later, it slowly pierced into the circle, smoothly and easily, like stabbing into tofu.
Seeing this scene, his face paled in shock, his mouth hanging open. Crap! The swordless domain can only slow it down.
He quickly raised 2 fingers to face it head on. Is this the power of a premium profound weapon? This 1 sword can break my swordless domain? If there were 7 swords, this one could push me way back.
1 sword already has this much power. He panicked, a little worried. 7 swords are out of the question. But just 1. You don't deserve to win against me,
he roared, pointing his hand straight to the sky, extremely excited. I'm an 8th level boss. Why does that sentence feel so weird? Lu Chen's 2 fingers slashed at the sword with great force. Get back! That one move sent the sword flying far away.
Stabbing straight into the ground, chipping off a piece, he muttered to himself. I have to get serious. The other 2 trials were too easy. This one really raises the difficulty. It's worth putting in the effort. His 2 fingers lengthened, a fierce green light blazing, swinging them like swords. This is the extreme length of sword energy I can unleash.
As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. That's why so many people don't hesitate to use knives. After thinking that, he felt embarrassed and coughed, his face turning red. In short, a little longer is fine. Just then, the 3 swords on the ground also flew up, all 3 shooting straight at him.
He stood there, getting ready, face unchanging, and shouted, Here they come! He flicked 2 fingers.
Come on, let me see the power of the 3-layer sword formation. The swords came extremely fast and strong. One even grazed his chest. Thwack! That was close. Almost got hurt. No wonder it's the final stage. Lu Xun sweated, tense.
Truly extraordinary. Can't completely block them. Repeatedly pulling them out will easily break them, gotta be careful. Thinking that, he swung to attack, shouting with full of spirit. Time to counterattack. The sword swung back, plunged straight into the ground, while the remaining 2 swords came from both sides,
surrounding him in the middle. One look, and he knew what move they were planning. HMPH, left-right golden scissors. Don't underestimate me. Both of his hands, 2 fingers, are now swords, crossed in front of his chest. My left hand is pretty good too. So each hand took care of 1 sword. Both were dealt with in the blink of an eye.
These 3 are nothing. Looking at all 3 swords plunged powerlessly into the ground, he said to them disdainfully,
HMPH, still a level above me. Want to mess with me? Not that easy. Suddenly his eyes lit up, mouth agape in surprise. This time a series of other swords slowly flew up. Now there were many times more of them, all aimed straight at his head. He looked at them and cursed. Holy crap, there's this move too. Lu Xun swung his sword forward. He frowned, clicking his tongue, and there were 7 swords surrounding him in a green circle.
Nearly a dozen swords were rushing over like a storm, and he was shocked for a moment and shouted, "Huh! System announcement.
7 vengeful sword formation, flawless strike."
It showed a guide to help him pass this stage.
Lu Xun frowned tightly, gritted his teeth, and sweated, thinking, the formation name is high class, but this is pretty low. Old E sitting outside laughed with pleasure.
Ha ha, good for you, kid. You can break 3 swords, but the difficulty of 7 swords is 10 times that of 3. How can you do it? Inside, Lu Xun smiled slightly and said,
if the formation is this high class, I'll make one with sword energy when I get back to the demonic sect. Now the light on his hand shone with great confidence. I should show my true strength now.
With that said, he raised his hand, and the sword intent, large streams of light surrounding him, shone brightly.
He knew this was his ultimate move. 3-layer sword intent. Old E outside saw this scene, his mouth agape. He looked at the guys next to him in horror and shouted with wide eyes, sword intent! This kid has comprehended sword intent at this cultivation level. How could he? Staring at him, he said, in a real situation, 8th level sword decree comprehending sword intent. I once heard that someone could do this. He also knew that the demonic sect's founder, Swordmaster Yan Li, was a born sword freak. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered something. Unless this guy is also a born sword spirit, Old E thought of this, couldn't help but stand up, waving his hands and feet. His eyes lit up and shouted happily, the demonic sect has another born sword spirit. Thinking to himself, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He originally thought that the Luotian sect's girl was already very powerful and could overwhelm all the newcomers of our demonic sect. He raised his little finger and scratched his eyebrow. But now it seems that my sword sect has talent to rely on. Those Luotian sect brats are not worthy. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and Lu Xun's position in his heart rose significantly. In stage 3, he's still standing there, facing almost a dozen fierce swords, his eyes wide with determination. Whoosh, go. His 2 fingers glowed as well, pointing straight up to the sky. The streams of gold and azure light collided. Lu Xun opened his mouth wide and roared. His light stream became stronger, blocking the swords outside. But he's already injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a dark crimson. He strained until finally knocking a sword down, then catching another one. Lu Xun isn't doing so hot either. He's spitting out blood, even more heavily injured. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist, his 2 hands pointing straight to the sky, using every ounce of strength he had to roar, break for me, I can't die. As soon as he said that, his face turned pale, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, clutching his chest tightly. Outside, Elder E shouted, 4 swords, just 3 more swords, and you'll pass the trial. Hang in there, kid. He was cheering him on super enthusiastically. He held his chest tight with one hand, and raised the other, thinking to himself, gotta risk it. But right at this moment, a sword came rushing towards him, stabbing straight at his face. It stopped when it was just a hair's breadth away. The system popped up, trial complete. Only now did he notice that all 3 swords were aimed at him. If it hadn't stopped in time, he probably would have been skewered to death. Lu Xun's whole body was teleported back to the start of the trial. He knew he was teleported back. He looked down at his hand, regretting it. Damn, just a little bit more. A series of notifications popped up. He was stunned after reading, awesome, so much experience points. Although he failed this time, his strength also increased in exchange. But Lu Xun still didn't seem satisfied. He cracked his knuckles annoyedly, scolding the system, I risked my life and only got 4th place. At this time, the system told him that he had 2 more chances, so he decided, 2 more chances. If that's the case, I'll definitely pass this trial this time. No sooner said than done. He smiled and stroked his chin, pressed on the system. Before clearing the stage, I have to prepare carefully. Then he continued teleporting into the trial. The light around his body shone fiercely. You can tell he's stronger now. Elder Yi stood outside and exclaimed incredulously. He broke through the realm. His jaw dropped. Breaking through the realm on the spot. What kind of genius is he? That's right, Lu Xun just leveled up. His foot landed on the ground. His eyes gradually opened. He knew that the experience points from the previous clearing of the trial could be used for upgrading, and there was still some left. Now I am also a great perfection man. He chuckled to himself, more confident than before, and then once again stood at the teleportation gate and went in. This time he made a determination for himself. I must break you. Lu Xun didn't expect the gap between level 8 and level 9 to be so big. Now standing in front of the scene, he also felt that there might be a part of the experience reward for me clearing the level. He decided to go up. Let's go. Second trial. System announcement. Second trial activated. Now you gotta start from the second trial again, but with your increased strength it should be easier this time. Lu Chen, all smug, thinks, is that all there is to the second trial? He yells, I can take on 10 swords at once now. This level up is seriously refreshing. Old Crocodile, watching from the outside, is dumbfounded, exclaiming, damn it, this kid is insane. He cleared the first 2 trials in less than 5 breaths, completely different from those 2 earlier. He suddenly pauses, looking at Lu Chen, wondering, but the third trial is the most important. Can you really pass it? Finally, Lu Chen's back at the same spot where he failed before. The third trial. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Chen smirks. Here comes the Yang version. Leveling up to level 9 also automatically leveled up my swordless domain. This thing is awesome, it's linked to my strength. He walks closer to the golden sword stuck in the ground. It's our second time, old buddy. Let's have a little sparring session as a greeting. Just like before, the sword on the ground shoots up into the air. Lu Chen just smiles mockingly at it. HMPH. You can't break my defense this time. He looks at the sword, its golden light flashing, and thinks, you want to get close to yours truly. A simple flick of the finger won't be enough this time. Before the sword can even touch him, it's blasted away. Oops, looks like I used a bit too much force. Then, 3 other swords rush up at once. Lu Chen grins with excitement. I'm gonna go big this time. Shrink the swordless domain to its smallest, and I'll fight them all myself. I'm way more confident now. After leveling up, my body's agility has also improved. After dealing with those swords, he chuckles. Shrinking the swordless domain to its smallest allows it to envelop my body. Now, even my fingers are part of the swordless domain. Time to look cool. As for me, the swordless one, standing there stroking my chin, pondering. Swordless one. The name sounds awesome, but something feels a little off. Looking at the array of swords above, he says eagerly, here you come again, right? I've been waiting for you. The system pops up, and after reading it, Lu Chen chuckles. Nice, when I level up, you level up too. Pretty smart of you, he smirks. But it doesn't matter, I'm stronger now too. A golden glow surrounds him, as a horde of swords surrounds Lu Chen, who remains unfazed. Raising his hand, he suddenly realizes it's turned into a vortex again. One move from him creates a swirling tornado that sweeps away the swords above. Even the swords that haven't had time to rush down are blown away. Lu Chen grits his teeth, looking up at the swords. 3 swords, 4 swords, 5 swords. The swords are blasted away instantly. Lu Chen smiles smugly. 6 swords. He braces himself, using all his strength, gritting his teeth. 7th sword, you're going flying too. But unexpectedly, one sword dodges Lu Chen's golden circle. Circling to the side, Lu Chen is surprised, wondering how it avoided it. Suddenly, a figure appears in the sky, wielding a sword. A tall, burly man holding a cyan sword. Lu Chen is stunned. Using sword energy to create such a grandiose illusion. Is this the sword master of the sword formation? Lu Chen looks exhausted, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. But he remains stubborn, gritting his teeth and yelling defiantly, bring it on, who's afraid of who? The cyan giant immediately thrusts the cyan sword straight at him, showing no mercy. Both sides are evenly matched. He roars, gathering momentum, Atia. But the cyan giant is stronger and much bigger than him. The figure flashes past him quickly. Lu Chen is struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, finally, he's sent back to the first trial, the stone forest. He sits slumped on the ground, thinking, here we go again. That hit really hurt. He places a hand on his chest, knowing that the sword strike was truly powerful. The system popped up a notification right in front of him. Outside, Old Croc was grinning to himself, thinking, not bad. Managed to force the swordmaster to make a move, but that's all you've got.
After all, Ge Tuishu's trial is super tough.
Inside, Lu Chen struggled to his feet, muttering to himself, "Whatever. Looks like I won't be getting any experience points this time. This not quite there yet feeling really bugs me."
Just then, a torrent of spiritual energy suddenly lit up around him, enveloping him. Even after failing twice, he was still determined, telling himself, "If I'm gonna break through, I'm gonna break through all the way."
His eyes flashed with seriousness as he frowned. "Even if I use up all my experience points for today, I'm breaking through no matter what." Outside, Old Croc saw his power surging and exclaimed in disbelief, "This brat's aura is rising again." He grew even more interested in him, stroking his chin with a sly grin. "Intriguing. Truly intriguing. Enlightenment twice in a row. This kid's talent is earth-shattering." After starting over again, he cleared the first 2 stages like they were nothing, zipped right through them in seconds. This third power-up was significant.
It seemed like he reached the 3rd stage without even lifting a finger. Like the previous 2 times, a sword charged at him. He smirked at it.
"I've been waiting for you." The swordmaster appeared as well, towering and imposing, already there and waiting. He nonchalantly challenged him. HMPH. The 2 sides faced off like before, with golden and green light clashing, and neither giving way. Old Croc watched with wide eyes, grinding his teeth, his gaze glued to the screen. As he swiftly revealed his true form, he wondered in confusion, what the heck is going on? Sweat poured down like rain as he watched the 2 fight, terrified. The swordmaster charged forward like before, and Lu Chen charged forward without flinching, countering his attacks. The 2 of them danced around each other like lightning, and this time he didn't get hurt at all. In the end, he was the victor. The sword plunged into the ground, and he sighed in relief. Phew, he couldn't help but brag, as expected of me, overjoyed. But unexpectedly, the system displayed a notification that he wasn't ranked first. Surprised, he wondered. Still ranked second. Thinking of the one in first place, he scratched his cheek curiously.
Is second senior sister's clear time faster than mine? I felt like I was super fast already.
Old Croc stood outside, drenched in sweat, watching the door to the trial open, and thought dreadfully, "This kid is clearly a monster." The others saw him come out and cheered excitedly. He's out! He's out! Look at the rankings on the wall." The nameplates were changing. They shouted to each other in admiration. "The rankings have changed. Junior Grand Uncle cleared it." Everyone was ecstatic, shouting, "Amazing! As expected of Junior Grand Uncle, second fastest clear time on record. So powerful." The unhappiest person at that moment was Guili. She clenched her fists, frowning as she thought, "Why is he getting stronger and stronger? No, I can't let this happen. I need to get stronger too, Guili. Guili, you have to try harder."
Lu Chen came out, and they all clamored around him, welcoming him with loud cheers. "Junior Grand Uncle, how did you do it? Clearing the stage so quickly, you're too strong."
He smiled lightly at them and replied, "You all should cultivate diligently, and you'll naturally find out in the future. I see extraordinary potential in all of you." Truly polite and flattering words that pleased everyone.
The others blushed crimson with happiness, thinking, "Junior Grand Uncle is praising my potential. This is bad. I won't be able to sleep tonight, I've decided. From today onwards, no sleep, only cultivation." They were all fired up with enthusiasm. Old Croc stood in front of him with his arms crossed. "Not bad, kid." He frowned at him, asking, "Old Croc, I have a question. How long did my second senior sister take to clear it?" This was what he'd been curious about the whole time. The old man smirked when he heard that. "Heh heh, take a guess." Lu Chen, seeing him being evasive, replied casually, "Could it be half a key?" He thought to himself. "My last clear time was about 10 minutes, and half a key is 7.5 minutes, so it's understandable."
But that guy just raised a finger in front of him, shaking it like crazy. "Nope, I can tell you the answer." But this old crocodile dude went around him, checking him out, and asked with a curious look, "Can you tell me, where the heck are you hiding your sword?"
Lu Chen burst out laughing in his head when he heard him. "Ha ha! Hiding a sword? I don't even have one." Seeing that Lu Chen didn't answer, he crossed his arms and turned his head away, acting all high and mighty. "Oh, don't want to say. I kind of figured it out already. You're a born sword embryo." Lu Chen was so shocked that this guy thought so highly of him, he stepped back in surprise, blurting out, "What? Acting like a born sword embryo? He can control the act just right." The old croc dude saw Lu Chen's expression and laughed even harder, thinking he'd guessed right, pointing at Lu Chen and shouting, "See, your expression just now changed subtly. You really are a born sword embryo. Old Croc here wasn't wrong." Lu Chen got some credit by association, grinning, thinking, "You're on the 2nd floor, and I'm on the 5th floor, so you think I'm a born sword embryo." Haha. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't deny it, he was even more thrilled, throwing his arms up and laughing heartily. Ha! The demonic sect has 2 born sword embryos now. If the sect masters of One Sword Mountain and 10,000 Sword Mountain find out, their expressions are going to be priceless.
Seeing that he wasn't asking anything else, Lu Chen clasped his hands and bowed his head. Elder Croc, so now can you tell me, how long did second senior sister take?
The other guy heard him, and couldn't help but recall that girl, he replied. When your second senior sister cleared it, she only had initial stage great perfection cultivation, but the strength she showed was really high, even stronger than a regular first realm ninth heaven.
Hearing that, Lu Chen stroked his chin and thought, stronger than first realm ninth heaven, so that's like level 20. The highest limit of the Kui Tui Shou dungeon is level 20. Did second senior sister use a special method to hide her real level? He raised 3 fingers, and she cleared the whole trial with just this number. Lu Chen looked at his 3 fingers and guessed 3 minutes. But after saying it, he was confused. Wait, does this guy not know what a minute is? Could it be that old Croc finally said 3 breaths? Looks very serious. Lu Chen's jaw dropped. His eyes widened, thinking incredulously. 3 breaths. 3 breaths of time. In normal conditions, a human's breathing is 16 to 20 times a minute, which means second senior sister only used about 10 seconds. He even told Lu Chen, not only that, when you broke through, you also broke the Swordmaster.
Really? Lu Chen's face turned pale, and he stepped back, shouting, does that mean I have to pay for it?
Seeing Lu Chen's stingy face, the other guy was speechless, waving his hand. Why are you making that face? We're not going to make you pay. There are a lot of those things. Compared to that, your senior sister's destructive power is unbelievable. The two stood there talking, and he admired as he recounted the achievements of that day.
She just swung 3 swords and destroyed all 3 gates. What you see now has already been repaired. Thinking about his senior sister fighting like that, Lu Chen was astonished. 3 swords destroyed all 3 gates.
Lu Chen was startled. Wait, he asked in surprise. There's a problem. Don't you have to hand over all your magical treasures before entering the trial ground? How? How could second senior sister have a sword? He calmly raised a finger to explain. Didn't you notice that the first step in the 3rd level is always the first sword stabbing towards you?
Lu Chen was stunned when he heard that.
Oh, he also laughed mockingly. Usually the people who pass the level will take the sword to use, only you don't. Now he realizes he is different. He also doesn't know how to use it, scratching his head and laughing loudly, a little embarrassed. Ha, this is indeed a lesson he has learned. Stroking his chin and smiling with relish. It turns out that the first sword is used like this. I thought the difficulty would gradually increase. Next time I will definitely borrow it. In the dark night, under the full moon, a shout rang out, ha ha, hum. In the courtyard, Lin Chen was sitting with his hands resting on his head, watching Murong Yan practice swordsmanship. After practicing, the chubby girl turned to look at Lin Chen and asked, how is it, have you remembered this set of sword techniques?
She thought to herself that this was a very difficult sword move, even me.
But unexpectedly, Lin Chen nodded very seriously and affirmed, I remember, but I feel that just remembering the movements may not be effective. We need to cooperate with the spiritual energy operation of the food art decision. The girl's face turned red, and she thought embarrassedly, I don't know if what I think is right.
Murong Yan was so surprised that her jaw dropped when she saw the girl nodding so quickly.
Such a difficult move, and nodding so quickly. This is the enlightenment of a 9-star route.
Suddenly Lin Chen's eyes lit up with excitement, and she ran out and waved.
Master's back. Turns out Lu Xun and Gui Li are on their way back from outside. Lin Chen happily runs towards him. Seeing her come to greet him, Lu Xun affectionately pats her head.
Have you been diligently cultivating today?
Gui Li sees this scene and bites her handkerchief. Weeping inside, I want head pats too, I'm dying of jealousy. Lin Chen grabs his hand and writes on his palm. Gui Li, standing behind, is shocked once again, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She screams internally. Hand-holding. This scene is way too intimate in Gui Li's eyes. It makes her green with envy. But Lu Xun, oblivious, just smiles and says to Lin Chen, okay, go tell the kitchen.
Gui Li stands frozen, trembling, tearfully thinking,
he's clearly holding my hand too, and wanting to see it. Lin Chen runs inside, and he says, we'll return to the sect tomorrow.
Hearing this, Gui Li abruptly looks up at him. So soon?
Lu Xun looks down at her and asks, soon? Seems like we've been here for almost a month. With that, he goes to inform Murong Yan, leaving Gui Li standing there lost in thought. After returning to the sect, it'll be so long before I can see Lu Xun again. What should I do? I don't want to be separated from him when nothing's even happened yet. Then, her face flushes red as she hatches a scheme. If that's the case, something just has to happen before we leave. That way, I won't have any regrets.
After finishing the discussion, he concludes with the two girls.
It's decided then. We'll depart tomorrow. Everyone, get some rest tonight. Morongyan clasps her hands. Understood. Gi Li, however, smiles mischievously.
Tonight? Huh. Then tonight is definitely going to be a sleepless night. Haha. This girl is way too boy crazy. Look at that face, like she wants to devour him whole.
Late at night, Lu Jun, dressed in his sleepwear, enters his room, yawning widely. Today was tiring. Although I gained a lot of experience, this trial instance really took a toll on my spirit. He flops onto the bed to rest, stretching out comfortably. Right now I'm stuck at level M. I'll have to return to the demon sect tomorrow to cultivate their techniques before I can continue leveling up. Having transmigrated to another world, I'll become the strongest great elder of the demon sect. With that thought, he closes his eyes and slowly drifts off to sleep. He fell asleep the moment he lay down and immediately began to dream. He dreamt that he was in the modern world, standing in front of a large building, thinking, "This is my old high school, I'm back." He looks at the scene, bewildered, and gapes. Is this real? Or is it just a dream?
Lu Jun quickly runs into the building like the wind. I hope I can see her again.
He stands, panting, in front of a closed room, taking a moment to catch his breath. Even if it's just a dream, that's fine. If I can see her one more time. Thinking that, he decides to open the door. That's good too. Inside the room, a beautiful girl with long hair is standing there.
She's facing away from him, looking out the window,
and without turning around, already knowing that he's arrived, says,
"You've come." His face flushes red, embarrassed and flustered.
Are you doing well? He thinks nervously. Even if I know this is a dream, I'm willing to indulge in it. The girl smiles lightly and asks, "Don't you want to come closer?" And so, he bravely walks closer, thinking as he does, "That's right, she's my first love. The first and only girl I've ever had a crush on. When my life was in despair, she was the only light."
Looking at her, the girl he's been blushing over,
he unconsciously smiles lightly. So close, I think I can smell the fragrance of her hair. Suddenly, he's startled. Even in a dream, there's a smell.
The girl extends her hand, shyly asking, "Do you really like me?" He silently looked at her back, and softly replied with utmost seriousness, "I like you." The moment Lu Jun finished speaking, she spun around and hugged him tightly. "I like you too." As they embraced, he gently gazed at the girl in his arms, thinking with emotion, "Thank you. Even though I know this is a dream." Suddenly, she raised her head to look at him. Lu Jun. He was instantly shocked. Why does this voice sound so familiar? In an instant, the girl's face transformed into Gui Li. He panicked and screamed in disbelief, "Gui Li." So scared that he woke up with a start, yelling, "Aya!"
He woke up instantly. Unexpectedly, the scene in the room was incredibly awkward. Gi Mai Li, in her pajamas, was lying on top of him, face to face.
Suddenly, she took the initiative and kissed him on the lips. Lu Jun was caught off guard and couldn't resist, only managing to make a sound, The kiss was deep and seemingly endless. She even held his hands down, preventing him from struggling. Only after a long while did she pull away, her face flushed red, eyes glistening with moisture, and her clothes looked incredibly alluring as she said, "I like you." Lu Jun's face paled upon hearing this, unable to say a word, being forcibly kissed without being able to do anything. Gui Li just stayed there. Lying on top of him, Lu Jun was drenched in sweat, stammering. Like what?" she asked back with unwavering determination. "Didn't you just ask me if I really liked you?" She was thinking about when he had asked, "Do you really like me?" not knowing that he was dreaming at the time. It finally dawned on him. His face turned purple with confusion, thinking in a panic, "Could it be that I blurted out my dream? This is so freaking embarrassing, shameless." Gi Li, on the other hand, was still very expectant. She leaned closer to his face, full of anticipation, and asked, Don't you want to do something? This is my first time." He frowned, mouth agape. Looking at her chest and face, he couldn't help but think, so stacked. With those two orbs pressed against him, Lu Jun had to exercise extreme self-control, trying to push her to the side, desperately trying to calm himself. How is anyone supposed to control themselves in this situation? Trying to imagine himself in a different scene. "No, Lu Jun, calm down. You're the little martial granduncle of the demonic sect. You have an image to uphold." Looking at the beautiful face before him, he thought to himself, "Besides, how could I possibly hurt a girl who sees me as her emotional support? Now, I have to reject her skillfully so that she doesn't get hurt." Calming down,
Lu Xun gently said, "Gui Li, could you please get off?"
Her eyes widened as she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh."
But still, she moved to sit on the side. Lu Xun sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to calm his mind. Seeing that he wasn't moved in the slightest, she wondered, what's going on? The sister outside clearly said that once a man gets to this point, there's absolutely no way they can hold back. She distinctly remembered what that pretty girl had said. Men are visual creatures. As long as you show what you need to show and get close, they definitely won't be able to resist.
Gui Li felt upset and wronged, squeezing her large breasts, wondering if she wasn't alluring enough, sadly thinking, is it because I didn't perform well enough? After calming down for a while, he turned to her and said, "Gui Li, our current relationship hasn't developed to that level yet. Do you understand what I mean?" She listlessly poked her fingers together. A little disappointed, I know, but I still thought, that's why I wanted to try a different approach.
Suddenly, he rubbed her head and smiled gently and affectionately, saying,
"But that doesn't mean it can't happen in the future. It's just that we have more important things to do right now." She got all hyped up and asked expectantly, "Really?" Lu Chen frowned, looking troubled. I don't know, she was speechless, just plopping down right there.
"I don't know." She also didn't know what to say, frozen in place. Suddenly, he pulled her close. "But I'll always be by your side." He held up his pinky. "Pinky promise. In my hometown, a pinky promise means you absolutely can't regret it."
Her face flushed red, and she linked her pinky with his, making a promise. "You said it first, okay."
They linked pinkies and swore, "Pinky promise, no changing for 100 years." That night, they didn't do anything, but they slept together in the same bed, all cozy.
Early the next morning, suddenly Murongyan burst open his room door, panicking and yelling, "Oh no, little ancestral Shishu is gone, and Gui Li too." Her face turned green instantly, frozen still, shocked by the scene in the room.
Gui Li and Lu Chen were woken up by her yelling, stirring awake on the same bed.
Murongyan's soul practically flew away, speechless.
Gui Li, still sleepy, rubbed his eyes. Gone. He even had drool on his face. And they asked, "What's going on?" Both were still groggy, their brains hadn't loaded yet. Seeing this scene, Murongyan suddenly understood, closing the door with a smile. "Oops, my bad."
Looking at the closed door, he finally snapped, exclaiming,
Crying miserably, he rushed out, lamenting woefully, shouting, "Wait! It's not what you think!" Finally, it was time to leave, the four of them sharing a carriage. With Murongyan and Lin Chan outside driving, the chubby girl turned around and asked, "Everyone buckled up." She even opened the carriage curtain, smiling mischievously at the two inside with hidden meaning, saying, "The two of you are absolutely sealed in here, super safe." Lu Chen's face went purple with annoyance, responding unhappily, "If you keep this up, little ancestral Shishu will get angry." Making the girl scared, Murongyan turned to focus on driving the carriage.
Her voice deflated, sounding sad and bored. Let's go!" Only Lin Chan didn't understand what was going on. Turning to look at the girl, seeming like she wanted to ask what was happening. Seeing her curious expression, Murongyan laughed awkwardly, brushing it off. "It's grown-up stuff. Better for kids not to know."
Lin Chan frowned, even more confused after hearing this. Safe, grown-up stuff?
Murongyan tried to appear calm, telling her not to overthink it. "Let's just head back to the sect."
At this time, there were a few people waving goodbye on both sides of the road. Lin Chan recognized them. Looking at those familiar faces, she suddenly felt touched, her eyes welling up. "Are we really leaving? Why does it feel a little sad?" She lowered her head, looking at the ground, wondering to herself, "But haven't I been homeless for a long time?" Suddenly a hand rested on her head. It turned out to be Lu Chen. He came out to comfort her, saying, Let's go home with Shifu."
She was extremely touched, smiling softly at him. She agreed, boosting her spirits, no longer feeling lost about leaving a familiar place. On the road, Murongyan successfully snatched the driver's seat. With everyone else occupied, Lin Chan, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, had now disappeared. It turned out that she was cultivating inside the carriage. Lin Chan seriously practiced. Her ability to withstand pain was extremely good. Gui Li, who was sitting next to him, was also seriously digesting everything she got from the trial. Meanwhile, Lu Xun had a sly look on his face as he chuckled to himself. Heh. Looking at that face, you can tell he's scrolling through pics of hot babes on the forum. He thought while scrolling. There are more and more dress styles popping up on the forum, Those who can't level up can only rely on the forum to kill time. Suddenly, he noticed the green light around Lin Chan was a little brighter, and he clicked his tongue softly, thinking, "My little disciple leveled up again." Then, he looked over at Gui Li, whose spiritual energy had also become stronger, and he was surprised to realize, TCH, Gui Li leveled up again.
I'm the only one just sitting here doing nothing."
He rested his chin on his hand, bored, and thought, "The Toad Bros are prodigies, with 8 and 9 points in comprehension. Speaking of which, I don't think I know how much comprehension Murong Yan has." He glanced at the girl driving the carriage outside, feeling a bit curious. So he went to the passenger seat next to her and asked, "Are you busy?" The girl got flustered seeing him. "Junior Marshal Ancestor, why are you out here?" He smiled lightly and replied, "You probably felt that the two in there broke through again." The girl broke out in a cold sweat and responded, "I felt it," she thought to herself. Junior Marshal Sister Gu Li and Junior Marshal Uncle Lin Chan both have pretty high talent, completely different from me. Suddenly, he turned to her and asked, feeling a bit curious, "How many ripple rings do you have?" The girl scratched her head awkwardly after hearing this. I have 3 rings. My aptitude is considered low-tier garbage in the demon sect." After hearing what she said, he also got flustered, thinking, "Great, did I trigger your jealousy with just one question?" But it didn't seem like she was jealous at all. She smiled brightly and continued, "Luckily I was born in this era. If it were 1,000 years ago, I might have been someone without predestined affinity. Back then you needed 5 ripple rings to sense spiritual energy." Hearing this, he then asked, "So how can you sense it now? Those guys with us?" He wondered curiously in his heart. "My comprehension is 0. It seems like I'm the one who should turn evil." Murong Yan replied, "It's because a great cultivator changed many of the fundamental mainstream cultivation methods. If it weren't for him, we might not have been able to embark on the path of cultivation." Lu Xun became even more curious as he listened. A great cultivator? Are they famous? He even frowned and stroked his chin, thinking, "According to the records I've found about the celestial dust world here, there is indeed some historical documentation. It looks like some kind of hidden plot point. But before I transmigrated, no one had dug up anything about this hidden plot." He felt a little annoyed thinking about it, despising that incompetent bunch of players. They really couldn't do anything right. 5 days later, the carriage finally arrived in front of an island floating in the sky. Lin Chan got out of the carriage, looked out, and hummed softly. He looked over and asked, "Did you see anything?" The girl shook her head, but she didn't seem too sure. Seeing her expression, he just smiled, thinking, "It seems that although little Chanier has a congenital sword fetus, her cultivation is still low, so she can't temporarily sense the sword energy within the guidance peak. But she can feel something, as expected of a congenital sword fetus." A few people dressed like those in the trial appeared around them, and they shouted out to each other, "Hey, you guys, look over there!" They were all sweating profusely, their eyes wide with shock. The disciples swarmed towards the scene like a disturbed hornet's nest. They were as enthusiastic as if they were meeting their idols. "Junior Marshal Granduncle, Junior Marshal Granduncle, you're back, Junior Marshal Granduncle, we missed you so much." Lin Chan hid behind him, peeking out. Seeing the crowd in front of her, her face turned pale. "There are too many people." The heroine Li Li rushed over from the side, blocking the crowd, preventing them from getting any closer. "Everyone, calm down, don't bump into Junior Marshal Granduncle." Actually, Li Li had her own motives for coming. She glanced at the person behind her, frowning as she thought, "These guys are taking the opportunity to get close again. Lu Xun is mine." Lu Xun had no choice but to step forward at this point. Afraid that the situation would become even more chaotic, Lu Xun cleared his throat and said, Ahem everyone, long time no see, don't delay your cultivation." However, in the eyes of the disciples, these words were interpreted as, "Junior Marshal Granduncle is concerned about me." Some covered their faces. Others were so pleased they clutched their chests, their hearts fluttering in the sky. In their eyes, Lu Xun's polite smile was elevated to a new level. "Ah, Junior Marshal Granduncle is smiling at me. No way, he's clearly smiling at me." Lin Chan's tender face furrowed. She glanced at Lu Xun, thinking in her heart, "It seems like a lot of people like Master. I have to work harder so that I can be worthy of Master's affection." A disciple stepped forward and clasped his hands towards Lu Xun. "Junior Marshal Granduncle, my flying sword can only carry Junior Marshal Sister Li Lai up the mountain. This disciple doesn't know how we should arrange transportation for you and Junior Marshal Uncle Lin Chan." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples below swarmed like a disturbed hornet's nest, raising their hands eagerly like they were answering a question in class. "I'll carry Junior Marshal Granduncle Mi. I'll carry Junior Marshal Uncle Lin Chan." Only then did they notice that Lu Xun had a little tag-along beside him. Someone curiously asked, "Is this Shishu? Could it be Little Marshal Ancestor Lin Chan?" Suddenly being the center of attention made her shy, and her cheeks flushed red. The little girl started sweating bullets and mentally spiraled. "Me, someone lowly like me,
If they find out I'm Shifu's disciple, will it make Shifu lose face? Lu Xun gently patted her head, then said to the disciples,
After descending the mountain, I happened upon a talent, and took her as my disciple.
Her name is Lin Chan. Lin like in forest, Chan like the sound of cicadas. Don't write it wrong when you register later. Lin Chan stared blankly at him, deeply touched.
Shifu, Lu Xun is sticking up for me. Obviously, the disciples readily accepted her since Lu Xun had spoken up. She really was little martial ancestor's disciple. The male disciples below scrambled to greet her. This one is Shu Kun. Greetings to Shishu Lin Chan. This one is Liu Yi Ren. Greetings to Shishu Lin Chan. How could we ever forget Shishu Lin Chan's name? Lu Xun gestured for Lin Chan to step forward, and she shyly mumbled Amen. Seeing this, the disciples went forward and respectfully bowed to Lin Chan. Lu Xun whispered to her from the side, Don't panic. Don't be afraid. His handsome face held a warm smile. Like the morning sun, Lin Chan was so moved that her eyes welled up. Shifu is showing me off like this? Lu Xun had already planned this out.
I have to let you quickly integrate into the world of the demon sect, so I can't hide your identity anymore. The two stood there, their sleeves gently swaying in the wind. Lu Xun looked at the clear blue sky before him and smiled. Step into your new life, little Chenier.
The disciples flew back to the sect on their swords together. Some were happy, but others weren't. So much, Li Lai wasn't riding the flying sword with Lu Xun, so her face was dark the whole way, and she radiated gloom as she watched another disciple happily carrying Lu Xun.
Lin Chan, on the other hand, was also a bit reluctant. The disciple who was taking her along was grinning from ear to ear, but Lin Chan was sweating and forcing a smile through tears. Li Lai glared furiously at the back. HMPH, I'm watching you. Lu Xun is mine. The brother carrying her felt the killing intent the most clearly.
The female disciple carrying Lu Xun was as radiant as spring. She looked at Lu Xun and started fantasizing. If little martial ancestor is taking disciples, maybe I'll have a chance too. Should I take this opportunity to show off a little? She had just turned to say to Lu Xun, Little martial ancestor, my name is. Before Li Li's murderous aura slammed into her, Lu Xun looked at the two of them, clueless.
The female disciple's face turned pale as she looked up, terrified. Lili Shimei's glare is so scary. Maybe I should make a move when Lili Shimei isn't around. After the Lin Chan incident, the disciples started whispering amongst themselves. I'm telling you, little martial ancestor took a disciple. Little martial ancestor is taking disciples, so that means we have a chance too. The disciples who hadn't heard the news were shocked. Little martial ancestor took a disciple.
So by the time Lu Xun returned to the back mountain, the news of him taking a disciple had been spread throughout the entire demon sect by a bunch of human loudspeakers.
The old geezers in the demon sect received the news and discussed it as they walked. This is truly a big deal. Little martial ancestor took a disciple. Luo Wangchu excitedly covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't expect that we old-timers would have a new Shimei. The elders in the back mountain haven't accepted any disciples except for our Shifu. Gongsun Ban frowned and said, Taking a disciple is taking a disciple, but with little martial ancestor strength, I'm afraid he won't get a good seed.
Don't forget, everyone. Little martial ancestor only has one ripple. Shen Yan found his words unpleasant and retorted, Shiri, don't speak too soon. What if little martial ancestor has a discerning eye? In his heart, Shen Yan thought, although little martial ancestor's comprehension isn't high, he's still a naturally born sword embryo after all. Yu Hishan didn't miss this opportunity. He laughed loudly and said, If you guys have conflicting opinions, why don't we open a bet? We'll bet on the comprehension level of little martial ancestor's disciple. Gong Yu Ban, radiating righteousness, was the first to object. You want to ignore the sect rules? Yu Hishan walked over and draped an arm over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed into slits. Aren't you curious? Well, that question had accurately hit Gong Yuban's curiosity button. He fell silent and didn't answer. Can't argue with that. In the end, Gong Yuban was the one to start the gathering first. He held up a small bag and said, If we want to open a bet according to sect rules, everyone contributes 500 spirit stones. Here's mine. Yu Hishan and Shen Yan stared blankly. The rhythm of the story had gone off track. Yu Hishan regained his senses and clapped to praise Gong Yuban's spirit. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Those who bet that little Shimei's comprehension is greater than 5 ripples stand to the left. Those who bet that little Shimei's comprehension is less than 5 ripples stand to the right. The situation was immediately divided into two. Yue Hishan took the lead. I bet that little Shimei's comprehension is less than 5 ripples, 500 spirit stones. Then everyone stood on the left, except for Shen Yan, who stood alone on the right. He angrily pointed at them. You all don't believe in little martial ancestor. Luo Wanshu smiled and replied,
Of course I believe in little martial ancestor, but I want to win some spirit stones.
Shen Yan pouted and glared at them, not bothering to argue. HMPH, we'll see who loses in the end.
On the other side, Lu Xun led Lin Chan into a courtyard that looked quite simple. Lin Chan curiously looked around, wondering if this was where Shifu lived. Just then, a group of figures gradually appeared at the doorway, and a voice spoke. It's been a while. Lin Chan was startled and turned to look, thinking anxiously. A bald bunch of people, so fierce. Are they Shifu's enemies?
Lin Chan had already been frightened by the voices of the people outside. She secretly thought about Lu Xun's life here, so Shifu has his own difficulties. I can't let these people bully Shifu. Lin Chan, a tiny little thing, bravely stood in front of Lu Xun, not forgetting to internally monologue. Shifu, hurry and go. There are so many of them. Lu Xun looked at the little girl's back, sighing slightly. It seems this girl has some issues with her thinking.
Just then, Shen Yan took the lead and came over to ask, Little martial uncle, is this the disciple you just accepted? Hearing this address, Lin Chan nearly short-circuited. The little dork mumbled in a daze. OMG, little martial uncle. That bald guy is calling master little martial uncle. Lu Xun walked over and patted her head, answering, That's right, this is the disciple I just accepted, Lin Chan. She's your martial sister now.
But little hero Lin Chan's head was just buzzing with, she's your martial sister, she's your martial sister, she's your martial sister, she's your martial sister, she's your martial sister.
So they're master's acquaintances. I seriously want to dig a hole and bury myself. So embarrassing, beyond awkward, peak awkward.
Yu Hishan grinned like the Cheshire Cat and went over to greet her. Martial sister Lin Chan, I'm Yu Hishan, you can call me martial brother Yui. Since you're a disciple of little martial uncle, can we test your aptitude?
Lin Chan scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. Test aptitude. Lu Xun decisively agreed from the side. Sure, Lin Chan was still a bit clueless, her face blank as she looked at him.
Lu Xun already knew what Yu Hishan was up to. He was waiting for the drama to unfold. In the story, this Yu Hishan is a notorious charitable gambler. This time, he probably thinks my disciple's aptitude is garbage.
A cunning smile crept onto Lu Xun's face. But sorry, buddy. My disciple is going to blow your mind. Having received the green light, Yu Hishan immediately started. Alright, let's do this, he thought to himself. This little mute girl is so skinny. Looks like this elder is going to win for sure.
His cronies were also checking out the new little martial sister. Luo Wanru smiled. She doesn't seem to have much talent. Gong Yuban had the same thought. Doesn't look like much. Even if she was handpicked by little martial granduncle, just one ripple. Shen Yan was a bit worried at this point. Could it be that little martial granduncle really misjudged this time?
Yu Hishan activated his magic at his fingertips and placed it on Lin Chan's forehead to test her. A rippling sound erupted, with sound waves spreading out from his fingertip. Everyone focused and started counting. 1 ripple, 2 ripples, 4 ripples, 5 ripples. Yu Hishan's face turned pale.
He continued counting in disbelief. 8 ripples, 9 ripples. In the end, Shen Yan jumped for joy.
I win. 9 ripples, a chosen one of heaven. The rest of his gang's jaws dropped, unable to believe it. How is this possible? 9 ripples. Little martial granduncle didn't misjudge. Lin Chan still didn't understand what was happening. She looked at the subtle expressions on their faces, clueless. Are they happy or sad? What's going on? Lu Xun proudly added. What do you mean, didn't misjudge? This disciple of mine has more than just 9 ripples. The elders were like they were waiting to open a grab bag, filled with curiosity. What else does Lu Xun have up his sleeve? Lu Xun leisurely raised his hand. Lin Chan, just like me, is a natural-born sword embryo. Of course I'm just imagining, but she's the real deal, he thought smugly. This news was like a lightning bolt to the elders. So shocking. The loot box gave away all the secrets. A natural-born sword embryo. Everyone threw away their dignity and started celebrating, even more excited than during the New Year. Our demon sect has another peerless genius. Losing 500 spirit stones is no big deal, compared to the 2 sword sects they've always envied to death.
Lin Chan watched the group go from crying to laughing heartily, making her question herself.
Why are they so happy? Am I really that amazing?
Lu Xun watched Gong Yuban excitedly carry Shen Yan around, pretending to be humble. Sorry, baldhead, this was supposed to be your disciple.
If that's the case, I'll compensate you a bit later, Lu Xun thought about the mining team they were dreading. I'll give you the players I don't need later. The author couldn't stand it anymore and spat. Is that even something a human being should say?
Suddenly Lin Chan tugged on the corner of his clothes. Lu Xun looked at her curiously. Lin Chan carefully wrote in his palm with her fingertip. Lu Xun felt each letter as she wrote. Disciple, really? That? Amazing, huh? He naturally understood what Lin Chan was worried about. This girl was doubting herself. Since she was born with a humble background, Lu Xun smiled gently to reassure her. Don't be nervous. You're not just a weed. You're a flower chosen by this teacher. Sooner or later you'll bloom in this world. Comforted, Lin Chan was grateful, her face flushed with embarrassment. Thank you, master, she thought to herself. With the matter settled, Lu Xun stood at the door, sending the younger generation leisurely down the mountain. Shen Yan didn't forget to give him a wave goodbye. Now, Lu Xun turned to Lin Chan and said, Finally, the sect leader and elders are gone. Next, let's officially take you to learn more about this place. Hearing this, Lin Chan panicked. This, isn't it?
Follow me. Home isn't just a place to live, you know. Home is made by those who are close to each other. Then he led her into a lush bamboo forest. Lin Chan looked around excitedly. Are they master's family members? Lu Chen smiled and said through divine sense. Fourth senior sister, second senior sister. Long time no see. A voice responded, Lu Chen is back. The wind rustled through the bamboo groves. Lin Chan followed behind Lu Chen, wondering, Master's family lives in a place like this.
She thought of everything related to bamboo. Grandpa said only iron-eating beasts live in places with so much bamboo.
Lin Chan stepped on flagstones, crossing a gurgling stream. But it's so beautiful here, like a fairyland. The little girl looked down at the stream. Oh, there's a little fish swimming by, Lin Chan exclaimed excitedly.
Suddenly, the fish jumped out of the water, flapping its tail in front of Lin Chan, startling her and making her stumble.
Luckily, Lu Chen appeared, catching her. Careful! He used his magic to make the fish float in the air. Lin Chan curiously looked at the fish in front of her. Its body is orange, and its eyes, it even seems to have a tear. Wow, it's really sentient. Lu Chen looked at the fish in his hand. It's so lively, so we'll eat it tonight. Lin Chan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Chen looked at her and laughed. You haven't had master's cooking, have you? Today, I'll let you try some. The fish instantly disappeared. Lin Chan mourned for it. Guess being too lively isn't always a good thing. Lu Chen led Lin Chan onward. Let's go. You're about to meet your second senior uncle. Lin Chan wondered curiously. What kind of person is second senior uncle? Will he be as cautious as master? Arriving, Lu Chen called out.
Second senior sister. On a rock, a woman was sitting with her eyes closed, cultivating. Lin Chan imitated Lu Chen,
clasping her hands and bowing to the woman. So, second senior uncle is a woman, Lu Chen introduced. This is the disciple I just accepted. Named Lin Chan. She's also a born sword embryo. My cultivation is shallow, so I hope you can guide her in the future. Second senior sister, Ji Yu Xiaoman, sitting with her back to them, turned around and asked, Lin Chan. At this moment, Lin Chan suddenly noticed something. She looked at Ji Yu Xiaoman in surprise. That is, so that's it.
Lin Chan recognized that the second senior uncle's hairpin was no ordinary object.
It was a sword.
Lu Chen knew what she was looking at, and sighed inwardly. As expected of a born sword embryo, even when faced with a powerful immortal sword, she can instinctively sense its existence. Ji Yu Xiaoman nodded slightly in agreement. Lin Chan, a born sword embryo, Lu Chen clasped his hands and bowed to Ji Yu Xiaoman.
Then we won't bother you any longer, second senior sister. We'll go to the kitchen to cook some dishes before coming over. On the way, Lu Chen said to Lin Chan with a smile. Let's go. Your sword is waiting for you. Seeing the expression on Lin Chan's face, Lu Chen clicked his tongue. Born sword embryos really have a thing for swords. As they passed a fruit forest, Lin Chan suddenly sniffed. What's that smell? It's so fragrant, master, Lu Chen asked. Want to eat some? Then have a taste, but don't eat too much. He reached out and plucked a small bunch for her. Lin Chan foolishly tasted one, putting it in her mouth. So sweet. Then, she secretly stuffed the rest into her sleeve.
These apples must be treasures. I have to eat them sparingly.
Of course, Lu Chen saw all of this. He said to her, Eat them. There are only a few of us on the mountain. We can't finish them all. Caught. Lin Chan was as shy as a little mouse. Her face flushed.
Suddenly, a voice came from the tree. Meow, so you know to come back, kid. They both looked up. Mao Nanbei was lounging on a branch, swinging a gourd bottle in her hand. Lu Chen was used to it, but it was a bit new for Lin Chan. Lu Chen also clasped his hands and bowed to Mao Nanbei. I'm back, fourth senior sister. Let's make braised fish tonight. Hearing about the fish, the little ears on the girl's head twitched. Mao Nanbei pretended to be calm, but her voice was already a bit uncontrollable. Fish, of course. Braised fish in brown sauce is fine. She cursed herself inwardly. Stay calm, Mao Nanbei. You're the senior sister. You have to maintain your image. Lin Chan looked at Mao Nanbei. Her eyes narrowed. With the expression of many cat owners.
Ears, so cute. Lu Chen introduced to Mao Nanbei, fourth senior sister. This is the disciple I accepted down the mountain, named Lin Chen. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei jumped down from the tree in front of the two of them, disciple. She came close to examine Lin Chen, her eyes full of curiosity. In disbelief she asked, "Your disciple?" Then, Mao Nanbei proudly folded her arms and said, "Cremon, call me fourth martial aunt." Lin Chen was flustered, clutching her hands tightly, using all her strength to blush and squeak out a sound like URMM, looking like a silly goose trying her best but failing miserably. Mao Nanbei, eyes red, exploded like an agitated cat. "What? Don't want to call me that? Or do you look down on me 'cause I'm a demon?" She instantly scared Lin Chen into a cold sweat. Lu Jun helplessly explained, "Fourth martial sister, she's mute, she can't talk." Lin Chen misunderstood, frantically waved her hands trying to explain, but only managed a confused, which obviously struck at Mao Nanbei's sense of morality. Her face went pale, and she froze up stiffly after realizing Lin Chen couldn't speak. Mao Nanbei panicked, clutching her head desperately trying to hold on to what little morality she had left. I didn't know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, little Lin Chen, don't mind me, sorry. Seeing Mao Nanbei like that, Lin Chen was just confused. Mao Nanbei whined, clasping her hands together in apology to Lin Chen. Fourth martial aunt knows she was wrong. Lin Chen was experiencing this kind of feeling for the first time, she thought shyly. Fourth martial aunt is really a good person, no one has ever apologized to me for being mute before. Because life at the bottom of society had always defaulted to Lin Chen being in the wrong. Mao Nanbei stopped crying, remembered something, and rummaged through her sleeves. "Oh, right. Fourth martial aunt will give you a welcoming gift." Mao Nanbei held out a notebook with a list of names, and didn't forget to instruct, "In the future, if anyone wants to bully Lin Chen, you use a pen to write their name in this book. Once it's written here, fourth martial aunt won't let them off the hook." Lin Chen blushed and accepted the notebook, under Lu Jun's helpless gaze. Lu Jun sighed inwardly. Write it down, and they're basically dead paper dolls. It really suits her personality. Fourth martial sister, speechless, watched Mao Nanbei enthusiastically market her product, saying that as long as someone was on this list, fourth martial aunt would rush over and make a scene. "You don't even need to tell me their identity, just tell me the time and place." Seeing her all buddy-buddy like that, Lu Jun screamed in his heart, "This is getting more and more ridiculous. Can't watch this anymore." He cleared his throat, interrupting, Ahem, fourth martial sister. I'll cook dinner tonight." This successfully diverted Mao Nanbei's attention. Her eyes overflowed with culinary desire, and she immediately abandoned little Lin Chen. "What ingredients do you need now? Fourth martial aunt will get them for you." "Oh, you want to cook fish? Hey, as expected, you know fourth martial aunt likes fish the most." Mao Nanbei asked and answered herself, then quickly ran off. "Martial aunt will go catch fish now," Lu Jun could only speechless say after her. "I didn't even mention the word fish." Lin Chen looked at Lu Jun curiously. Fourth martial aunt's reaction is so strong. Is it because Maester's cooking is very good? Does someone as noble as Maester also know how to cook? Lu Jun noticed her doubtful gaze, and immediately narrowed his eyes and asked, "What? This look means you don't believe your master knows how to cook. Then you'll be my assistant today, so you can see my cooking skills." After that, Lin Chen really followed Lu Jun into the kitchen. The little girl obediently stood and watched Lu Jun roll up his sleeves to prepare, bracing herself. "As long as it's cooked by master, no matter how bad it tastes, I'll—" Lu Jun quickly showed off his skilled cooking skills, his hands swiftly chopping vegetables, which even automatically arranged themselves neatly on the plate. This alone made Lin Chen gape in astonishment. Following that, Lu Jun demonstrated his chef-level skills with professional wok-flipping techniques. If he didn't cultivate anymore, he could even consider becoming a 5-star chef for a restaurant. In the blink of an eye, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out in front of Lin Chen, steaming and shaking her to the core. Mao Nanbei was driven crazy by the smell of food, running like a bat out of hell to find Jiyu Xiaoman. "It smells so good, let's eat. I'll go find second martial sister now." After this display, Lin Chan's eyes shone like stars. When she looked at Lu Jun, "So my master knows everything, so amazing." Lu Jun grinned. "The road to winning over my disciple is getting more and more successful. It wasn't a waste of my efforts to master all 8 major cuisines. After becoming familiar with the ingredients, cooking anything will easily amaze you for a whole year." After my little disciple ate and drank her fill, Mao Nanbei lay on the ground burping contentedly. The days with little martial brother on the mountain are so wonderful. Jiyu Xiaoman, sitting on the stone table cultivating, also secretly took a breath. Lin Chen lowered her head to clear the table, thinking to herself, "The foodmaster cooks is really delicious. I want to improve my cooking skills when I have the chance.
Thinking back to the bowl of scallion porridge she cooked for Lu Xun back then, Lin Chan blushed again. When Master said my porridge tasted good back then, he must have been comforting me. Master is so kind.
Lu Xun rubbed his chin, beginning to think about what to do next. I've already perfected the food chi art. What cultivation technique should I continue to practice next? He looked at Mao Nanbei, who was sitting rubbing her belly. Fourth martial sister definitely won't have any ideas. Then he turned to look at Ji Yu Zhaoman. This cultivation technique issue still has to rely on second martial sister. Lu Xun asked Ji Yu Zhaoman, somewhat embarrassed. Second martial sister, I've now cultivated the food chi art to great perfection. As for the cultivation technique after this, Mao Nanbei saw Lu Xun asking Ji Yu Zhaoman and pouted, not asking fourth martial sister.
Her dissatisfied mood was revealed outwardly. With heavy negative energy emanating from her, Lu Xun felt a chill down his spine and quickly glared at her. Seeing that the situation was a little off, Lu Xun changed his words. What do both martial sisters think?
Only then did Mao Nanbei contentedly reply, I have no opinion. Seeing her bright, smiling appearance, Lu Xun inwardly cursed. You had a very big opinion just now. He turned to look at Ji Yu Zhaoman, who was still closing her eyes to gather her spirit. Let's see what second martial sister thinks, although I do have my own plans for future cultivation. And just like that, Lu Xun dove headfirst into his world of knowledge. In the Heavenly Chen world, cultivation methods are divided into gold, green, blue, and purple. Gold is the most common and basic. Green is relatively rare, basically considered the treasured technique of some small sect. Blue-level techniques are even rarer. Even the most top-tier sects might only have green-level techniques as their prized possessions. Among the notable green techniques is the bone-melting palm.
As for purple techniques, only the 4 great righteous paths and 3 demonic sects possess them. They're the ultimate treasure of the sect, like the legendary Sunflower Manual.
Lu Xun's eyes practically screamed, I want it, with such blatant greed that even Mao Nanbei raised an eyebrow. But Lu Xun was lost in his fantasies. But I'm the demon sect's precious little young master, even though orange-level techniques only exist in the lore. But what if, Lu Xun's eyes gleamed mischievously, what if second senior sister whips out an orange one? However, Lu Xun's wishful thinking was met with Ji Yu Zhaoman's resounding nope. Lu Xun's sparkling eyes showed all the expectation in his heart, as he started filling in the blanks himself. Anything that starts with nope has gotta be good. Ji Yu Zhaoman casually said, No need to rush. Lu Xun's face darkened, and he blurted out, No need to rush, I'm freaking dying here. Ji Yu Zhaoman said out of the blue, The master's coming back soon. Hearing that, Lu Xun was startled. Whenever the master was mentioned, an image of a mysterious, unfathomable figure would appear in Lu Xun's mind. Master is coming back soon. He stood in contemplation, his brows furrowed. Right now, Lu Xun's mood was complicated. How complicated? Let's think about it. Lu Xun imagined himself back in high school, halfway through the year, and you still haven't met your teacher. It's just been beautiful and gentle senior sisters teaching you, surrounded by gorgeous women, the sound of hee-hee-ha-ha laughter making it hard for you to stay focused. Right then, you feel like everything is pretty good, life is complete, so eye-catching that you're fired up, nosebleeds and all, and you can still smile. But now, that mysterious director is coming back, which means that complete life is about to end. In this case, this is a checkpoint that Lu Xun is pretty uncertain about. Master is someone I've never even met. Even though I controlled countless Heavenly Chen game accounts, I never had anything to do with him. I'm so curious. Lu Xun tried to imagine, what kind of person is he, after all? An immortal figure like those enlightened old men. The legends about this master are no small matter either. He's the one who cultivated the world's one-sword cultivator, Yan Li, created the demon sect, and relied on his own strength to make the demon sect one of the 3 great demonic sects. Lu Xun rested his chin on his hand, his eyes flashing, his brain power starting to veer in another direction. A man like that definitely has a lot of treasures on him.
That's right. Now he has noticed the most mysterious existence in the Heavenly Chen world. This is the typical case of being a betray master become Dragonlord advocate. Scene transition. A gloomy sky appeared, drizzling rain, wind blowing, whirring. A carriage moved silently in the rain. The disciple driving the carriage was none other than Zhu Gelai Fu, who turned back to the person inside and said, Master, it's time for a meal. Should I cook you something? The person inside simply replied, Zhu Gelai Fu smiled, raising his thumb. All right, Zhu Gelai Fu, the demon sect's 3rd disciple, is good at inventions and creations.
Of course, I'm also good at inventive cooking. A moment later, the heavy rain was still falling, showing no signs of stopping. Zhu Gelaifu stood at the carriage door holding a bowl and said, "Master, the vegetable porridge is fresh, delicious, and nutritious."
As expected of a demon sect disciple, the dish he cooked was incredibly dark, looking like nothing more than poison.
A slender hand reached out and lifted the curtain. "Master." The expression after seeing the bowl reluctantly replied, "Lei Fu, it seems that this master said again."
Zhu Gelaifu stepped forward, holding the bowl of poison up to his master's face.
"Master, you are iron and food is steel. This is the disciple's half an hour worth of heart, please have a little bit." The delicate young master's face turned pale as he looked at the bubbling liquid in the bowl, afraid it would spill. The delicate young master's resistance was limited. Facing Xiao Leifu's warm heart, he had no choice but to accept the bowl, his face turning pale with resignation. All right. The delicate young master held the bowl of compassion and sighed in the carriage.
"This third disciple is good at everything, except his looks. The only thing that suits my taste is his cooking. Oh, I can't bear to look at it."
The delicate young master used the last resort, pretending, like before, to block his sense of taste. He raised his hand, closed his eyes, and chanted a spell in his heart. As he chanted, "My will is gone. My heart is like a meteor." He held the bowl and drank it all in one gulp like a kamikaze. Zhu Gelaifu saw his master drinking the porridge and couldn't help but shed tears, and he drank it all in one gulp. He was happy in his heart.
"My cooking skills are getting better and better. The master is drinking so happily."
After drinking a bowl of porridge, the delicate young master felt like he had lost several years of cultivation. He was dazed for a while, and then weakened, handing the bowl to Xiao Leifu. "Take it, it's all eaten." He thought in pain, "I still have to be stuck with this kid after eating." Zhu Gelaifu happily held the clean bowl and asked, "Another bowl?" The delicate young master instantly petrified on the spot. He quickly changed the subject. "Old third, how far are we from the demon sect?"
Zhu Gelaifu propped his chin up to calculate. "If we continue like this, it might take another 7 days.
Hearing this, the delicate young master was like being sentenced to death. 7 more days? He began to mourn for his upcoming 7 days. Before the delicate young master could recover, Zhu Gelaifu turned around and got out of the car. "I'll get you another bowl." The delicate young master hurriedly poked his head out of the car, calling people back with a worried face. "Stop, it's too slow now, let's fly back." That's all. If he endured for another 7 days, he wasn't sure if he could return to the demon sect intact.
Zhu Gelaifu looked dejected,
putting the bowl away into his spatial storage. "Oh well, it's been months since I've seen Junior Brother." He, patting the horse's head one last time, untied its reins. "Go on, you're free now."
The horse stood there, gazing at Zhu Gelaifu, who even kindly advised it, "Cultivate diligently, maybe we'll meet again someday."
"Then," he yelled. Immediately, the entire carriage was enveloped in a surge of purple energy. In the blink of an eye, the carriage vanished from sight. The horse was left with only a swirl of dust, panicking so much it bleated like a goat. Ba, ba, ba. They flew towards the territory of the demonic sect, the sky still pouring with dismal gray rain.
Zhu Gelaifu announced,
"Master, I can see the reception peak of the demonic sect." After that, they quickly landed behind the demonic sect's mountain. Zhu Gelaifu pulled back the curtain, inviting the person out of the carriage. "Master has arrived."
Scholar's Abode master weakly pulled back the curtain, sighing in relief as if a burden had been lifted.
"Finally here, let's go back to the Scholar's Abode." He stepped out of the carriage, where the elders and sect leader were already waiting, respectfully cupping their hands. "Welcome, Master, back to the sect."
Witnessing the disciples' grand welcome,
Scholar's Abode master wore a disdainful expression. He waved his hand, shooing them away. "How many times have I told you, stop putting on such acts? Everyone back to work." Zhu Gelaifu followed behind, escorting Scholar's Abode master.
Pushing the crowd aside, Move along, move along." Shen Yan saw Zhu Gelaifu and could only reluctantly cup his hands in
greetings, third martial uncle. Shen Yan watched their backs as they left, wondering what reaction the master would have to seeing such a handsome martial uncle. Inside the Scholar's Abode, the scenery was picturesque. Mao Nanbei lazily lounged on a chair, legs up, enjoying the pleasures of life, when suddenly her nose twitched. "I think I smell something," she wondered. "This scent is—" Then, Mao Nanbei jumped up in alarm.
She recognized the scent. Third senior brother Mao Nanbei rushed to the kitchen, shouting, Lu Shun, Xiao Lin Chan, come out here." Lu Shun and Lin Chan were still preparing to prep ingredients for cooking. Lu Xun stopped his knife on the cutting board, asking, "What's wrong?"
Mao Nanbei immediately grabbed them both and dragged them away. I sensed third senior brother's aura. The master is probably back, let's hurry to the bamboo forest. Lu Xun only managed to put down the kitchen knife before being dragged away.
Mao Nanbei was running like her cat life depended on it, but, well, she looked a bit of a mess running. Lin Chan was doing all right, but Lu Xun was literally being dragged across the ground by Mao Nanbei. He wanted to curse, but couldn't.
Jiyu Zhaoman, who was meditating, also sensed it. She smiled, looking towards the entrance. The master is back.
At this moment, Mao Nanbei, dragging Lu Xun, who had plowed up 16 feet of earth along with Lin Chan, arrived, panting and yelling, "Second senior sister, you felt it too, right?" Jiyu Zhaoman replied, "He's back?" Reaching the place, Mao Nanbei released the two. Lin Chan stared wide-eyed at Lu Xun, still lying face down on the ground.
Lu Xun shakily lifted his head, blood trickling from his lips, but what he cared about now was that the maester had really returned. Lu Xun quickly got up, fixing his hair and clothes. "I can't be sloppy. This is the first time I'm meeting this mysterious master. I have to make a good impression."
Moments later,
2 beams of light appeared, followed by a gust of wind. Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei were startled, looking in that direction.
Scholar's abode master elegantly appeared with a fan in hand. With Zhu Geilai Fu beside him, Mao Nanbei cried out, "Master, finally I get to meet the real deal."
Lu Xun was a little stunned. This person is the master? He inwardly scoffed, observing the white-haired man before him. What? He's not what I imagined. He's even a bit pretentious. Likewise, the maester on the other side was squinting, sizing up Lu Xun from behind his fan. This kid. He secretly compared himself and then got annoyed.
"He's 2 centimeters taller than me, and more handsome than me." The master's refined face suddenly turned sour. "I hate anyone who's more handsome than me."
The master's gaze towards Lu Xun was undisguised, full of disdain. In reality, the master was easygoing and approachable. He only had one flaw: he was a bit of a peacock.
After staring for a while, the arrogant master tilted his chin in another direction.
"HMPH. With your personality, of course you can't be cooler than me." So Yanli is hated by the master because he's handsome, to the point of wanting him to scram 100 miles away, while Zhu Geilai Fu looks very ordinary, so the master likes him, that's why he's kept around. Lu Xun was confused, sweat beading on his forehead, looking at the contemptuous expression on the master's face. What kind of expression is this? Seems like he doesn't like me much. Apparently the master now hates one more person. Of course, Lu Xun hasn't realized this yet. He still wore a gentle, friendly smile and introduced himself. "Master, I am Lu Xun. I'm—"
Before he could finish, the master just brushed past him, his disdain unconcealed. Lu Xun froze on the spot. He got looked down on. Passing by Lu Xun, the master even glanced back and sized him up. "HMPH. That little punk is smiling at me. Who does he think he's showing off that pretty smile to? I don't even care about you." He cheerfully asked Jiyu Zhaoman.
"Zhaoman, have you gained any insights during this period of secluded cultivation?" Jiyu Zhaoman respectfully lowered her head and replied, "Yes." In her heart she added, "Didn't gain any insights, but I got used to the liveliness of junior brother."
The master replied, "Good, little Nanbei." Then he turned to smile lovingly at her, his hand reaching out to pat her head. Lu Xun shook his head, took a deep breath, and pulled himself together.
However, Mao Nanbei also showed her disdain. She narrowed her eyes and retreated to avoid the master's devil claws. The master was stunned, not expecting to be dodged like that, causing him no small amount of hurt. He teared up. "Was that retreat of yours serious?"
Seeing this, Lu Xun smiled gleefully. "Oh, so it turns out even the master can't just touch people as he pleases."
Next up is the 5th disciple. Lu Xun stood upright waiting for his turn, but the master turned to ask Lin Chan instead. The fan, with 2 elegant characters constantly waving in front of her face.
This action left Lu Xun completely speechless.
Mao Nanbei put on her sparkling eyes and pleaded with the master. "This junior sister was accepted by me from down the mountain. Her name is Lin Chan. Would the master allow her to stay in the little book chamber?"
Standing in front of the master, Lin Chan couldn't help but tense up, standing still and not daring to move, extremely pitiful.
Upon seeing Lin Chan, the master quickly recognized, "You're a congenital sword embryo." This surprised Lu Xun quite a bit.
Lu Xun frowned and thought, just one glance and he can see through Lin Chan's aptitude. If he wasn't the master, I'd suspect he had a system like me. So this master is indeed very powerful.
The master smiled, patting Lin Chan's head. "Excellent, excellent, stay." After praising her, the master turned to look at Lu Xun, his face displaying a look of disgust again. "Can we keep this little girl? And throw that eyesore down the mountain?" Lu Xun smiled. his face full of confidence. Then next should probably be my turn. But the master didn't even bother with him. Directly tilted his chin and left, leaving Lu Xun with a bunch of question marks. Is he just leaving like that? Lu Xun's face turned as dull as a forgotten frog. What about me? And about? Why a frog? Please look at the picture. Only Zhuge Lifu cared enough to pat Lu Xun's shoulder. Junior brother, if you feel any hardship or difficulty in the future, come find. Third senior brother, let's have a few drinks. Lu Xun watched the two leave, his heart still full of doubts, without head or tail. Did I anger the master? Entering the master's courtyard, he took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. That familiar scent.
Zhuge Lifu rubbed his hands together, smiling brightly as he asked, Lu Xun, junior brother, I'm about to go into the kitchen to cook some food for everyone. Do you want to come help?
Lu Xun said to him, Third senior brother, junior brother has been cooking some food for the two senior sisters during this period, so I've touched the utensils in the kitchen, I hope. Third senior brother doesn't blame me. Hearing this, Zhuge Lifu's eyes lit up, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Oh, so junior brother also knows how to cook.
Lu Xun lowered his head modestly. I know a little. He already knew about Zhuge Lifu's cooking talent. I've heard senior sister Teijiao talk about third senior brother's inventions in cooking.
Zhuge Lifu's food is so dark that you have to use microphone effects every time you mention his title as a food inventor.
Zhuge Lifu basically didn't realize he had been pigeonholed, warmly patting Lu Xun's shoulder. The person this senior brother finds hardest to meet is someone who knows how to cook. How about a match with this senior brother? Lu Xun's goosebumps stood on end. He forced a smile in response, but his face was covered in sweat. The master, standing right there, also heard what they were saying, and secretly glanced over. With the cooking talent of this third senior brother, Lu Xun forced a smile and waved his hand. Want to fight? Or maybe let's not.
Apparently the old man had overheard their conversation too, and he narrowed his eyes, thinking about the future. If these two brats are at the same level, then I'll never get my sense of taste back. Truly, a master calmly descends into despair. Zhuge Lifu excitedly grabbed Lu Xun's neck. Let's battle! 3 dishes each so everyone can judge, and they'll all see how amazing third brother's cooking is, Lu Xun cried. But no tears came out. I'm so grateful for this favor, said sarcastically.
The old man turned to Mao Nanbei and the others with suspicion.
What's his cooking like?
Mao Nanbei immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. Absolutely amazing. A heartfelt compliment, indeed.
Hearing that, the old man narrowed his eyes, still doubtful. Is that so? We'll know as soon as the food is served anyway. A moment later, Lu Xun presented his 3 dishes, each one glistening and emitting an incredibly tempting aroma.
He cupped his hands in a humble gesture, admitting his inferiority. Kuang Linchan and Mao Nanbei stared wide-eyed at the food, drooling like crazy.
Ji Yu Zhao Man, who was in the middle of cultivation, was also called back to be a judge. As for that fancy-pants old man, he pretended not to care, but he was still squinting to get a good look. Doesn't look half bad.
Soon after, Zhuge Lifu finished too, waving to everyone, come and see my dishes. He was only met with a judgmental gaze from Jiyu Xiaoman.
Zhuge Lifu had also prepared 3 dishes, 2 savory and 1 soup. But when everyone looked over, they froze, their eyes blank, with existential doubt. Zhuge Lifu was supremely confident. Appearance is only part of a dish. You have to taste it to know what it's really like, Ji Yu Zhaoman said. We'll try yours first. Everyone picked up their spoons, staring blankly at the dishes, their hearts in turmoil. Looks a bit like poison, Mao Nanbei consoled himself. Eating just 1 bite probably won't kill me.
The old man, being familiar with the routine, instinctively sealed off his sense of taste.
What is this? Then, everyone scooped up a spoonful and put it in their mouths.
Instantly, they all looked like they'd been poisoned, their taste buds shocked beyond recognition. Only Lu Xun and the old man calmly chewed their food.
The old man narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Xun, suspicious. I sealed my sense of taste. Is his level of spirit energy control this high? How come you don't look miserable at all?
Little did he know that was just on the outside. But on the inside, Lu Xun was crying his eyes out, relying on his strong willpower. He couldn't show any sign of suffering. This wasn't food. It was how to deal with people.
That's right.
Facing Zhuge Lifu's sparkling, expectant eyes, Lu Xun was using this to hold on.
Then, Lu Xun did something even more shocking. He slammed the spoon down and picked up the entire bowl, the bizarre green liquid still sloshing inside. And just like that, Lu Xun raised the bowl of liquid to his lips and chugged it down. His face went pale.
In that moment, everyone was so shocked their jaws dropped. At that time, Lu Xun was like a savior. In their eyes, a glittering halo surrounded him. He was a hero. Zhu Geilaifu was so happy he started crying, like he'd found a kindred spirit. He laughed, stopping Lu Xun.
Okay. Zhu Geilaifu's eyes shone as he looked at Lu Xun, as if he had found a soulmate. Lu Xun suppressed his nausea, calculating, "This is the best chance to gain third brother's favor if I don't seize it." But, remembering the image of the soup, and the taste still lingering in his mouth, Lu Xun weakly thought, "Trying to gain favor isn't wrong, but does it have to be at the cost of my life?"
Lost in thought, Lu Xun was patted on the shoulder by Zhu Geilaifu. He said enthusiastically, "Little brother likes to eat so much, how about you eat all of my dishes as well?" Hearing that, Lu Xun almost fainted. Turning to look at the others, he immediately saw a series of eyes filled with hope and appreciation.
"The country honors you. These eyes. Indeed, it's clear you're saying goodbye. You're all heartless."
"But it seems like I have to eat it." Zhu Geilaifu's expectant eyes were even brighter than before. This time, Lu Xun feared there was no way to turn things around. Cheering himself up, sacrificing himself for the greater good, Lu Xun told himself, "You're doing great, keep going." Then, he downed all the poison on the table in one go.
Watching him drink, Zhu Geilaifu was moved to tears, feeling deeply emotional. "This little brother, I'm very satisfied."
Kuang Linchan looked at Lu Xun with pity, thinking, "Master is so pitiful." Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei and Jiyu Xiaoman were happily enjoying the food Lu Xun had cooked. Oh, so delicious. The old man watched them eat and drink with gusto, wondering, "Is it really that good?" Mao Nanbei said directly. "Why don't you try it and find out?" The old man carefully picked up the food with his chopsticks, simultaneously undoing his seal and his sense of taste. "If it's bad, I won't give this brat any face." The piece of meat was golden, fresh, and slowly brought into his mouth, attracting the eater from the visual. After eating it, the old man suddenly frowned in excitement, his eyes glistening. This feeling, this taste, the freshness of the fish, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, the feeling of dancing on my tongue. The old man's expression became more sublime than ever. There were only two words to describe: delicious. Then, he kept stuffing food into his mouth, looking so satisfied that even Mao Nanbei was freaked out. "Master, slow down. You gotta fight for it, or there'll be nothing left but scraps."
As Master chewed, he glanced at Lu Xun, who was grimacing as he drank the third disciple's soup, and his dislike lessened a bit. "As long as I don't have to look at that brat's face, I'm pretty happy with everything else." After they finished eating, the plates were wiped clean and neatly stacked on the table. Not a single morsel left. The four of them, having devoured Lu Xun's share, stood around picking their teeth and chatting happily. Meanwhile, Lu Xun had basically died, lying still and feeling his body. "My stomach is emptying the seas and filling the land, cleaning up for you guys, my brothers." Master looked at Lin Chan and asked, "This cold aura in your body, have you had it since you were born?"
Lu Xun also noticed the commotion, and secretly observed. Master saw through Little Chan's weird illness with just one look.
"Is there a cure?" Master waved Lin Chan over. "Work hard on your cultivation, and it'll go away when your qi consumption art reaches great perfection. But you might still be a little uncomfortable for now. Come here." The little girl put down her bowl and obediently went over. Lin Chan was nervous. "What does Shizu want?" Master held out a hand and told Lin Chan to offer her wrist, seemingly intending to examine her closely. Lin Chan was full of curiosity, but did as she was told, holding out her hand. Lu Xun was shocked. "Master knows pulse diagnosis. I never heard of that setting in the game." Master gently touched and examined Lin Chan's pulse. Immediately, a stream of purple energy swirled around them. Master said gently, "This will help you sleep better, until your qi consumption art reaches great perfection." Lin Chan could feel a change in her body. It was amazing. Her body suddenly felt much warmer. "Shizu is so awesome." The little girl was so excited that her face flushed. When it was over, Master clasped his hands behind his back and explained, "Your senior martial sister, Ba Yanli, also had this kind of physique when she was young, except instead of cold energy, he had a stream of golden sharp qi in his body. Your 5 elements are water, and his are metal. This is the price you pay for being born sword embryos." Lin Chan gratefully bowed her head. "Thank you, Shizu." Seeing Lin Chan still basking in happiness, Master smiled, recalling the old days when he picked up Yanli, who was just as small and skinny. But when he thought of how Yanli turned out, Master's face fell, and he pouted. Who knew that in just a few years Yanli would become so handsome and dashing? It's really annoying. Witnessing the scene just now, Lu Xun pondered. So Master can see innate sword embryos with just one look. Doesn't that mean my fake sword embryo can't be hidden anymore? Lu Xun broke out in a sweat, looking at Master. If I get found out. While he was thinking, Master suddenly turned to look at him. Lu Xun jumped, startled. Master, staring at Lu Xun. Master smiled, his kind eyes having lost some of their initial prejudice. But Lu Xun only felt guilty, his forehead covered in sweat. I'm really found out.
But just for a moment, Master turned to ask Mao Nanbei and Jiyu Xiaoman, ignoring Lu Xun again. I haven't been on the mountain lately. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask now.
Lu Xun secretly patted his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew! It seems Master doesn't want to expose me yet, thank goodness. Now I can listen to how they actually cultivate. After all, I'm just someone who relies on the system to level up. As soon as Master spoke, Mao Nanbei immediately seemed to have had her seal broken, and started rattling off a whole bunch. Master, I'm like this, like that, like this. Master, I want to ask this, like this. Lu Xun looked at her babbling, his face blank and bewildered, not understanding anything. Is this what it feels like to be a bad student? In response to Mao Nanbei, Master calmly recited a bunch of cosmic language, making absolutely no sense. Lu Xun despaired. Same as always. Sure enough, I don't understand the answer either. But then, suddenly, Master turned to Lu Xun and said, Forget it. Your turn. Now that your qi consumption art has reached great perfection, tell me, what do you want to learn next? Master stared at him, then asked calmly, without a trace of his former dislike. Finally being asked by Master, Lu Xun's heart was dancing with joy. Here it comes, I can finally break through to the human level.
He started hyping himself up. Master is going to give me a new technique, and the grade won't be low.
Outwardly, Lu Xun politely clasped his hands and replied to Master in a humble manner, I am clueless about techniques, so I will leave it up to Master. Master put his hand to his chin, starting to calculate. With your sword heart and special little sword, learning sword techniques is really useless, but sword formations would be suitable.
Lu Xun was totally caught off guard. Even Zhao Jian and my sword intent know. Does Senior have freaking X-ray vision or something? The Senior suddenly turned to look at Zhuge Lifu.
The Senior smiled at Zhuge Lifu, pointing at Lu Xun. Old 3, you taught him the sword formation.
Zhuge Lifu couldn't be happier. He went over and put his arm around Lu Xun's shoulder, saying, No problem at all, Shifu. Lu Xun didn't seem to expect this outcome. Zhuge Lifu's eyes were shining brightly as he looked at Lu Xun. He said intimately, Little Shidi, Shixong has a ton of experience with formations. I'll do my best to teach you everything I know. After all, we're kindred spirits.
Lu Xun gave a strange smile in response, thinking to himself, Good thing I didn't puke just now. Eating this meal is all about the art of interpersonal relationships. Then, the Senior stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. As for your cultivation technique, let me take a look at your Qi Si. Lu Xun was shocked to hear that. Senior wants to check out my Qi Si. He frowned, thinking, I don't think I even have a Qi Si. All I see is a black void. If Senior finds out I don't even have one, then wouldn't that mean— Thinking that, but with no other options, Lu Xun stepped forward nervously. I'll get kicked out of the sect. Then, the Senior simply said, Turn around. Lu Xun looked bewildered.
Seeing him dragging his feet, the Senior flicked his finger, and Lu Xun spun around instantly.
He looked back worriedly, imagining the Senior's sinister expression behind him. No one's ever seen my back like this before. On the contrary, the Senior's eyes were only filled with Lu Xun's beautiful back figure, like a celestial being. The Senior thought annoyedly, How can this kid be so good-looking even from behind? I really want to yeet him off the mountain. Whatever. I already took him in. I can just give him an ugly mask later at most. Then, a purple aura shot out from the Senior's hand, flying towards Lu Xun. When the aura touched Lu Xun, his eyes widened, and his face became incredibly suggestive. Dude, why are you making that face again? Stop it! The aura swirled around,
creeping all over Lu Xun's body, his face like a shy maiden being harassed, incredibly ambiguous. This warm feeling has started probing already.
Mao Nanbei, standing beside him, Jiyu Xiaoman, also observed. The Qi Si is something that can't be seen. Others can't just watch it. Only Senior has the way to probe other people's Qi Si. I wonder what the little Shidi's Qi Si will be like. Suddenly the Senior frowned, muttering, Strange, strange.
Mao Nanbei was also curiously concerned. What's wrong? Even Jiyu Xiaoman couldn't help but think.
Is there something wrong with little Shidi's Qi Si? Senior asked. Lu Xun, when you entered the second level of the Qi refining art, did you ever see your own Qi Si? Mao Nanbei also perked up his little ears to listen. Lu Xun simply made up a reason for himself. At that time, this disciple only felt his eyes darken, and he couldn't see anything.
Hearing that, Mao Nanbei blurted out, How could that be? If little Shigati doesn't have a qi, how can he cultivate? But your qi refining art has already reached great perfection.
Lu Xun also pretended not to understand. So what's going on? The senior simply said, "You have a qi, but your qi is black." With that, he turned and left. Lu Xun didn't expect this answer. He asked again, "It's black. Does that mean my qi is boundless? Black is invisible, and it can't be measured specifically." Ji Zhao Man muttered, "Black qi. It's the first time she's heard of this kind of qi." Mao Nanbei was extremely envious. "Ah, a black qi. Zhu Gelaifu also said, "Never heard of a black qi before." Lu Xun stared thoughtfully at his hands, thinking, the qi is connected to talent, so if my qi is boundless, could it be that my talent is heaven-defying? However, what made him suspicious was the senior's somewhat pensive expression. My qi is so abundant, why does senior have that kind of expression? Explaining this, senior said, common cultivators all believe that, based on the difference in the physical condition of cultivators, practicing different types of cultivation techniques will have different effects. If the 5 elements are fire, practicing fire-based cultivation techniques will achieve twice the effect, showing extreme talent. If the 5 elements are water, practicing water-based cultivation techniques is also the most suitable choice. Whichever of the 5 elements you possess, cultivating its corresponding cultivation technique will increase the effectiveness. Senior clasped his hands and explained, but the truth isn't just like that. The attributes of the qi are indeed more important than a person's physical constitution. Therefore, my selection of cultivation techniques for you will be based on the attributes of your qi. But Lu Xun's case is special. Senior looked at him inquisitively. If there is any blame, it can only be blamed on your qi only having the color black. Absolutely no attributes, and your constitution is balanced across all 5 elements. Weird. The 3 senior disciples over there were totally baffled. Lu Xun also fell into thought. Could it be because I'm a player? Normal players have varying stats for spiritual attributes and mystical techniques, and they can allocate their own attribute points. Plus, they can choose any cultivation method they want. So, my setup is different from the natives of this world. But now that I've become a person of this world, having all 5 elements means I have no specialty. Huh? This was probably the point that made Lu Xun the most confused and anxious. Right after, the teacher smiled confidently and said, "Luckily for you, your master is me. I have a solution. But it depends on what you choose." Mao Nanbei poked her head out from behind Lu Xun, grabbing onto his sleeve with one hand and clenching the other in excitement, looking super eager. "Oh, come on, teacher, spill the beans. It'll be useful for sure. At most, I'll let you pat my head as thanks." The teacher gestured towards Lu Xun gently and said, "Lu Xun, you are my 5th disciple. I'll call you Xiao Wu. You have 2 choices now." Under the bright sunlight, Lu Xun respectfully clasped his hands and bowed before teacher Xu Zhai. He said, "Disciple is listening." Lu Xun smiled softly to himself, thinking, so what if I don't have a specialty? I'm leveling up with experience points, not relying on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth anyway. A dazzling light radiated from behind Lu Xun. He raised his hand high, and scrolls of cultivation methods of all colors swirled around him. This is a purple cultivation method. This is an orange one, and there are also blue and green ones. He was confident that as long as the cultivation methods were of a high enough grade, he would become strong. Teacher Xu Zhai offered Lu Xun the choices. First, you can choose any top-tier cultivation method you like. You can go to the Demon Sect's Scripture Tower and check out the cultivation methods on the highest floor. You can choose whatever you want. Lu Xun's face lit up with joy, imagining the dreamy scene. Behind him was the Scripture Tower, and he flew up, hugging an orange cultivation method scroll to his cheek, looking really happy, he thought. From what I know, places like the Scripture Tower require trials, and the higher the floor, the harder it is. The highest floor has purple cultivation methods. Now I can choose whatever I want? Isn't that like a one-step ascent to heaven? Lu Xun became serious and sober again, saying to himself, I can't decide so quickly, I have to hear the second choice first, it might be even better. With that, he asked Teacher Xu Zhai, what about the second one? Teacher Xu Zhai, with a solemn expression, held up 2 fingers and said, the second choice is to cultivate the 5 elements cultivation method. Lu Xun looked surprised and subconsciously repeated, the 5 elements cultivation method. Zhu Gelaifu and Mao Nanbei were utterly shocked by Teacher Xu Zhai's words. Mao Nanbei couldn't keep calm and said, scowling, huh? Isn't the 5 elements cultivation method the worst? Zhu Gelaifu showed agreement,
looking a bit angry. His hands had clenched into fists without him noticing, and he continued. That's right. Cultivators call the 5 elements cultivation method the 5 poisons, because it has no specialty, which is equivalent to all 5 elements being flawed. Seeing the intense reaction from the two, Lu Xun turned to look at them, a little confused. Both teacher Xu Zhai and Lu Xun stared wide-eyed at the 2 people standing next to them, who were filled with righteous indignation. Teacher Xu Zhai felt a bit strange and wondered, Trisk, why are these 2 more anxious than Xiao Wu? Teacher Xu Zhai took a leisurely step, explaining as he walked. My 5 elements cultivation method is a little different from the 5 elements cultivation methods circulating on the mainland. Having said that, teacher Xu Zhai quietly closed his eyes and pondered. Lu Xun couldn't help being curious, scratching his face with his finger and asking, Different how? Mao Nanbei glared at teacher Xu Zhai and told him directly, Can't you just say how it's different? Lu Xun smiled slightly, very satisfied, thinking, Good. It wasn't a waste to cook for you. Teacher Xu Zhai had turned his back to them, only turning half his face around, raising one finger, and slowly replying. If you cultivate this cultivation method, your spiritual qi will be more abundant than others. But at the same time, because you're cultivating all 5 elements, the time it takes will also be double that of others. Lu Xun didn't seem to understand teacher Xu Zhai's words, and his face blanked out. His brain CPU was running at top speed, performing countless calculations, and he muttered, This means. His eyes lit up, and he smiled smugly, feeling intelligent. He gave a thumbs up and thought, This is a 5 elements cultivation method that is hard to advance, but invincible at the same level. Lu Xun looked towards teacher Xu Zhai, wanting to clarify. Now he only lacked hard evidence. Lu Xun bowed his head, clasped his hands, and asked respectfully, Teacher, disciple wants to ask, I'm sure teacher knows how far anyone has cultivated this cultivation method. Teacher Xu Zhai quietly waited for a leaf to fall, and it gently landed in his palm. Teacher Xu Zhai had a pensive expression, and slowly replied, Yes, Lu Xun hesitantly asked. Was this person strong? Mao Nanbei and Zhu Laifu also looked on, awaiting the answer. Tense expressions were evident on their faces. Teacher Xu Zhai held up the leaf that had just landed in his palm, gazing at it against the sky for a moment, before answering. Very strong, extremely strong. Lu Xun contemplated. Teacher used extremely strong. Even Shen Yan, who is at the 8th realm here, he would only rate as not bad at most. An image of Shen Yan appeared, scolding Lu Xun with a frown. Do you know etiquette? He spoke up and asked. Teacher, disciple is more inclined towards the 3rd choice, but I wonder if disciple can take a look at the cultivation method. This was part of Lu Xun's calculations, he told himself. Now I only need the final step. Lu Xun smiled, a little deviously. As long as teacher brings out that cultivation method, my system will automatically assess its grade. Teacher Xu Zhai replied. All right. Then, the teacher raised his arm, and in a flash, a cultivation method scroll emitting a golden light appeared before their eyes. A click sounded, and an information box appeared, discovered Nameless Cultivation Method. This scroll with the name Nameless hovered in the air, surprising Lu Xun, who couldn't help wondering, Nameless Cultivation Method, teacher carries it around, instead of keeping the Nameless Cultivation Method in the scripture tower. Teacher Xu Zhai put one hand behind his back, using the other to control the scroll to fly towards Lu Xun, saying softly, Take it, very quickly. The scroll was right in front of Lu Xun, making him a bit surprised. He held the Nameless Cultivation Manual in his hand, and the information panel popped up again. Acquired Nameless Cultivation Manual. The Nameless Cultivation Manual is a purple grade manual before level 50, and after that, it will be upgraded to an orange grade manual. Lu Chen's face was clearly surprised as he read the messages in front of him. Lu Chen stared excitedly at the cultivation manual in his hand. He seemed like he just wanted to devour it whole, and thought, This thing can be upgraded. I've never heard of an orange grade in my previous life. In his previous life, Lu Chen's talent only allowed him to reach level 60, so even a high-quality gold grade manual or a blue grade manual were treasures that players could auction off for financial freedom. Purple grade manuals were incredibly rare on the forums, and orange grade manuals were everyone's dream, something they could only dream of. The screen in front of him displayed the types of items he wanted to buy. There are 12 gold grade manuals in the warehouse, only 4 blue grade manuals, only 1 purple grade manual, and no orange grade manuals at all. Overjoyed, Lu Chen held the cultivation manual tightly in his hand and said loudly, Teacher, this is the one. Master Xu Zhai turned to look at Lu Chen, scrutinizing him. Are you sure?
Lu Chen's eyes were firm as he replied decisively, "Absolutely."
Suddenly, Master Shu Zhai put on an extremely gloomy expression. With an extremely sinister smile, twirling a few strands of hair on his shoulder, the master said, "This cultivation manual is time-consuming and laborious. As your teacher, I feel that it's best for you to find a quiet place in the mountains for secluded cultivation. What do you think?" Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, and countless questions popped up in his head. He thought to himself, "Why do I keep feeling like something's off?" Master Shu Zhai looked at Lu Chen with kind eyes, secretly assessing him. This kid is quite good in this aspect, but he's just annoying to look at. As long as Xiao Wu doesn't appear in front of this master, you're still this master's favorite closed-door disciple. Lu Chen still couldn't accept Master Shu Zhai's words, and his face was covered in sweat. He asked again, "Really? Do I really have to go into seclusion?" Master Shu Zhai didn't answer immediately, turning to say to the third senior brother, Lao San, "Help Xiao Wu choose a suitable place for seclusion. Preferably a bit far from the peak and quiet." Zhu Gelai Fu clasped his hands in compliance with Master Shu Zhai's words.
Mao Nanbei crossed her arms and vehemently objected. "No way!" she shouted. "If that happens, I won't be able to eat the dishes that junior brother makes."
Master Shu Zhai glared at Mao Nanbei, making her extremely panicked, with sweat on her face. The image of Lao San scratching his head, sticking out his tongue, winking, and giving a friendly thumbs up appeared before her eyes. Master Shu Zhai asked, "Are you perhaps saying that third senior brother's cooking isn't good enough?" At this point, Mao Nanbei also looked helpless. Only managing to utter a single word, "Sig." Lu Chen was tearful, his face twisted in pain. He could only hope that fourth senior sister could help. "Do your best, fourth senior sister. Whether I can stay at Little Shu Zhai depends on you."
Zhu Gelai Fu patted Mao Nanbei on the chest to reassure her. "Don't worry. I'll open a kitchen at the place where junior brother goes into seclusion. When I teach him sword formations, I'll also compete with him in cooking skills."
Mao Nanbei quickly changed from her initial sulkiness, suddenly becoming extremely excited, her eyes shining brightly, her mouth smiling non-stop, and saying excitedly, "Then I can still eat dishes cooked by Lu Chen on the mountain." Lao San smiled and gave a thumbs up in agreement. "That's right, I'll bring them up for you."
Both Lao San and fourth senior sister were smiling happily like flowers. Mao Nanbei added, Okay. Hurry up and tell junior brother to go into seclusion." Junior brother goes into seclusion and cooks delicious food. It's really too awesome. The two ignored Lu Chen, who was lost in thought. Disappointed that fourth senior sister couldn't save him from the fate of seclusion, he wondered. Did she flip her face too quickly?
Lu Chen frowned dejectedly, imagining himself sitting by the fire in the kitchen cooking with tears streaming down his face. He thought, "Moreover, I have to cook, even in seclusion. This is clearly exploitation. It's taking advantage of me."
He looked at the three of them chatting and laughing, grinding his teeth uncomfortably. Lu Chen muttered to himself, "But now there's no hope left. The best way is to see if I can trigger a quest. I, Lu Chen, can't let others take advantage of me." Lu Chen then asked Master Shu Zhai, "Master, how long will I need to be in secluded cultivation this time?"
Master Shu Zhai raised his hand to his chin, looking at the sky as he replied, "Good question." Master Shu Zhai revealed his intentions, glancing at Lu Chen while calculating, never having thought about letting him return. Who told him to be so handsome? Staying at Little Shu Zhai will make me stand out less. Suddenly, second senior sister appeared out of nowhere, interrupting Master Shu Zhai's thoughts. She clasped her hands and bowed, then said, It needs a time limit. You can't stay under the mountain forever." Master Shu Zhai felt an immense pressure in Ji Yu Xiaoman's eyes, causing him to be speechless and a little flustered, sweat pouring down like a shower. Master Shu Zhai looked at Ji Yu Xiaoman and Lu Chen, chatting cheerfully and intimately with a scowl, feeling envious. "Well done, kid. You've even won over my adorable second disciple. She's never spoken up for anyone before." Master Shu Zhai closed his eyes, feeling a bit annoyed, and said, "Then wait until you successfully enter the initial stage of minor completion swordmanship." Even with setting such a milestone, Master Shu Zhai had to comfort himself. "Forget it, I'll still give Xiaoman some face." Immediately, a chime sounded from the information panel which read, "Seclusion quest activated." Lu Chen smiled contentedly, clasped his hands and bowed, replying to Master Shu Zhai, "Understood." The information panel added, "Quest requirements. Character level increased to level 2. A certain sword formation rises to level 1. Quest reward: 10,000 experience points." Lu Chen was somewhat satisfied. Not bad. Just raising one level and raising one sword formation level will be enough to get this over with. The quest reward is also 10,000 experience points, so I'm not being taken advantage of too easily. Immediately afterward, Lao San happily put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder from behind, smiling brightly, and said, "Then let's set off now. Senior brother will definitely find you a really comfortable place." Lu Chen was a little flustered, beads of sweat dripping down his face, and replied politely, "Then I'll have to trouble third senior brother." Suddenly, an arm gently tugged at the hem of Lu Chen's clothes. Lu Chen turned around, and it turned out to be his disciple Lin Chan. Her face was flushed as she hesitated, implying that she wanted to go with her master to see him off. He reached out towards Lin Chan and turned to Zhu Gelaifu, who was standing beside him with his arms crossed, asking, "Can I let my disciple see me off?" Third senior brother happily replied, "We're going into secluded cultivation, not prison. Of course we can." Suddenly, old third grabbed Lu Xun and tucked him under one arm, totally catching him off guard. He only managed to shout, "Ow!" Turns out old third didn't just grab Lu Xun, but Lin Qian too, tucked under his other arm. Both of them were wide-eyed, totally stunned, speechless. In a flash, Lin Qian only managed a small MMPH before old third whisked her away without them even realizing when. Old third soared into the sky carrying both of them. Lu Xun groaned in his head. Third senior brother's flying technique is so rough. In a flash they landed right at the foot of the mountain, crashing bam onto the ground amidst the lush green forest. Zhu Gelaifu stood there laughing, scratching his head, looking a bit awkward, saying, "Sorry, haven't flown in ages, couldn't control my strength, haha." Lu Xun and Lin Xian were sitting on the ground, surrounded by thick dust, causing them to cough non-stop. Cough, cough, cough. Under the dazzling sunlight, the dust from their crash slowly settled, revealing a majestic rocky mountain. Third senior brother walked slowly and proudly towards the mountain, casually saying, "All right then, let's pick that as little junior brother's secluded cultivation cave." Lu Xun couldn't help but feel awkward, so he asked, "There. Which cave?" he thought to himself. "Isn't that just a rock mountain?" By then, third senior brother was already standing in front of the rock mountain. Old third assumed a stance, gathering power. Streams of golden keys swirled, converging into old third's fist. Zhu Gelaifu was using a self-created mystical move. Old third frowned and shouted loudly, "2 bedrooms, 1 living room." After that, old third unleashed his palm strike towards the rocky peak. An earth-shattering noise rang out as old third's palm force shattered the rocks, sending fragments flying everywhere. Instantly, an entrance into the rocky mountain was opened, right before everyone's eyes. Lin Qian's mouth dropped open in surprise. Lu Xun was also completely shocked, praising, "Nice one, old third." He thought to himself, "1 palm strike can open a cultivation cave." Zhu Gelaifu pointed towards the rocky mountain, smiling as he explained, "I often roam the world with master, usually going to wild places. I thought, is there any technique that can create a dwelling? This is that self-created mystical move." Ha! The cave dwelling created from the rock mountain indeed had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Lu Xun stepped inside, looking around and continuously exclaiming in admiration, "This technique really makes 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. This technique is so convenient." Old third excitedly waved Lu Xun over to show off something. "Little junior brother, come look at what's here." Turns out old third had even prepared a kitchen for cooking. Old third gave a thumbs up, saying full of anticipation, "From now on we can have cooking battles here." Lu Xun couldn't believe third senior brother was so well prepared. He made a face and grumbled. He even specially created a kitchen. Lu Xun forced a laugh. "Haha, well that's great." But in his heart he thought, "I'm going into secluded cultivation, but I still have to cook?" Seeing Lu Xun say that made third senior brother even happier. He pointed towards the stove and said, "Third senior brother often travels with master, so it's perfectly normal to be a bit thoughtful." Ha! Zhu Gelaifu thought to himself, "If someone likes my cooking, I absolutely can't miss out on them." Lin Qian looked around, inwardly amazed by old third's technique. Third martial uncle is really amazing. 1 palm strike created a house even better than the one Grandpa and I lived in before. Lin Qian raised her fist, imagining using this technique herself to smash open a rock mountain and make a cave for her master. She thought, "I'll cultivate hard. Then I can also open a secluded cultivation cave for master any time," Lu Xun said. "Then I really thank you." A moment later, mats were laid out, firewood, food, and drinks were all prepared. Old third stood in front of Lu Xun and Lin Qian and said, "For now, let's do this. You cook at noon. I'll teach you the sword array in the afternoon, and then we'll cook dinner together in the evening," Zhu Gelaifu said with a smile. "The rest of the time, little junior brother is free to practice on your own," Lu Xun grimaced, showing dissatisfaction, but could only think to himself, "Cook at noon, practice sword array in the afternoon, cook in the evening. Did I come here to cook, and happen to learn sword array on the side?" Old third gave Lu Xun some parting instructions. "It's getting late. Little junior brother just got a new technique. Why don't you calm down and study it first? Senior brother will take Lin Qian back first.
As soon as he heard that, Lu Xun saw Lin Qian hiding behind his back. Lu Xun quietly asked, "Want to stay here with me?" Lin Qian looked at him full of anticipation, gently nodding her head and replying, "Mm-hmm." He turned back to look at his disciple, gently advising, "No need, it's cold here, and your body is weak. It wouldn't be good if you got sick."
After saying that, Lu Xun rubbed Lin Qian's head, making her face blush. He added, "Go back." So, Old Third took Lin Qian and headed back.
Leaving Lu Qin waving goodbye, Old Third said, "Your master is just going into secluded cultivation. He'll be back soon. Don't worry." Lin Qian turned her head to look at her master and gave a soft MMPH. As night gradually fell inside the cave, only Lu Xun and the flickering light from a white candle remained. He stretched, thinking, "Now, finally, I'm all alone."
Sing.
Lu Xun yawned widely, covering his mouth with his hand, tears welling up. Lu Xun pulled out the newly acquired technique manual. He smiled slyly, talking to himself. "All right then, Lu Xun's Orange Technique Cultivation Diary officially begins." Flipping the technique manual in his hand, he couldn't hide his joy, giggling. The system information panel popped up, asking, "Do you want to learn?" Lu Xun replied, "Yes." The information panel displayed the text.
"Learning this technique requires consuming 10,000 experience points. Do you wish to continue?" Lu Xun was slightly shocked upon seeing the notification. He thought to himself, 10,000 points. Directly consuming experience points for an orange technique. The standard is too dark. Level 50 is clearly purple.
Lu Xun recalled learning techniques before. A blue technique set up in Skydust only required 3,000 experience points to learn. A purple technique only needed 5,000 experience points to learn. The technique and the comprehend button appeared on the screen. The notification popped up. Experience points, 11,740. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and reluctantly touched the notification board, watching intently. A sound chimed, and the board changed again. Qi Cultivation Art, Level 10, Complete. Technique, Unnamed. Rank, None. Name available.
Lu Chen was surprised. He wondered, "Oh, I can name this technique. Nah, it's not a big deal. I'll level it up first, and then think about it." He touched the board, which now displayed
Technique, Unnamed. Rank, None. Upgrade, Bing. Insufficient experience, 50,000 points required for upgrade. Current points, 11,740. The words on the info panel pissed Lu Chen off. Jaw-dropping, he hissed internally, 50,000 experience points to start. What kind of concept is that? Damn it. Lu Chen calmed down, his brain whirring. He calculated. With my aptitude of 1, cultivating the Qi cultivation art for 1 grand circulation gets me 20 experience points. But after level 1, 1 grand circulation gets me 50 experience points, which means I need 1,000 days to accumulate 50,000 experience points. 3 years. The thought made Lu Chen grimace, a bit annoyed. He imagined himself as Lu Chen the dog, locked in a cage for 3 years. On the info panel, next to his avatar, new information appeared. Lu Chen, level 10, experience, 11,744 thousandths, he thought. Reaching level 11 also needs 40,000. As the thought hit him, it was like a bolt of lightning. Lu Chen couldn't help but panic, tears welling up as he scratched his head, his mouth agape. He shouted, "Which means I have to seclude myself for at least 5 years?" At this moment, Lu Chen remembered the gloomy image of Scholar Shu Hai, smiling slyly. One hand holding a fan, the other fiddling with a few strands of hair. Lu Chen smiled through his tears, his fist clenched and trembling. How grateful, he realized. From the very beginning, the old man wanted to imprison me for 5 years. Turns out, he's a freaking pervert. The fire of hatred blazed in Lu Chen's eyes, flames of anger erupting to the top of his head. He gritted his teeth, his fist clenched tightly. He made a decision. No way, I can't give up. Lu Chen smirked, spreading out the technique manual, and laid out a suitable plan, he said. If accumulating experience for the Qi cultivation art is too slow, then I can only rely on this unnamed technique. Anyway, it's not even orange rank yet. It shouldn't take too many of my experience points. He closed his eyes, placed his hands in front of his abdomen, and began to circulate his qi. Golden energy gradually appeared, swirling around his body. Lu Chen wasn't afraid at all, he said confidently. With the system's help, cultivating the Qi cultivation art is easy to understand. On Lu Chen's face, blood was now dripping from his eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth, he told himself. Compared to the Qi cultivation art, this is only a little more painful. One grand circulation ended, and the energy still surrounded Lu Chen. But now, the color of the energy had turned purplish blue. Blood was still flowing. His face had become gaunt. His hair was disheveled, and his whole body was trembling. He cursed. "Damn it, I almost thought I was a goner." Lu Chen collapsed backward. So exhausted he felt like his soul had left his body. He compared.
If the Qi cultivation art is pain level 1, then this is pain level 5. I want to name it Meridian Opener. Even so, Lu Chen lay on the bed, eagerly anticipating the results, his eyes shining like stars as he looked at the information panel in front of him, which now displayed the message, Technique Operation Settlement Rewards. Lu Chen was confident that after such pain, even if his aptitude was 1, it should give him a lot of experience points. Before he could finish his thought, Lu Chen's eyes widened as he saw a message pop up. Experience points plus 50. Lu Chen's face turned dark. A gust of wind blew past, and Lu Chen didn't know what to say. He sat up abruptly, his hair a mess, tears threatening to fall again, looking at the palm of his hand spread out in front of him and shouted, "Having to cook 3 main dishes and a soup every day, and having to endure such despairing pain, I'm not playing this game anymore. This isn't transmigrating." A faint light emanated from the rocky mountain, accompanied by Lu Chen's resentful scream, "This is clearly coming here to be a servant." This unintentionally attracted the attention of a small green frog. The little green frog puffed up its belly and croaked twice. "Ribbit, ribbit!" The green frog hopped away, leaving behind a clack sound. "Idiot." Lu Chen inside the cave darkened his face, unable to utter a word. Lu Chen stood up, his hands on his hips, revealing his stubbornness. He huffed and continued. "No way, how can I give up? You want experience points, right? This venerable one will accumulate them for you to see." A fly flew in from somewhere, buzzing. Lu Chen smirked, using 2 fingers that had been imbued with qi to slash, whoosh, and the fly was instantly cut in half. The fly fell to the ground, and Lu Chen brought 2 fingers to his face, blowing on them. Phew! The info panel appeared. Experience points plus 1. Lu Chen lowered his head, folded his arms, and pondered. As a player helping others cultivate, Tian Chen's skeleton is naturally aware of the secrets behind Tian Chen. For example, insignificant small creatures in Tian Chen also have experience points. He smirked mysteriously and said, "Therefore?" Once again his 2 fingers were imbued with power. Insects suddenly came from somewhere, as if attracted by magic, and gathered around Lu Chen. More and more insects were drawn from outside the cave, all attracted by his voice and buzzing. Even a mosquito, however small, is still meat. Lu Chen reached out, like a sword, killing all the insects around him. Some of them had woken up, but they were already too close. He exclaimed with glee, "As long as I kill 50 mosquitoes, it's equivalent to cultivating 1 grand circulation." Wherever he reached, insects died. The notification board kept popping up. Ding! Experience points plus 1. The creatures became extremely frightened. Scurrying out of the cave to escape, Lu Chen laughed even louder. "Today, this humble one is the bane of you bugs. Obediently hand over your experience points." With Lu Chen's efforts to cultivate, the cave quickly became extremely clean, with no mosquitoes to be seen. At this moment, Lu Chen was laughing and trying to chase down a cricket, but after several sword strikes from Lu Chen, the cricket cleverly dodged them all. Lu Chen gritted his teeth in annoyance and growled. "Just a measly cricket." With a grimace, he chased after the cricket, shouting, "Ah! Why are you running so fast?" The cricket teared up, frantically hopping forward. The cricket jumped out of the cave, and Lu Chen slammed his head into an invisible wall. Bam! His face contorted. He teared up from the pain and could only groan softly. What's going on? Clearly something was. Lu Chen rubbed the red bump on his forehead. He poked the barrier in front of him with his fingertip. The protective layer was like a water surface, creating ripples each time he touched it. He wondered, "It's not there." This time, Lu Chen placed both hands on the faint barrier in front of him, and he asked again, "What is this? A shield?" He looked around, trying to see outside where the cricket was. Lu Chen was utterly confused. Lu Chen's sharp eyes spotted the cricket, and his 2 fingers turned into a sharp sword. He smirked. "You dare to come back." Lu Chen unleashed a sword strike towards the cricket, shouting, "Become experience for me." Unbelievably, the sword strike hit the barrier and bounced back. Flying towards Lu Chen, he panicked, his face paling, and he exclaimed, "Oops!" In a flash, the sword strike whizzed past, leaving Lu Chen in astonishment. A notification popped up. Ding! Zhuge Lifu's formation. Facing Zhuge Lifu's formation, Lu Chen stood there dumbfounded, his face completely devoid of excitement. Lu Chen shouted, startling the birds in the area.
This is a scam. I'm really imprisoned. In the study of the Zhu Ying Pavilion, warmth spread throughout. Old San's voice rang out.
The Immortal Master has arranged everything according to your instructions.
Immortal Master Shuzhu was enjoying tea. With wisps of smoke rising, Immortal Master Shuzhu asked, "Has the entrance to the formation been set up as well?" Old San respectfully reported, "Everything has been done according to your instructions. Unless little Shimadi can break through to the initial realm, he will absolutely not be able to break the formation." Immortal Master Shuzhu revealed a satisfied expression, saying, "Very good." In his mind, Immortal Master Shuzhu thought, HMPH, being so pretty and still acting shy, just obediently stay imprisoned for me.
In the cave, Lu Chen lay on the bed, feeling completely lifeless and without any regrets. He groaned, "I can't do this anymore. I give up. I can't possibly work hard like this, and I've already beaten all the crickets in the cave to death." Just a moment later, Lu Chen regained his cheerfulness, propped himself up on a pillow, and opened the information panel to take a look. He said, "Forget it. Let's go to the forum and see."
Suddenly, a notification about a mission appeared on the information panel. Lu Chen wondered, what is this? He sat up to read each line that appeared.
Reputation points. Phase 2 mission. Reach 5,000 reputation points, currently at 4,763. Reward, 50,000 experience points. Random attribute point +1. Lu Chen was overjoyed, his eyes widened, and he couldn't contain his happiness as he exclaimed, 50,000 experience points, and I'm almost done.
Lu Chen stroked the information panel, a little confused. When did I accept this? I have no impression. Could it be that Phase 2 opened automatically? A path to leveling up has been found. Lu Chen's eyes lit up like stars. He smiled gleefully and muttered to himself, "Looks like the heavens haven't sealed off all paths. There's still hope." Early the next morning, as the first rays of dawn peeked through, Lin Chan traversed through the forest to her master's place, carrying a basket, probably filled with food. Entering the cave and seeing Lu Chen, she thought to herself, "Master is already cultivating so early, truly diligent. I must also work hard." Lu Chen was sitting on the bed, slowly opening his eyes, and he asked, "So early?" Lin Chan bowed slightly. "Master." Lin Chan opened the basket, taking out 2 pairs of chopsticks, and bowls were also in the basket.
Seeing Lin Chan laying out 2 large bowls, Lu Chen asked, "Very, very early, right? It takes a lot of time to cook porridge." At this, Lin Chan was a little stunned. Turning to look at him, she smiled sweetly. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly replied, She thought to herself, "Cooking breakfast for Master, even if it's earlier, I'm not afraid." Lu Chen smiled slightly, saying, "Then let's have breakfast together." Lin Chan happily agreed. The two enjoyed the hot porridge together, smoke mingling with the rising aroma. Lu Chen and Lin Chan were having breakfast together. Lin Chan glanced secretly at Lu Chen, seeming to have many thoughts hidden in her heart. She looked at Lu Chen attentively.
Lost in thought, Master said he doesn't like eating alone, so I prepared 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Turns out Master really doesn't like being alone, but he lives alone in this cave. Lu Chen poked Lu Xun's shoulder. He turned to look like, "Yo, what's up?"
She grabbed Lu Xun's hand and started drawing in his palm, all innocent. "Are you lonely here all by yourself, Shifu?" Lu Xun just chuckled. "Silly disciple. Shifu's just in seclusion, waiting to break through. It's not lonely, it's called leveling up." She looked kinda annoyed, a tiny little pout forming. Lu Xun was a bit confused by that. She grabbed his hand again and started writing with her fingertip. He wondered what she was going to write this time.
Turns out she was getting impatient, her face all flushed. She curiously wrote, "Can Shifu break through quickly? Xiao-chan misses Shifu." Lu Xun gave a soft smile, the kind that could melt glaciers. He gently patted her head and said, all mellow, "Shifu misses you too." The sun was high in the sky. Lin Chan waved goodbye to Lu Xun, left the mountain cave, and skipped down the mountain. Lu Xun mumbled to himself, "Now that Xiao Chan's gone back to cultivating after breakfast, I should also get back to training. 50 Express is still Express."
He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and circulated his Qi around his body, completing 1 major Zhu Hao Tian cycle. This time, he coughed up blood again. His eyes were sunken, his face was gaunt, and he seemed lifeless. Lu Xun sat on the bed and coughed for a long time. Cough, cough. A line of text appeared. Acquired 50 expresses. He thought to himself, "Clearly my current experience feels like being slashed with a knife, and then only being given 5 Haos in compensation." Resting one hand on his thigh, the other holding the cultivation manual, he lowered his head, his voice revealing his weariness. How is this method becoming more and more of a loss? Extremely painful, few experience points, and slow progress. Lu Xun recalled the sly look on Shu Zhu Xiansheng's face earlier and couldn't help but feel uneasy, holding the cultivation manual in his hand and wondering, have I fallen into a trap? Lu Xun took out a dark blue sword, with a hilt wrapped with rope hanging 2 blue balls, and he said, now I only know 2 moves. One is Stored Power Sword Howl Freedom, and the other is Wind Sword. These 2 things can be said to have nothing to do with the nameless technique. The information panel appeared. The system announced. Special skills. Stored power accumulates sword power, instant kill sword draw. The more accumulation, the stronger the power. Wind Sword Seal Sword Blade.
Lu Xun seemed to have discovered something, he realized. Wait, stored power accumulates sword power is spiritual power.
He recalled what Shu Zhu Xiansheng said earlier. If you cultivate this cultivation method, your spiritual qi will be more than others. At this time, Lu Xun realized that the immortal had said these words, and the experience points consumed by this cultivation method are 5 times that of other books, so it also means that my total amount of spiritual qi will be 5 times normal.
Then isn't the accumulation in this sword 5 times the norm? Lu Xun was extremely happy, saying and happily looking at the glowing sword in his hand. He imagined happily.
Before cultivating the nameless technique,
the spiritual power flowed out like a small stream. After cultivating the nameless technique, the spiritual power became a large column of water. He thought to himself, anything I shoot out later will be 5 times the original. Starting to get tainted.
Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he said smugly, so this really is the cultivation method that suits me best. First, that person.
Lu Xun thought of his master, his eyes as bright as stars, holding his cheeks with both hands and dreaming. The image of Shu Zhu Xiansheng appeared, kind, holding a fan with a few profound words. He thought, could it be that he had planned for me from the beginning? From the beginning, that person taught according to the level?
Once again, Lu Xun made a decision. I know, before breaking through, I will not take a step out of here. The sun had risen to the top of the sky. Lao San's voice rang out from afar. Little Shidi, 3rd Shixiang is here. Zhu Gelai Fu awkwardly carried a bunch of pots, pans, and cooking utensils. The pile stacked on top of each other was taller than a person. Not only that, but also a very large basket of vegetables and fruits, containing many different types, full of colors. Lu Xun's face went blank when he saw it, and he asked in his heart, oh, why are there so many ingredients and cooking tools? Lao San wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, little Shidi, today we will practice cooking skills. Oh no, it's cultivation. Lu Xun looked through 3rd senior brother with judgmental eyes, and then he thought in his head. The thoughts in his heart have been completely exposed. The things he packed up last night were also related to cooking, not the formation.
Lu Xun was flustered and sweating. He put on a white apron, wrapped his head in a scarf with an orange bear on it, comforting himself. Oh well, even if it's cooking, I have to do it well. What if the immortal thinks I cook well, and gives me 2 more orange cultivation manuals? Wouldn't that be a big profit? Lu Xun speculated about the rewards he could receive, and was very happy.
3rd senior brother was full of excitement. Wearing a pink apron and a pink scarf, Lao San introduced. Little Shidi, today Shixiang wants to cook stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat, so 3rd senior brother's food channel officially starts. Lu Xun clasped his hands in front of his chest, showing admiration. Stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat, isn't this the most basic dish? Perhaps 3rd senior brother knows it well in his heart. Even though it was like that on the outside, inside he was constantly judging. Damn it, I'm a professional. Moreover, you prepared so many things to cook this dish, aren't you making a big deal out of nothing? Zhu Gelaifu gave a smile, and raised his thumb again, and said in a resolute voice, then little Shidi underestimates this dish too much. Each dish is an extremely important creation. Obviously Lu Xun doesn't understand.
Sweat rolled down his cheeks as if he couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, creation? Suddenly, 3rd senior brother seemed to have become a different person. Lao San's smile was really weird. One hand releasing seasonings, one hand holding a wok full of shredded potatoes, stirring back and forth on the blazing fire. Lao Ti added, that's right, an ordinary dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat. Just add coriander, tomato sauce, celery, hautuinia cordata, and a lot of vinegar, and a little fish blood. It will be a secret stir-fried shredded potatoes with magic meat. The dish is done. 3rd senior brother raised his trademark thumb again, smiling and saying, this is my creation. In stark contrast to old 3rd's bright and cheerful disposition, the stir-fried potato dish, dominated by a purple hue, looked utterly horrifying. Lu Xun's face paled. He was utterly terrified at the sight of old 3rd's ominous dish, thinking to himself, Creativity? This is clearly revenge.
Third senior brother left the mountain cave with that seemingly poisoned stir-fried potato, and before leaving he added, "All right, little junior brother, you should quickly cook your dish too. I'm gonna take this up the mountain for the elders to try."
Lu Xun's eyes welled up with tears, standing under the bright sunlight, clasping his hands in prayer.
"May the original ancestor bless you all, infinite life celestial Lord."
Behind the mountain, the wind rustled through the bamboo forest, causing leaves to fall. Outside the study, inside, 3 dishes of food were laid out on the table. Aside from 2 dishes that looked quite appetizing, the remaining dish was dominated by purple, and it emanated a strange odor.
Mao Nanbei and scholar Xian Sheng looked at the food and fell silent, listening to Zhu Gelaifu introduce, "These 2 very ordinary dishes are the work of little junior brother.
And this dish in the middle is the product of my painstaking efforts. Please evaluate." Old Third pointed to the purple stir-fried potatoes that were emitting a strange odor, which he had made. Both Mao Nanbei and scholar Xian Sheng were a little scared, drops of sweat running down their cheeks. Neither dared to say a word.
Their faces turned purple, and they were covered in sweat. They were caught up in their own thoughts. Mao Nanbei secretly envied second senior sister not coming was indeed a wise choice. Scholar Xian Sheng thought of Lin Chan. That disciple Lin Chan insisted on coming with her master, so she was prepared for this meal.
Old Third put on an ominous expression, threatening in his voice, startling the 2. "What? Why aren't you 2 trying it?" Hearing Old Third say that,
Mao Nanbei grimaced, sweat pouring down her face, and she hissed. Scholar Xian Sheng tried to take a deep breath to regain some composure, but he couldn't hide the beads of sweat of fear on his face.
The 2 reluctantly picked up their chopsticks to try Old Third's stir-fried potatoes. Mao Nanbei trembled furiously, bringing the chopsticks slowly to the dish, while scholar Xian Sheng sealed his 5 senses and tremblingly picked up a piece. Old Third's dish had been eaten. Mao Nanbei and scholar Xian Sheng gradually felt the flavor spread in their mouths. Immediately afterward, even though scholar Xian Sheng was still sitting there, Mao Nanbei had collapsed to the side, her hands twitching. Seeing this, Zhu Gelaifu pulled out a small notebook and scribbled something down.
It turned out Old Third was writing the number 50% in the notebook, his face full of excitement. Old Third said, "This creative dish has succeeded 50%. Xian Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Clearly he was right. Scholar Xian Sheng was still sitting there calmly, holding his chopsticks with a blank expression, while Mao Nanbei had fainted, her soul leaving her body.
Old Third happily closed the notebook, laughing and saying cheerfully,
"Do you have any suggestions or comments on this flavor, Xian Sheng?" When he didn't hear Xian Sheng reply, feeling puzzled, Old Third approached scholar Xian Sheng, waving his hand in front of
Zhu Gelaifu called out, "Xian Sheng." At the same time, Old Third poked the chest of the Xian Sheng who was sitting quietly holding his chopsticks. As soon as he was touched, Xian Sheng fell backward, his face purple. It turned out he had fainted a long time ago. Seeing this, Old Third was at a loss for words. Before Old Third, Mao Nanbei and scholar Xian Sheng were ashen. Their souls had already left their bodies, Old Third cried. Recording the success of his culinary invention, he was always very professional. He took out his notebook and brush and crossed out the percent he had written earlier. He muttered, "This creation has succeeded psychologically, but still needs effort."
It was almost afternoon, and it was time for Zhu Gelaifu to teach about formations. Old Third arrived at the mountain cave where Lu Xun was in seclusion. Old Third called out, "Little junior brother, it's time for cultivation." Zhu Gelaifu said to Lu Xun, "Little junior brother, first senior brother, and second senior sister both cultivate swords. Little Nanbei cultivates the Dao, and I cultivate talismans, so my specialty is actually talisman formations." Hearing this, Lu Xun was a little surprised, and he asked, doubtfully,
"Talisman formations? Aren't we learning sword formations?" To illustrate, Old Third conjured 3 red talismans that spun around his palm, and the wind suddenly blew, Old Third explained. Talismans are also divided into many types. For example, this is a fire chi talisman, and your main cultivation is sword chi, like a sword chi talisman. Hearing this, Lu Xun grinned, thinking of how cool he would look, with 3 blue sword chi talismans in his hand. He replied, "I understand."
Zhu Gelaifu smiled, continuing,
"All right, the explanation is over. Next, little junior brother, please use your strongest sword chi to attack me." Lu Xun was quite surprised by Old Third's suggestion, his eyes widening as he asked, "Use my strongest sword chi to attack senior brother." Old Third waved his hand, dispelling the 3 fire talismans earlier. Old Third replied, "That's right, use your strongest sword chi, along with the intention to kill me, to attack me." Hearing this, Lu Xun replied, "Okay." Then,
He turned and took a stance, blue qi wrapping around his fingertips, forming sharp blades. Lu Xun swung his sword, creating a swirling sword, thinking as he cast it. If third senior brother said so, there must be a reason, just do as he says. After gathering his qi, Lu Xun unleashed his move, charging straight toward Zhu Gelai Fu, with gusts of wind rising. Old Third stood there, ready to receive the move. Without any hesitation, third senior brother raised his right hand to receive Lu Xun's sword, catching it very gently, then gradually transferring it to his left hand.
The aura was no longer as fierce as before. Ultimately, Old Third compressed the move, fitting snugly between his two palms. Release. Everything happened very smoothly.
Finally, Lu Xun's sword was neatly in third senior brother's left hand. Senior brother commented, "Non-attribute sword qi. Looks quite spirited." Lu Xun was very surprised that his move was easily resolved, and he thought, "My sword qi was blocked. This is the first time someone has been able to do this." With that, Zhu Gelai Fu clenched his left hand, crushing the aura from Lu Xun's sword technique. Old Third continued, "It's a pity though, no accompanying attributes."
Seeing his sword energy crushed like a broken egg, Lu Xun couldn't help but panic, sweating like he'd taken a shower, exclaiming, "Just crushed it directly."
Third senior brother put his hand to his chin, analyzing as he pondered. Now that little junior brother is cultivating the 5 elements technique, once he breaks through to the Condor first level, he can freely change the attributes of his sword energy, so what kind of sword formation should he cultivate? Lu Xun was a bit puzzled in his heart, wondering,
freely change the attributes of sword energy.
He imagined himself controlling all 5 elements of sword energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Right in front of him.
It would be incredibly majestic and awe-inspiring, Lu Xun gleefully thought. What? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean no one in this world could control me anymore?
Zhu Gelai Fu was still pondering about the 5 elements surrounding the technique Lu Xun was learning, when Old Third suddenly had an idea. Since it's 5 elements sword energy, let's be decisive and start learning from the 5 elements formation. Lu Xun heard Zhu Gelai Fu say that, and he echoed uncertainly,
5 elements formation? I have memories of that. Lu Xun recalled a night when he was squatting down doing something. He gradually sped up his hands, creating clacking sounds.
Lu Xun grinned extremely evilly.
A turtle was trembling intensely, tightly closing its eyes, its face flushed red, moaning softly. Turns out, Lu Xun was constantly using his small knife to poke the turtle's shell. The clacking sounds continued. The turtle looked uncomfortable but couldn't escape. Suddenly he shouted, "Activated!" It seemed Lu Xun's knife had broken the turtle's shell, and the turtle gradually disappeared. A yellow notification appeared. "Congratulations on killing a passing-by little turtle."
Lu Xun rejoiced when the notification showed the reward.
"Congratulations on obtaining Grey Quality 5 Elements Formation." Immediately after, he felt dejected when reading the details about this thing. Grey Quality 5 Elements Formation explanation. Requires 5 people to cast simultaneously. Can increase attack power +1, defense +1, agility +1, speed +1, stamina +1. A hand-handed Lu Xun a stinky lump of dung, saying, "Lei tai mu lei shi."
Countless people had given that thing to Lu Xun and said, "Eat the sheep poop." Lu Xun stood there, his face darkened, sneering disdainfully. "Ah, isn't this trash that a level 1 wild monster drops?" he mused. "Moreover, you need 5 people at the same time to activate it. It's the lowest level of trash." A bizarre image appeared in his mind. A shirtless man with a red horse mane hairstyle wearing red pants, another wearing blue pants with blue hair making a heart shape with his hands, one wearing green clothes with green pigtails,
one wearing yellow pants with braided hair striking a pose, and another with lion mane-like hair and brown pants jumping into the air, all of them with strong bodies. The information panel displayed. When these 5 people cast the 5 elements technique together, attack power +1, defense +1, agility +1, speed +1, stamina +1, Lu Xun sarcastically said. If the formation has high requirements, needing 5 people at the same time to cast it, plus the effect is pathetically low. This is clearly the 5 Venom formation. Thinking about having to practice that formation, Lu Xun sighed, looking pitiful and weak, with watery eyes and hands clasped in front of his chest, turning to plead with third senior brother, "Hey, senior brother, can we change it?"
Zhu Gelai Fu, who was pulling a purple scroll from his robes, suddenly paused, a hint of doubt mixed with confusion on his face. Old Third asked, "Are you sure?"
Lu Xun resolutely replied, "Of course." The purple light from third senior brother was a bit dazzling, and Lu Xun shielded his eyes with his hand, a thought suddenly popping into his head. Color? Purple? Oh, this damn light of death. Lu Xun was extremely surprised. A purple information panel appeared. Ding? Do you want to learn the purple ancient 5 elements formation? He rummaged through his memories.
Strange. Although the name is similar, it's completely different. Moreover, ancient times in my memory, in all the game data from my previous life, there was no mention of the history of the heavenly dust ancient world.
A piece of music began to play. Invincibility is lonely, how lonely. Your ethereal figure, sparkling stands amidst the strange circle. Here, these incomprehensible ancient characters.
It seemed he was gradually merging into that circle. Lu Xun clenched his fist, full of determination, telling himself, "Looks like I have to be a pioneer again."
His eyes sparkled, looking like he was radiating light, thinking, could the techniques of the ancient world be the key to opening the ancient world?
With that, Lu Xun quickly reached out and grabbed the purple scroll from third senior brother's palm, pretending to casually accept it, and even added, "I was just joking with senior brother. If senior brother has given it to me, he must have thought it through carefully, and it's the most suitable formation for me," he thought smugly. "I've got this kind of thing in the bag." Seeing this, old third was stunned by Lu Xun's abrupt change of mind, but very quickly, Zhu Gelaifu cheerfully rubbed his hands together, saying, "Not bad, not bad. As expected, little junior brother is close to his roots, able to feel the sincerity of his senior brother." Zhu Gelaifu quickly sat down first, then tugged at Lu Xun's sleeve, signaling him to sit down too. Third senior brother added, "There's no time to delay, let's start learning." Starting from the fire element formation, Lu Xun became serious, obediently followed third senior brother's instructions to sit down, but his mind was full of thoughts. I'll temporarily not use the system's function to understand the formation, and listen to third senior brother's explanation. Let's see if it can make me comprehend it. After all, I'm now considered a person of this world. Zhu Gelaifu smiled and explained to Lu Xun, but Lu Xun was utterly confused. He didn't understand a single word. Old third's voice rang out, "Jili wa, la." Everything was meaningless, his face contorted. Between crying and laughing he thought, "No way, I can't understand a single word. It feels like the whole class is being taught in Arabic." Lu Xun was flustered, not knowing what to do, when a purple notification popped up. Want to learn the ancient 5 elements grand formation? Purple. Consumes 5,000 experience points? Yes, no. Lu Xun thought to himself. There are things you can't rely on yourself for. If you can hack it but don't, isn't that just plain stupid? So Lu Xun reluctantly clicked the yes option on the screen. At that very moment, Lu Xun squeezed his eyes shut, relaxed, and felt the memories of the 5 elements formation completely pouring into his brain. Lu Xun squinted at the info panel. Experience points, 738 points. He lamented inwardly. 7,038 points of experience from killing mosquitoes in the mountain cave and enduring all that pain. Forget it. As long as I complete the reputation points quest, there's still hope. 2 streams of tears ran down his face. Lu Xun clutched his chest, feeling heartbroken, and wondered, how much more do I need now? The notification popped up. Reputation points for Stage 2 quest. Reach 5,000 reputation points, currently at 4,927. Seeing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but rejoice, his eyes twinkling like stars. He thought to himself, "It's been accumulating for so long. My heart doesn't hurt as much now." Elsewhere, under the bright sunlight, many people were surrounding Li Lai and Murongyan with admiration. Li Lai spoke up. "In fact, all of this is thanks to Li Lai and Murongyan's propagation. This time, my junior martial uncle and I went down the mountain to cultivate, and surprisingly pushed ourselves to second place in clearing the trial grounds." Sounds of exclamation arose. "Wow, really? I heard that Qingling City trial grounds are super tough." Murongyan added, "The one in first place seems to be the elusive second martial grand uncle." The two of them announced to the crowd, "I heard that in the trial grounds, junior martial grand uncle even broke through 2 realms in a row, truly a young prodigy. Broke through 2 realms straight, breaking through in the middle of battle." These remarkable achievements made the crowd swoon. A few young girls said, "Wow, truly worthy of being junior martial grand uncle." Lai Lai, red-faced with anger, yelled, "He's mine!" Oh, a few girls even asked, "I wonder if junior martial grand uncle minds having another person, back at the mountain cave." 3 days later, Zhu Gelaifu was sitting cross-legged next to a strange mound of earth, seemingly controlled by Lao San. Lao San said with a smile, "The earth element formation doesn't require a specific location, as long as you set up the formation. All the earth element here." Before third senior brother could finish speaking, he saw Lu Xun smiling. This surprised Lao San, his eyes widening. Lu Xun lowered his head, covered his eyes with his hand, and tried to hold back his laughter. Lao San, not understanding what was happening, asked, "What's wrong, junior martial brother?" Lu Xun tried to regain a serious demeanor for a second to reply, "Zhu ge lai fu." He smoothed his hair and said, "It's nothing, it's just that third senior brother is explaining it so well. Every time I hear another formation, it has a deductive effect, giving me a deeper understanding of the previous formations." Lu Xun praised, and Lao San was a little embarrassed, reaching up to scratch his head, smiling brightly like a flower, and praised back, "Junior martial brother, your comprehension is excellent. You can make the 5 elements of the formation mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, which is really good." Lu Xun's eyes suddenly became completely serious, and he thought to himself, "Actually, I haven't been listening at all. The reason I'm smiling on the outside..." Lu Xun just smiled lightly, but inside he was overjoyed, laughing to tears because the completed quest appeared on the quest information panel. Reputation points stage 2 reached 5,000 reputation points, currently reached 2001, completed. Claim reward, Lu Xun thought to himself. My chance to turn things around has arrived. Lao San put the food into each tray, fitting them into the box, placing them neatly, and hearing a click, Lu Xun held the spoon in his hand, poked his head out to look, and everything was prepared. Lao San looked satisfied and said, "All right, Zhuji Lai Fu, take this multi-tray box out of the mountain cave, waving goodbye."
Then, junior martial brother, please focus on studying the formation. I'm going to deliver food to the honorable ones. Lu Xun also waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, third senior brother.
Lu Xun seemed very happy. He placed one foot on the stone step, raised the spoon high into the sky. He thought, "They're finally gone. I can finally claim my reputation point reward."
The information panel appeared in front of him. You have completed the Reputation Points Stage 2 quest, claim reward, reward contents, experience points X, 50,000, random attribute X1, optional. Lu Xun's smiling face with big eyes was full of anticipation. He was already picturing the rewards he might get. Random attribute points? This is even better than 50,000 experience points.
Just please don't let it be merchant talent or staff talent. Anything else I can live with.
With utter confidence, he closed his eyes and tapped the claim reward button on the notification panel. A golden wisp of spirit energy appeared, swirling with its own little tornado.
The panel displayed, "Congratulations, you have obtained 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained spirit energy." Lu Chen seemed surprised by the item, wondering, "Spirit energy?" He held the orb of spirit energy in his hand.
He held it up high, examining it closely, thinking, a special attribute is rare indeed. This thing can boost my divine sense and perception. Plus, it can slightly reduce the chances of being brainwashed, falling for MLM schemes, or getting involved with rival organizations.
Lu Chen closed his eyes, letting the spirit energy unleash its power, creating a dazzling golden spark as it slowly traveled towards his body. He said, "Let's see just how much this spirit energy will upgrade my divine sense." The spirit energy merged into Lu Chen's forehead, his eyes glowing brightly, emitting countless sparks. He yelled, "Divine sense, deploy!"
Lu Chen could see outside the cave, the scenery of the forest on the mountain appearing before his eyes. A couple was standing there, talking to each other, the girl blushing slightly. He thought, not bad, a little spirit energy can expand this far. He looked even further.
Through the smiling couple, Lu Chen was curious. What's the limit of my spirit energy? Let's see where the boundary is. Lu Chen tried to see even further. Deep into the forest, he felt like he could still expand, but his head was starting to hurt.
Even further, Lu Chen saw a demon girl from another race, looking incredibly urgent, her body trembling. She was thinking, there's probably no one here, right?
She looked around stealthily, with a hint of worry. She muttered to herself, "It's convenient to relieve myself here. There's probably no one around."
A blinding light appeared, making Lu Chen dizzy and causing him to spray out a nosebleed. He thought, crap, why is she here? What is she doing? 404 FBI, warning, the page you're trying to access does not exist.
Lu Chen trembled, gasping for breath. Phew, phew, phew. He couldn't stand straight and had to lean against the wall, thinking, I've probably reached the limit of my divine sense deployment. I'm not completely over the dizziness yet. His complexion was purplish. He stuck out his tongue and clutched his head. The information panel displayed his stats. Personal panel, Lu Chen. Willpower 10, reached limit. Luck 1, cannot be upgraded. Comprehension 1. Sword talent. Spirit energy 1. He thought, that hurts. It's like someone smacked me in the head with a stick. Lu Chen pondered.
But why is that dual personality busty woman at the foot of my demon sect mountain? Could she be here to hunt me down? Lu Chen recalled the moment he tore her clothes, feeling a bit awkward. He reminded himself, anyway, she and I have a debt of torn clothes between us.
He waved his hand, walking towards the bed. he said. Forget it, I won't think about her anymore. What's meant to come will come. I still have 50,000 experience points. That's the highlight of today.
Lu Chen sat on the bed, clicking on the upgrade button on the information panel. Lu Chen said gleefully, "Upgrade. Break through the barrier." He smiled confidently, affirming, "I, Lu Chen, am about to break through to the Foundation realm." Behind the mountain, in the study, the teacher was sitting opposite Zhu Geilai Fu. Between them was a small table, with an earthenware teapot and a few cups. The teacher was holding a teacup. The teacher stared intently at the steaming cup of tea in front of him, listening to Lao San's report.
According to your instructions, junior apprentice Little Yu is diligently studying formations, but progress is slow.
Lao San looked visibly worried. At the current rate, little Shiketi might be stuck in the mountain cave for a few more years. Is it really okay to treat him like this?
Relying on himself alone to break through the initial realm, and cultivating that special technique, it's just wishful thinking. Shuzhai Xiansheng still didn't say anything, gently blowing on his hot teacup.
After a long while, Shuzhai Xiansheng coldly asked, "Is that so, Zhu Geilai Fu?"
Slightly troubled, looking out the window towards the mountain cave, blaming himself, Zhu Geilai Fu said, "Little Shidi, Shixiong has tried his best. Just stay put in that cave for a few years."
Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, followed by a loud explosion. The sound startled Lao San a bit.
The pillar of light was coming from the mountain cave. A strong wind was picking up, and leaves were being blown everywhere. San Shixiong's panicked voice rang out.
That's San Shixiong, utterly shocked, blurting out, "I'm not seeing things, am I?" That's little Shidi's location, the light of breakthrough. He broke through the initial realm already.
Ignoring Zhu Geilai Fu's utter bewilderment at the scene before them, Shuzhai Xiansheng took another sip of tea, calmly replying, "Indeed, Shuzhai Xiansheng seemed to have predicted it," saying, "Breaking through isn't difficult for him, but the real test starts now." With that, Xiansheng took another sip of tea. Lao San didn't understand Shuzhai Xiansheng's meaning, and asked, "The test starts now." "What test?" Inside the mountain cave, Lu Xun slowly opened his eyes, golden energy swirling around him. A status screen appeared. New information, Lu Xun. Level 11, Nameless Level 1 Technique. Level 10 Perfection Realm Qi Cultivation Art. In Lu Xun's heart he mused, "Is this the feeling of the first realm?" Lu Xun held up 2 fingers, released sword energy, and said, "The body of the first realm is completely strengthened, not on the same level as the previous initial realm. Aside from releasing sword energy, everything else about me seems normal, but right now I feel like I could kill 10 of my pre-transmigration self." With one palm, Lu Xun smirked triumphantly, and clenched his fist. Lu Xun squinted, looking for something to test his power on. He thought, "There's nothing to train with here. Might as well take that out in practice." Sure enough, Lu Xun walked to the entrance of the cave. He stood before the barrier, his hand starting to gather energy, lightning with a blue glow gradually appearing, sword energy slowly gathering. Lu Xun considered, "Let's see if my current strength can break the barrier that San Shixiong set up."
Lu Xun focused Qi into his fingertip and shouted, "Go!" A loud noise erupted, accompanied by light at the cave entrance.
Before Lu Xun, the barrier shattered into small pieces flying everywhere. Seeming like Lu Xun didn't believe the result before him, he wondered, "It's broken." Lu Xun was a little moved. Still not quite believing it, he asked again,
"Am I free?" Zhu Geilai Fu hastily stood up, preparing to leave the tea table, and said, "Not good. Little Shidi has broken my formation. He's about to come out. I must stop him." I didn't expect he could comprehend sword intent.
Shuzhai Xiansheng waved his hand to stop him. He said, "Don't go." San Shixiong blankly expressed his confusion.
Lao San looked at Xiansheng, wondering in his heart,
what on earth is Xiansheng thinking? At that moment, inside the mountain cave, Lu Xun was a little disoriented because Lao San's formation had been destroyed. He said, "It's broken. Is San Shixiong's formation only this strong?"
Lu Xun was amused, explaining to himself, "I get it. San Shixiong's formation was specially designed for a perfection realm initial stage like me, and he thought it would take me at least a few years to break through the initial realm, so this formation was originally meant for me to break when I broke through to the Qi realm." Lu Xun laughed gleefully. Placing his hands on his hips, he said, "So that means I can go back to the little Shuzhai." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, intending to leave the mountain cave. A purple status screen appeared, blocking his way. Seclusion Mission. Mission requirement. Character level reaches level 2. Upgrade a certain sword formation to level 1. Mission reward. 10,000 experience points. Reminder. Leaving the mountain cave will count as mission failure. Lu Xun was completely surprised, his eyes wide as he looked at the words on the screen.
He put his hand on his chin and pondered.
That's right, I came here to seclude myself. If the formation doesn't improve, then the seclusion will be in vain. Plus, this mission experience isn't free.
He waved his hand, sending a sword strike to the ground, drawing a temporary boundary that he couldn't cross, and said, "Then let's do it like this."
Lu Xun yawned sleepily. Raising his hand to cover his mouth, tears welling up, he said to himself, "I'll just stay here then. It's not bad here either." Lu Xun thought about meeting Shuzhai Shansheng, holding a fan with elegant calligraphy, but with a dark and scheming look on his face, he was a little suspicious.
If I go out and come to this, he only dared to consider in his head, if Shansheng thinks my temperament is not good, then I'm completely done for.
Lu Xun sat on the bed, taking off his outer robe. He remembered, according to the novels from his previous life, people with higher cultivation can see through one's temperament more clearly. I can't fall into the trap.
He laid down, pulled up the blanket, and fell asleep.
Before that, he said to himself, "Good night." In the Shuzhai Shansheng's study, the lamp was still lit. San Shixiang's voice rang out, a little doubtful. "Shansheng, are you really not going to take a look?" Lao San implied the seriousness of the matter, continuing, "If little Shidi—"
Shuzhai Shansheng interrupted Lao San, slowly pouring tea, then said in a confident manner, "No need to worry, he has his own plans. Tomorrow you will still go to impart the formation as usual, until he successfully studies it." Zhu Gelai Fu cupped his hands in salute, bowing his head in response. "Understood, master."
The bookworm immortal held the steaming cup of tea, staring intently into it, then muttered, "That brat is such a pain in the neck." An image of a goofy-looking Lu Xun appeared in the tea. The bookworm immortal mused to himself, "You really are different from the rest."
The next day, while Lu Xun was still half asleep, the information panel popped up again.
He thought to himself, another mission. On the panel was a new quest. Fame Point Quest Stage 3 begins. Quest requirements: acquire 10,000 Fame Points, current points, 1232. Quest reward: 150,000 experience points. Random attribute point x1. He rubbed his eyes thinking, 10,000 Fame Points, 150,000 experience points, and a random special attribute point. Doesn't sound too shabby.
Lu Xun sat up, stretching and yawning, then said, "But these fame points, once they reach a certain point, become really hard to increase. But that won't stop yours truly. Besides, my goal isn't just this fame point quest anymore."
Lu Xun grinned, thinking of Lin Chan standing under the radiant glow, the world's protagonist. He thought, my newly recruited disciple is the world's protagonist. With 0 system quests, who's going to believe that if I tell them?
Just then, Zhu Gelai Fu and Lin Chan arrived at the mountain cave together. Third senior brother waved at Lu Xun, saying, "Morning, little junior brother."
Lu Xun wondered, why is third senior brother with little Chan today?
Third senior brother gestured toward Lin Chan, smiling. "The new year's coming up, and the immortal ordered me to take little Chan to the Sword Vault Mountain."
Lu Xun was slightly worried, asking, "To the Sword Vault Mountain now? Isn't little Chan's cultivation still pretty low?" Zhu Gelai Fu gave a thumbs up, reassuring him.
"Based on her current cultivation speed, she's already a genius among geniuses." Lu Xun's face went blank, seemingly not understanding, and he blurted out,
Even so, he secretly asked the system to check. The information panel appeared above Lin Chan's head. Lin Chan, 4th level of Qi refinement. Lu Xun crossed his arms, closed his eyes, pretending not to care, but inside he was ecstatic. Awesome, already 4th level, and she's only been cultivating for a few days. If those trash players who haven't even broken through to level 2 see this before the closed beta ends, they'll probably cough up blood and die. Lu Xun gleefully imagined the figure of the protagonist system, and he thought, but even if Lin Chan is the world's protagonist, she's not lagging behind the other protagonists, and Xiaoran's probably already at level 20. This just proves that my little Chan's comprehension is amazing and her cultivation is super fast, right? Thinking this, Lu Xun stepped forward.
He ruffled Lin Chan's hair as she held a tray of food containers, and earnestly said, "Go with third senior uncle. When you get to the Sword Vault Mountain, remember to choose a weapon that suits you best. Follow your heart."
Lin Chan nodded seriously. The information panel appeared. Main quest activated. Lu Xun was caught off guard and quickly read the main quest. Main quest. You are Lin Chan's guide. Quest description. Guide Lin Chan's cultivation, bestowing upon her benefits and advice to allow her to quickly advance in cultivation. Quest rewards. Based on the significance of each important event, rewards will be given, divided into 4 grades: C, B, A, and S.
Lu Xun was thrilled after reading it, thinking, awesome, worthy of being the world's protagonist.
Lu Xun sat down at the table, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Lin Chan and third senior brother as they left. He also added, "Don't worry, Sword Vault Mountain is a good place, don't be afraid."
He grinned like a Cheshire cat, clutching his hands together in front of the table, which only had a bowl and a plate with a few sprigs of vegetables, he thought. A main quest has never appeared before. The rewards are vague but very clear. This is a plan to nurture a world's protagonist. Lu Xun smiled smugly, put on his sunglasses, and thought proudly, "And I am the one who will execute this plan." The sunglasses added to Lu Xun's coolness, and he realized. Which also means that I, Lu Xun, am like the most important benefactor in Lin Chan's life. He bowed like an artist. Behind him were many protagonists and their benefactors. However, something didn't seem right, and he struggled. Am I hallucinating? Can I have a grandfatherly figure who guides her? I can't become the disciple's wife. Under the dazzling sunlight, towering mountains loomed. With only one path leading to the summit, Lin Chan and Zhu Gelaifu were riding on the back of a giant white crane, flying towards the Sword Vault Mountain. Lin Chan looked ahead seriously, thinking, is this the Sword Vault Mountain that Maester talked about? Is this the place where the sword that Maester wants me to get is? The crane landed. As soon as Old Tam and Lin Chan touched down, they saw a senior with silver hair and beard waiting. It was the guardian of Sword Vault Mountain, Old Gi. He bowed his head, placed his hand on his chest, and slowly saluted. Zhu Gelaifu and Lin Chan cupped their hands in salute. Old Tam introduced, Old Gyo, this is little junior brother's newly recruited disciple, Lin Chan.
Old Giwai didn't say a word, but stepped in front of Lin Chan and slowly extended his staff towards her. She couldn't help but think, does this senior want to knock me with his staff?
She was a little puzzled, putting her finger to her chin, thinking, this speed is too slow. Lin Chan never saw the staff touch her head, but it kept slowly moving towards her.
Gradually, she understood. Does he want me to touch it? With that thought, she extended a finger and slowly touched the staff. As soon as she touched the staff, a surge of powerful blue energy erupted from the point of contact. The aura rushed behind her. There emerged one sword, shaped like a man bracing himself, ready to draw his sword. Then, this man unleashed 2 slashes, the sword energy overflowing, a gentle breeze ruffling her hair. Stunned by the senior's technique, she thought to herself,
sword moves, sword techniques, so fast that I can't even see them clearly. Zhu Gelaifu, who had been watching with his arms crossed, finally spoke up. Little Lin Chan, remember what you just saw. It will be of great help to you later. Giba looked over. Your Grand Shifu grew up learning the one sword style from your great-Grand Shifu, who taught this sword drawing technique. You'll understand it later.
Lin Chan gratefully bowed, thanking the senior. She thought. Such slow movements, but the sword technique is so fast. Everyone in the demonic sect is so powerful.
Senior Giba placed his hand on Lin Chan's shoulder, imparting a bit of aura. It turned out that Lin Chan, like Lu Xun, was blessed with a +1 to her luck stat. At the same time, the senior also opened the path up the mountain for Lin Chan. Zhu Gelaifu elaborated on Giba's intention. Meaning you could start climbing the mountain now. Lin Chan revealed a look of determination, vowing to return with a harvest.
Far away, a few people were monitoring Lin Chan. In the middle was a shiny bald head.
It turned out that Shenyan, Yu Heishan, Gong Yuban, Sima Chuan, and Luo Wanshu were observing Lin Chan together through a small swirling vortex. Yu Heishan stroked his mustache and said, little martial sister Lin Chan is about to ascend the hidden mountain. How about we place a bet? Quickly, Yue Heishan and Sima Chuan happily presented a large bag of money. Yue Heishan said, little martial granduncle and his disciple have given us too many surprises, so this time I want to bet that she will draw Shifu's close-range sword Kui.
Gong Yuban and Luo Wanshu weren't to be outdone, each with a bag of money in hand. Gong Yuban said, we also bet that martial sister Lin Chan can definitely draw the close-range sword Kua. After all, she's a sword fetus by birth. Luo Wanshu chimed in. Again, 9 ripples, close-range sword Kua. Apart from her, there won't be a better choice in at least 100 years.
Shenyan smiled, took out a bag of money, and then offered his intuition. I think differently from you guys. I feel that this time, martial sister Lin Chan definitely won't get the close-range sword Kui. I'm betting she won't get it.
Yu Heishan, standing in the middle of the 5, laughed heartily. Then it seems like we've won this time. Shenyan explained. The close-range sword Qi has been in contact with Shifu for so many years, it already has a sword spirit. It absolutely won't choose a girl to be its master, because it has its own pride.
Mr. Shu Chai, holding a cup in his hand, was observing Lin Chan from afar through a small TV. The gentleman thought to himself, this little grand disciple of mine, I've already prepared your sword for you in the hidden mountain. Shu Qiansheng looked at Lin Chan, moved to tears. This grand disciple is really more pleasing to my eye the more I look at her. I'm 100,000 times better than her master. A man's jealousy is a scary thing. Lu Xun was sitting there, rubbing his stomach, and let out a sigh of lament. I ate too much congee today. So it turns out that everyone has a small TV to watch. Only someone who transmigrated can't see anything right now. Lu Xun looked at the bright light outside the cave and silently cheered for Lin Chan. Little Lin Chan, although Shifu can't see anything, my spirit is always with you. You must get the weapon that suits your heart. Lin Chan was steadily stepping up each step of the mountain. In her heart she told herself, I will definitely get the sword that Shifu didn't get. Lin Chan remembered the sword sheath that Lu Xun always carried with him, musing. Although Shifu has never said anything, he always carries that sword sheath. So where's the sword of that sheath? It must be in the hidden mountain. Lin Chan thought. If Shifu sees the sword I get as a gift for him, he will definitely be extremely, extremely happy. She went up the mountain with that thought full of hope and excitement. The path up the mountain seemed to be covered in a thin layer of mist, with countless different swords planted on both sides of the road, she told herself. There are already so many swords starting from here. The swords moved in unison, making strange noises that made Lin Chan afraid, her face pale, and her forehead dripping with sweat. She thought, oh no, why are they shaking? Lin Chan worried, thinking that it might be demonic sounds. Run! So she ran straight ahead, leaving the shaking swords behind. Common sword techniques. Although they could sense Lin Chan's innate sword fetus, they didn't have a sword spirit, and couldn't convey their thoughts to Lin Chan. Their shaking was actually meant to attract Lin Chan, but it backfired. The swords were bored. Not knowing how it had come to this, Lin Chan ran for her life. Wherever she went, the swords shook. She didn't understand what was happening, she wondered. What on earth is going on? Why are these swords still shaking? Could it be that the hidden mountain doesn't welcome me? Lin Chan was terrified, just closing her eyes and running. Lin Chan didn't have a normal way of communication, and her thoughts were going further and further astray. At the cave, Lu Xun slumped down dejectedly. No way! He leaned against the wall, scratching his head, trying to think of a way. I really want to know which step little Lin Chan has reached. Now, is there any way? Suddenly, Mao Nanbei appeared, poking her head out from behind her, happily saying, Little martial brother, did you do something wrong today? This martial sister hasn't seen you for too long, so I'm visiting you. Really just visiting you. Lu Xun suddenly showed a dangerous expression, causing Mao Nanbei to flinch a little, her face contorted. Mao Nanbei said, Right now, Lin Chan has run to the 399th step. She cast a spell, using her bright eyes to recount Lin Chan's journey to Lu Xun. It turned out that the two had an exchange, with Mao Nanbei observing Lin Chan for Lu Xun. She said, You're not allowed to take back the 2 portions of snacks you promised me. This made Mao Nanbei very happy. Lu Xun said, Rest assured, I'll definitely get her 2 portions, he thought. She's at step 399 already, so what? Now we're in the area of low-grade blue spirit items, which is the territory of spirit energy. He clenched his palm, thinking to himself. The spirit energy here can transmit thoughts of the sword to people. Zhao Lin Chan must not be influenced by these things. Further ahead, there are spirit weapons with near purple and orange sword energy. Lu Xun frowned and asked, What's with these low-grade spirit items? In his heart, he really wanted to ask if they would affect his disciple. Mao Nanbei used spirit energy to sense the spirit items. All the spirit swords are vibrating towards Lin Chan. 3 spirit items have chosen her. Lin Chan floated in the air, surrounded by those spirit items, a jade pendant, a Bodhi branch, and a suit of armor. Lu Xun excitedly asked upon hearing this. So she hasn't chosen a sword yet. At this moment, Mao Nanbei stopped using spirit energy, returning to her senses, and saying to Lu Xun, No desserts, no motivation. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes and looked at her with disdain. Mao Nanbei pretended not to see it, and sighed again. I am so hungry. No matter what, the safety of my disciple is the most important thing. Lu Xun immediately went into the kitchen. Luckily, he prepared pear soup with rock sugar for little Chan last night, otherwise he wouldn't be able to appease this cat today. Lu Xun skillfully prepared the food, seasoning it with a confident and handsome expression. Very quickly, a bowl of golden soup, emitting a fragrant aroma, was ready. Mao Nanbei's eyes widened, looking at the bowl with emotion. So much, little junior brother, is so good, I like it so much. Lu Xun scooped out a bowl, his face thoughtful. Originally there wasn't that much, so I should leave some for my disciple. Then he secretly scooped a spoonful of soup from the bowl back into the pot. This scene was caught by Mao Nanbei. Lu Xun smiled sheepishly, and handed the bowl of soup to her.
Immediately meeting Mao Nanbei's judgmental gaze,
she angrily shouted, "You scoundrel! I saw you scooping from my bowl, don't scoop it back for me, or else."
Lu Xun flashed a spring-like smile, saying matter-of-factly, "I did that because I wanted you to save room. I'll make you a giant pudding tonight." It sounded wrong but also kinda right, but since there was food, Mao Nanbei happily accepted the bowl of soup. "Thank you, little junior brother." Getting through this situation, Lu Xun sighed in relief. Just now, the murderous aura was so obvious, it was like she wanted to kill me. With Mao Nanbei's stomach temporarily filled, Lu Xun asked, "So, senior sister, please continue with the situation. Did she choose a sword or not?"
Mao Nanbei put down the bowl and smiled. "Didn't choose one. She's almost at step 499 already."
Hearing this, Lu Xun sighed in relief. Good thing she wasn't tricked by those blue equipment. Little Tianer must not be seduced. Lu Xun crossed his arms and probed, "Mao Nanbei, fourth senior sister, do you think little Chun Sher can obtain the near sword energy?" Mao Nanbei sipped the soup and replied, "Can't. She's still infatuated with the flavor. This pear soup with rock sugar is so delicious."
This made Lu Xun feel puzzled. "Why, Lin Chan is a natural sword embryo, and she also has 9 ripples," Mao Nanbei asked in return.
"Aren't you the same? We already have you." As an example, Lu Xun broke out in a sweat. "But I'm fake,"
Mao Nanbei explained to Lu Xun, and even revealed something. "Although I'm like you, entering the sect relatively late, and I've never met the eldest senior brother, over the years, I've more or less understood some of the inside story related to eldest senior brother's closed-door cultivation, and near-sword energy is one of the reasons." Thinking of Yanli's fiery aura, Lu Xun couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He thought he was just asking a question casually, but he got such a big scoop. So eldest senior brother and near-sword energy are a secret that no one knows. Lu Xun tried to suppress his excited face, and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Mao Nanbei didn't continue to delve into the issue, but only instructed Lu Xun. "Little junior brother, like eldest senior brother, you walk the path of the sword and cultivate sword techniques, but I suggest you don't cultivate sword techniques to great perfection." Lu Xun asked in surprise. "Huh? Why?" Even though he had a grasp of the game's plot, there were still things Lu Xun didn't know. Mao Nanbei began to explain. "Nurturing sword techniques is continuously nurturing your sword. As the sword gets stronger, the connections within it also get stronger, so the power that can be unleashed is also stronger. But in the end, the sword is like your clone. Whatever your personality is like, the spirit of the sword will be the same. The realm where the sword and body become one is referring to this." Suddenly, Lu Xun had a crazy thought. If teacher cultivates the sword, wouldn't the sword be as flamboyant as him? Imagine the flashiness being doubled. Nah, let's not think about it, okay? But then, Lu Xun worried, thinking of his own sword energy. "My sword energy is always changing in the direction of long and thick. Could it be that my inner self is so unrestrained and wanton?" The 2 words wanton were like a knife stabbing straight into Lu Xun's heart, feeling despair. "How could this be? I absolutely don't admit it," Mao Nanbei continued to say. "And the realm of nurturing sword techniques that eldest senior brother cultivates has been nurtured to an unbelievably strong level. It's even as strong as eldest senior brother. Plus, the similarity in personality between senior brother and the sword spirit is high and arrogant, so unless you have cultivation strength comparable to eldest senior brother, it won't choose you." Lu Xun rubbed his chin, his face thoughtful. "So that's how it is. If that's really the case, it really won't choose little Chun Sher. But what does this have to do with why eldest senior brother went berserk, and why he went into secluded cultivation?" Mao Nanbei looked at Lu Xun like he was an idiot. Teacher once said, "Techniques are limitless, but matter is limited." Perhaps the path of sword techniques can still be cultivated, but near sword energy has reached its limit. It can't get any stronger. Lu Xun listened curiously. Mao Nanbei recounted. The grand senior brother didn't care about this back then, which eventually led to confusion in his cultivation, and even his sword Qi Jin had some problems. The teacher didn't say anything else, but I bet these things are definitely related to the grand senior brother's closed-door cultivation, Lu Xun asked, puzzled. Why didn't the teacher remind the grand senior brother about this sooner? Mao Nanbei replied seriously. When you reach a certain realm, all the paths you take will be your own life. At that point, the teacher will only observe from the sidelines and won't guide you anymore. Moreover, if the grand senior brother breaks through, it will also be a great opportunity. Lu Xun nodded. So that's how it is. But it's strange. Did Sword Qi Jin willingly stay in Kang Mountain? Isn't it as strong as the grand senior brother? Mao Nanbei picked up the bowl and chugged from it, replying, Of course not. Lu Xun put his bowl down. confused.
Mao Nanbei, like a good student, said, "The teacher told it to stay on the mountain obediently. If it dares to leave, the teacher will break it." There's even an illustration of the teacher snapping a sword, and it can only be helpless. "Ah, I'm dead." This answer was truly beyond Lu Xun's expectations.
Thinking of the teacher using his terrifyingly gloomy face to threaten Sword Qijin, Lu Xun sighed. This world really does have its checks and balances.
Suddenly, Lu Xun remembered something. "Oh, now that I think about it, my sword sheath and Sword Qijin were placed separately back then."
At that time, the sword sheath fawned all over Sword Qijin,
but it didn't even spare it a glance. Could it be that the sword sheath couldn't contain Sword Qijin, Trisk? Even the main wife couldn't handle it? This Sword Qijin isn't a good thing?
Mao Nanbei shook the empty bowl in her hand. "It's all gone."
Lu Xun turned to ask her. "Oh yeah, why did the teacher bring Sword Qijin up the mountain?"
Mao Nanbei's face fell again. "Because there was no more food," she replied. "I don't know what the teacher's thinking, but a sword as strong as Sword Qijin, what would happen if it wasn't brought up the mountain and left down below?"
Lu Xun shuddered, imagining the scene of Sword Qijin going down the mountain and then slaughtering indiscriminately. Ugh. With its personality of going all out at the slightest disagreement, it might even earn the title of Demon Sword.
Suddenly, Mao Nanbei exclaimed in surprise. "Why did Zhao Chenyer stop at the 599th step? There's only top-grade spiritual energy here." Lu Xun was also startled.
"What's going on? Top-grade spiritual energy is blue. If she takes one more step, she'll officially enter the purple territory. Has Zhao Chenyer been attracted by something?" Meanwhile, in Kang Mountain, on the 599th step, where Lin Chan was standing, there were countless swords stuck in the rocks on both sides.
She stopped, looking to one side, wondering curiously, "What's that?" Among the countless swords that were resonating with Lin Chan, there was one sword that was lying still and motionless, not reacting at all, making it even more conspicuous.
Lin Chan looked at it, thinking sadly, "All the swords are crying out, but only it isn't reacting at all. Is it dying?"
This reminded her of a sad memory from the past. Before Lu Xun took her in, Lin Chan sat by the hospital bed, looking at her grandfather at this moment. It was like her grandfather when he was on his sick bed.
Lin Chan didn't continue, but directly turned aside, walking towards that sword with determined steps. Lin Chan pursed her lips, already having made a decision in her heart. "I want to choose it."
Her hand slowly reached towards the hilt of the sword. She softly called out in her mind, "Come with me."
Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura emanated from the sword, enveloping the entire mountain. Lin Chan tried to stand firm. Using her hand to shield her face, she could feel the sword crying out too loudly.
At the same time, the disciples below also sensed the abnormality. The swords on everyone's hips were glowing, reacting violently. "Ah, my sword is vibrating," someone exclaimed. "Nonsense. This is the sound of a sword coming from the Sword Qijin of the founding ancestor. Trisk, we've never heard Sword Qijin cry out for anyone before. Go inside Kang Mountain." Inside the courtyard, Shen Yan was leisurely drinking tea with the elders. Luo Wanqiu covered her mouth and smiled. "I didn't expect Master Sword Qijin to actively cry out to choose junior sister Lin Chan."
The teacher was also holding a steaming cup of tea in his hand, looking relaxed. "So, a dying sword and a sword full of vigor. Which would you choose, Zhao Chenyer?"
Lu Xun's side was much more lively. Mao Nanbei suddenly stomped her feet and jumped up. "What broken sword? Why haven't I ever seen any broken sword in Kang Mountain?" Lu Xun looked on, not understanding anything.
Mao Nanbei was so excited that sparks flew from her eyes. Sword Qijin is calling out to her. Zhao Chenyer still isn't going forward. I'm dying of anxiety.
Lu Xun pondered upon hearing this.
"I've also been to Kang Mountain. Why haven't I ever seen any broken sword? Judging from my transmigrator experience, perhaps this is a special opportunity belonging to Zhao Chenyer."
He reached out and patted Mao Nanbei's head, trying to soothe her anger. "Don't be anxious. Wait a bit. Maybe Zhao Chenyer saw something that we didn't see."
Mao Nanbei was unwilling. "But that Sword Qijin, the strongest sword of our demonic sect, that broken sword, looks like it could break at any moment."
In contrast to Mao Nanbei, Lu Xun was much more relaxed. He replied, "I know, but I respect all of Zhao Chenyer's choices, as long as she likes it."
Lin Chan waited for herself to adapt to the powerful aura from Sword Qijin. Ignoring everything else, she still looked at that broken sword, wanting to approach it once more.
Just like that time, she reached out and took her grandpa's calloused, old hand.
The frail old man lay on the sickbed, his mind still preoccupied with worry for Lin Chan. "I can't dare to die, can't dare to die. What will my granddaughter do if I die, little Chenyer?"
Grandpa trembled as he said those words. But back then, all Lin Chan could do was hold his hand tightly, feeling utterly helpless. This time, she decisively grasped the sword hilt. Just like holding her grandpa's hand, Lin Chan's eyes were filled with determination.
I couldn't help Grandpa, but maybe I can help this sword. She had chosen, not responding to the sword spirit's invitation. Thank you for choosing me, the sword's voice was loud, but I choose it. As Lin Chan drew the sword, a surge of azure aura also burst forth powerfully. Lin Chan embraced the sword again. Miss Zhu Geilaifu was already outside waiting for her. You're back, Lin Chan respectfully bowed to her martial aunt. Inside the thatched hut, old Mister was also sitting and waiting for Lin Chan. Lin Chan held the broken sword tightly in her arms, cherishing it like a treasure. Mister. Lin Chan took a sip of tea, smiling and saying, "Haha, it's been a while." Hearing Mister's voice, Lin Chan smiled, her small face lighting up. That's right, gotta go thank old Mister. The wooden door opened, and waiting at the door was Gibo, leaning on his wooden cane as if welcoming Lin Chan. Gibo held out his hand, in which was a sword strap. Lin Chan was stunned, thinking, he's waiting for me. Is that for me? Yeah, Gibo held the strap out to Lin Chan, and she hesitantly took it. You can't refuse a gift from an elder. It's also a little something from the heart. Before Lin Chan could touch the strap, Gibo tied it to the sword hilt. Zhu Geilaifu waved her hand from behind, calling out, "Let's go! Your master is still waiting."
Hearing that, Lin Chan hurriedly bowed in thanks to Gibo, extremely respectfully. Thank you. The crane carrying Zhu Geilaifu and Lin Chan soared into the sky. Gibo still stood there, watching them leave. Lin Chan, Broken Sword's voice. He thought worriedly in his heart, I wonder if Maester will blame her when he sees she chose a broken sword.
The immortal crane brought them to the entrance of the cave. As soon as Lin Chan stepped down, Mao Nanbei rushed out from inside. Little Chanier, quickly let fourth martial uncle see your sword. Mao Nanbei held the sword, looking at it sideways and glancing up and down, turning it this way and that to examine it.
What's so special about this thing anyway? Nothing special at all, and the spiritual energy is about to die. Hearing this, Lin Chan, standing in front of Lu Xun, could only scratch her head and smile awkwardly. So I really did take a very weak sword. Master must be very disappointed, right?
But Lu Xun just walked over and gently patted her head. This action made Lin Chan's face blank. She looked up at Lu Xun, only to see him smiling kindly.
Lu Xun didn't scold her, he said. You did a great job. A kind smile from the bottom of his heart. Lin Chan's eyes welled up with emotion, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with tears as she looked at Lu Xun. Master in Lu Xun's heart was thinking, I'm not comforting her, but she really did do a great job.
Because Lu Xun was beaming as he looked at the system notification. The guide's mission assessment has been completed. This time, what he wanted to achieve by stealing the scene was this. Although he didn't know why, but after little Lin Chan got this broken sword, his mission this time received the highest rating.
How generous is the mission completion reward?
He dared not imagine.
Lu Xun looked at Mao Nanbei, who was still holding the sword and studying it, and he wondered, what's the origin of this broken sword anyway? It seems it really is a great opportunity for this disciple of mine.
Lu Xun turned to instruct Lin Chan. This broken sword is probably even more special than you imagine. You must cherish it. Lin Chan responded with an oh, indicating agreement. Mao Nanbei beside her could only remain silent. Mao Nanbei raised an eyebrow and said, You're comforting her, right? There will be times when she cries in the future. Lu Xun propped his chin up, trying to pretend he was thinking about something. No. Really, although I can't say it specifically, I have a kind of intuition. This sword is definitely not ordinary. Mao Nanbei sulked as he looked at the sword in his hand. No different from a pile of dung. Extremely disdainful.
Why do you two feel you're so good, but I feel you're just a handful of mud? Lu Xun scratched his chin in confusion, and said his guess, maybe it's because you're both born sword embryos. Mao Nanbei narrowed his eyes. Oh. His face showed obvious skepticism about Lu Xun's words.
In the young lady's chamber, the esteemed master was leisurely sipping tea, when he suddenly spat it all out.
It seemed he had overheard what Lu Xun just said.
His face was etched with disdain, and he curled his lips in mockery. Pah! A born sword embryo.
Before the cave entrance, Zhu Geilaifu and Mao Nanbei waved goodbye to the two masters and disciples. You two definitely have things to discuss, so we'll take our leave first. Little Lin Chan, remember to come back soon.
After the two left, Lu Xun led Lin Chan inside and said, Your broken sword is currently very weak. I will impart a technique to you, which may help this scratch sword of yours be reborn. Lin Chan responded with an oh, as if agreeing. In her heart she exclaimed, Master is truly amazing. To actually have this kind of technique. The two knelt and sat facing each other on the bed, Lin Chan thought. Actually, I seem to know a technique related to this sword too. Meanwhile, Lu Xun had a system panel in front of him that only he could see. Lu Xun typed in a question, "Is there a sword nurturing technique to impart?" The answer was yes. Lu Xun smiled and thought, "This is really convenient," the screen instructed. "Gently touch the person receiving the technique with your finger," Lu Xun said to Lin Chan. "Little Chansher, use your heart to feel." Then, he gently touched her forehead with his index finger, and a beam of light emanated from it. "After all, you're not like me, able to learn instantly with the system." The technique started flowing from his fingertip into Lin Chan's body, creating a dazzling golden vortex. Lu Xun released his hand, and the golden aura enveloped Lin Chan's entire body, gradually transferring into her memory. Lu Xun smiled in admiration. As expected of a disciple with 9 roots, coupled with my innate sword embryo, learning is so fast, the screen displayed, "Ding, sword nurturing technique successfully imparted. The guide has a new reward to claim. This kind of aptitude makes teaching joyful, and receiving rewards is even more delightful." Lu Xun stood up and clasped his hands, saying to Lin Chan, "Try circulating the technique yourself." Lin Chan nodded and replied, "Oh." When 2 reward notifications immediately appeared on the screen. One was Hidden Sword Guide of Kangshan, Mission Completion Level Azure, reward available to claim. The other was Technique Imparting Guide, Character Completion Level Azure, real reward available to claim. Lu Xun smiled, looking at the 2 rewards. Then, he decided to claim this one first, and tapped on Claim Reward for Technique Imparting Guide, Character Completion Level Azure, reward available to claim. The screen immediately displayed, "Ding! You have received a reward of 30,000 experience points. Ding! You have received a purple beginner level skill upgrade card. Ding! You have received 3 blue intermediate level skill upgrade cards." Lu Xun smiled in satisfaction. Not many experience points, but these upgrade cards are very useful. Now the 5 elements formation can immediately use these upgrade cards, Lu Xun pondered. Looking at the system screen, he thought, the purple skill upgrade voucher can upgrade skills below level 3 by 1 level. So, it's a waste to use it now. Right now, it's only level 0. Upgrading it would only make it level 1. Not worth it at all. And the blue upgrade voucher is even more useless. I only have 1 skill below blue level. Eagle Claw. The screen displayed. Ancient 5 Elements, Grand Formation Level 0. Upgrade requires 10,000 experience points. Eagle Claw Level 1. Upgrade requires 500 experience points. Using it now would also cost 10,000 experience points, and I'm not lacking these points right now. Lu Xun retracted the skill screen, feeling that he was incredibly clever. Let's wait until the Grand Formation reaches level 2, then upgrade to level 3. Wouldn't that be super profitable? And there's another reward. The Hidden Sword Guide of Kangshan. Mission Completion Level Orange. Help reward Lu Xun. Click on Next. Let's see what that broken sword Chansher got will bring. Lu Xun nervously closed one eye and looked at the screen, then clicked Draw. The system announced, "You have won a reward of 50,000 experience points." Lu Xun rubbed his chin, calculating 50,000 experience points, 20,000 more than the reward for imparting the sword nurturing technique just now. This broken sword really has something to it. However, the rewards didn't stop there. The screen continued to display, "You have won 3 blue equipment replication charms. You have won 5 blue equipment replication charms." Lu Xun widened his eyes and reread, 3 blue equipment replication charms. 5 blue equipment replication charms. The rewards came flooding in, making Lu Xun's mood extremely high at the moment, feeling like he was about to fly into the sky. This is the real high, so awesome. Kudo Shinichi, Lu Xun smiled and gently pushed up his glasses. Replication charms can directly replicate all equipment below the blue level. I don't have any equipment shortages now, and the resources that the repair charms have are even more exaggerated than all of them. Lu Xun looked at Lin Chan, who was quietly cultivating. The broken sword in little Channer's hand is a top-grade blue-level item. When Lu Xun looked at the sword, the system automatically displayed information next to the sword's name. Unknown grade. Top-grade blue level. Noteworthy. But from the name, it can be seen that after repairing, it will directly break through this grade. In a short while, Lin Chan's eyes gradually fluttered open. Equipment below the blue level quickly repaired. Moreover, seeing Lin Chan wake up, Lu Xun paused. He looked at the little girl and asked curiously, "Why didn't you continue cultivating?" Lu Xun clasped his hands and walked to Lin Chan's side. "So that's what you want? You should go back then." But Lin Chan only hid her hands, holding the sword behind her, tiptoeing forward. Lu Xun was puzzled.
Why are you so shy? Go back first.
Then, Lin Chan slowly untied a string on the sword hilt. This string was the osmanthus that Giba had given her. Lu Xun told himself. The matter of repairing the broken sword cannot be rushed. As a guide, I must surprise her little by little. He he. Lin Chan used her thumb to write in his palm. She was writing, "This was given to me by the old man under the mountain." Lu Xun also recognized this string. Third master told me. It can block 3 full-force attacks from cultivators below the 6th realm.
Lu Chen kept writing, still writing. Disciple wants to give these to Shifu. Then, the little girl placed the string of beads in Lu Xun's palm.
Lu Xun felt touched, smiling happily at her. He kept his hand hanging in the air, unsure if the little one would take them back or not. Lin Chan waited patiently, her face flushed with shyness, eyes full of anticipation. Finally, Lu Xun leaned down to pat her head, retracting his hand, and said with a smile, "All right, I'll accept them." Lin Chan's joy was written all over her face. She replied with a soft, thinking, even though Shifu looks handsome, his actual cultivation isn't high. These 3 beads will definitely protect him at critical moments. Shifu's life is 1,000, 10,000 times more important than mine.
Suddenly, Lu Xun said, "Little Chancher, hold out your hand." Lin Chan's face went blank, utterly confused. Turns out, Lu Xun had removed the 3 red beads from the string, dropping them into Lin Chan's hand.
Lin Chan furrowed her brow, looking at him, indicating she was asking why. Lu Xun squinted his eyes, smiling as he replied, "It's little Changer's first time giving Shifu a gift. Shifu is very happy. Shifu will accept the string. But Shifu is giving these beads back to you." He looked straight into her bewildered eyes and said, "Hurry back. Don't worry about me. Shifu is much stronger than you imagine." Lu Xun waved goodbye with a smile. Lin Chan has really picked up a good disciple. My connection to this world has been deepening too. As for Lin Chan, she ran away like her life depended on it, her face flushed, muttering non-stop, "Gotta scram, gotta scram." Lu Xun watched Lin Chan's flustered figure, a confident smile blooming on his face. After all, I'm a man who raised a little sister. Dealing with young girls definitely requires some tricks. Suddenly, he missed her a little. Lu Xun started reminiscing about the modern world. If the time on Blue Star is the same as the time in the Tien Chen world, then right now, I'd be enjoying a normal dinner with my sister. A warm, simple scene appeared. Lu Xun was back in his previous world, holding a bowl of rice while his sister piled food into it. The little girl sat across from him, smiling contentedly as she watched her brother eat heartily. So delicious. That meal was so warm. Back to reality. Lu Xun clasped his hands behind his back, turning into the cave. But the current me has to transition to a new life now. Lu Xun's eyes were filled with determination. He clenched his fist and said to himself, "Upgrade the ancient 5 elements grand formation, then plan the next move." The current me has over 80,000 experience points. The system screen showed the skill status. Ancient 5 elements grand formation LVL0, Lu Xun, immediately clicked on the upgrade button below. At this time, Lin Chan had already gone quite far. Suddenly, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot up from behind. Lin Chan turned her head to look. It's Shifu's place. Inside the cave, Lu Xun was indeed sitting cross-legged, starting to upgrade the formation, his whole body enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Moments later, Lu Xun opened his eyes, seemingly having completed the upgrade. Test the fire element sword formation. Try the most basic one. Lu Xun raised his finger high, beginning to summon the ancient 5 elements grand formation. Only the fire element sword formation could reach this step. If it were the grand 5 elements formation, who knows? He might actually be able to summon the heavenly fire phoenix. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun actually summoned the heavenly fire phoenix on his first try. The fiery red phoenix shape appeared before him, incredibly overwhelming. Lu Xun looked at the heavenly fire phoenix flying above his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. The protagonists in novels always have to cause a little commotion. Then, he struck a pose for himself, flashing the legendary 2-finger salute with smug satisfaction. Everyone declares, Lu Xun is no exception. Lu Xun raised his head, making a pushing gesture with his hand. He shouted, "Go, Fire Phoenix!" Instantly it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, incredibly lifelike. Not only that, its mouth continuously emitted its characteristic sound, incomparably mighty. The heavenly fire phoenix flew straight into the sky, creating a red afterglow that covered the outside of the mountain cave. The commotion was not small. From the little study one could see it clearly. Zhuge Lei Fu, who was attending to Jian Sheng as he enjoyed his tea, couldn't help but ask,
How could junior brother so quickly master such a grand formation? Xiansheng lazily lay with his eyes closed, resting his mind on the couch, twirling a lock of hair in his hand. Xiansheng didn't respond to Zhu Geilaifu, but slowly lifted his teacup to drink. Zhu Geilaifu understood on his own and was shocked. Could it be, besides swordsmanship, he also has extremely high talent in formations? Xiansheng opened his eyes, pondering and saying, "From one perspective, it can be seen that your junior brother may be a genius." Then he sighed. "But from another perspective, it can be seen that your junior brother is trash." Zhu Geilaifu heard this, and didn't understand a thing. He asked suspiciously, "Is there such a thing? Can Xiansheng elaborate a bit?" Xiansheng only smiled red-faced, waving his hand vaguely. "Oh dear, this matter can't be told to you." Zhu Geilaifu seemed to have been transformed into a gossipy old auntie, specializing in eavesdropping. Zhang started acting, and only Mao Nanbei saw it. She immediately dashed out the door like a shot. "Little junior brother has broken through. Little junior brother has broken through. I'm gonna welcome him." Mao Nanbei practically flew past teacher and Zhu Geilaifu, ruffling teacher's hair in the process. Teacher forced a smile, patting his hair back into place. "Are old fourth and old fifth really that close?" At the entrance of the cave, after successfully upgrading the formation, Lu Xun was finally out. He stood before a mark on the cave entrance, or rather a scratch mark. Lu Xun puffed out his chest, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. "It's been so long since I've felt the outside air." He lifted a foot, preparing to step over the mark with supreme confidence. "Now everyone in the demon sect knows I've broken through. Everyone, Lu Junti is back." Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream rang out. "Little junior brother, I'm here to welcome you back to cook for us." Lu Xun was so startled that he slipped, unable to stop himself from cursing. "Damn it, even though she's my senior sister." Lu Xun still indulged Mao Nanbei, letting her sit on his shoulders as she lamented. "While you were in seclusion, we almost got poisoned to death by third brother," Lu Xun asked back. "Poisoned?" Mao Nanbei gestured wildly as she spoke. "Ever since you went into seclusion, you and third senior brother each cooked half the meals, but the number of dishes was halved, and more importantly, the number of people increased by 2. There wasn't enough to eat." Recalling the dishes that seemed to be dredged up from hell, it stirred up painful memories in Mao Nanbei's heart, the desperation of being too hungry to not eat that stuff. "Do you understand? Understand? Besides, the new year is coming soon. Is it reasonable to eat that stuff during the new year?" Lu Xun forced a smile, ha, muttering to himself. "So you're all waiting for me, the cook, to return, right?" Then Lu Xun asked Mao Nanbei, "Right, what was teacher's attitude toward my breakthrough?" Mao Nanbei rested her chin in her hand, recalling teacher's appearance at the time. He was just casually enjoying the breeze and drinking hot tea at the door. So weird. The truth was that teacher's hair was a mess after Mao Nanbei zoomed past, but he could only suppress his anger into an awkward smile. Hearing Mao Nanbei, Lu Xun thought, "He hasn't rested this whole time. Could he have calculated the day of my breakthrough?" Back at Little Study, teacher was still lying on the chaise lounge in the courtyard, scratching his skinny butt. Seeing them enter, he greeted, "You're out of seclusion. Sit down and have some hot tea." Lu Xun respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Mao Nanbei jumped down from his shoulders, eagerly chiming in, "I'll drink too. I want to drink too." Lu Xun sat opposite teacher, leisurely raising the tea to his lips. Mao Nanbei, on the other hand, took a sip and immediately spat it out. "Bleg! It's so bitter." Teacher didn't even bother to acknowledge her. In contrast to her flustered appearance, Lu Xun smiled calmly and praised, "Good tea." This response shattered Mao Nanbei's perception. "Are you okay in the head?" "What's good about it, HMPH?" The moment teacher saw Lu Xun's face, he pretended to look up at the sky. "The weather is so beautiful today," he cursed inwardly. "That naturally handsome face. I still don't want to look at it directly. I only acknowledge this disciple, not this face." Lu Xun didn't know the first thing about tea. He just complimented it casually, so when asked about it, he stammered, Good. It's good because, oh teacher, that broken sword that Xiao Qianhair got on King Mountain, how come I've never seen it before?" Ignoring what's difficult and changing the subject is the best policy. Teacher maintained his posture of gazing at the sky, not looking down. "I put it there." Lu Xun was speechless, but still had to ask, "So, is there anything special about that sword?" He saw that teacher was talking to him while still looking up, and was filled with curiosity. This posture was a little strange. Teacher pondered and replied, "There's nothing special about it. It's just a relic of a former enemy. I left it on the mountain just so that innate sword embryos like her would have more choices in the future." This answer startled Lu Xun a little. Lu Xun carefully pondered.
Wait, there are two layers of meaning here. What level was teacher's enemy? Is it better to give an innate sword embryo more choices than to give them the choice of sword Shi Qin?
Teacher poured himself some tea,
calmly saying, "It's a good thing not to take sword Shi Qin. There's already one Yan Li in the world, we don't need a second." Having said this, teacher leisurely took another sip of tea. Lu Xun was excited and asked, "Are you saying that the path of that broken sword can go further than sword Shi Qin?" His heart was filled with emotion.
"Oh my God. If it's true, then this is Zhao Qianzhe's super lucky opportunity."
Lu Xun asked a long string of questions. But teacher just calmly continued to enjoy his tea, not uttering another word, which made Lu Xun even more anxious, his eyes turning red. "I'm dying of impatience. Answer me, teacher."
Looking up at the sky, pretending to be refined, he took a sip of tea before replying. "That's right. Sword Shi Qin has reached its limit, but innate sword embryos shouldn't be limited to this point. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
Receiving the answer, Lu Xun smiled and said, "Understood. Teacher's meaning is so clear. Zhao Qianhe chose that broken sword.
That's an existence even stronger than top-grade purple, completely different from orange equipment. Winning a shining, sparkling treasure. Imagine how proud Lin Qian would be to have that sword. Winning a shining, sparkling treasure. Lu Xun showed a flattering look, about to go over and ask,
So does teacher know the name of that sword whenever he needs to flatter?" Lu Xun started using his charm again, swaying to look cute, while thinking, "My system can't detect it, so it can't tell Zhao Qianzhe the sword's name. Can't let her not even know her own sword's name, she'd be so confused."
Xiansheng twirled a strand of hair in his hand, looking down at Lu Xun. "It's called Ziaha Ji Yu Tian. I helped name it," Lu Xun exclaimed in surprise.
"Wow! Za Ji Yu Tian, Jian Qi Jin, Ding Feng Bo, all these good swords are brand names. Could it be that?" Hearing this, Lu Xun felt relieved, super relieved. Za Ji Yu Tian B is orange tier equipment, the name implies it.
Xiansheng, with a sacrificial look, replied, "No, there's no could it be, these names, they all copied mine." He didn't forget to fan himself elegantly with his fan. Adding to his romantic flair, Lu Xun screamed internally, "Where did that fan even come from?" The broken sword of Lin Chan was named Ziaha Ji Yu Tian by Xiansheng, and the one in Yan Li's hand that he named Jian Qi Jin,
and the one Lu Xun found, which the senior brothers in the demon sect named Ding Feng Bo.
Xiansheng still twirling his hair, his voice full of blame. "I like naming swords. As for the senior brothers, they all copied me. Who told me to be their idol?" His confidence was overflowing,
and Xiansheng even added a super slay chin lift. Lu Xun could only stare in silence. In the depths of his heart, Lu Xun felt gloomy. So all the demon sect big shots are just followers of his. He resolved, my nameless sword art must not follow them. A second later, Lu Xun flattered him, pouring tea for Xiansheng. "Haha, so that's how it is." As expected, Xiansheng is indeed a peerless figure, respected by everyone in our demon sect. How could Xiansheng not see through that fake act? He coldly expressed his disapproval. "No need to be so attentive. What do you want now?" Lu Xun said. "For the past few days, I've seen third senior brother flying Zhao Qianhe around on a celestial crane. Then all three of them turned to look at Zhu Ge Lai Fu, who had no idea what was going on." Lu Xun grinned. "Is that a magical item?" The main point is, Lu Xun wants one too. Now for better or worse, I'm a figure of some renown in the demon sect, and I've reached the initial realm. How can I not have a mount? Moreover, according to Tian Can's game mechanics, characters who break through to the initial realm can obtain a mount. Many players in my previous life had a variety of mounts: eagles, wild boars, wooden horses, and even riding NPCs. Recalling and summarizing it, there are only 4 words: extremely ugly, a tragic sight. Lu Xun patted his forehead, but immediately after, his eyes flashed greedily as he looked towards Zhu Gelai Fu, secretly smug. "Now I'm someone with status too. The standard paper crane of the demon sect young master is the best mount for me. I must get one today, and get one for my disciple too." Zhu Gelai Fu, being honest, raised his hand when asked, "Little junior brother, are you talking about this?" In his hand was a purplish gold paper crane. "This is a magical item I refined. It needs to be used in conjunction with a set of object manipulation incantations. It's not a particularly good flying magical item. If you want one, I'll refine one for you tomorrow, and give you the incantations too." Did everyone think our male lead would pretend to refuse? Too bad, Lu Xun didn't feel embarrassed at all. He rushed over and grabbed Zhu Gelai Fu's hand. Then I'd be so embarrassed. Thank you, third senior brother. The smile on Zhu Laifu's face deepened. Ridiculous. Did you think I'd stop there? Sorry, third senior brother. I don't just want one paper crane. I want a bunch, Lu Xun asked flatteringly.
Third senior brother, are these paper cranes hard to refine? Zhu Laifu replied blankly. Not hard, doesn't take much time either. He even gave Lu Xun a good person card in his heart. Little junior brother is such a good person, worrying about me.
Lu Xun grinned, a very sincere smile. If these paper cranes aren't hard to refine, how about third senior brother teaches me how to refine them, by the way?
Mao Nanbei returned to her original form, sitting, licking her paws on Lu Xun's head, and said blankly, learning refinement takes a lot of time. Isn't it better to let third senior brother refine them for you? This cut off Lu Xun's plan, and his heart surged, screaming, who said it was for me to use? I want to use it to get rich among those crappy players. Based on my cultivation speed of 50 experience points a week, I can't be as fast as those players. If I take out this awesome flying magical item, wouldn't those guys ascend to heaven directly? But in the end, Zhu Laifu still happily agreed. Little junior brother has such a thirst for knowledge. Senior brother is very happy. Tomorrow I'll go collect some materials for you, and then teach you how to refine them so you can try. Being patted on the shoulder, Lu Xun replied a little startled.
Okay, he wondered. He agreed so happily again. Is it really this easy to get something good? In reality, Zhu Laifu's heart was crying with emotion. Finally someone recognizes my, Zhu Laifu's, research. Little junior brother not only likes the food I cook, but also likes the flying magical items I refine. Having such a confidant in life, what regrets are there? Zhu Laifu turned to the side, covering his mouth emotionally, thinking, to repay my confidant, tomorrow I must invent more new dishes for him to enjoy. In Zhu Laifu's head, he began to draft a bunch of ingredients for tomorrow. It's decided. I'll use bananas, peanuts, and fish oil to create a new dish. Lu Xun looked at Zhu Laifu's back. Unaware of the danger approaching, he rubbed his chin and smiled evilly. I'm about to fly, getting flying magic treasures so easily I feel so satisfied. The next day, a earth-shattering scream came from the small hut. Amaya! Even the birds were startled and flew away. Lu Xun trembled as he supported the toilet wall to come out. He groaned. That unspeakable position was used so excessively that Lu Xun had to admire third senior brother. The manufacturing methods and materials are not accidental. After eating those things third senior brother invented, I seriously doubt that if I didn't have the constitution of a cultivator, would I have already been in a coffin? No way. If it were a normal person, they'd probably be lying in a coffin right now, 4 people carrying it, a band playing. Just then, Lu Xun saw Lin Chan walking over with a bowl. Apparently it was breakfast. She called him, "Ah, master." Lu Xun immediately widened his eyes, trembling, with an expression of artistic horror. He clenched his fists, beginning to doubt his life. My stomach hurts so much I don't want to eat anything. But if I don't eat, Zhao Chanxier will be sad. If that's the case, my perfect teacher image will collapse. What should I do? Facing Lin Chan's eager eyes, Lu Chen was a complete mess, thinking, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? After a moment of thought, a light bulb went off in Lu Chen's head. Got it? Lu Chen stood up straight, feigning profoundness, and cleared his throat. Ahem, little Chanxier, yesterday your teacher already asked the master about it. Your sword is called Xia Ji Yu Tian. The skies darkened dramatically. Lin Chan looked at Lu Chen happily, repeating the sword's name to herself. Xia Ji Yu Tian. Are these the words? It's such a nice name. Lu Chen smiled. You don't know how to write those words, do you? Then he signaled for Lin Chan to follow him. Come on, I'll write them for you to see. His exterior appearance was impeccably dignified, but inside, Lu Chen was inhaling deeply like he was hooked up to a ventilator. Phew. As expected of me, even my excuses are flawless. Lu Chen led Lin Chan to the study. The little girl toddling along, still holding her bowl. After spreading out paper and ink, Lu Chen started holding the calligraphy brush, scribbling non-stop on the paper. And just like that, on the pure white paper, the 3 words Xia Ji Yu Tian appeared neatly in a row. This made Lin Chan extremely happy, and as she looked up, she saw Zhu Laifu hugging a huge burlap sack, standing at the door. Shidi, I've brought the materials you needed. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly went up to greet him, his mouth beaming with excitement. Many thanks, third Shixiong. He was thanking him with his mouth, but in his heart he was sneering. Thanks for what? These are all things I traded with my life. Zhu Laifu put the bag down, then said, quick, come over here. I'll transfer the object manipulation and forging methods to you. After which, Zhu Laifu touched Lu Chen's forehead with his fingertip, the method slowly transferring over. There, Lu Chen stood still, closing his eyes, and even heard him say, "Don't be polite." After opening his eyes, Lu Chen looked happily at the system screen, which read, "You have learned the paper crane crafting method, with a success rate of C% and a proficiency level of no more than 1. Note, the higher the proficiency level, the higher the quality of paper cranes produced." He cheered inwardly. All right. Enduring a stomachache all night wasn't a waste after all.
Zhu Gelaifu pointed to the bag beside him. "Shidi, these are all the paper crane crafting materials I've prepared a lot of for you. You can use them freely. If you don't have enough, you can come find me anytime."
As Lu Chen bent down, he suddenly started spouting out again. "Blurg, blurg, blurg." His face turned pale, but he still tried to hold it in to pick up the bag.
As soon as he lifted the bag, Lu Chen disregarded everything and ran straight out the door, while not forgetting to say, "Many thanks, Third Shixiong."
Zhu Gelaifu stood at the door, scratching his head as he watched his figure, puzzled. Did Shigeti accidentally eat something?
Inside the bathroom, ambiguous sounds continued to come out. Lu Chen trembled as he held the bag of materials in his hands, reminding himself, "If I don't squeeze Third Shixiong dry, I'll be doing myself a disservice." 3 days later, Lu Chen was sitting cross-legged in his room, focused on refining the starstone in front of him.
Immediately afterwards, a golden paper crane appeared, along with a system notification.
"You have successfully crafted a golden paper crane, receiving X thousand experience points."
Lu Chen stood up, looked at the formation, and started tallying the damage. These 3 days, I used up the materials for more than 40 paper cranes, and crafted 35, with a success rate of 90%, and I still failed so many times. My luck is really bad. But immediately afterwards, Lu Chen revealed a sly smile. He quickly put away the completed paper crane, then took out a broken one. But that's fine too, it'll become a way for me to gain benefits from others.
Lu Chen timidly opened the door, poked his head out, and said in a pitiful tone, "Shixiong, I failed again." The door opened, and Lu Chen immediately collapsed weakly. He held up the broken crane in front of Zhu Gelaifu. "I failed again? Am I a failure, Third Shixiong?" Seeing him like this, Zhu Gelaifu felt pity welling up again. He doubted himself. Are the paper cranes I invented that difficult to craft? Zhu Gelaifu patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, as if comforting him. "Shidi, don't rush, and don't feel disappointed in yourself. Just practice more times. I'll help you prepare a little more materials."
He looked at Lu Chen with a firm gaze, feeling moved. Shidi doesn't get discouraged after failing. He's patient and persistent. I'm even more sure that he's my soulmate.
Leaving the weakened Lu Chen sitting at the door, Zhu Gelaifu resolutely turned to leave. "Shidi, wait here for me. I'll go to the Kumun sect to get some materials for you." Seeing the person leave, Lu Chen didn't bother to pretend anymore, and immediately stood up. In an instant, he waved his hand to say, "Third Shixiong, come back soon." Lu Chen's eyes darkened, shining with cunning. He. "Based on my understanding, those who know how to make weapons are all rich, Third Shixiong. You're such a fat sheep, I'd be sorry if I didn't fleece you." His stomach followed suit, making noises. Blurg, blurg, blurg. Signaling that another round of convulsions was coming, Lu Chen bit his lip and ran towards the toilet, clutching his stomach. "These are all things I deserve." He swallowed his tears, calling out repeatedly, "The weapon crafting methods are worth trading my life for." At the mountain cave where Lu Chen used to cultivate in seclusion, a dazzling light was emitted, alarming the frog that was aimlessly outside. It cried, "Croak! Inside!" Lu Chen just finished the formation. In his hand was another golden paper crane, another success. Although this seed is only lucky with one and the failure rate is very high, Lu Chen squinted his eyes and smiled calculatingly, a broken paper crane already forming in his hand. These few successes don't compare to Third Senior Brother's grand cause. Zhu Gelaifu's imposing figure flashed in his mind. "Listen to me, grateful." Lu Chen looked at the pile of golden paper cranes in front of him, a smug grin spreading across his face. This many flying paper cranes should be enough to give to those players when they get back. What's more, as long as I successfully craft one paper crane, the system will reward me with successful chi refining experience, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He looked at the system screen with satisfaction. Current accumulated experience points, 75,900. Suddenly, a rough voice echoed through the mountains and forests. "Little junior brother, little Chanier and I are here to bring you food." Lu Jun startled. That's Third Senior Brother's voice. He looked at the pile of cranes on the bed, scratching his head frantically. I can't let Third Senior Brother see them. Things will get awkward later." Lu Jun used his storage ring to suck them all inside, Lu Jun's face turned pale.
Watching the two figures, one large and one small, slowly approaching, his heart racing. Crap, hurry! They're almost here.
Just as he was down to the last one, Zhu Laifu walked in. Little junior brother Lu Xun had no choice but to hide it behind his back.
Zhu Laifu asked with a smile. How's your crafting going? Lu Xun stammered. Still no good, but. The male lead frowned and thought, I can't store it anymore. If I use my spiritual energy to store this last one, third senior brother will definitely find out. Then, he smiled brightly, held up the crane, and showed it off.
I successfully crafted one. Looking incredibly sincere. Better to be honest than try to cover it up. Seeing this, Zhu Laifu was also happy and said, Congratulations, little junior brother. You used up 50 as materials and finally got some reward. Lin Chan beside him also hummed in agreement. However, Lu Xun felt unhappy in his heart. From little Chanjir's perspective, I failed N6M times before I could succeed once, and she's giving me such an admiring look. He despised himself. Is this trying to make me, Lu Xun, feel worse? Zhu Laifu excitedly said. Now little junior brother finally has his own mount. I'll prepare some more materials for you later so you can solidify your crafting technique. This is no different from a sheep actively seeking its doom. Lu Xun couldn't help but curse. You're being too considerate. Seeing Lin Chan's eyes sparkling as she stared at the paper crane, another idea popped into Lu Xun's head. No, I'm not planning on keeping this one for myself. Zhu Laifu looked at him questioningly. Lu Xun rubbed Lin Chan's head and said to her with a smile, Little Chan Chair, senior brother is giving you the first paper crane I successfully crafted. You must strive to cultivate, and when you reach the initial realm, you can use it to fly.
Lin Chan carefully took the crane from Lu Xun's hand with both hands. Her cheeks flushed, her eyebrows furrowed, and she nodded seriously.
Senior brother, I will definitely cultivate diligently.
Zhu Laifu was moved by the scene of senior brother and junior sister affection before him, biting his handkerchief and thinking, little junior brother is truly full of senior brother and junior sister affection. All right, I'll bring some materials over to little junior brother tonight. It's not like I'm emptying the demon sex treasure vault. You have to spend money when it's time to spend money.
He went to the kitchen table and began to set out the food. Come on, little junior brother, little Chanyer, let's eat. Today, third senior brother specially made 2 creative dishes for you to try and give me your opinions. Hearing this, both Lu Xun and Lin Chan broke out in a cold sweat. They both looked at the dark purple soup that Zhu Laifu had just taken out. Lin Chan secretly swallowed her saliva, and Lu Xun nervously thought, if it weren't for this poison-tasting segment, third senior brother would be the best tool person. But if there is this segment, then these 2 bowls of specially colored soup,
they are constantly emitting the kind of aura that only poison can have. Lu Xun gritted his teeth and told himself, all of this was earned with my life, but their master doesn't realize it. Zhu Laifu, beaming with joy, said expectantly, little junior brother, little Chanjer, hurry up and try my new dishes. What do you think? Lin Chan trembled as she picked up her chopsticks. Her eyes glazed over. Lu Xun took the lead and directly chose a bowl to dig in. As soon as the two put the food in their mouths, Zhu Laifu asked impatiently, how is it? Immediately,
Lin Chan heroically collapsed. Zhu Laifu startled and didn't have time to catch her, staring blankly at the little girl.
This, leaving Lu Xun, through the tempering of suffering, still standing firm, he said to Zhu Laifu with an enlightened face, so delicious. Zhu Laifu even clapped in agreement.
So delicious. Only Lin Chan lay down behind, her soul wanting to leave her body to express her feelings. Lu Xun picked up the bowl and slurped it all up. Zhu Laifu happily danced beside him, thinking that it's truly good. It's rare to have a soulmate in life.
But behind the bowl, Lu Xun secretly cried, comforting himself. This is all for the materials? This is all for the materials?
Seeing Lu Xun put down the empty bowl of soup, Zhu Laifu happily said, then I'll go back first, and I'll come back later to pick up little Chanher. Goodbye, little junior brother. I'll bring you some new materials later.
Lu Xun pressed his hand to his chest, trying to suppress the nausea, and replied, okay, third senior brother, you've worked hard. Lu Xun stood at the door waving goodbye, and Zhu Laifu happily left the mountain cave.
At this time, Lin Chan weakly clung to Lu Xun to stand up. She wrote in the palm of his hand and complained, senior brother, you are so amazing. That thing was sour, bitter, and had a strange smell.
I'm so afraid that if I remember that taste I'll throw up again, Lu Xun said, his face pale. Don't write anymore. If you keep writing I'll puke. He used the art of shifting the topic to distract Lin Chan again. Oh right, did you bring the Tra County Thien? Bring it here for your master to take a look. In Lu Xun's heart he was calculating, Finally, some alone time with my little Chanchar. It's the perfect time to test if that blue gear restoration charm actually works.
Hearing that Lu Xun wanted to check the TRA County Thien, Lin Chan obediently brought it out, humming a curious, why is Master suddenly asking about it?
Lu Xun picked up the sword, and information immediately appeared next to it. TRA County Thien sword, superior grade, blue tier, note, damaged. As expected, after knowing the name, the system will automatically distinguish it. Let's see if this superior grade blue tier can be repaired by a charm. However, before repairing it, let's see if it can be duplicated. Two charms immediately appeared in Lu Xun's hand. One is a blue gear protecting charm, and one is a blue gear duplication charm.
I have 3 blue tier duplication charms. If I can duplicate it,
if I could, the scene would be incredibly majestic. An innately formed sword embryo, combined with equipment. Sigh, let's duplicate it first and then repair it. My little Shanye, directly carrying this TRA County Thien. Just imagining it is tiring. But harsh reality slapped him in the face. The screen displayed. Failed, can't be duplicated. As expected, this damn system won't let me profit so easily.
He frowned, deciding to place his hopes on the remaining charm. Let's see if the repair charm can be used.
Lu Xun closed his eyes and began to cast the charm, using the blue gear repair charm. A whirlwind rose around him. Lin Chan's eyes sparkled as she looked at it. So amazing. But sadly, another red notification popped up. Failed, can't be used. Lu Xun frowned and looked up at the system notification. He pouted.
Trisk, it really is like that. The quality of this TRA County Thien sword is indeed not just blue tier equipment. Lu Xun returned the sword to Lin Chan, saying as he did, Master tried to repair your sword, but it doesn't seem easy. Lin Chan didn't expect anything anyway, and just hummed in acknowledgement.
After that, she busied herself writing a few words into Lu Xun's palm. He opened his mouth and read aloud Lin Chan's meaning. It's okay, disciple will slowly nurture it. Master doesn't need to worry. Thank you, Master, for worrying about disciple.
Lu Xun looked at Lin Chan's sincere smile, but his heart was in turmoil. The harder life is when you're young, the more sensible you become later. But is being sensible early really a good thing?
Lin Chan's smile next to his younger sister's smile, both were that sincere smile. His younger sister was very sensible and never made him worry. He lingered, recalling memories in the old world. His younger sister wasn't proud and carefree like his friends. She, to help the family, would always secretly collect bottles and cans to earn a little money, even at the cost of being ridiculed by her classmates. Her clothes were very cheap, but she never asked me to buy new ones. Even if they were washed until they were bleached white, even if they were patched many times, she always kept an incredibly optimistic smile on her face, sensibly to the point of being heartbreaking.
She never demanded anything. She always smiled at me, always thinking that I was trying hard to raise her. So his younger sister often took on housework like cooking, and even found joy in it. Every night, Lu Xun would come to look at his silly younger sister. In fact, she didn't know the reason why he could continue to persevere was because of her.
It was his younger sister, always his pride, and also the reason for Lu Xun's existence. At that time, whenever he looked at the little girl, he would smile very warmly.
Seeing Master spacing out, Lin Chan looked at him curiously.
At this time, Lu Xun came back to his senses. He smiled and comforted her. Master is fine. Continue your cultivation. The new year is coming in a few days. He looked up at the lush green trees that were dyed in the sunlight.
This is the first time I'm celebrating the new year in the demonic sect. The atmosphere leading up to the new year at the demonic sect wasn't as warm as expected. Teacher Xian frowned at one side, constantly directing the disciples to decorate the house. It's a bit crooked, straighten it a bit more. Lu Xun quickly stuck it on. Then hurry and go cook.
Lu Xun was hanging lanterns when he suddenly saw something falling in front of him. He was startled and looked at the snowflakes that were falling.
Mao Nanbei excitedly ran around the courtyard, catching the snow. Snow, it's snow. Lu Xun also unconsciously looked at the sky and smiled.
Teacher Xian, inspired by the scene, immediately fanned himself with an elegant fan and recited poetry. Cold night guest comes to illuminate, flying between the eaves, outside the house. Floating snow fills the mat. Cold white snow flies apart. Like a heart broken with sad and melancholic feelings. A person is drunk by himself. Looking at Teacher Xian indulging in his own world, Mao Nanbei couldn't help but despise it. Although I don't like poetry like that, I'm far from being heartbroken. After that, he saw Lu Xun jump down from the ladder, skillfully continuing Teacher Xian's verse. North wind rolls the earth, white grass dies, lake sky, August suddenly flies snow. This scene really poked at the Immortal Master's sore spot. He frowned, super annoyed.
Damn it, there's something special about these words. I want to see what kind of poem you can actually come up with. Lu Chen calmly continued reciting. Suddenly, like a spring breeze overnight, 1,000 trees, 10,000 trees bloom with pear flowers.
No idea if Mao Nanbei even understood a word, but he was already clapping like crazy. Awesome poem. Awesome poem. How amusing. The Immortal Master just froze on the spot, fanning himself, raising an eyebrow and sneering, "Anything else?"
Lu Chen humbly bowed. That's all. This Lu Chen's talent is limited. I can only recite these 2 lines. Truthfully, if he continued the poem, he'd be exposed for sure. Just then, Zhu Geilai Fu rushed over to bail him out. Junior brother, aren't you supposed to be cooking the New Year's Eve dinner? Lu Chen immediately replied. Got it, wait a sec. Lu Chen left, and the Immortal Master mumbled those lines again.
Suddenly, like a spring breeze overnight, 1,000 trees, 10,000 trees bloom with pear flowers. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! So good! You little punk, you can even write poetry."
The Immortal Master glanced at Lu Chen in the distance,
narrowed his eyes, and pouted, clearly displeased. Easy on the eyes and nose poetry. Suddenly, I hate him even more.
The morning of the New Year at the demonic sect was bustling with festive cheer. Shen Yan went to greet the elders. Happy New Year? They happily responded. Happy New Year, sect leader. Gong Yuban excitedly said.
I hope in the new year, our demonic sect can recruit a few more disciples with amazing talent. Yue Heishan wished. I hope I win all my bets in the new year, truly living up to his nature.
Hearing that, everyone gave him judging looks. Seeing this, Yu Hishan could only laugh awkwardly. Haha, simple New Year's wishes aren't bad. Yu Hishan immediately changed the subject. Speaking of which, it seems the sect leader bought new clothes for the entire sect for the new year. Gong Yuban chimed in. Now that's a big move. Praised like that, Shen Yan nodded, satisfied. It's nothing, nothing.
Those behind him didn't hold back their teasing. Rare indeed, even a cheapskate is willing to spend money. Cheapskate Shen Yan, was internally displeased. The disciples received the robes and put them on, sparing no praise.
Don't say that.
Although the sect leader is stingy, he's not half-assed when he actually makes a move. This cloak is actually pretty darn good. Another person said, we cultivators don't even feel the cold. It's all about the drip. Suddenly, the guy behind them looked in one direction, and his face turned red. His expression was downright vulgar, drool practically spilling out. He kept agreeing. That's right. It highlights the figure of our female disciples. A young man who didn't understand what was happening curiously turned to ask, how does the cloak highlight the figure over there?
Mu Rongyan was helping Gui Li put on her cloak, and her fiery figure was outlined incredibly clearly by the robe. Mu Rongyan giggled. Junior sister Gui Li is so well endowed, little martial grand uncle is definitely going to be smitten. Gui Li was embarrassed. Glancing back, afraid of being seen, Adia, stop it. Hearing Mu Rongyan mention Lu Chen, Gui Li couldn't help but blush, thinking, will it really make him smitten?
But he's so far away, he can't even see me. Mu Rongyan adjusted the collar again, before finally nodding in satisfaction.
Gui Li looked towards the distant mountain peak, wondering if he would come visit her today, New Year's Eve.
At Small Bamboo Grove, everyone stood in front of the Immortal Master's room, silently looking at each other, not moving at all.
Lu Chen had just woken up, and he stretched and yawned in the courtyard, a complete contrast to the motionless group over there.
Seeing that, Lu Chen curiously asked, what are you guys doing? Today is New Year's Eve. Don't you need to prepare for the new year? The only response was a shh.
Feeling strange, Lu Chen flew over and asked Mao Nanbei quietly, what happened? Did the Immortal Master ride a crane back to his sect in the west?
Mao Nanbei crossed his arms and replied, today, the Immortal Master wants to prepare New Year's gifts for us. He called Guibo over there early in the morning. Don't disturb the Immortal Master. If there are no gifts, I'll punish you. I'll punish you to cook me 100 steamed fish, braised fish, fried fish, and fish in sauce. Lu Chen propped up his chin, pondering. Called Guibo over to prepare New Year's gifts together.
Could it be that the cold Immortal Master also dropped some good stuff? Zhu Geilai Fu, seeing that Lu Chen was awake, said, right, junior brother, this is a gift that sect leader Shen Yan prepared for the entire sect. This is your share. Zhu Geilai Fu took out the cloak and gave it to Lu Chen. He was startled and asked, mine? In his heart, he was skeptical. Someone as stingy as him is actually giving out benefits. Unbelievable.
Mao Nanbei scoffed contemptuously. Damn it! That cheapskate won't even give out new clothes, yet he gives out cloaks.
I wouldn't wear it for the world. The other two could only remain silent. Lu Chen just put on the cloak, and a halo of captivating handsomeness appeared, irresistible to anyone. He looked at himself and said, "I think it looks okay." Zhu Gelaifu, Mao Nanbei, and Lin Chen were mesmerized by his beauty, staring intently at Lu Chen with shining eyes. As expected, clothes look good on those who wear them. Facing those silly looks, Lu Xun clasped his hands and said, "Senior sister Xiao Tianhe, senior brothers, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back later to cook the New Year's Eve dinner for everyone." Lin Tianke and Mao Nanbei replied. "Okay, then come back early," Zhu Gelaifu added. "Go on, if you're late I can cook." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately received fearful glances from Lin Tianche and Mao Nanbei. Lu Xun had already stepped out the door, but he could still hear the two people's screams. Lin Tiansphere couldn't speak, only making sounds. Mao Nanbei shouted out the words she wanted to say. "No way, Lu Xun, you absolutely have to come back." Lu Xun closed his eyes, forcing a smile. So Senior is really hiding in his room preparing New Year's gifts for us. Right after, Senior's voice rang out. "Zhao Gui, hurry up and grind the ink. My brush is all dried out." This voice startled Lu Xun. He frowned, realizing Gui Ba, who's called Zhao Gui at the foot of the mountain. Gui Li looked at her tray of gifts, worriedly thinking, if Lu Xun sees it, will he like this New Year's gift? On the table was a red cloth, and on top of it were 4 misshapen somethings. Turns out she had started kneading dough to make cakes this morning. Looking at her jade-like hands working hard, Mu Rongyan even teased, "Seriously, you're such a young lady you can't knead the dough too hard." Gui Li wrinkled her nose and retorted, "Kneading dough is hard too. Mother is so amazing." In the end, looking at the 4 somethings she had made, Gui Li sighed. "I originally wanted to learn how to make my favorite cake from Mother, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Someone outside asked, "Is Gui Li there?" Gui Li quickly recognized Lu Xun's voice. He really came. Discovering that Lu Xun was at the door, Gui Li quickly stuffed the shapeless dough into her sleeves. She thought embarrassedly, "I can't let him see it. What if he laughs at me?" Lu Xun outside waited for a long time without anyone answering, so he continued to knock. "Is Gui Li here?" Gui Li hurriedly replied, "I'm here, wait a moment." She ran over to grab a cloak, then suddenly remembering what Mu Rongyan had said before, she couldn't help but blush. Junior sister Gui Li is so beautiful, she'll definitely charm the little grandmaster uncle. Outside, Lu Xun was frowning, thinking, "It's already this late, isn't she usually an early riser?" At this moment, the door finally opened, and Gui Li asked, "Have you been waiting long?" As the door opened fully, Gui Li's hot figure covered by the cloak was revealed. She stammered shyly, "Why, you came." Lu Xun didn't react at all, appearing very calm, but in reality, his nose was internally gushing blood like crazy. "Damn it, who can resist this?" He smiled, trying to compose himself. "No way, Lu Xun, calm down. Don't you know this girl's personality? She's drooling over your body, you can't fall into her trap." Gui Li was shy, her big, sparkling eyes staring intently at Lu Xun. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it not pretty?" The last line of defense was broken, and his inner thoughts overwhelmed his reason. Lu Xun gave a thumbs up and praised, "Very beautiful." A nosebleed also spurted out, a critical hit on the spot. This was exactly what Gui Li was waiting to hear from Lu Xun. She smiled radiantly and said, "Thank you." At the same time, she stepped forward. Lu Xun looked at her and suddenly blushed. "Oh, I suddenly feel like she's pretty good too." Gui Li hesitated. "Today is New Year's Eve. I thought about the weird-shaped cakes I made." She hesitated a bit. "Using those cakes as a New Year's gift, will he not be happy?" Hearing Gui Li mention the New Year's gift, Lu Xun smiled and took out a bright red envelope and gave it to her. "Oh right, New Year's gift, I almost forgot. This is a gift from my hometown, called a red envelope." Gui Li happily took it, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "It's folded so beautifully, I really like it." Lu Xun smiled gently at her, his heart happy too. Inside was indeed a combat ring, worth 3,000 spirit stones. The demonic sect is providing for her. "They think my little junior sister has decent aptitude, but she consumes a lot of resources and really needs spirit stones." "I've delivered it," Lu Xun said, turning to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I still have work today." Sounds fancy, but realistically, the whole village's New Year's Eve dinner depends on me. If it wasn't for the fact that tonight is when third senior brother invents his weird dishes, just thinking about that one senior brother transforming into a mad scientist, mixing up all sorts of dark stuff and food with an evil villain look, Lu Xun shuddered. Seeing Lu Xun leave, Jin Li watched him with a flustered look. "Oh really? You're really not giving it." She clenched her fists so tight her knuckles turned white, telling herself, Even if I'm laughed at, I have to let him know my feelings. Ji Li stepped forward, calling out to Lu Jun, "Wait!" Lu Jun turned around in surprise.
"What is it?" Ji Li mustered all her courage, closed her eyes, and held out a small red packet towards him. "Ah, a New Year's gift. I was mentally prepared to be mocked. Laugh. Just laugh if you want." But after closing her eyes for a long time, she didn't hear any scolding or ridicule. Why isn't anyone laughing?
When Ji Li opened her eyes, she saw Lu Jun's warm smile. He said gently, "Thank you, Ji Li." Lu Jun took the packet and opened it. "The first time we met, you shared half a pancake with me. It's very meaningful. As a token of sincerity, he even ate it right there. The taste isn't bad either." Ji Li was overwhelmed with favor and watched Lu Jun munch on the pancake with relish. She couldn't help but doubt, is it really not bad? After taking a few bites, Lu Jun turned to leave, waving enthusiastically at Ji Li. "Well, I'm off. Happy New Year." That smile made Ji Li's heart flutter and her face flush. She smiled back.
"Yeah, Happy New Year." Watching Lu Shun's retreating figure, Ji Li became even more determined. "Lu Shun, I've made up my mind. I'm definitely going to get your body." That night, at the little study, smoke billowed from the kitchen, showing that the cooking was in full swing. On the stove there was a pot of golden meat, with white pork knuckles stewing until tender. Combined with the soybeans, it increased people's appetite. The glug-glug sound of boiling further stimulated the cravings in the cold weather. Mao Nanbei drooled, staring intently at the stewed pork knuckles. "It smells so good. What is little junior brother stewing? It smells amazing. Oh, can I have a bite? Just a little bite." Lu Jun held a cooking shovel, wearing a pink apron, and reached out to stop a cat that was trying to sneak a bite. "Don't rush. The temperature isn't high enough yet. Stewing is the most important thing. Only when the temperature is high enough can it bring out the full flavor." Afraid that the cat couldn't resist doing something rash, Lu Xun emphasized, "Now isn't the best time to eat. Be patient." Mao Nanbei failed to persuade him, pouting in compromise. "All right then, I'll reluctantly endure a little longer," she said excitedly to Lu Xun. "Once it's done stewing, I'll bring a bowl to second senior sister." In the bamboo forest, Ji Xiaoman was still sitting in cultivation, with streams of energy circulating steadily around her. Ji Xiaoman opened her eyes, sighing in her heart.
It's New Year's again. Talk about a model student. It's New Year's, and she is still sitting here cultivating. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei's voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Second senior sister, I brought you stewed pork knuckles with soybeans." Ji Xiaoman startled and looked towards Mao Nanbei, who was coming. Mao Nanbei ran like the wind, carrying the stewed pork knuckles in her hands. But surprisingly, the bowl of pork knuckles remained firmly on the tray, not budging at all. Mao Nanbei yelled, "Come and get it quickly, I'm going to be late, I'm going to be late."
Seeing the little girl in such a hurry, Ji Xiaoman jumped off the stone platform and asked, "Late for what?" Only to see Mao Nanbei put the tray of food in Ji Xiaoman's hands and then run off like a gust of wind. Gotta run, I'll be late for the New Year's Eve dinner, and those guys will eat all the pork knuckles in the pot." The hot bowl of stewed pork knuckles emitted a fragrant aroma. Ji Xiaoman sniffed, and her eyes lit up. "It smells so good, little junior brother's handiwork. I wonder what they'll be doing on New Year's Eve. I'm a little curious."
No sooner said than done. Ji Xiaoman tiptoed to peek at the New Year's atmosphere at the little study. "I don't like crowds, so I'll just take a look. Mostly, I don't want to eat what Zhuge Lai Fu is cooking."
Inside the room, a war over food was taking place. Here, snatching the delicious food, was the real deal. Xian Sheng reached out to try and take the bowl of food from Mao Nanbei's hands. "This piece is mine." Mao Nanbei did everything she could to resist, preventing Xian Sheng from getting close.
"You've already eaten so much. This is mine."
Lin Shan in the back also tried to pick up whatever she could with her chopsticks.
The party was divided into two factions.
One faction was in a great battle over food, while the other faction, with Lu Xun, Giba, and Zhuge Lai Fu, was politely toasting each other. "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." They looked completely opposite. Ji Xiaoman outside saw everything. She smiled contentedly. "That's great, my curiosity has been satisfied." Ji Xiaoman also turned to leave. She thought to herself, "Ever since the little study got a little junior brother, it seems to have become more lively. That's great, the world should belong to the young people." Speaking as if she herself were an old woman. Suddenly, on the roof behind her, a head popped up, with shining eyes. "Xiaoman? You came at just the right time?" Ji Xiaoman was startled. She's been discovered. The people inside immediately rushed out as well.
Mao Nanbei ran over excitedly. "Second senior sister is here too," Lu Xun asked with a smile. "Second senior sister, do you want to come and eat with us?" Lin Chan also ran out to chime in. Yeah. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Ji Xiaoman wasn't used to it.
She stammered. No, I don't need to, I still need to cultivate.
Afraid that everyone would continue to